Chapter 131 Demon Chef. I am Skorik, the Skeleton Prince, the holder of the Bone Sword, the demon son of the Skeleton Clan. Liu used his title to bluff people with ease, but the large sack on his back still exposed his thief's heart. It's also a bit wretched when I straighten my body and introduce myself. These things will be used as food for the closed battle training for the sons of devils to take. Liu saw the kitchen knife of the pig head stretching longer and longer, and continued to increase the weight, trying to use the demon expeditionary force to push back the pig head. After all, he came here to take food. Materials. The risk will increase if a large-scale war is launched. Shu Tu did hesitate for a moment, but quickly grasped the handle of the kitchen knife. The chef said that no matter who it is, stealing food is a death penalty. Shu Tu won't care so much. Even if you are the Skeleton King, I will kill you. Otherwise, I will be made into a dish by the chef. Eat me. I will atone for my friend's sins. Dandan jumped up, not wanting to let go of the metal element in the pig's belly. Don't make trouble. I'll come. Liu made up his mind after seeing Shuto's reaction, and sent a message to Dandan, telling him not to cause trouble. Liu saw Shu Tu drooling, and hurriedly stood in front of Dandan to prevent Shu Tu from suddenly opening his mouth. I understand. And if this is the case, do you think you can explain it to the chef? Suck, what kind? Shu Tu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared straight at the balls exposed between the ribs. You and it fight for food and attack each other. You killed it, worried about becoming a dish. You stole the food in the dark room and fled. Liu arranged the plot and pointed the tip of his sword at the standing pig head and the disemboweled pig head. How is it? Huh? Shu Tu didn't understand. Shu Tu just wanted to eat eggs. After Liu finished speaking, the thorn of withering pierced the demon chef's stomach. The demon chef had rough skin and thick flesh, although he could feel the death intention on the tip of the sword. He remembered that it would be worse to be cooked by the head chef, so he didn't care. The kitchen knife slammed straight into Liu's skull. Malicious plus 444. Then, both sides got what they wanted. The kitchen knife penetrated the skull of the skeleton, and the tip of the skeleton sword also penetrated the pig's stomach. Immediately afterwards, the pig's head was wiped out in the air of death. Liu had a rusty and bloody kitchen knife on his head. He suppressed the feeling of dizziness and quickly arranged the scene. First, he pulled out the kitchen knife on his head, and the corpses on the ground continued. After a few chops, the flesh and blood were blurred. Then it transformed into the image of a second pig head, picked up the sack and walked out. Why are you still standing there? Follow me quickly, Liu called to Dandan. And at the same time, he smashed a few bricks at the back door, shattered the kitchen knife, and managed to get out through the hole. Dandan was still thinking about what just happened, but when she heard Liu's message, she hurriedly got out together. Liu disguised himself as a demon chef and returned to the confusion corridor carrying a sack. Dandan was holding a sack behind him to hide his figure. There started to be a clanking noise in the back kitchen. I don't know if a new demon chef discovered that the ingredients had been stolen. The thieves, or the several deep vats displayed there, had some reaction due to the lack of supervision. Liu was not very proficient in using the demon chef's body. Just like the first time, he disguised himself as a shadow demon. During this period, his stomach scraped against the wall several times, and he almost fell down. It was clear that Liu could leave, but he was still waiting in the corridor, looking in the direction of the kitchen without saying a word. Why don't you leave? There's something wrong with this show. Liu frowned with a pig's head on his face and accidentally wrinkled his eyes. What's wrong? We need a witness. Liu once committed a crime in the library. 4 slave scholars died at that time. The lazy book demon was forced to quote Tom's testimony. This time was no exception. Under the influence of complete, he walked around the corner. I suddenly remembered this and waited. Just as he was talking, he saw a pig's head sticking out of the broken back door of the kitchen. Without thinking, Liu threw the kitchen knife towards the kitchen, but it was a little crooked and was thrown towards the wall. Liu used his mind power to control the trajectory of the kitchen knife and flew diagonally towards the protruding pig's head. The pig's head was startled and hurriedly retracted. The kitchen knife hit the wall of the hole and made a soft ding sound. Ring. Inserted in. Master Chef. Something happened. Shu Tu shouted from the back kitchen. Liu sped up, threw the knife, and ran away, this time pretending to be a thief. In order to eliminate the suspicion of Skorik, he deliberately took a long detour on the way back to the library. First ran to the vault, and then turned back the direction of the library. The treasury was not opened yet, and it looked like just an ordinary corridor. A huge armored man in the corridor turned his face masked to watch a demon chef with a big belly sneakily run past. Liu was very particular about his rhythm, and he just used his belly to block his balls in the armor's blind spot, preventing it from being noticed. Hey! The armor made an angry sound, trying to call Liu, but found that the pig head didn't stop, just carried the sack and left. And he just passed by like that? However, the armor remembered that there were skeletons in front of it, so it did not pursue it. Guarding the corridor of the treasury was its mission. And occasionally the demon chef would go to the vegetable field to purchase ingredients, so it was normal to pass by here. Liu was lucky enough to get through and turn the corner. Knowing that in front of him was a corridor where many skeleton soldiers were patrolling, it was here that he encountered the skeleton captain riding a bone horse. And it was also here that he heard the alarm sound of missing vegetables in the vegetable garden. Skeletons are not like armor. The entire confusion corridor is their range of activities. Obviously, they cannot get through and must find another way, and as long as they break through this group of skeletons, Liu can wear the sharp skinny beauty again, and he can walk back to the library nonchalantly. After the last good show, I was able to carry the materials back to my hometown, neatly put Buddy Borg into my pocket, and collect so many extra materials. Huh? Wait, where are my materials? Liu was observing the pile of bones in the corridor. He glanced at the sack and was shocked to find empty. Outside the sack, there are eggs close together, and the blood vessels in the eggs, LS, are bulging, and they look like they have been eaten and wiped clean. Where is my stuff? Liu asked Dandan. Did you eat it? I'm sorry. I really can't hold it back. Dandan replied politely. Aren't the 3 materials you need most, all of them with you? The rest will be a burden when we escape. So I solved it for you. Dandan's voice was weak, and Liu was furious. The murder weapon was thrown away, and 2 witnesses were found. Wasn't it just to be able to bring the contents of the sack back to the library smoothly? Why didn't compliment remind myself to subconsciously guard against Dandan? Is blessing ineffective against demons from other worlds? Liu couldn't help but think about something. And then voices started coming from behind him. It was the pig head that had been chased out, talking to the armor. Immediately afterwards, a series of loud pig humming sounded. But Liu inexplicably understood the meaning of the humming. Where did the pig head, the demon chef, just go? Report the chef, the armored man replied angrily. Liu knew that there was no time the demon chef was chasing him. In the Demon King's castle, you can provoke powerful people if you are not careful. Under the demon chef's transformed skin is Skorik made by Liu using demon drawings. Once there is a conflict with the chef, it will be difficult to hide Skalrik's identity. If the demon chef discovers that the thief is Skalrik in disguise, won't it lead to a war between the demon kitchen and the library, or the skeleton clan? He had just settled his internal troubles, but he didn't want to cause external troubles at this juncture. Liu certainly refused to let the demon chef reveal his identity. Taking advantage of the armor's slow speech, Liu made a quick decision not to play out the scene to the end. Chapter 132, I have never eaten this kind of bone before. The walls were bare, and there was little room for development. Liu made a prompt decision, and used some demon points to open up the template position, and used self-healing bones to make an ordinary skeleton, which was somewhat similar to the original palette skeleton. All so ordinary yet arrogant. After the template was made, Liu summoned 2 skeletons, one forward and one backward, each with its own script and lines. Liu had exhausted all the materials needed for the soul contract. Acting talent. Let's talk about the one in the front first. With arrogant steps and soft teeth, carrying the sack with a cheerful look on his face, it walked to the fork in the road where the skeleton team was stationed, and first threw the sack far away to the other side of the corridor. Far away. And then looked at the pile of bones on the ground and clucked. Don't sleep. Get up. The skeleton danced. There is a demon chef who stole the ingredients and escaped. Go chase him. The pile of bone jingle bells was reshaped into a team of 5 skeletons. The captain scratched his head and looked confused. Why does the demon chef want to steal the ingredients? Who knows? I saw it. It's in this direction. Come quickly. If you go late, you won't be able to grab anything to eat. The skeleton pointed in the opposite direction to where Liu was. When the skeleton team heard that they had materials to eat, they immediately became energetic. They lined up in a row and followed the skeleton to the opposite corner. By the way, you look familiar. Which corridor are you looking at? As he ran, Captain Skeleton asked about Liu's origins. The prototype of Liu's template was the original palette skeleton. He had a relationship with Captain Skeleton, so it was no surprise that he looked familiar at this moment. But for some reason, the skeleton didn't answer. He suddenly stood there and pointed at the sack not far away, repeating the same sentence. Hurry up and catch up. If we catch up, we'll share something to eat. Hurry up and catch up. As he spoke, the skeleton fell apart and became an inconspicuous pile of bones. By the corridor, Liu answered the skeleton captain flawlessly. Because at the same time, another scene was taking place, and Liu could not be distracted to this extent. Huh? Master Demon Chef? Why did you come out? Liu asked while controlling the second skeleton, guessing the situation near the armor from the sound. There should be two demons besides the armor. One is a pig-headed demon chef, and the other is the demon chef. What Liu didn't expect was that the chef's language was different from that of the demon chef. One used the devil's lingua franca, and the other used pig braying. Did you see it? It turns out that the head chef didn't speak the common language of devils, but was too anxious just now, so he spoke in pig language. The guests in the restaurant are waiting, and it dares to run away with the side dishes? The head chef still knows his subordinates very well. Although the evidence and witnesses are complete, he does not believe that there will be internal strife in the kitchen. You see, our elite team of skeletons are chasing us. The skeleton danced in the same way. We will also use it to eat if we catch it. At the same time, Liu's body had already put on Skarik's outfit, holding his balls in his arms, and ran towards the library while no one was watching. Before running away, the complete blessing took effect, and Liu transformed into the demon wolf warrior, Shadow, and Bitterberg one after another, eliminating his own body odor and leaving no tail. Liu responded quickly, and the arrangement was very simple. He made a time difference while delaying the chef's pace a little. He diverted the skeleton team guarding the corridor and took the opportunity to restore the identity of Skarik, finding an opening and swaggering back to the library. As for the two self-healing bone skeletons, Liu doesn't think they can survive. But it is not easy to escape in a short time, and there is really no way to cover everything. Take it to eat? Okay. It's up to you. Of course, the head chef was not happy that the skeleton wanted to eat his side dishes, so he directly swallowed the skeleton that Liu had just summoned in one gulp, and then took the pig's head to Liu to look forward to it. The route they took. I saw a pig twice the size of Brother Pie coming from the corner where the vault was, cursing in his mouth. A skeleton with no teeth actually wants to eat my old pig's food. But as he was chewing, the head chef realized something was wrong. Who? This tastes so new. I have never eaten this kind of bone before. It's very refreshing. With a baby taste, the chef kept walking and turned the corner muttering, while the pig head next to him drooled, as if he really wanted to taste the self-healing bones. Passing by the place where Liu's body had just stayed, the chef only felt that the taste was complicated, but he could not piece together such a complicated truth in a short time, and subconsciously chased the place where a group of skeleton captains were. When the chef and the skeleton team met, both sides stared at each other, guessing that they were looking for the same fugitive. But neither of them knew where the pig's head was. Where have you gone? The head chef, undoubtedly the highest position here, shouted automatically. The skeleton team leader was also frightened by the pig's aura. He held a torn sack in his hand and handed it over. There is no trace. I only found this. The head chef took a whiff and immediately realized that the smell on the sack did come from the ingredients in the devil's kitchen. Among the remaining smells, the strongest ones were two unfamiliar smells. But since Liu had already transformed several times to hide his body odor, even if the chef had a keen sense of smell, he could not judge Liu's escape route at this moment. Can't you coax? Can't you catch it? It doesn't matter. Let me smell it one more time, and I won't be able to escape. The head chef arched the pig's nose. Forget it this time. At least it helped me inspire a new recipe dishes should satisfy the guest's taste. As he spoke, the chef suddenly stood up on his hind legs, tore his left hand from the elbow of his right hand, and tore off a pig's foot. The fat layer of the pig's foot was flowing with golden oil, and the pork bones inside were embedded with fine pieces. The color of the bone residue is almost 70 to 80% similar to that of self-healing bone. Big pig's feet with golden oil. The head chef hummed the name of the dish, stuffed the pig's feet into his mouth, and took a few bites. He seemed very satisfied with the taste. He was walking lamely with one hand, and suddenly saw the second set left ear. The self-healing bone smelled thoughtfully. That's it. It said the fugitive escaped from here. Shang, the skeleton team member, didn't dare to hide it, and pointed to the pile of bones on the ground. The head chef's elbow had sprouts growing on it. It stared at the pile of bones for a moment, and then swallowed it in one mouthful. Yes. It tastes like this. Changing the side dishes to a new one will make a lot of money. I'm the one you're chasing after. Send me 3 more skeletons to eat tomorrow. Before the chef left, he lightly hummed to the skeleton team. I want fresh ones. Like the ones I just had. Amazing taste. As commanded by the chef. The skeleton team trembled and planned a list of sacrifices, thinking that they might go to the vegetable field to cut 2 of them. At this moment, Liu had already gone out of the sight of the chefs, and would soon arrive at the library. Although the short adventure had twists and turns, it was safe and at least accomplished the original goal. I also learned more about the real ecology of Demon King City. The Devil's Kitchen provides drinking water to various areas, and also sets up restaurants to entertain some big people. The head chef is a pig, and the Devil Chef's family are all pigs. Greedy pigs. If you are short of materials in the future, you can go to the Devil's Kitchen and give it a try. Liu reserved this dangerous idea for the time being. Pushing the door open, the short journey ended. Liu took out the magic bat wings, Cindy's snails, and tiger gecko excrement from the skeleton, recalling the ritual steps of the soul contract. Brother, you're back. This was the first time Lulu noticed that Liu came back so soon after going out. Sorry. I wanted to bring you some food, but this guy ate them all. Liu hugged Lulu and Feifei. It would be great if my brother could come back. Lulu stretched out her arms and hugged her tightly. Sorry, friend. You didn't take a bath today. Liu punished Dandan. The balls didn't make a sound, but they grew slightly bigger. They really absorbed a lot of nutrients during this trip. Although according to Minto, these are junk food. Junk food is better than delicious, Dandan thought. Looking forward to Minto bringing something delicious to tonight's promotion study. And Liu is only looking forward to tomorrow morning at green time tomorrow. It will be the time when the library changes ownership. Chapter 133, Your Future is Gone. In tonight's promotion study, Liu received a lot of looks from Minto, and even heard him sarcastic remarks next to Dandan. What you eat is all rubbish. This is not eating. This is suicide. Being friends with this kind of monster will ruin your future. Minto babbled to Dandan, while taking out a drop of liquid from his sleeve and smearing it on the surface of Dandan. This is what you should eat. This is what I extracted from chaos. Only the most powerful magic power can make the combination of 3 substances into a stable liquid state, which will be of great help to your maturity. Liu listened to the sidelines and felt uncomfortable. He had been beaten to death in a river of blood, and he had only received a few blessings that were hard to distinguish between good and bad. And he almost died because of them. Dandan didn't have to do anything. He just served a big meal. The differential treatment is too obvious. But Dandan didn't take it seriously. Maybe it was a deliberate provocation. Maybe it was to avenge Liu, teacher. It's very rude for you to talk about my friend like this. Liu slandered. Hey. Is it polite to eat the friends from Devil's Kitchen? Is it polite to eat my ingredients? Every staple food should also have side dishes. This is what I learned recently. Dandan let the liquid flow on the egg-shell, like a child with a new toy. You are really my good student. Dandan received Minto's unreserved love. Then Minto separated a separate clone and taught Dandan how to absorb the substance, leaving one person to stare at Liu Qian. After staring for a while, Minto suddenly trembled like a worm after getting along with this Demon King Minter. Liu could probably tell that his trembling method was a smile. Minto would laugh like this every time he gloated about his misfortune. I'm looking forward to the killing cup tomorrow night, Minto said with a smile. Bitaborg has lost his ability. If he can't defeat him, Ajibuki's debt will not be repaid. Who will hold the hidden treasure then? Who will he ask for the authority of the library? Liu is also worried about this. The rituals and materials for the soul contract have been prepared. And what is imminent is the killing cup tomorrow night. How can Bitaborg survive smoothly? How to define smooth? Fortunately, the soul contract is ready to be signed. When the contract is reached, Liu can fully control Bitaborg's actions. Do you have any suggestions? Liu asked Minto's opinion. It's up to you. Minto responded very quickly, still adopting a free-range policy towards Liu. You have to believe that all decisions are made by yourself. But I seem to see you want to sign a contract with Bitaborg first and become your slave, and then see how far he can go before deciding whether to let him win or lose. Minto pointed at Li. Read the air above your head. Through the air above Liu's head, Minto saw a picture. The picture was located in the middle of the Colosseum. Bitaborg was shrouded in the shadow of Liu's mind, like a puppet, fighting a vague shadow. It's useless. You're asking for my advice, but you actually have no choice. You have to help Bitaborg. You have to win, and you have to win easily. Only in this way can you retain the authority of the library. The Killing Cup is one of the few competitions in the Demon King City that all demons can see. Now some demons know that the person participating is the master of the brain spirit. Think about it for yourself. If you lose or win, it will be ugly. What will be the consequences? At the least, there will be no peace in the library. At worst, it will be annihilated in chaos. Now, do you still think that you made the right choice by killing Bitterberg? Minto said a series of words. Not even giving Liu any time to react. This is what I said. The storm in the future will be easy for you. You thought that under the rule of Booty Bog, it was the darkest time in your demon career. No, you are wrong. The haze never dissipates. The haze just waits. Minto paused. The only difference is whether you can become stronger before the next haze comes. The devil exists for the sake of a higher existence. Unknowingly, Minto gave Liu another lesson on promotion studies. After listening for a while, Liu indeed found that he had no choice. He could only help Bitterberg win easily, so that he would have more time to prepare. Thinking more deeply, Okabuki planned to let Bitterberg die in the finals from the beginning. In addition to making money for him, is he also interested in the authority of the library? Or do you want to kill the owner of the library and cause greater chaos in the Demon King's castle? Liu's thoughts were running wild, and he quickly restrained his mind and thought about the most important thing at hand. How to win. The current Bitterberg is only a low-level monster. Needless to say, he may not be able to defeat a gladiator ranked less than 200. Even if he encounters the demon wolf warrior Finley. And to win easily? Seeing Liu thinking intently, Minto hummed a familiar tune. I am the gambling demon Ujibuji. And I never play fair games. Almost at the same time, Liu stood there blankly and suddenly remembered something. Ujibuji never played a fair game. He would definitely have something planned. Combining the words seized the opportunity in the second round on the invitation letter. Liu vaguely got an idea. Will Bitterberg win this Killing Cup? But even if you are lucky enough to pass this level, there are still 2 more games. Minto threw the question to Liu, as if to prove that he was correct in preventing Liu from killing Booty Borg. Finally, before the game, Butibog would have an advantage with Ijibuji's arrangements. But in the last game, all Ijibuji's arrangements were designed to kill Butibog. What will happen then? What are you going to do? Liu glanced sideways at Minto, wondering what he was up to. Was he angry because he snatched his eggs? But there was still no malicious intention. Liu really hated that the Devil's Illustrated book had not yet included the Demon King's mentor, so he could not know his true inner thoughts. Liu, who has been promoted twice, has been analyzing Minto. But until now, it is only a pitiful 7.1%. Even if the closed training is over, the analysis cannot be completed. So what do you want? Liu's attitude became worse. No, I'll just watch your performance, Minto said, as if he would be there in person. But Liu wasn't sure where he would watch it. Okay, wait and see what the new master of the brain will do. Liu had already thought of a solution and felt that it was reliable. Okay, really good. Minto nodded, and the worm began to tremble again. If you perform well, I can also give you a reward. It will definitely be more useful than the ultimate magic stone. Hearing Minto's reward, Liu felt inexplicably that he seemed to be motivated, but after thinking about it, he really had no choice but to help Butibog win this game. Minto just changed his direction as a reminder. Just a look at the seriousness of the crisis. As long as you win this game, you will have a few more days to develop in peace, at least enough to complete the construction of the fortifications of the library. Enough to study hard every day, and learn a few courses clearly. If there are rewards, it will be more profitable. What reward? Liu asked cautiously. And then, he was disgusted by Minto's answer. I tried so hard to go to the Devil's Kitchen, but I couldn't bring back all the ingredients. Isn't it sad? Isn't it heartbreaking? The trembling of the worm became more intense. Apparently Minto spied on Liu taking Dandan to the Devil's Kitchen again. Every move. If you help Butibog win easily, I will give you a bag to hold your stolen trophies. Minto nodded. It's just that I will impose a curse every time something falls into the bag. How about giving half to Eggy? Liu felt as if he had become Dandan's nanny. He went around for a long time. Or was it just for Dandan's convenience to eat some snacks? Sure. You bring it first. Liu knew that Minto was good at space magic. Having such a bag is better than nothing. At least there is a place to put the stolen things, and with a good relationship, maybe he can stop Dan eating eggs secretly. The worm on Minto's chin fell off and burned into ashes in midair. The ashes covered Liu and Dandan and disappeared, reaching some kind of agreement. But Liu didn't stay in the classroom for long. Before the green hour came, he ran to the door of the first library to wait. There was a contract to be signed with Bootyberg. But unexpectedly, when Liu arrived this time, Bitterberg was resurrected in advance. At this moment, he was dragging the mini that was a little mentally retarded a while ago in the air, as if it was a threat. Don't make any noise. You come down first. Feifei was driven crazy by Bootyberg, but the attack was dodged by the clever man, so he could only raise his sword below and shout angrily. Chapter 134, Heavy Armored Man. What's going on? How is he alive? Liu didn't understand why the soul altar changed at this moment. Feifei doesn't know either. Feifei originally wanted to help his brother guard this place, and wait for Midori to catch him, but he suddenly came to life, and even captured his friends as hostages, asking Feifei to let him go. Feifei burst into tears. When he saw Liu, Butibog's brain suddenly tightened. He was very scared and had formed a habit. Come down. Liu used his thoughts to disperse Bitterberg's thoughts and forced him down. Let me out, let me escape. Bitterberg couldn't settle down, and there was an obsession in his heart, forcing him to make a bolder attempt. I have my mission. I'm going to the Colosseum, the Killing Cup, Okabuki's contract. I know. Why don't I come to help you think of a solution? Liu carried Butibog to the upper floor. The wings of the magic bat, the Sinti snail, and the tiger gecko excrement were there. And there was only one lower floor. A level monster. Why are you alive so early? On the way, Liu calculated the time and found that there were still 1 or 2 hours before the green hour, which was not the time for Butibog to wake up. I am the master of the brain spirit. The magic power of the library is for my use. This was the first time Liu heard Butibog's thoughts. Fortunately, the contract and ceremony were ready. Otherwise he might have escaped if he had been given another period of time. Almost. Liu used his mind to fix Bitterberg at the tip of the ritual circle, preventing him from moving at all. Although the soul contract of low-level monsters is not very demanding, Liu himself does not know magic. There is no way to omit the relevant steps, so it must be rigorous. After settling in, Liu stopped communicating with Bitterberg and directly launched the ritual under the influence of magic power. The Sinti snail, which was originally tightly huddled in the SHL, seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly got out and began to move towards it. The 3 tabby gecko excrements in the circle moved, and the wings of the magic bat that were originally floating in the air swayed, and suddenly lifted up the Sinti snail's dwelling, and flew up with the big snail. Bitterberg seemed to realize something was wrong, and struggled desperately to leave the tip of the magic circle, while Liu released the magic power according to the ritual record. He was also distracted and suppressed Bitterberg, unable to move, forcing him to he could only wait helplessly for the Sinti snail to eat the 3 feces. After eating 1 excrement, Butibog's body instantly became quiet. After eating 2 excrements, Butibog's head became empty. After 3 excrements, Butibog fell to the ground after a violent earthquake, and was so soft, like a ball of jelly that is melted. And Liu clearly felt a magic force tightly binding his brainstem, controlling every groove of Bitterberg's brain. From now on, you are mine. If I let you hang in the air, you are not allowed to lean on the wall. If I tell you to explode to death, you are not allowed to wither and die. Liu walked beside Butibog, quietly observing his state quietly. Without my permission, you don't even have to think about it. Do you understand? Understood. I understand. Bitterberg really had no idea. Okay. Move freely. Liu's perception of Butibog has also changed. Butibog, who died once, was originally like a small insect in the palm of his hand, crawling around. But also crawling, it does not fit within the space of the palm of your hand, but at this moment, it is similar to the self-healing bone in Bone Sword, like Liu's sensing object, and can be controlled with ease. Liu was even able to detect the composition of the soil and the changes in authority in the walls of the library through Bitterberg's perception. There was a book in Bitterberg's mind. A book torn in half. 1/3 of the book is missing pages, and the remaining 1/3 is being pulled by some force and gradually decreasing. Liu guessed that the hand that tore the page belonged to him. With the influence of this ceremony, as time went by, Liu will finally gain real control of the library, even though Bitterberg still has the title of Lord of the Brain Spirit. And there is good news for the Lord of the Brain Spirit today. That is, he will not die. Butibog still has a special mission, and there is a killing cup to win. Can you see it? My thoughts? Liu sketched a pair of armor in his mind, a skeleton's armor, and shared it with Bitterberg. I saw it. Thank you, Master. Bitterberg's address to Liu also changed. Liu conceived a skeleton for Bitterberg, like a sharp and skinny handsome man, To prepare for tonight's killing cup, Bitterberg originally had the ability to fuse dead corpses. Although Budkali and the three-headed evil dog are no longer there, it is not surprising that there are also skeletons as supplements. Besides, where is the need for explanation? The spectators in the killing cup only care about how much plasma bursts, and how much gambling money can be won in their own pockets. This skeleton created by Liu for Bitterberg replaces the template that was used to distract the chef. The main body is composed of dense binding lines and layers of self-healing bones. Integrating protection and the shock absorption is integrated into one body. Just like a floating bone safe. The outside of the safe is dotted with demon wolf fangs. And inside, rows of lava right hands and bone spurs are stacked on the mezzanine. Like an ammunition depot. There is a bone door on each of the 6 sides of the bone safe. There are 2 ways to open the bone door. One is to open a hole, and the other is to open the door. The opening is to facilitate the shooting of bone spurs or bone swords. And the opening of the door is to spray lava and release it with the right hand out of the magma. For nailing, it is basically a small floating fortress that collects all Liu's materials. Liu named it Heavily Decorated Beauty. Fortunately, the main body of Heavily Reloaded Beauty is the self-healing bone of the censor. Otherwise, you would not be able to lift such a heavy thing even if he wanted to lift it, and Beautybug's magic power is low, and he could only use Liu's strength to lift it. In fact, Liu's original intention was to give this set of heavy-dressed beauties to Huahua, Min Min and Ye, the 3 most obedient brain piercers. But now that he has complete control over Bitterberg, of course, he is a more suitable choice. In other words, Bitterberg can already be regarded as a clone of Liu, helping to complete some things that the original body cannot do, including, of course, participating in the killing cup in the Colosseum. However, there is another key factor to consider: control distance. If Liu can stay in the library while still controlling Beautybug's actions, then he has a great chance of winning tonight's killing cup. He only needs to lend the bone sword to Beautybug and stab him. Remembering the Thorn of Withering will solve the problem. But if you can't do that, you may have to sit in the audience in person and control Beautybug in real time. At this point, Liu suddenly discovered that Minto had planned everything for him. He even lifted the restrictions on close combat training in advance to facilitate his entry and exit. To dispel distracting thoughts, Liu needed to determine a few things. One was the control distance of Buddy-Borg. The other was the farthest range of the sensing object. And the third was whether Buddy-Borg could be used to launch the Withering Thorn or the Magma Fist. Class skills. The test results surprised Liu without obstructions. Bitterberg's control distance can reach about 1 kilometer. The same as that of sensors. As for the activation of Wither Thorn and Magma, Liu's authorization. Remote-controlled heavy-duty drone? Tonight, as long as Liu can sit in the front row of the auditorium, the heavily equipped handsome man will be able to exert 100% of his combat capabilities. Liu took out the stained invitation, knowing that it was the ticket that would help him and Bitterberg enter the Colosseum. But how to enter the auditorium was a problem. Liu thought for a moment, and together with Buddy-Borg searched the memories and knowledge in the library, and found the price of the audience tickets. 100 gold coins. A common currency in the continent of Chaos. Gold coins are also an asset to demons and a symbol of status. Although barter is also a basic means of transactions between demons. If you can take out gold coins, the success rate of the transaction will immediately increase, because this proves that you have the opportunity to go to the high-end areas of Demon King City for consumption. Like the Colosseum. Among pleasures, demons with real connections can also use gold coins to go outside the Demon King City and trade with humans. In short, gold can always be spent. Moreover, the killing cup will also attract some fallen humans to watch. So collecting gold coins is the simplest and most direct way. Liu looked at a deserted cave and saw through the gold coins that had never appeared in his memory. He thought, the tickets may have to be snatched again. Chapter 135, Targeted. At the junction of Blue Hour and Red Hour, the lights of Demon King City are noisy, as if they are waiting for tonight's carnival, but the moonlight on the city is still so calm, reflecting the path coldly under the swing of the strange trees in the forest, waiting for some unlucky guy. In the hazy moonlight forest, Liu and Beautybug were hiding. This was the path that Liu passed when he returned to the city from the Colosseum for the first time. At that time, there was a pallid skeleton holding a sword to his head. Going first, the treasury sent the ultimate magic stone, and then forcibly escorted him to the vegetable field. Today, things have changed. The pallid skeleton has long since died in the vegetable garden, and Liu is no longer the brain spirit that can be easily intimidated by low-level monsters. Liu didn't call out either Dandan or Yingying this time. First of all, he was afraid that if he took Dandan out, he would be spotted by some greedy guy. However, Ying was immersed in promotion studies and didn't leave the classroom at all, and couldn't call out. At this moment, Liu transformed into a shadow, huddled together with Bitterberg, each shadow and brain hidden among the trees, as if they were integrated with the blades of grass. What are we waiting for? Bitterberg asked obediently. Liu, on the basis of ensuring that Bitterberg was obedient, also gave him some autonomy. Otherwise, he would be like a puppet on strings and worry about everything. Although the two brain spirits can communicate with each other in sensing and thinking, Liu did not open his mind to his former enemy. So the master of the brain spirits could only take the initiative to ask questions, waiting for a ticket to the auditorium. Since signing the soul contract, Liu's hatred for Bitterberg has also slightly decreased, and he can explain to him calmly. The killing cup is about to begin. No matter what route the demonic spectators take, there will always be some lone people who will walk to the Colosseum, which provides some opportunities for Liu. Liu is completely broke, let alone gold coins. Even the materials had to be stolen from the Devil's Kitchen. Naturally, he couldn't afford the tickets for the auditorium. In a short period of time, he could only block the road and steal them. But Liu had no psychological burden on robbing the devil's things. So he waited for the lucky guy, or the unlucky guy, on this moonlit path lined with trees. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Liu saw 3 carriages passing by. One was pure gold, one was silver, and one seemed to be cast iron. But it vaguely exuded layers of magic, and was absolutely extraordinary. Liu didn't take action. Firstly, he didn't know the level of the monster in the car. Secondly, judging from the material of the car, the owner should be pretty strong, and did not meet Liu's definition of a lucky person. Finally, Liu saw a group of skeletons. They were not wearing armor like ordinary skeleton soldiers, but skeletons wearing gold, silver and velvet robes. Most of them were carrying wine bottles in their hands, and were already drunk. There were several armored guards accompanying them, hugging each other and making jokes. Hiccup, I heard that the person who came to fight tonight is Bitterberg, the lord of the brain spirit. A skeleton wearing a gold chain burped and said. Then let's bet Badibo. Jellu? Do you want it? But his opponent is, well, who is it? A skeleton in a velvet robe was thinking. I forgot. Anyway, he is a guy ranked 200. The third skeleton hugged his skull and raised the angle a few points. It's hard to say. Even Bitterberg. In the first 2 games, how can I win after suffering such a serious injury? It has only been a few days. Liu listened briefly and confirmed the identities of these skeletons. He drew out the bone sword and was about to show up. However, when he drew the sword, he felt a slight hesitation in the bone sword. After thinking about it, he immediately retracted it. Aren't you going to grab it? Bitterberg conveyed his thoughts to Liu. Wait a minute. Liu gave up targeting these skeletons because of the bone sword's slight hesitation. Maybe it was the will of the bone sword itself. Or maybe it was the completing effect that made Liu think more. Layer. First of all, Liu is confident to kill these skeletons. You can also grab some gold and money from them. A win-win situation, but Liu thought more about it. Skorik is the skeleton prince. Will he be acquainted with these skeletons? Look at these skeletons. They look like second-generation ancestors. Liu felt that the probability of this was not small due to his attire, coupled with the abnormal reaction of Bone Sword. He decided to give up this opportunity. If someone escapes, and if they really know Skorik, they may be able to detect the unusual relationship between Bitterberg and the skeleton, and then see through the unstable authority of the library. That would be a big loss. Liu gave up taking action, retracted the bone sword in an instant, and shrank into a shadow. The skeleton holding his own skull didn't notice, and suddenly jumped up and said, I remembered. It's the 157th ranked octopus demonic quarry. Ha. That guy is so crazy that he doesn't hesitate to fuse himself with the devil's relic. Human bastards together. Ranked 157. Liu probably had a little idea of the opponent's strength, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The demon wolf Finley was killed by him only after analyzing the demon's illustrated book. This time, Bitterberg's opponent jumped directly to the next level. When there are less than 200 people, can the heavily armored men handle it? However, Liu didn't force it. He just listened to fate and went all out. At the worst, he would let Bitterberg die for once. If anyone covets the authority of the library, he could see it done on his home court. The Sword of Patrol Paladin fought well last time, and the Slave Master Botkali last time was also pretty good. But unfortunately, Bitterberg just can't die, and he sucked them all in. Come on! The skeleton in the velvet robe touched the head of the skeleton in his arms, showing an unusual relationship. But this time it's different. After watching 2 games, we all know Bitterbird's abilities. This time we specially picked a tough guy to target him. The skeleton with a gold chain led the way and walked quickly, and couldn't wait any longer. Liu couldn't help but follow a little closer, making sure to know more about his opponent. Bitterbird can absorb dead corpses and then control them, but the octopus is the same. Even stronger. Have you seen him? I have. The gold chain skeleton danced. He is covered with suckers. It can drain the enemy's magic power, absorb the enemy's attacks, and it can also spray. The last time I saw him fighting, this guy lit up a fire and shot through a row of auditoriums. The gold chain skeleton covered his eyes and made an exaggerated expression that he couldn't bear to look at. What about his opponent? The velvet robe skeleton sobered up quickly and became interested. Of course, it will turn into ashes. The gold chain skeleton chuckled. When Corey breaks off the boat. Corey and Paladin from Buddy Borg. Corey is really good at breaking things apart. Then Buddy, what will happen if Borg is left with only a bare brain? Of course you're dead. The skeletons laughed together, knowing who would win today's killing cup. They gradually walked away, completely unaware that just now, they had a close call with death. Liu thought thoughtfully, and used a few more binding threads to sew the inside of the heavy armored man tightly, and laid some more demon wolf fangs on each layer, thinking that it should be enough to support it. Round 2, it's one thing to defeat your opponent. It's another thing entirely to do what Okabuki wants. The king of the Colosseum requires Bitterbird to win in the second round. Solely you must make judgments based on the specific situation of the battle, and the early preparations should be as safe as possible. Can I? Bitterbird's mind trembled. Obviously, he heard what the skeletons just said, and wanted to run away again. You can't escape. Pray to me. While waiting for the lucky one on the moonlight path, Liu reviewed the template of Heavy Man over and over in his mind, constantly strengthening the parts that might be torn. Joints. Targeting Octopus Corey. Just waiting like this, Liu finally waited for an innocent soul that floated to the Colosseum under the authority of the Bone Sword. The innocent soul dedicated the tickets to the auditorium, and the 8 gold coins he had saved to its owner without saying a word, and then left without looking back. Liu held 8 gold coins in his hand, thinking that he would make a bet soon to calm down the panic. When Liu accompanied Bitterbird to the contestants' tunnel of the Colosseum, he encountered a heavily guarded checkpoint. Chapter 136. Did Bitterbird change his playing style? Several armors engraved with runes were guarding the player's passage, and magic was surging around them. It seemed that if any unknown person approached, they would be killed by the armor's swords. Moreover, this kind of armor is different from the ones Liu has encountered before. It is obvious that his thinking ability and strength have been greatly improved, even surpassing the one guarding outside the vault. Beside the player tunnel, there were also scattered monsters walking back and forth intentionally or unintentionally, not knowing what they were observing. When they saw Liu and Bitterberg arriving, they were first confused and then whispered, "Is he a contestant tonight?" Brain Spirit. Judging from his previous performance, he will not be a match for the octopus demon. His injury is gone? Has he fully recovered? The magic armor is also gone. Sensing their whispers, Liu probably figured out what they were doing. There was a handicap before the start of the game, just like watching horses before a horse race. These monsters came to observe the status of the gladiators, leaving them in doubt. Liu and Bitterberg came to the armor. He who comes, stop there. As soon as they stepped into the cordon, the 2 brain spirits received a stern warning. At first, Liu thought it was because Butabog had changed his appearance and the armors didn't recognize him. But after thinking about it in Butabog's mind, he realized that they had always been like this. At this time, Bitterberg had not yet put on the heavy armored man. Like Liu, he had a bare brain, but the color was slightly lighter. The front is the contestant area. If you are a contestant, please show your invitation letter and verify your soul. If you are not a contestant, get out of here. Although the armor made a loud noise, his words were much more coherent. Liu looked behind the armor and saw a door full of inscriptions. He knew that through this door was the contestant area, and at the top of the inscription was an emblem of 2 swords facing each other, which was sharp and dazzling, marking this place. It's the Demon King's Castle Colosseum. Liu was not worried about Butabog not being able to get in since Ujibuji's invitation letter could accurately find him. It obviously proved that he could pass the soul verification. Thinking about it, Liu used his mind to take out the invitation that was stuffed in the groove of his brain, and waved it in front of the leader's armor. Please pass. The armor let the two brain spirits pass and floated to the door full of inscriptions. Don't go in yet. Before Bitterberg entered, Liu's brain jumped for no reason. What's wrong? Bitterberg's thoughts were still trembling. Liu thought about it and felt that Complete should be reminding him of something. Could this door he not be able to enter? Liu went first. And sure enough, he sensed a magic power in front of the door. It instantly flowed through his body, and then suddenly burst out with a powerful sense of rejection. I can't get in from here. Liu stepped back decisively. Let's separate here and see you on the field later. Just in case, Liu gave some instructions for the first round, and then put the heavy armored man on Bitterberg. Oh, is he really a brain spirit? Bite the devil in my ass. What are those bones? Why is it different from the previous two games? Has the style of play been changed? Go and tell the boss quickly. Hurry up. Seeing Butterbog turned into a huge bone safe. The monsters watching immediately became uneasy, and each used their own magic methods to inform the boss of the new information. Oh, it's a pity that the octopus demon Corey has already entered. I wonder what he will do when he sees this. Can it be broken open? If not, can it be shot? From the content of their discussion, it was not difficult for Liu to see that they were all cats and dogs. He didn't even know the true identity of this brain spirit, so there was no need to delay too much. He immediately went to the audience's entrance area to see if there was anyone there. What a good betting opportunity. Hey, who are you? How come I haven't seen you before? A watching beholder blocked Liu's way. The beholder is like a big-headed bug, with a head and a tail, a small mouth under the eyes, and a neck like skin hanging down at the bottom. On the ground, it rose up around the circle and surrounded Liu. The beholder's communication method is also quite special. He not only speaks with his mouth, but also uses his eyes. When Liu made eye contact with him and combined with his speech, he quickly understood what he wanted to say. 45% in parsing. I am his relative. Liu originally wanted to say follower, but Complete forced Liu to swallow his thoughts at this moment, and changed his words to relative. These demons did not know that Booty Borg, his true identity, would be revealed easily if he said he was a follower. Has his injuries healed? So what if the injury is healed? Will he be the opponent ranked 157? Liu sent a message to the beholder. Humph. No demon thought that Brain Spirit would win in the previous two games. The beholder glanced at Liu thoughtfully, but did not share the news of Brain Spirit's recovery with other monsters. I heard that the Octopus Demon Core has the ability to restrain the Brain Spirit. Do you know what it is? Since the beholder has been observing for so long, Liu has reason to believe that he has some information that he does not know. So he inquires on the spot. Information? Can I tell you this casually? Do you want to play with both hands? The beholder looked Liu up and down, but couldn't see where money could be hidden in this brain. Malicious plus 43. Liu secretly sighed that the Demon King City was really a place where the weak and the strong preyed on each other. How could a brain spirit want to eat it all after just asking a few more questions? Analysis completed. Demon Manual No. 307 Beholder. Where do I have any money? Liu shook his body, sweating only a little bit, then twisted around the beholder's neck and quickly floated to the entrance area. It's just that Liu didn't seem too cautious when he turned around. The 8 gold coins reflected the moonlight and dazzled the beholder. Huh? Do you have gold coins? The beholder's eyesight was very good, and of course he noticed Liu's brain groove. He hurriedly tapped his neck and quickly followed the brain spirit in front of him. After chasing and escaping, the beholder chased brain spirit into a pile of debris. The skeleton is of course Liu in order to make it easier to move in the audience. Liu made slight adjustments to the sharp-skinned beauty, changing his body shape and face, and hiding Skalric's features. At the moment, he looks just a more sinister skeleton. When the beholder was entangled, Liu completed the analysis of the Devil's Illustrated book and knew that this kind of monster would store valuable belongings in the fleshy pouch under its eyes. And its weak point, of course, is the pupil. Of course, there is no reason not to accept money if it comes to your door, and sneak attacks are always Liu's strength, especially for low-level monsters like the beholder, which can be easily dealt with. Of course, powerful beholders will develop various abilities with their eyes, such as see-through, petrified light, and other effects of light. Fortunately, the current beholder was weak enough and did not even have the most basic perspective in the skill bar, so it was successfully attacked by Liu. Found it. Liu opened the flesh sack and dug out a few silver coins, a few copper coins, a gambling ticket, and some bundles of debris like blood vessels. It was also because the beholder was too weak and didn't find anything good. Liu put away the coins and inserted them into the cracks between his bones. Then looked at the debris and found nothing of interest. And finally picked up the gambling ticket. Octopus Demon Quarry. Kill the brain spirit in the first round. Li finished reading the information on the gambling ticket. Flicked it twice with his fingertips. And gently tore it open. TSK. It's all in vain. Liu put away the coins and prepared to bet on it himself. The main game of the Killing Cup is still some time away. And Butebog will not be in danger as long as he enters that door. Because Ojibji needs he's done with this show. So don't worry. The audience was very lively, with brokers and casino registrars gathered in small groups to discuss the winner of today's Killing Cup. Among the monsters, Liu sensed a huge fly covered in human skin, and instantly determined that it was the official registrar of Okabuki, and walked towards that place. The coins in the bones jingled, and he walked arrogantly. But at this moment, a big pig at the entrance to the upper passage sniffed, as if he smelled something. Chapter 137. You look delicious. There were many kinds of monsters in the audience. Of course, Liu would not let go of this great opportunity to increase the number of demon illustrations. He slowly wandered among them, starting with the weakest ones and analyzing them quickly. Analysis completed. Included no. 308 Winged Demon. Analysis completed. Included no. 309 Fly Demon. Collection number 105, Harpy. Number 112, Evil Horn Beast. Number 114, Yiren. After the beholder, Liu included winged demons, fly demons, harpies, evil horn beasts, leaf people, and other monsters. He also knew that the original little demon, who told him to must fall in the first round, was the type of winged demon is currently flying around the field with a pair of magic bat wings, fearing that he will miss a little bit of information and bet on the wrong thing, ruining his entire fortune. Winged demons are among the most common little demons. They like to play pranks, and are sometimes even killed by ordinary human children. No wonder they care so much about their property. The fly demon is that giant fly covered in human skin. The demon manual records that it is a demon that was born from the body of Okabuki, has independent consciousness, and has undergone mutations. The one in front of him has also become the official registrar of the Killing Cup, who receives bets is the core of the audience. Dozens of little monsters are crowding around, handing materials and coins to it, begging its fly hands to rub out a few gambling tickets and return them. The remaining harpies, evil horns and leaf people all come from the Forbidden Forest, which is the territory controlled by the demon wolf warrior Finley, the demon wolf Findies, and the demon wolf king Finteously. You guessed that when the demonic expeditionary force is not on the march, it is difficult for these monsters in the Forbidden Forest to find entertainment, so they do not miss the excitement of the Colosseum. On the other hand, the evil horned beast is covered in indigo, and its huge horns release electricity. When it runs around, it will always electrocute some weak monsters, making the scene even more chaotic. Liu had to work hard to avoid the horned beast when walking between the fields, for fear of being electrocuted and causing his brain to twitch and fall to the ground. After all, the body is only a fragile brain spirit. The self-healing bones can block the flames, but they may not block them, can handle the current. In this way, Liu went back and forth several times, and he probably got a clear understanding of the monster's views on this battle. Taken together, Okabuchi's public opinion was well established. Almost 100% of the audience believed that Octopus Magic Quarry would win, and the reasons were all strange. Have you seen the turtle in the Forbidden Forest? I have seen it, and even eaten it. The hobbit's voice is very noisy, and the sound wave itself is one of its attack methods. I have watched the previous two games carefully. I also remembered it in my mind. Your brain is so small that it's not as big as my fingernails. What can you remember? The winged demon stretched out the shortest and thinnest of its 3 fingers and mocked. Shut up. The hobbit's voice rose, and the winged demon fainted. That brain spirit is like a turtle. As long as its SHL is peeled off, what's left is delicious and tender meat. And who is the octopus? It's a demonized human being. It's a human being who has absorbed the demon's relics. The hobbit's voice rose a few decibels, and Liu felt dizzy and hurriedly stood further away. How can a human be helpless against a pond turtle? He will definitely be able to peel off its SHL and eat its meat, so the loser will definitely be the brain spirit. The sharp claws of the hobbit carved several deep lines on the ground. The deep traces seemed to be confirming the correctness of his bet. I don't know what the taste of brain spirit is. I can go into the library and have a taste sometime. I don't understand. I only know that the octopus demonic form is ranked 157th. And brain spirit is just a telepathic jelly. Even if it is mutated, it is still jelly. Yiren is in human form, but covered with vines. While spitting out the leaves, he said, I don't dare to buy as much as you. So just buy the octopus magic shape to win. Yiren scratched all the spat out leaves onto his twig-like palms. The electric current passed through the evil horned beast was passed to the fly demon among the monsters. The fly demon made a buzz sound, took out a gambling ticket, and stuffed it back into Yiren's branches. Liu had almost heard it, and took advantage of the moment when the habit suddenly caught up on his sleep. He took action decisively and handed all his assets to the fly demon, brain spirit. When the second round. Oh! The reaction of the fly demon was not very obvious. But the hobbit, the evil horn and the leaf man next to him all looked at Liu. And even the winged demon, who had fainted on the ground, woke up with a fright. Although the fly demon's hundreds of compound eyes were each staring at dozens of demons, who were handing over money to place bets, he still couldn't help but look at the skeleton dozens more times, silently memorizing its appearance. If you don't need the money, you can give it to me. The habit suddenly flew above Liu and the fly demon. Don't waste it. The hobbit hadn't finished speaking yet. Liu never expected that it would be so difficult to even place a bet in the auditorium on the ground floor. His eyes darkened and his right hand turned into lava. Don't do it. Anyone who does it will die. Although the fly demon was not very willing to accept the bet, he still took Liu's coin and began to rub his hands together. Habib laughed evilly and watched Liu take back the lava in his hand. It was only then that Liu learned that there were such rules in the auditorium. Didn't they riot when he fought Fendi's? Why didn't he see any monsters die at that time? Maybe the scene was too chaotic. Or maybe the city lord took action himself. None of this mattered. Liu felt that it was more convenient for him not to be allowed to do anything in the audience. So he asked a more concerned question, what are the odds? It depends on how you bet. The fly demon's compound eyes rolled around. If you win the second round of the game, you will lose 1 for 1. If you bet on the way, the loser will die. I can give you a mention. I'll pay you 2. 1 for 1. Liu was shocked, although Liu had never bet on anything in his previous life. He also knew that almost all monsters were optimistic about Octopus' demonic form Cory. So he should make a lot of money by betting against him, plus betting on the first place in the second round. The probability is so small. And the odds are 1 for 1? What kind of handicap is this? How does the loser die? Liu did not expect such a project. Buzz, death by explosion. Death by withering. Death by loss of control. Death by bleeding. You can buzz. Liu saw the fly demon's compound eyes turning around, and suspected that this was a new rule it had added in order to swallow up his little bet. Book. It really is never playing fair games. No. Let's just pay 1 to 1. Liu really couldn't predict how the octopus would die, and he wasn't even sure if he could win. Although he was doing a no-cost business, he also hoped to guarantee a profit. Buzz. The fly demon took out a gambling ticket and handed it to Liu. Liu checked it and found that there was nothing mysterious about the gambling ticket. The devil's common language stated the content and date of Liu's bet. It can be redeemed. After placing bets on the official channel, Liu ignored the heated discussions among the hobbit, the winged demon, the evil horn and the leaf man, and officially entered the auditorium. Quietly waiting for Booty Bog to take the stage, Liu picked to the recent position in the Colosseum makes it easier to analyze Octopus Cory and control the battle situation. Liu discovered during his debut that his thoughts could be extended freely in the Colosseum, and he could even see the black mist where the throne was. Then reverse perception should also be possible, and would not be blocked by some kind of magic circle. Otherwise, Bitterberg will have to rely on the heavy armored man and himself. After observing for a moment in the audience, Liu also saw a cloud of black mist just like he did during the first show. But he was not sure what high-ranking people were in it. The city lord will arrive in the finals. So who is sitting on it now? Okabuki? Liu tried hard to explore the conditions of the wasteland in the Colosseum, looking for any terrain advantages that could be exploited. He did not notice that the low-level monsters in the audience behind him suddenly moved out of the way to both sides. And a big pig was slowly walking. Come! Hey! You look delicious. Chapter 138 Sudden Malice. Liu sensed a familiar scent and resisted the urge to turn around, thinking about what went wrong and why he provoked the head chef of the demon kitchen. At that time, Liu was walking so fast in the corridor of confusion that he didn't know what happened to the 2 skeletons left behind. But now, he sensed the remaining bones in the chef's body and instantly figured out the whole story. This guy ate the self-healing bone like the minis? You thought it tasted delicious. And then you followed the taste and found yourself? Li Yu's guess was close to 10. And his brain was running rapidly, looking for a way to break the situation. Fortunately, the fly demon said that no action was allowed in the audience. Otherwise the pig would eat him directly. Wait, this rule is valid for a high-ranking devil like the chef? Li Yu is very doubtful. Fortunately, there is a Devil's Illustrated book. And fortunately, Brother Pi is included in the classroom. Brother Pi is also a complete pig body, and is of the same genus as the chef, which greatly speeds up Li Yu's analysis of the chef. After a moment of silence, Li Yu completed his analysis. He first looked at the state of the demon chef, and then listened to his heart. Current object, status, hungry / excited. This is the right taste, the taste of new life, the most beautiful taste, excellent ingredients. Well, the demon chef also condescended to come to the lower auditorium to watch the killing cup. Li Yu began to delay, hoping to get more information from the chef's thoughts, and more options besides battle. Although Li Yu knew that the demon chef's weakness was in his stomach, the bone sword was currently inside the heavy armored man, waiting to show its fangs at the octopus demonic form Cory, without the witherthorn. Li Yu lacked enough. A method that can effectively cause damage to the chef. You can't expect the chef to bleed to death, right? Li Yu even suspected that the chef's blood was devil's soup, which could be regarded as a chaotic dish. I smell your scent. Did you kill 2 of my men and steal the side dishes from the kitchen? The head chef expressed murderous intent. Malicious plus 744. With this big pig standing behind Li Yu, the weak monsters nearby did not dare to approach at all. And they did not dare to imagine the identity of the skeleton next to the railing. Dare you turn your back to the demon chef? Do you think he is unpalatable? Demon chef is not picky about his food. Eat it, the game hasn't started yet, eat it. Will Ajibuki be disgusted not to eat it? Just eat it, the banquet in the Colosseum needs food from the devil's kitchen. He don't dare to do anything to me. But no demon wants to be caught by Okabuki. It will be very troublesome if he eats it now. The head chef was torn between eating and not eating for a moment. In the end, it seemed that his awe for the king of the Colosseum took over, and he hesitated to act. However, the devil chef's action prediction success rate is only 33.788%. Li Yu dared to bet all his fortune on Bitterberg. But he didn't dare to bet here, because this time it's really all the money. Therefore, the next line of dialogue is very important, and we must avoid the ending of a war here through the malicious judgment given to the chef. This big pig should not have reached the point where he must die now. Your child is doing well in the library, Li Yu said softly. Although he never deliberately remembered the appearance of a pig, Li Yu searched for a moment in his memories and still felt that the big pig behind him had some similarities with the little pig in the classroom. He directly called Brother Pi the chef's child. After all, Brother Pi is also the son of the devil, and he is in a close combat training. You can't go wrong by calling him a child, and then telling him about his state. Maybe it will interest the head chef. Huh? Are you talking about my son? De Vu was stunned. His murderous intent obviously weakened. Right, Brother Pig. Li Yu won the bet and let out a sigh of relief. Then he could talk about the topic he wanted to talk about. It was the last batch to die in the Blood River simulation battle. Li Yu only picked up part of the facts and thought that fortunately Brother Pi was better behaved than Bosch and never provoked himself or many. Otherwise, if he was killed, the pig daddy might be forgiven. The ground went crazy. Are you also a son of the devil? Or the attendant coaxed you? The information Li Yu gave was beyond the chef's understanding. Isn't the closed combat training completely closed? Why are there skeletons outside? Skorik, Prince of Skeletons, son of the demon of the skeleton clan, nice to meet you, Li Yu said, shaking his body as if unintentionally, and revealed the magic emblem representing the identity of the son of the demon. After all, I dare not say that I am the master of the bone sword because I really don't have that thing with me at the moment. Minchuo agreed that I can come and go freely during the closed combat training period. Li Yu deliberately said it lightly. It was at this time that he turned around and looked directly at the chef. Sure enough, hearing Li Yu mention the name of the Demon King's mentor so lightly, the chef's heart also felt a little stirred. This skeleton is Minto's beloved disciple? How did he do it? Where is my Brother Pi? No wonder it's so delicious. The demon chef drooled in response to Li Yu. Oh, I'm sorry for being rude. The head chef wiped away his saliva, but he still couldn't help looking up and down Li Yu's body. Like an evil ghost staring at a plump lamb. Here are the lamb legs. Here are the lamb chops. Your hands are the hands of a pure-blood demon? Your teeth are wolf fangs, your bones. The demon chef knew every part of Li Yu's body like a treasure. Except for the unknown only self-healing. Of bones. They are all donated to me by my kind-hearted classmates. Li Yu didn't want to delve into this topic. Brother Pai is also very good and well-behaved. Brother Pai is in there. How are you doing with the food? Have you finished all the things I brought for him? When Jutu heard this, he showed a concerned look, which made Li Yu feel uncomfortable for a while. Li Yu really didn't pay attention to this matter after all. Brother Pai didn't like to go to class very much. He stayed in his room most of the time and rarely interacted with other demon children. However, he thought that the chef should know his son better. So Li Yu pretended to be worried and told the chef about Pai Ji's true state, and expressed concern. He only focuses on studying promotion studies and does not take other courses. How to participate? Coaxing. It's my son. Coaxing. This won't work. The chef's attention was successfully diverted by Li Yu. I have to prepare more food for him. This killing cup is over. Can you help me send some food in? The head chef begged Li Yu. Brother Pai is a coward and can't get away from you sons of devils. So I don't dare to arrange for the kitchen to send it to the library. Very good food. Well, that's okay. Li Yu finally stopped being so frightened. If the demon chef has his own needs, he won't do anything to him outside, right? It's because you don't eat well. So you want to steal my side dishes, right? The head chef abruptly brought the topic back to this point. What do you think we should do about this matter? But this bone is really delicious. Even if paired with the hands of a pure-blooded devil, it will have a bit of a coaxing taste. Do you want to eat it? Do you want to eat it? Do you want to coax? Do you want to coax? Malicious plus 1444. It was difficult for Li Yu to understand the chef's sudden evil thoughts. Thinking that the 33.788% prediction success rate was really not enough. Yes. Li Yu had an idea. What do you think, can you? Chapter 139 Refund. Give me back my brain. You mean a deal? The chef narrowed his eyes. Yes. Deal. Li Yu turned his palm up, and a self-healing bone appeared in his palm, which was a thigh bone. Since the chef thinks that self-healing bones are delicious, why not trade them instead of fighting with him? Anyway, the self-healing bones were obtained with malicious intent. Li Yu only needs to turn over the abominable card and walk around the Demon King's city to receive a lot of them, which is considered a stable output. If we can establish a stable exchange channel with the Devil's Kitchen, it should at least save a lot of materials, and perhaps improve the food for the monsters in the library. Yes, Li Yu's way of thinking has been evolving to be in charge of the family, and he is preparing to build the library into his own fortress. How is it? Li Yu clenched the thigh bone in his palm and threw it to the chef. Like throwing a bone to a puppy. Li Yu lost a thigh bone, then a rib, and then a neck bone. The chef couldn't help but swallow them one by one, his mouth watering. The hobbit and other monsters nearby saw it, and were immediately shocked. Had they captured the chef's stomach? Only with bones? Want to try it? The harpies, the winged demons, the leaf men, and the dire horns all thought so. Look at these. Are they enough to compensate for your side dishes? Li Yu lost 7 or 8 bones, and the head chef accepted them all. I think Devil's Kitchen can provide an exclusive supply for close combat training. Channel. Both directions? The chef said, tearing off one of his own pig's feet and making it into a large gold-oiled pig's foot, attracting the surrounding monsters to smell the fragrance. But the chef chewed his food very much, as if he was only going to enjoy it for himself. This is a new dish? Of course, Li Yu also noticed something different about the pig's feet. The fresh fragrance was so prominent in the auditorium where low-level monsters gathered. Even Li Yu, who had no appetite for words, can't help but be ready to make a move. Want to try it? Welcome to the Devil's Kitchen. But next time I hope you will go to the front door to coax you. The devil chef nodded to Li Yu. And by the way, he also advertised the pig's head chewing the pig's feet. The picture was deeply imprinted in Li Yu's mind. Big pig's feet with golden oil. The self-healing effect lasts for 5 minutes. The shelf life is half a month. The chef's heart revealed the function of this chaotic dish, and Li Yu gained a better understanding of the role of the demon chef. The demon chef is equivalent to a food-making machine. As long as it is given raw materials, it can produce dishes with various effects. It has a significant role in both healing and combat assistance. When the library is on the right track in the future, you can hire someone nearby. Brother Pai? These can all be arranged slowly. After all, you must first pass the killing cup before arranging subsequent development plans. The deal is established. Liu extended his palm to the chef, with his palm facing the pig's head. The pig head also raised its palms, with the palms facing outward, making a gesture in the common language of devils, which represented a verbal agreement without malicious intent. Then, I will come to you after the killing cup to coax you. The head chef had a large package to deliver to Brother Pai, so he stopped wasting time in the audience and went back to arrange the packages. When the monsters nearby saw this scene, they immediately gave up the idea of cleaning Liu's bones and eating them. This was the guy who could reach an agreement with the demon chef. Are you looking for death and messing with him? Liu just glanced at the harpies coldly, and then forced the low-level monsters to move out of a small circle for Liu, so that he could concentrate on checking the situation in the Colosseum. This wave of leverage was very successful, and even established a two-way connection with Devil's Kitchen. Liu was very satisfied. He leaned on the railing of the auditorium, and suddenly felt that he was different. However, the truth about the Demon King's castle soon caught up with him, when the low-level monsters quickly forgot everything they had just seen. When they huddled together noisily and discussed the winner of this game, everything seemed to have not changed. Fortunately, every time the low-level monsters looked at Liu's bones, they would recall everything that had just happened, and they did not contribute any malice. Therefore, Liu was happy and peaceful, and could concentrate on waiting for Bitterberg and Octopus demonic form Corey. As appearance, the low-level monsters were still discussing the same thing. On the wasteland in the middle of the Colosseum, a group of skeleton soldiers were performing a dance as a warm-up activity before the war. They were all quite happy dancing, but it didn't arouse much interest from the audience. It wasn't until the skeletons had a dispute over a certain dance step that they started fighting and staged a team battle in advance. Only then did the audience in the auditorium become a little more enthusiastic and started to scream along with the skeletons' chopping rhythm. Stand up. At this moment, Okabuki finally appeared on stage. The bag devil jumped down from the black mist in the upper audience area, and a swarm of flies erupted to drive away the skeleton dance team, and then shouted to the audience, "Oh, my dear guests, the third game of the Killing Cup is about to begin." Ajibuji was still dancing like when they first met. This Killing Cup Brain and Soul Special is finally halfway through again. There will be 3 games on the night of the full moon. The new city lord will witness the heroic appearance of the Brain Spirit and crown the Brain Spirit. Of course, if Brain Spirit can survive. Ha ha ha. Ajibuji's bag hand was raised high, and the audience cheered. Brain Spirit's opponent, as everyone knows, the popular gladiator in the Colosseum, the 157th ranked Octopus Demonic Corey. Let us welcome him with warm curses. Ajibuki raising his hand. The iron door on the east side opened, and Liu concentrated his attention. Go to HL. You bastard, you are dead, but not today. Ha ha ha. Most of the monsters in the audience bought Corey, and of course, they did not want him to die today. Liu sensed it from a distance, and an octopus swam out. Only the upper part of the chest still looked like a human. There were 8 additional tentacles under the 2 arms, and half of its body was submerged in the ground. It seemed that the soil seemed to be different to him. The water is no different. It does not hinder his movements at all, but instead becomes an aid when he moves. In addition to the tentacles, Corey's mouthparts are densely covered with 2 rows of fangs, and his body is covered with suckers. His 2 arms are powerful and raised high, as if to accept the curses from the audience. Parsing, 7%. Judging from the analysis speed, Liu believes that the strength of Octopus Demon Corey is very good, much stronger than the half-injured pure blood Demon Bosch, at least at the level of a high-level monster. However, the battle between demons never only depends on the level. Liu believes that as long as the strategy is appropriate and targeted, it is entirely possible to kill low-level monsters, and at present, it seems that the situation of Octopus Demonic Corey is different from what he knew in advance. More or less, it should be an attack method with the core of disarming the opponent to kill by force, plus absorbing the opponent's attack to counterkill, as long as he doesn't absorb the magma and then fight back. Bitterberg should have a chance. It mainly depends on the skin strength of Corey's octopus body. Octopus Corey, half sunken in the wasteland, quickly walked around the field to pay his respects. Okabuki patted him on the shoulder, and then introduced today's protagonist. His challenger is our Brain Spirit. This Brain Spirit once found the rhythm of the battle after defeating the slave master Bakali, and cleanly broke through the Wandering Sword. In the second game, Paladin's defense has fused his body as expected. What kind of surprise will he bring us this time? Okabuki summarized the previous battle situation in one sentence, which aroused the enthusiasm of the audience. TCH, you're tricking people into buying Brain Spirit. Everyone knows that Brain Spirit is weak this time. After the last battle, it was carried out, and thrown into the forest. It can't even float. The hobbit made a noise. The voice sounded next to him again. And he said to the winged demon, Leaf Man and the evil horned beast who bought the octopus demonic form together. One of my companions picked up the magic armor of the Sword of Patrol. It's not fully absorbed. Liu listened carefully and complained that Beelzebub's last battle was indeed tragic. But the number of magic armor should only be enough to cover his body. Because when he killed him, the magic armors did cause a lot of obstacles. The monsters in this group were discussing in a small area, and Ajibuki and the other group quickly released Bitterberg. Without further ado, let us welcome the protagonist of this killing cup, the brain spirit of the library, on the stage. The iron door on the west side of the Colosseum opened with a bang. And Bitterberg came on stage again. A white bone safe that was 3 times the size of Corey slowly floated into the arena. The sharp wolf teeth densely packed on the surface opened and clawed fiercely under the light of the torch. Extremely. The already boiling audience suddenly calmed down. What's this magic cocoon about? Get your money back. No more playing. The Hobbit shouted first. Give me back my brain. Chapter 140. Dismantling the bones. Give me back my brain. Give me back my brain. The audience booed. Ha ha, it seems that Brain Spirit has really found the rhythm of the battle, and is fully prepared. Ajibuji's face showed a hint of embarrassment. But I, the king of the Colosseum, guarantee it with the magic grid. He is the Brain Spirit. The Brain Spirit wearing armor. Well, at least he passed the soul test. Ajibuji muttered the last part of the sentence. Give me my Brain Spirit. Give me my Brain Spirit. Refund my money. Refund my money. The audience was still cheering. Shut up, although Ajibuji is used to big scenes. He was a little annoyed by being booed, although there were gladiators who had mutations before going on stage in the past. Most of them were limited to monster level at this stage. It is difficult for a demon-level Brain Spirit master like Beelzebub to have this happen. So Ajibuji also has great doubts. But even so, the killing cup will start as usual. As long as Bitterberg passes the magic of testing the soul, Ajibuki will not be able to stop the battle. I, the king of the Colosseum, said he is the Brain Spirit. And he is nailing. If you are not convinced, come down and find me. Ajibuji's voice was still as loud as when he first met. Liu watched quietly as the audience returned to calm under the control of the fly demon. He wished they could make trouble for a while longer so that they could successfully complete the attack on the octopus demon before the war started. Parse. Parsing, 19%. Bitterberg didn't say a word during the whole process. Just floating quietly. And Liu had already sent a message to him, telling him not to use the lava right hand in the mezzanine of the bone cabinet. Not yet. Okay. Is there any more bullshit? Ajibuji was full of murderous intent. After going around the ring for a while, seeing that there were really no more boos, he turned back to the middle of the 2 contestants. Hey boo. What did you do? What did you absorb? Ajibuki said to Bitterberg, with a hint of prying. But he didn't know that if Liu hadn't been controlling Bitterberg's body tightly, the Brain Master would have committed suicide in the wasteland in the middle of the Colosseum. Who is kidding? Who wants to be eaten by the octopus demon? Don't answer me? Then I'll ask you after you finish this fight. Ajibuji glanced at the bone cabinet and felt that the timing of this change was too coincidental. But when Corey next to him heard this question and answer, he twirled the fangs in his mouth twice. We'll ask after this fight. The prerequisite is that his life is still with him. Oh! Oh! Of course. Ajibuji patted Corey's shoulder again. I almost forgot. You are the devil who can suck the most. Right? Ha ha ha, this is the opponent I carefully selected for you. You want to have a good fight. I don't know which player Ajibuji was talking about, but he laughed a lot when he said it. The sound dispersed a group of flies, and 2 of them circled twice on Corey's right shoulder, exactly where the gambling demon had just photographed him. I am the gambling demon Ajibuki, and I never play fair games. Liu listened to Ajibuji humming softly, thoughtfully, wondering what the mystery was in the right shoulder of the octopus demonic shape. Was it a curse cast by the gambling demon? Or was it reminding him to hit here? But no matter what Ajibuji's intentions were, Liu knew that there would be no answer before the second round, and the gambling devil would not allow Beelzebub to win in the first round. After saying this, Ajibuji flattened himself and then bounced back to the upper seat in the black mist. The game begins, Okabuki announced, and the audience was excited again. Bitterberg received Liu's complete instructions immediately and retreated with the bone cabinet. Liu's instructions were simple. Just defend and not attack, and survive the first round. Parsing, 26%. Or live until the moment parsing is complete. After Liu passed on this thought, he felt inexplicably similar to the situation when he made his debut. It's just that this time I'm worrying about the people on the outside. If Butterbug dies in this game, Ajibuki will definitely come to the door. No matter what the result is, there will be more high-level demons coveting Tibetan. With the authority of the library, Liu will no longer have a chance to breathe. Must win. As soon as Bitterbird retreated, the octopus demonic form attacked immediately. Half of his body sank under the wasteland, and the distance between the two demons quickly shortened. They couldn't compete in terms of speed. It was Bitterberg who was on the field, not Liu. The movement of the bone cabinet was very difficult for Bitterberg, and in a flash of thought, the tentacles of the octopus demonic shape extended out from the ground, holding the bone cabinet tightly. Crack! There were signs of cracking in the key parts of the bone cabinet. Fortunately, the binding wire was wrapped around it, so it didn't collapse at the first touch. Liu also had a new understanding of the power of the octopus demonic form. Just this. Even Bitterberg in his heyday couldn't bear it. Right? Can the magic armor be ripped off with just one pull? The tentacle was pierced by the fang of the demon wolf while pulling the bone cabinet, and the mucus and juice spilled into the wasteland, leaving a patch of ground. Bleeding works. Liu silently remembered it in his heart. Parsing, 47%. Corey, who was in a bleeding state, further accelerated his analysis speed. Bump him and let him suck him. Liu knew that the speed could not match the octopus demonic form, so it was better to aggravate his bleeding state. So he ordered Bitterberg. Bitterberg couldn't resist and slammed into Corey with all his strength. And this may be Liu's first mistake. Bitterberg, who crashed into Corey, was quickly caught by the tentacles, and the binding of the tentacles was changed in a different way, secreting a large amount of mucus, increasing the stickiness, and the squirming was reduced, and the bone cabinet was able to be held without any damage. At the same time, Corey forcibly closed the tentacle wound that had already entered a bleeding state, simply wrapped the bone cabinet with mucus, and started tearing it apart. Parsing, 51%. The analysis speed slowed down, and the bone cabinet creaked, as if it was overwhelmed. Bone spur. Liu couldn't wait to use the Witherthorn now, to strike Corey's right shoulder with a sword. Unfortunately, Ujibuji's agreement was still there. He couldn't get rid of the opponent in the first round, so he had to change it. The number of bone spurs in the first level is replenished. Moreover, Liu was not sure that the Thorn of Withering could hit. The bone seams of the bone cabinet opened, and dozens of bone spurs poked out from the gaps, penetrating through the layers of mucus, and pushing towards Corey's body. Corey was quite cautious, fearing that the bone spurs would also have a bleeding effect and immediately let the mucus out. It becomes thick and orderly, forcing the bone spurs to rush to the center of the suction cup. When the bone spur reaches the suction cup, it disappears as if it has penetrated into another world and is completely absorbed. Immediately afterwards, Corey let go of a tentacle, and a burst of whiteness rushed to that place in his body, and a burst of white light exploded. Liu felt that in just one breath. The bone completed the transfer from the suction cup and turned into a thicker bone spur, piercing back towards the bone cabinet where Bitterberg was. TSK. The bone spur penetrated the outer layer of the bone cabinet, penetrated directly into the bone cabinet, and scratched Bitterberg's scalp. Several clusters of binding had been cut, and the ossuary was beginning to crumble. Parsing, 63%. Humph, a few tattered bones picked up from nowhere. Do you want to hide in them? Even Corey's voice was so sticky. Ha ha ha. Tan turtle. Tan turtle. The hobbit's cry was so harsh, as excited as all the low-level monsters around Liu. Open it! Open it! Oh, has the first floor been breached like this? Although Liu felt a little regretful, he was not desperate yet. This time at least he tried some of Corey's methods and decided that he could no longer attack blindly. It seems that any substance absorbed into his suction cup will be converted into his energy? What kind of demonic relic is this? Disintegrate, then quickly retreat and walk farther away. Liu sent a message to Bitterberg. Boss, how many layers did you wrap in total? Bitterberg freed the first layer of the bone cabinet, but he was still worried. Well, let me see. Liu comforted Bitterberg while checking the template of Heavy Armored Man. There are 7 levels in total. Don't worry. The first floor of the bone cabinet crackled open, and Bitterberg took the opportunity to escape. Oh, want to escape? After the bone cabinet collapsed, all of them were sucked into the sucker by Octopus Demon Corey, and the 4 shots flashed white again. At the same time, the other 4 tentacles stretched out from under the wasteland, blooming with earthy yellow light. Can even wasteland be transformed into cannonballs? Liu had a headache. Parsing, 67%. Chapter 141, Nailed Hand. Seeing the 4 tentacles that had absorbed the self-healing bones blooming with white light, and about to launch bone spurs, Liu suddenly discovered a fighter opportunity. What is the self-healing bone? It is one's own sensor. The stab just now was caught off guard, and Liu had no time to react before he was attacked by Corey. Well, this time, I can give him a surprise. White light bloomed, and 4 huge bone spurs with a diameter as thick as a suction cup shot out, but paused in the air for an instant. At the same time, the bone cabinet where Bitterberg was located also suddenly sank, falling to the ground. The reason for the whereabouts of the bone cabinet was that Liu was too far away from the battlefield and had to relax his control over the bone cabinet when controlling the bone spurs, causing Bitterberg to crash. As the bone spurs froze in the air, Octopus Demonic Corey was also stunned. He couldn't understand how this anti-cognitive thing happened. Why is this different from before? Buddy Berg's thoughts are powerful. To this extent? Yes, that must be the case. That's why the bone cabinet fell. In a flash of thought, Corey reflected the bone spurs in the air, avoided the suction cup, and inserted his 4 tentacles accurately, nailing it firmly to the wasteland. Heartbreaking pain hit, and the tentacles and arms of the octopus demonic form were entangled in an instant, like an aquatic product that was suddenly attacked by a knife on the chopping board. At the same time, the other 4 tentacles shot out earth and rocks like a soil tiller, covering the direction of Beautybug, spreading in patches. The accuracy is not high, the thunder is loud, and the raindrops are small, and the bone cabinet cannot be broken. Liu gave this evaluation and concentrated on analyzing it. Analysis in progress. 77%. The tentacles were stabbed, and the collection speed of the Devil's Manual increased again. Fortunately, the bone cabinet avoided most of the flying earth and rocks when it fell, and those that were lucky enough to hit made a crackling sound, leaving many cracks on the second floor of the bone cabinet, and even some penetrations. The second layer of defense is embedded in the third layer. The battle suddenly became fierce, and everyone in the audience burst into cheers. They were happy when they saw blood, even though it was just the transparent blood of the octopus demonic form, and the scene of the 4 bone spikes nailing the octopus was inexplicably cruel, which always made the devil they think of more bloody scenes. Unable to break away from the 4 bone spurs in a short period of time, Corey seemed to be afraid that Bitterberg would take advantage of the opportunity to pursue him. His whole body suddenly expanded, and then his lower body relaxed, releasing a large amount of ink. The ink seems to be extremely corrosive, and in just a few breaths it pollutes the already barren ground with purple-black marks, as if there are sores within the area of the sore ground. The weeds wither, and the gravel turns to dust. And Liu also felt a pain in his mind, and realized that the progress of analyzing the octopus demonic shape was interrupted. Liu suddenly remembered that when he ambushed Bitterberg, and the surrounding bones turned to ashes, his thoughts seemed to be blocked by something. Both his perception and control were declining rapidly at that time. He thought about Corey's ink at this moment. It should have the same effect, even more covering and destructive. The distance was too far, and Liu could only feel that the 4 bone spurs nailing Corey quickly became fragile. The power of self-healing could not withstand the strong corrosion, and it quickly rotted into a pile of bone. The bones overflowed, and octopus demonic Corey naturally escaped. However, Liu could not find where he was for a while, so he had to expand his mind to the entire area covered by ink, hoping to relock it as soon as possible. At the same time, Liu also issued the second phase of instructions to Bitterberg. You run away from me. Once the brain spirit pituitary gland became popular, Liu could even see the battlefield from a different perspective through Bitterberg's perception, and see the key details of the battle. From the beginning to the end, Liu's posture has not changed, just leaning on the railing leisurely, but he is more anxious than anyone else. In his heart the gravel is like a horizontal rainstorm, pouring out of the ink all the time. But Bitterberg and Liu worked together to barely stabilize the ossuary. The third layer of self-healing bones was also beaten to pieces, and soon it was the turn of the 4th layer. If this continues, the 7-layer self-healing bone will not be enough to fight. Based on Liu's debut experience, the first round should be over in half an hour. It should be that Corey was also frightened by the strange state of the bone that had just healed itself, and adopted a more conservative strategy for a while. But if there are no other actions, it would be easier to deal with, because with the weakening of the bone cabinet, the burden of operating the bone cabinet will also be reduced, and you will gradually be able to perform some small-scale quick avoidance. As a result, the wasteland of the Colosseum was divided into 2 areas. The central area was still shrouded in thick ink, and even Liu's mental power could not detect the situation inside. Gravel continued to tilt out of the mass of ink, stimulating shoot the ossuary that is retreating towards the edge of the Colosseum. During the shooting, scattered bones, red palms, and black lines continued to be cut and shot down in the bone cabinet. Like a thick line of blood drawn on the wasteland, only there was only a small amount of blood in it. And in the right hand of the lava what's left is a mess. Bits and pieces. Kill! Kill brain spirit. The audience became nervous again, because they could see the bone cabinet that was gradually disintegrating. And they could also see brain spirit desperately retreating to the edge of the Colosseum. They just wanted to see brain spirit retreating quickly, washed by gravel into a pulp. Broken bones and blood began to pour into the auditorium. The low-level monsters in Liu's area were extremely excited. Among them, the hobbit screamed the loudest, "Kill! The pond turtle! Crush its SHL!" Liu wiped away the crumbled flesh on his face and didn't take it seriously, because he sensed that Bitterberg had been able to effectively dodge. And the sensing object became more flexible after getting close to him. As long as it was operated properly, it would not be completely breakdown. As one goes, the hit rate and power of the gravel decreases, and the self-healing characteristics of the self-healing bone gradually become apparent. After the third layer is broken, the second layer is very strong. Almost with the attack of the gravel, reach some kind of balance. The audience also discovered that the bone cabinet no longer looked like a bone cabinet, but like a stubborn stone in the gravel flow, no longer weakened too much. So they shouted in unison, "Closer! Come closer! Kill him! Kill the brain spirit!" Liu all lamented that the same situation was the same during his debut. The whole audience was cheering for the demon wolf Findies. Is this the fate that now Ling cannot escape as a gladiator? Amid the reminders from the audience, the flow of gravel in the ink stopped abruptly, as if a bigger storm was brewing, and Liu also noticed almost at the same time that the ground suddenly gathered irregularly somewhere at the edge of the ink. Up! There is an extra head on the ground. Liu could sense that it was the head, but most of the audience didn't seem to notice it. They were all shouting loudly, asking Octopus demonic form Corey to quickly close the distance and end the battle because the brain spirit, in addition to the performance of the 4 bone spurs, also apart from being stunning, the rest of the time was spent passively being beaten. Be careful. He's coming. Liu found that Corey's entire body was almost completely transparent, and the way he moved was the same as when he entered the wasteland was like a pool to him. He could swim quickly, but he couldn't breathe in the soil. Parsing, 92%. Liu just wanted to complete the analysis quickly, so that he could not only know Corey's weaknesses, but also judge his next move. Where to escape? Bitterberg had already arrived below the auditorium where Liu was, and could not find a way out. At the same time, the ground not far away suddenly sunk. As if a bowl of water had been gouged out of a pool, Corey also appeared at this time, with 4 intact tentacles entangled in a way that was quite familiar to Liu. Folds, then shoots out a river of dirt. When Liu saw this scene, he suddenly thought of the foldable mass of flesh and blood shot out from the elephant-shaped siege beast during the first round of siege beasts attacking under the Iron City. Octopus Corey's move was learned from the siege beast? Liu still remembered that the siege beast's attack directly penetrated the Iron City's defenses, leaving a small hole. Does that mean that Corey's attack also had the same terrifying penetration ability? Seeing to his speed, Butibog had already been able to avoid him, and Liu could only barely make another thought. Ouch, the audience reached a climax, and they couldn't wait to see the bone cabinet being penetrated. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 379 Octopus Demonic Form. Spread. Liu still didn't hear Ajibuji's reminder that the first round was over, so he could only use his only idea to avoid it in the form of a skeleton. Chapter 142, Heart Piercing. There was no time to pay attention to the flies. No time to read the introduction of Octopus magic form in the Devil's Illustrated book. And no matter the success rate of action prediction, Liu quickly found Tua's attack route, drove the self-healing bones and binding threads, and forcibly attacked. Bitterberg's body moved sideways by an inch. Only an inch escaped the fatal blow. Boom! The self-healing bones were penetrated like paper, as well as the auditorium behind the bone cabinet, where Liu was. The field seemed to be still for a moment, and all the monsters heard the soft sound, and then saw the skeleton that had shrunk by more than half fell apart and fell. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to spread on the wall under the auditorium, creaking, and the platform shook slightly, from Corey's perspective. For a moment, he could see through the penetrated bone cabinet and see what was outside the Colosseum. Dense moonlight. Ouch, The monsters in the audience thought that Beelzebub was dead, and they screamed crazily. But they didn't hear Ujibuji's verdict. Just when they turned their attention to the auditorium where Liu was sitting, they saw a dark brown brain floating alone and faded in the peeling bone cabinet. All that is left is a bone sword. At this moment, no monster doubted that the person participating in this battle was not a brain spirit. Instead, in the middle auditorium, a strong skeleton seemed to sense something and trembled. "Kill him! Kill brain spirit!" The audience shouted again, and over again. Only these two sentences were left. Corey finally breathed a sigh of relief after breaking through the bone cabinet. But he did not relax his attack as a mature gladiator. He would never relax his vigilance even when his opponent was at his most vulnerable, let alone give his opponent any chance to breathe. "There is no sh.l. Your brain is gone. Come, let me hear the sweet sound when you explode." Corey, who was half buried in the ground, instantly gouged out a piece of wasteland, and the remaining 4 intact tentacles released gravel again, setting off a gravel storm under the audience. And Liu had already read Corey's reaction in the Devil's Manual. And even before the gravel was released, he had already replaced Bitterberg with a brand new heavy armored man. Since the bone cabinet has 7 floors, then there won't be just one heavy armored man. After a crackling sound, the brain spirit did not die as expected. Instead, the auditorium was shaken by the strong attack, and dust was flying. When the dust and fog dissipated, a scene that horrified the monsters appeared. 3 bone cabinets stood side by side under the auditorium. Although the outer layer was damaged beyond recognition by gravel, the main body was not damaged and even trembled each one, as if provoking Corey. "What's going on? This kind of change?" Corey himself had experienced the mutation of the devil, so he subconsciously considered the same possibility. However, his lack of imagination made it impossible for him to connect what was happening in front of him with a certain skeleton upstairs. "Ha, it's a pity this is the first round." Ujibuji's voice sounded at the right time. With a strong sense of joy and satisfaction, Beelzebub was really good. He fought vigorously, and was so nervous of. After hearing Okabuki's verdict, the audience wailed everywhere. Some stupid monsters even began to calculate silently, thinking that in this way, the brain spirit could at least hold on until the 4th round, and hurriedly went to increase the bet on the fly demon in the audience. And Liu took advantage of the gap between the 2 rounds to go through Corey's information in the Devil's Manual. Focusing on the weaknesses, he was shocked to find that this octopus demon had 4 hearts, even more powerful than the pure-blooded devils. There is one more. 2 of the 4 hearts are lethal. One is the body heart of the octopus, which is responsible for supplying blood to the octopus part of his body, and the other is Corey's human heart, which is responsible for supplying blood above the chest cavity. The remaining 2, the gill heart, filters the absorbed substances and magic power, and remove impurities. As for the earth river, that is very similar to the elephant-shaped siege beast. Liu also found the source in Corey's birth history. The demonic relic that Corey absorbed came from the abyss. The excrement of the siege beast mutated and was transferred to the vegetable field and was obtained by Corey, which also helped him successfully complete the leap from vegetable to gladiator. Liu had no time to think about why a demon-level monster had the will to be born. All he thought about was how to quickly return him to nothingness. Heart. Liu aimed at Corey's body heart and prepared to send octopus magic on the road in the 2nd round. The break this time was different from Liu's first show. It seemed that Ujibuji had deliberately extended it in order to let the monsters raise their bets. So Liu had enough time to predict and plan, and comfort him for the first time. Talked about Booty Borg. "Boss, the boss, can all of this be over? I can't bear it anymore." Bitterberg tremblingly conveyed his message. "Although he could tell from his only memories, I knew I would win in the 2nd round. But after experiencing so many terrifying attacks, I was still in a state of uncertainty. How should we cooperate with Ujibuji? How should we cooperate with it?" Bitterberg motioned to Liu to look at Corey. Through Bitterberg's perception, Liu saw a fly on the right shoulder of octopus demonic Corey, which was changing from transparent to red. After surviving the first round where he was helpless, Liu let out a sigh of relief. "Well, don't worry about that fly. You just need to open your mind and body and accept my control over you. Finally, I can fight back." At this moment, Bitterberg was under the audience. This distance was enough for Liu to directly control the master of the brain and spirit, and he could also directly control the 3 heavy-armed men. It seemed that the monsters had almost raised their bets, and Okabuki's voice came again, which was the long-awaited sentence of the 2nd round begins that all the monsters had been waiting for. The 3 heavy-armored men were like 3 hills, pressing against the octopus demonic shape not far away. At the same time, they shot bone spurs in all directions. Trying to consume Corey's mucus, Corey sank into the wasteland, changed directions, and escaped. It suppressed the pressure of the 3 bone cabinets and stirred up a storm of gravel at the same time, interfering with the direction of the bone spurs while weakening the defense of the bone cabinets. And at the same time looking for Now Ling's true body. The battle became fierce at the beginning, and there was no longer any temptation or avoidance. It was purely a life and death battle in close combat. But Bitterberg riding in Heavy Man was like riding a roller coaster. One moment he found himself outside the storm, and the next moment he was in the eye of the hurricane, without any control at all. The audience did not expect Brain Spirit's counterattack to be so violent, as if it had completely changed its fighting style. For a while, they could only see bone fragments and gravel dancing in the field. Only a few sharp-eyed people saw a flash of light in the center. Countless innocent souls. And the bone sword piercing Corey's heart. Liu used both Chant of the Dead and Thorn of Withering, when large pieces of mucus were torn off by countless innocent souls gathered in the Colosseum. When the body of Octopus Demon Corey was dragged out of the wasteland by the innocent souls and screwed up in the air, the bone sword filled with death energy found a passage among the intricate bone spurs and pierced Corey's heart in the air. Chapter 143 Tentacles. Break. Octopus-shaped Corey's sticky skin could not stop the invasion of death, and was instantly pierced by the bone sword. The enemy souls tightly tightened the half-octopus man, even making it impossible for him to evade the vital points by twisting his body. Like a deflated rubber ball, the bone sword drilled into Corey's heart along with a large amount of dead air, completely surrounding him. You noticed that when the bone sword was about to penetrate the heart, that the translucent heart of the body was lifted up by some force, as if it were being brought to the tip of a sword. Corey began to wither. First the skin, then the viscous moisture in the body, and then his head, and the red fly in the right shoulder seemed to find that it didn't need his help. And the lifeless energy kept getting closer, and it subconsciously wanted to get out from the way it came. The surge of his demon cocoon, the power of her demon cocoon. Bitterberg actually has a hidden trick. The red fly was frightened by the Thorn of Withering and fluttered its wings to escape. Of course, Liu would not let it go. After all, it was a possible malicious intention. With the brain spirit pituitary gland and the soul contract, Liu and Bitterberg were almost already in the same community, so he wanted to give it a try. Will the malice directed at Bitterberg fall upon him? The air of death lingered, and Corey's head was wrapped with red flies. Returning to nothingness, the dust mist on the ground slowly fell back, and the battle ended. Malicious plus 4521. Liu secretly opened the abominable card on his chest, and got what he wanted from Ujibuji's malice. As for the audience's malice, they haven't received it yet. Maybe they haven't reacted yet. Yes, the monsters in the audience were very confused. They only saw that at the beginning of the second round, the field was full of darkness, but at a certain inconspicuous time, the octopus demonic form Corey disappeared, turned to ash, and then even the ash was gone. Ah ha ha, it's a pity it's our brain spirit that wins again. Okabuki's malice was quickly replaced by the pleasure of money falling into his pocket, and he jumped back to the field to shout, "Those idiots who lost money don't give up. The goddess of luck will come to you next time," rather than comforting the low-level monsters. Okabuji seemed more like showing off his happiness. "Come party losers, the Colosseum will provide you with the most indulgent night, the most indulgent night." After saying that, Ujibuji jumped back and greeted all the big guys who won money tonight. After hearing Ujibu's verdict, the audience burst into boos, commotion, and dissatisfaction among the low-level monsters, who had once again been cut off by the gambling demon. Ujibuji seemed to be used to the strange thing, and he just shook his arms, and the fly demons in various auditoriums started to move. Whoever screamed the loudest would be killed. Seeing that the riot was about to break out, Liu didn't want to be the target of public criticism at this time, so he quickly turned over the abominable card. Ujibuji had enough 4521, and it was also verified. As long as the abominable card was there, hands, Bitterberg's harvest of malice is also effective. That's enough. The next step can be to test whether Bitterberg can travel alone without wearing a heavy armor, to see if he will gain any ill will if possible. Whether all 60 brains in the library can become a walking devil. City's malicious collector? That almost fundamentally solves the problem of malicious output. Liu was thinking Loki in this room, and the commotion in the auditorium in that room was quickly quelled by the respective fly demons, of course, through massacre. After all, this time was not like Liu's Colosseum debut. The result was beyond all the devil's expectations. The gamblers in the high area had already received the news, and they were all chuckling near the black mist at the moment. Not becoming the new one. the fuel for riots. Therefore, low-level monsters are out of place. It could only be defeated like the first 2 games. And the flames of the riot were quickly extinguished. Even though he had one, Bitterberg still stayed where he was, as if waiting for something. Kill high-level monsters. Obtain 1 demon point. And the material octopus tentacles. Please confirm. Liu waited until the material was released from the octopus demonic form, as he wished after all. He was a demon who absorbed the demon's relics. If there were materials dropped, there was a high probability that he would not be disappointed. It is indeed a tentacle, great. Liu directly clicked confirm in his mind. But he was not in a hurry to suck it into himself. The material was shot down by Booty Borg. And it would be too weird if it was sucked in by the skeletons in the audience. Liu first controlled Bitterberg to stuff the octopus tentacles into the heavy man, and then sucked the 2 extra bone cabinets into the main body, completing the recovery of materials silently, and then inspected the loot. The octopus tentacles retain most of the characteristics they had when they were still on Corey's body, including sliminess, earth element affinity, and absorption/spray. It's a pity that there is no large-scale inkjet with corrosive effect, and there is no transparency. Liu was a little discouraged, but the remaining ability was enough to fill this little regret. From now on, lava in the right hand and octopus tentacles in the left hand? No. No. You can have more imagination. Who said tentacles have to be on the hands or feet? It is very convenient to directly install it on the main body of Brain Spirit. It has both offense and defense. If it is installed on Template 1, it will be a pure monster. The bones are covered with the fangs of the demon wolf and bleed when touched. The back is covered with octopuses. The tentacles move swiftly through the soil, making it impossible for prey to escape even if they want to. If I use my tentacles to absorb the lava in my right hand, will it spew out something terrible? And with the earth element affinity, maybe some new uses can be opened up, like helping the minis renovate their library. The little guys knock me every day, and my head really hurts. As soon as he put away the octopus tentacle, Liu thought a lot and found that his combat abilities seemed to have improved qualitatively since then. At the same time, a new prompt popped up in the demon manual. The number of materials obtained has reached 6. Should I spend 1 demon point to unlock the material detection function? Are there any new features? Is this what Pinbowman is talking about? Liu always welcomes new functions, especially material detection, which sounds very imaginative. After unlocking this function, you can see the possible precipitation of each demon in the demon manual. S material? It is a serious system if you can see the drops. Otherwise, it would only be a blind box, which would be too uncertain. Liu clicked decisively to confirm, and also learn the specific content of material detection consistent with what Liu guessed. The Devil's Illustrated book had an additional column of material drops between weaknesses and birthstone. And hurriedly sweeping through, the leader of the demon army has the right hand of lava, and the octopus demonic form Corey also has the octopus tentacles. In an instant, Li Dudu understood the mission given to him by the Devil's Illustrated book: analyze monsters, discover the materials that can be produced, kill them to extract them, and then continue to enrich the devil's drawings? Okay, this is diabolical. With this function, you can select targets for combat in a targeted manner, avoid combat, or even hunt monsters. Liu suddenly felt that he was complete and no longer had to try his luck to open the blind box. It's a pity that I don't know the drop rate, so I still can't rule out some unknown interference. However, Liu also has some guesses of his own, like the same demon wolf warrior. Finley will drop the devil wolf Fang and kill Findies. When I get nothing, does it mean that the drop rate is related to the strength of the target? Go back. Let's go. Liu sent a message, letting Bitterberg retreat from the Colosseum on his own, and waiting for him to meet at the door that can examine the soul. When he was about to leave, Liu didn't notice that a strong skeleton from the top stared at him and left the audience together. Liu bypassed the crazy low-level monsters and quickly exchanged the gambling funds from the fly demon. After deducting the service fee from the fly demon, Liu's funds reached 16 gold coins, 47 silver coins, and 33 copper coins. Jogging all the way to the back door of the Colosseum, Liu saw Bitterberg in the bone cabinet being harassed by a swarm of flies. What the hell are you talking about? Hey, do you believe I have torn your bones apart? The flies stopped on the outside of the bone cabinet, twisting their wings and burrowing inside. Don't stop me. Let me go back. I beg you. Faced with the flies and Ajibuki, Bitterberg didn't even have the slightest idea of resisting, and just wanted to go home as soon as possible. Liu hurriedly hid in the wooden box at the corner and taught Booty Bog to speak from a distance. If you don't let go, I will burn you fly in his cocoon. Bitterberg's tone changed, and the flies exploded in their nests. Malicious plus 1322. Chapter 144. Can you please let me go? Ouch. Didn't you crawl back this time? Do you think you are strong enough? The flies felt the hot breath coming from the bone cabinet, and hurriedly got out of the gap. That was when Liu controlled the lava hand to release the lava, and then quickly restrained himself after achieving the purpose of driving it away. What did you just say? Liu was not sure what purpose Ujibuji had in pestering Beautybug, so he asked vaguely while communicating with Beautybug. He just notified me of the time and arrangements for the 4th game. Bitterberg's mind trembled, and Liu could even feel his cry. He was also discussing with me the opponent for the 4th game. Let me choose from gladiators ranked 100 to 110. How do I choose? I said pick someone who is restrained by our bone cabinet, who is afraid of bones, who is afraid of soul shock. Ajibuki also disagrees. He said that after today's scene, the audience only expects me to die, so the next opponent must be able to restrain me in terms of ability. Bitterberg rambled on. But fortunately it was a teleportation. Solely you listen to it. The rest are pleading such as I want to go home. I don't want to come back. And can you please let me go? I said, you seem to be different. Mutated. And amazing? Bitterberg's flies buzzed. Have you picked your opponent for the next game? It must not be someone who looks like you can. The opponent who wins can only win in the last game. Look forward to it. Booty Bog. As long as you fight the game after the full moon, your debt will be written off, and you will be appreciated by the new city lord. The flies arranged a throne pattern. What could make a devil happier than this? The 5th scene is your death. Game 5. Game 5. There is a guy who wants to fight in person. That's a very scary thing. I don't even dare to mess with it. I don't dare either. The flies and Beautybug also communicated with each other. It was difficult for Liu to find the key points, and could only hear a general outline. Is there any difference? They are all gladiators ranked around 100. Liu controlled Booty Board to send telepathy. What's the time? When will the next fight be fought? Liu only cares about how much time the library has to develop quietly, whether it is the transformation of the library or Liu's own control of the brain spirit. It will take a longer time. We are also thinking about this issue. You asked at the right time, because we have just made a decision. The flies were no longer so messy. Just decide on the eve of the next full moon. How about it? Enough, are you excited? After the 4th game, it will be the 5th game of the Killing Cup final, 2 consecutive games. Will you still survive? Okabuki's thinking is very clear, and he still adheres to his principle of never playing a fair game. But Ujibuji didn't know that this was also good news for Liu. Half a month was enough to change a lot of things. For example, using self-healing bones to exchange materials with the Devil's Kitchen, signing low-level monster contracts for all brain spirits, such as recruiting brain spirits to collect evil spirits everywhere, and everyone has a heavy armored man. Thinking of this, Liu suddenly had a new inspiration and answered Ujibuji, of course. Very excited. Very good. It's fine if you think it's good. The gambling demon didn't expect the Lord of Brain Spirit to accept this arrangement so easily, and he even felt that he couldn't see through Booty Board. But before that, I have a more exciting proposal. Do you want to listen? Buzz? After experiencing today's battle, Liu suddenly understood the rules of the Colosseum. The battle in the field is only superficial, and the interests behind it are what the king of the Colosseum cares about, and the audience only cares about whether the fight is good or not, and whether it can release the killing desire during the closure of the Demon King City. So, Liu was about to make a proposal that Ujibuji couldn't refuse. What proposal? Ujibuji couldn't figure out why Beautybog was so proactive today, but he also wanted to hear what the brain-spirited person had to say. In the 4th game, let's have a team battle. How about that? Liu checked Booty Borg's memory and saw the opponent's selection given by Ajibuki. I think this. Ranked 114th. The leader of the Jackals is good. He should also have his own team. Right? In Bitterberg's memory, the leader of the Gnolls controls about 100 Gnoll soldiers. He is also a huge force in the Forbidden Forest. And he does not even need to sell the face of the demon wolf King Phintius. In the ranking of the entire Colosseum, the Jackal family is also the top monsters from the Forbidden Forest. Occasionally, the Jackal family would get permission to leave the city and go to the trade routes of the Taz Empire to carry out crazy plunder. Many of the materials were collected by the Jackal family. Bone sticks, severed limbs, and screams are their favorites. and fighting and plundering are their own methods of self-improvement. You mean, you want to take the brain spirits of the library to challenge the jackal family? There was some commotion among the flies, and they discussed the feasibility of Liu's proposal. That's right. Aren't they the best at chewing bones? They can be considered as restraining me. Right? Liu, who had octopus tentacles, began to dig holes for Ichibuji. After seeing today's killing cup, there will definitely be countless monsters buying them. When? Buzz, that's true. The flies kept buzzing. But why are they buzzing? Liu controlled booty board to fly higher. Isn't it a special show for the killing cup brain spirit? Why do you want me to have only one brain spirit? Enjoy all the happiness. Ha ha ha. Yes. Of course it can. Anyway, there is a precedent. Ichibuji reminded Liu of the battle with Findies. I hope this time, the brain spirits can also create miracles. Whether it's equipment, coordination, or individual combat power, the jackal family stabilizes the brains of those low-level monsters. We have to promote it like this. Okabuki has already begun to think of the slogan for the next game. Buzz Buzz. You can also add a rule. You can use demon relics Buzz. There are flies proposing to Okabuki. The jackal family has robbed many demonic relics over the years. As long as a few names are reported, countless demons will definitely bet on it. Oh damn. I even wanted to do this in the finals. What a pity. Liu didn't expect Ichibuji to have such thoughts. He thought that when it came to demon relics, he seemed to be at a disadvantage here. But when it came to equipment and coordination, the jackal family should not be able to withstand 60 heavy armored men. Especially the heavy armored men who have been transformed by octopus tentacles. Then it's decided. Liu summoned Bitterberg and prepared to return to the library. Bitterberg seemed to have been granted amnesty. But when he thought about facing the notorious jackal family in the next game, he still had an urge to self-destruct in his heart. Wait a minute, but in this case, how will you win the next game? Ichibuji asked the key question. How should I do something? That's your problem. Liu drove Bitterberg away without looking back. Just notify me in the invitation letter. While walking, Liu suddenly remembered something. But I don't think I need you to help me win. Just like today. I also defeated Kori. Didn't I? Liu probably exposed Kabuki's scars. Malice must be collected from now on. After all, there are 60 brain spirits waiting to be armed. Malicious plus 1452. You'd better kill the jackal family. The flies let Bitterberg leave and dispersed, thinking about the slogan for the fourth game of the Killing Cup and how to do it. When Liu took Booty Bog back, he thought that he had finally gained nearly half a month of breathing space for the library. With this half month, not only could he completely take the library into his own hands, but he could also open it to the outside world, try some trades, and contribute to the development of the library. For example, this trading channel leads to Devil's Kitchen. As soon as Liu saw Booty Bog off, he saw a big pig with 6 human hands on its back approaching him. The human hands were holding a small stomach bag. The bones in Booty Bog's body were coaxed. The chef handed the stomach bag to Liu. I want it too. Chapter 145. Not kind. It's in stock. It's in stock, Liu said, throwing another thigh bone to the chef. The head chef chewed and showed a satisfied smile. How many? I want as much as I want. Liu was stunned. He had only thought about the transaction before, but he had not thought about the specific magnitude. How much was this transaction worth? Thinking about it, Liu suddenly regretted throwing away his thigh bone like a snack. But seeing the way the chef almost wagged his tail, he felt it was worth it. How much depends on my mood. Now Liu has figured out the devil's tone. What kind of materials do you have over there? Oh no! Side dishes? It would look shabby to let the head chef know that he was treating the side dishes from Devil's Kitchen as ingredients. There are only side dishes and no chef. Are you sure you can complete the cooking? The head chef considered it entirely from a cooking perspective. Some side dishes require good preservation methods, and some side dishes are dangerous. Oh, but it doesn't matter. You probably won't be killed by the side dishes, but there will still be some trouble if you don't preserve it properly. Liu thought to himself. No wonder the devil chefs are all thick-skinned guys. Is it dangerous to put the side dishes together? Would you like me to send another subordinate to your place? Of course. I have to add bones to coax you. The chef's attitude towards cooking is very serious. He can help you make the food, and he can also help you properly preserve the side dishes. No, thank you. Firstly, Liu did not plan to purchase large quantities. But secondly, he also had confidence in the Mini's cooking abilities There are many books in the library that record the characteristics of various materials and their corresponding properties. Method of use. So there is no problem of not being able to keep it properly. As for cooking, if you really want to eat it, you can also let some minis who are interested in cooking learn the cooking methods of humans or demons, which should be able to meet their daily needs. What's more important is the water source. I need more water, Liu said to the chef. A lot. In the past, every time the food truck in the Devil's Kitchen delivered food, it would deliver a piece of water elemental magic stone of poor quality. As long as the magic stone was embedded in the pipe of the 6th library, it would produce enough for the slave scholars to use every day. Water source. Now Minnie is addicted to bathing and drinking bath water. The slave scholars are complaining that they can't even drink enough water, let alone use it. The whole team is smelly. Oh, it's no problem. Just change it to one with higher purity. Changing a magic stone is a trivial matter for the chef. But he really wants to recommend a demon chef. Do you really not want it? Demon chef? My son can help. The chef recommended actually Brother Pig, son of the devil. Liu always felt that the chef had other plans. So he opened the Devil's Illustrated book and understood Big Pig's thoughts. My son is too lazy. He needs to make more dishes before he can hone his skills, get closer to the ultimate dish. It turns out that it is also a kind of practice. We can discuss it later and make a decision based on the smoothness of our transaction. Liu is still not sure that the profession of chef should be open to the outside world now, especially since the minis in the family are so capable. Especially the chef. How could a department with such vital importance be handed over to a foreign son of the devil? Besides, there is already a Dandan who eats everything in the family. If there is another Brother Pie who eats and cooks, how can he be enough? It's so coaxing. The head chef scratched his back sadly. Then please tell my son to sleep less. Eat more. Cook more. Don't just make desserts to coax him. Liu nodded, feeling sorry for the parents in the world, and then saw the chef staring at him and drooling. Liu was afraid that he would be eaten alive by the head chef if he stayed a little longer. So he hurriedly decided on the transaction volume and method, with him temporarily exchanging the self-healing bones from a dining car for high-purity water element magic stones. Plus, there are endless side dishes from Devil's Kitchen that day. As for the types of side dishes, Liu would put notes in the dining car every day, indicating the priority for the next day, and the Devil's Kitchen would prepare them. Of course, the previous ones were all focused on the wings of the magic bat, Cinti's snail, and Tabby gecko feces. After all, there are still 59 soul contracts to be signed. This is Liu's biggest need in the near future. After finalizing the deal, Liu left the Colosseum where the carnival was still going on and headed home. When Liu walked into the entrance of the library, a sturdy skeleton suddenly walked out from the corner behind him. The skeleton had a strong outline, carrying a giant cross sword, and stopped in the corner corridor, seeming to be thinking about something. His skeleton is covered with scars, including many old wounds. There is even a crack that broke off the facial bone and went straight to his right eye. His giant cross sword is also stained with rust and chipped everywhere. There is even a piece missing from the tip of the sword. A gap. The strong skeleton sword was leaning on the ground, and he thought for a moment. In the end, he did not enter the library with Liu, but just waited, not knowing what he was waiting for. At the same time, Ajibuki, the king of the Colosseum, suddenly received 2 letters. One letter came from the Forbidden Forest, from the magic wolf King Phintius. The other letter came from the research laboratory, with the magic emblem of the Fallen Magician Association's all-seeing flower printed on the signature. Hundreds of flies came out of the bag on Ujibuji's brow and twisted together. He couldn't figure out how these 2 forces could send him a message at this time. One letter was delivered by the emissary of the Forbidden Forest, and the other letter suddenly ejected from the torch and floated quietly in front of Ajibuki. Ujibuji hesitated for a moment, and finally opened the letter from Phintius first. As he looked at it, his eyebrows relaxed, and the bag trembled as if he was very happy. It turns out that the Skeleton Prince is causing trouble in the library? Did Buddy Bird join forces with Skorik? And he killed the son of the Wolf King? This is really great. Okibuji's mouth kept getting louder. No wonder he is completely different today from before. Now, we have an opponent in the Killing Cup finals, which is really great. Ujibuji burst into laughter. Just right. If I tell Olfen the news that the Jackal family is about to be wiped out in the 4th game, he should also be very happy. Right? Will he be happy enough to send more troops to the Colosseum? Well, it's always a good opportunity. A good opportunity to grow. Okabuki put away Phintius' letter with satisfaction and opened the second letter of all things flower. The originally relaxed brows knitted together again. Ajibuji seemed to be unable to understand the appeal in the letter. Want to book a room to watch the finals? Yes. Yes, but why? Ajibuji couldn't let go of his doubts. What do those old magicians think? I will never understand. They are not just interested in magic. Are you curious about the limit? Why do you suddenly want to watch Killing Cup? Does Bitterberg have any secrets of new magic? Or did Bitterberg and Skalrik make those old guys interested? Forget it. It's okay. Ajibuji really couldn't think of any reason to refuse all-seeing flowers. But the premise is, they must pay me enough benefits. Hey, what do you want this time, magic scrolls? Demonic relics? I heard that there are several demonic relics in the laboratory that are so magical that they can even open the passage to the throne? Ajibuji stuffed the letter into the bag, happily calculating the profits. Liu, who hadn't opened the attention card for many days, certainly didn't know that at this moment. Both the Forbidden Forest and the research laboratory were interested in the library. He stepped into the door of the library and was killed by Lulu and Feifei. He hugged her tightly, and then was overwhelmed by the warm welcome of the minis. But among the joyous celebrations, there was a voice that was extremely out of place. Friend, you are not kind, Dandan said with a crystal on his head full of resentment. Unkind? Dandan's shadow also turned into a line of large characters, constantly squirming and expanding. Chapter 146. Who can escape the shadow? Are you out? Skipping class? Liu has not communicated with Ying for many days since the end of the first promotion study. Ying has been completely addicted to practice and did not show up again until tonight. The red moment is not over yet, and it is obvious that Ying and Dandan have skipped class. Well, I have become stronger, and I have decided. Ying's handwriting surrounded Liu. What did you decide? Liu is now able to use skull language proficiently. I decided to become a male. Ying wrote something that was completely unrelated. Is it related to your promotion? Liu said his guess. He had never thought that shadow demons could also have genders. It has something to do with you. And then it has something to do with my promotion. Ying expressed her affirmation with a smile. I want to be your shadow. And you seem to be a man. Huh? What next? Liu became interested. As long as the compatibility with the host becomes higher, my practice will also become faster. Ying's handwriting is very sure. Until I can completely control my host, and even control his thoughts, I will be promoted to a high-level demon, and this is my next step up. Oh, you want to control me? Liu admitted that Ying and himself were very compatible, but he was not sure that Ying really wanted to control him. No, I am parasitic on you. Another advantage is that I can share the results of your becoming stronger. Ying ignored Liu's request. In other words, as you become stronger, I will also become stronger, and the progress is very fast. I want you. As he said that, Ying suddenly came closer. Hack! Liu's movement speed was no longer as slow as before. He jumped up to the ceiling and quickly dodged, barely avoiding it. It's useless. You can't escape. You have to sleep. Do this and that. Shadow did not make any further attempts, but she was fully confident. Who can escape from Shadow? After I share enough of your achievements, I can parasitize on a more powerful demon until I become the pinnacle. Ying has great ambitions. Liu thought that this was indeed the case. And after recalling Ying's promotion learning, he suddenly came up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Don't worry. You have picked the wrong person. What's wrong? I saw with my own eyes that you changed from a skeleton that knew nothing, oh no, brain spirit, to a gladiator that can defeat the octopus. Shadow versus Colosseum Unlimited Yearn 4. That's different. Liu turned to Ying and said, what makes me stronger are all foreign objects. Liu spent a lot of time and even put a skeleton on Mini. And then he reluctantly explained to Ying that the sharp, skinny, handsome man and the heavy armored man both existed separately, and no one could wearable. Actually, I don't have anything. I'm just a brain spirit with an extra pituitary gland. In the end, Liu shed his self-healing bones and showed his own strength to Ying. Indeed, it is still the same. Weaknesses are everywhere. Then what do you think we should do? Ying was unhappy. She wanted to become stronger and use her ultimate move. It's very simple. You become its shadow. Liu pointed to the sulky ball beside him. Friend, what do you mean? Dandan was still angry. Don't think that if you pull me in now, I will forgive you for secretly going out to play. Oh my god, the Colosseum, how many beatings will I get? Dandan became more and more angry as he thought about it. Liu couldn't care less about appeasing Dandan's emotions and turned to the shadow. It is the devil that gets stronger all the time. Minto will feed it from time to time for it to absorb. If you become its shadow, that's the fastest way for you to become stronger. The increase in strength must be within the scope of Shadow's sharing of results, so what could improve faster than the egg? Those are Minto's favorite eggs. Really? Ying walked around to Dandan and touched the crystal on Dandan's head, as if sensing the magic power contained in the crystal. Ying said to Liu, "You are so good to me." "You're welcome." Liu didn't expect that this matter could be solved like this. He said that not being controlled was part of the problem. In addition, judging from Ying's needs, Dandan was indeed more suitable. "Well, come on. Try to see if you can control me." Dandan didn't have much hope for Shadow after all. A demon from another world whose lifespan exceeded that of the Demon King's mentor. How could he be afraid of being parasitized by a shadow demon? It just happens to help me walk faster. Understand? Dandan began to discuss with Ying. I promise that next time we won't be dumped by him. And we won't let him secretly go to the Colosseum. The fine particles of his balls condensed into fingers, and he pointed at Liu. Don't worry. You will be part of the next one. Liu thought about it, and suddenly found a way to appease Dandan. Humph. Nonsense. Do you think you can escape the next game? Dandan's reaction was not as enthusiastic as Liu expected. I questioned Bitterberg when he came back. The next game is a team competition. If you don't take us, I'll smash your floor. Dandan spoke arrogantly, which sounded harsh to Lulu. And she stopped in front of Liu with her sword. Come on. Poke me. Poke me. Scratch me. The balls of her ball shook into a ball they hadn't been spanked for a long time. While Dandan was trembling, Ying also recognized Liu's idea and shrank to Dandan's shadow for a moment, but this time it was different from the past. The two shadows squirmed for a moment and reached some kind of connection, which seemed to be completely blended together. Ying's personal pronoun also completely changed to it. By the way, this is what Minto asked me to give you. Dandan dropped a bag, and Liu remembered that Minto had promised to reward him with this bag if he won the third game of the Killing Cup. Half of the stuff that goes to Dandan. Now that I think about it, it's a bit of a loss. Isn't it? You can keep it. I have a better one. Liu thought about the demon chef's stomach bag and thought that it could be filled without having to give half of it to Dandan. He could borrow it if necessary. It is better than Minto's. The bag is practical. Friend, you can't make friends if you are so stingy. Dandan said something weird but still stopped Liu. Alright. Friend, you'll have your share in the next game. So you don't have to stop me now. Right. Liu stretched out his hand, wrapped his balls with magma, and carried them to the upper level of the library. There was still a lot to do, and with Liu's habits, he didn't want to waste the half-month repair period that he finally grabbed. Humph. You know what's going on. Dandan and Ying followed. And this time, they moved more freely, and no longer had to bump into each other like before. Lulu. Fei, you guys are coming too. By the way, I'll call Beautybog. Hua. Men and yeah. Liu gathered all the strength of the library to prepare for a swearing-in meeting. It is the swearing-in meeting for the 4 games of the Killing Cup. And it is also the swearing-in meeting for the change of authority in the entire library. After hearing this, Lulu and Fei happily went around looking for Nao Ling. Liu silently sorted out the agenda of the swearing-in meeting on the way and delineated the next several major tasks. 1. Make full use of the octopus tentacles to speed up the construction progress of the library and complete the layout of the expected traps in advance. At the same time, a warehouse must be opened to store materials for the Devil's Kitchen, and guards must be set up to prevent the eggs from being eaten. 2nd, arrange for Minnie to regularly pick up and deliver the Devil's Kitchen dining car. Load and unload self-healing bones and side dishes. Distribute basic food and water. And ensure smooth external exchange channels. 3rd, sign soul contracts with the brain spirits according to the quantity of materials. And strive to complete the contracts for the remaining 59 brain spirits within 3 days to maximize the available labor force in the library. 4th, after completing the contract, go to the Confusion Corridor in batches to explore the Demon King City and collect malice to ensure the supply of self-healing bones. 5th, select minis who are interested in cooking and cooking. Set up cooking classes for them. And improve the food in the library. Don't just eat self-healing bones. which will not be enough for them to eat quickly. From the 5th point onwards, it is mainly the tasks that Liu assigned for himself, which are all sorted out in his mind at this moment. 6th, deliver the package from the chef to Brother Pai, convey the old father's instructions, and borrow the stomach bag by the way. 7th, make up for the courses that have been missed recently in the close combat training if there is not enough time. Focus on learning brave science, human history and mythology. 8. Find an opportunity to go to the Forbidden Forest and explore the Jackal family. It is best to include them in the Demon Manual and prepare for the 4th battle of the Killing Cup. 9. Compare the weaknesses of the Gnolls and customize the new armor of the Brain Spirits. It is best to destroy the Gnoll family in the first round to minimize uncertainty. 10. If possible, save enough money before the start of the 4th game. Go to the upper auditorium and win a big one. As for the Killing Cup final, which Ujibuji had high hopes for, Liu didn't want to participate at all anyway. The power of the library would have fallen into his hands by then. Even if Booty Borg broke the contract, only the library would be dead. It was just an inconspicuous brain spirit, and its impact on Liu was minimal. If it weren't for Dandan at home and Ying who was eager to try, the 4th game itself would have been a must-win game, and Liu wouldn't even bother to deal with the Jackal family. Finally, there are some actions that have been defined as daily by Liu, including the exploration of the blue-purple cloak, the transfer of authority over Bitterberg's library, and the continued soaking of the particles broken off from Dandan's body. While Liu was organizing his thoughts, Lulu and Feifei were very efficient. They had already summoned the monsters present and arrived at the cave on the upper level of the library, and sat down and waited. After releasing the magma for Dandan, and then heating the pool for Lulu and Feifei, Liu started the swearing and meeting in a haze of smoke. To defend our freedom and our memory, I want a powerful brain spirit army. I want this library to run smoothly. Liu's empty eyes glanced at Lulu, Feifei and now Ling. Chapter 147 So big. Liu first announced that starting from tomorrow, every brain spirit will accept the signing of the sole contract of low-level monsters. Huahua, Minmin and Yeye didn't have any objections to this, but they complained that Liu had to mobilize troops for such a small matter with this time. They wanted to continue to soak flame, Min and Moonlight. The progress of the 3 brain spirits is very slow, but Liu knows that this is only a temporary phenomenon when they really get along with their sensors day and night. The speed will increase accordingly, just like soaking the brain spirit pituitary gland by themselves that way. After all the authority of the library is transferred, and Liu takes control of the magic power distribution, he can also mention the magic power of the 3 brain spirits accordingly to speed up the process. From now on, the 4 of you are my 4 knights. Although Liu's canonization has no credibility, it also designated the first batch of subordinates Butibog was using it for convenience, and the remaining 3 where it has great potential. Once the immersion of its respective sensors is completed, it will undoubtedly become a powerful assistant. At that time, exclusive templates can even be customized for them to maximize their combat power. After being canonized by Liu, Butibog, Huahua, Minmin and Yeye didn't react at all. One wanted to escape, and the other 3 wanted to go back to soak. However, Lulu and Feifei were unhappy, and their little faces were stretched. Gotta be old. Of course, Liu also prepared titles for the 2 dear little guys. And these 2, the chief engineers of the library, have been promoted to be my right and left guardians. You 4 must listen to them. Liu originally wanted to consecrate Lulu Feifei as the left envoy of light and the right envoy of light, but he gave up when he thought that the monsters didn't like the light very much. Lulu felt happy after hearing this. Will her title be increased again in the future? Lulu, my brother's favorite sister, a wanderer who ran away from his hometown, Minnie's swordsmanship instructor, the chief engineer and left guardian of the library. Ah, it's so hard to remember. I must memorize it when I go back. Lulu's inner voice was heard by Liu, who made her laugh and cry. What about us? Dandan was soaking in the bath, and Ying revealed the writing from the pool. What is the status of the 2 of us? Liu didn't expect that the 2 guys would be unbalanced. He pondered for a moment and said, Friend, don't you know what your status is? Dandan understood the word friend and hummed as he sank into the lava. Ying felt Dandan's comfort and retracted his writing. Next, Liu announced to Lulu and Feifei the good news that there was enough water in the library. The 2 little guys hurriedly filled the water and listened to Liu's meeting while taking a bath. At the meeting, Liu assigned the next task, asking Lulu and Feifei to arrange for Minnie to pick up and deliver the goods every day. and asked if there were any friends who were interested in cooking. The library was ready to start classes. It's just that this course is not for the sons of demons, but for monsters. Like many Liu has a lot of miscellaneous knowledge accumulated in the library in his mind, and it is obviously not an effective use just to pile it up in his head. As for the teacher, waiting for the next full moon, the slave scholars will definitely try to escape from the devil's market if they can't get out. Liu thought, there will definitely be slave scholars who are willing to live temporarily in the library and are willing to use labor as exchange for additional water and food. Anyway, now Ling and the slave scholars have already mastered the cooperation of copying and translating books. After signing the soul contract, Liu only needs a flash of thought to transfer a huge amount of knowledge to now Ling's mind. As time goes by, into usable technology. These are the invisible resources of the library, and must be transformed into tangible benefits. It's all about timing. Finally, Liu updated Lulu and Feifei with the latest blueprint of the library. The first item is to use self-healing bones to build a water pipeline to connect with the water element magic stone in the 6th library. Complete the continuous water supply for the entire library. The second item is the warehouse, which is set up in the upper cave of the library, so that Liu can access it at any time. The third item is the classroom, which is located in the 12th library opposite the Gate of Chaos, a learning place for Nimonize. The next actions of Minnie and the brain spirits have been finalized, and the swearing and meeting has come to an end. Liu has to complete the remaining tasks one by one: the application of octopus tentacles, the creation of new templates, and the creation of the jackal family intelligence. But there was no rush for this. Seeing that Danden's bath was almost done, Liu took the 2 devil sons to deliver the chef's package to Brother Pai. Poor parents in the world. The stomach bag in Liu's hand was so heavy that it was almost as heavy as his balls. He could guess that it would be enough for Brother Pai to eat for a while. And when the 3 demon sons passed through the Gate of Chaos and found Brother Pig in the lounge, the little pig was indeed making dessert. What surprised Liu was that Pai Ji's method of making was not like the chef, who ate the ingredients and then cut off a certain part of his body to make the finished product. Instead, he found a table as a pressing board and carefully cut it. The cream is then applied to the surface of the honey bread, and the thickness and taste are controlled to carve out small flowers. At this time, the advantage of having 6 hands is revealed. The 6 hands cooperate perfectly throughout the entire process, producing their favorite sweets on the assembly line. After making a pair, they place them in front of the piglet, waiting for the last process. Finally, Brother Pai squeezed out some snot, and the snot condensed on the surface of the bread in the cold air. In an instant, there were some changes, which seemed to make the bread more 3-dimensional and firmer. Liu found it difficult to evaluate this dish, and thought that as long as Brother Pai thought it was delicious, it was good enough. Ice sweet bread, done, delicious, very delicious, save some food. Brother Pai quietly admired his masterpiece, completely unaware of the 3 uninvited guests arriving behind him. Oh! Cluck! Cluck! Your dad asked me to give it to you. Liu greeted Brother Pai, unconsciously using the pronunciation he had heard in his previous life. The little pig suddenly turned around and swallowed all the ice bread the moment he saw Skalrik, and had no time to speak. No one is allowed to steal my food. Wake up! Your dad asked me to give it to you, Liu said, throwing the stomach bag in his hand. Brother Pai sensed the familiar aura of the chef. His stomach shrank subconsciously, and he almost spit out the ice sweet bread he had just swallowed. Bang! The stomach bag hit Brother Pai on the head, and it was a little pig that couldn't catch the food. Your dad told you to eat less sweets. Liu patted Brother Pai's head and sighed. Your cooking techniques are different from your dad's, and different from other demon chefs. I prefer handmade cooking. The vomited things always taste a bit weird. Brother Pai picked up the heavy stomach bag on the ground and looked unsatisfied. It's a pity that chaos cuisine can only be made by relying on the body, cannot rely on the arms. As Brother Pai spoke, he timidly opened the tight blood vessels at the mouth of his stomach bag, for fear that his father would bring something he didn't like. Finally, Brother Pai opened the stomach bag, and the ingredients burst out from it, quickly filling the entire lounge. So crowded that Liu couldn't move. There were wolf legs, lamb chops, lizard tails, and even a few very huge ones. The Sinti snail. Of course, there were more huge pieces of meat that Liu couldn't tell the origin of. Oh, there is so much meat again. How can we eat it? Brother Pai's face was squeezed into the pile of meat, and he sighed. Who can save me and help me share some of the coaxing? When Liu heard this, he perked up. After all, the Zinta snail was so big. Chapter 148. little noisy and uninhibited skinny hipster man. Soon, Liu and Brother Pai also reached an agreement on the acquisition conditions: a pair of self-healing bones in exchange for half of the stomach bag's meat, and the right to use the stomach bag, since the head chef of his own bones feels fresh. Then Brother Pai will definitely not refuse it. This is what Liu thought. And Brother Pai's reaction was indeed the same. So both parties think this deal is a good deal. Pai got an extra ingredient, and Liu got enough meat for his library, and enough huge sentient snails to sign contracts with 59 brain spirits. Liu watched Brother Copy eat his own bones, thinking that if the demon scribe Dai Minbinbin knew about it, it would be very unbalanced. The historical record of the Battle of Steel City only changed one skull. And what happened to Brother Pai now? No need to do anything. Just accept a whole skeleton. Of course, Liu took off the teeth of the devil wolf and the binding thread and gave them to Brother Pai, which was the same as the snacks that minis and minis eat on weekdays. And after eating, Brother Pai cut off a small piece of pig like a chef. Feet, watching quietly. What's wrong? Seeing Brother Pai in a daze, Liu asked subconsciously. Hush, this chaotic dish, golden pig's feet, is very helpful and can have a self-healing effect, Brother Pai murmured. Do you want to try it? With that said, Brother Pai squeezed the pig's feet through the pile of meat and brought it to Liu's mouth. Liu saw the pig's feet dripping with saliva. Of course he was grateful. But a ball of particles took the pig's feet and embedded them in his balls. Yes, I'll prove it for him, Dandan said, as the pig's feet were absorbed. The spot where a particle was broken off by Minto, the Demon King's mentor, was finally healed. Liu finally understood what chaos cuisine is, and suddenly felt that rejecting the chef's recommendation was a bit arbitrary. But maybe he could check out Brother Pai in the future. It seems that he is a foodie. He likes handmade dishes, and doesn't like staple food? At the same time, Liu also used the Devil's Illustrated book to check the material dropped by Brother Pai. As expected, it was the stomach bag. The devil chef's stomach bag. As if he had found an organ left in the garbage. Liu suddenly felt that, if he had the stomach of a demon chef, he might be able to make chaos cuisine. In the future, you may have to kill a pig. Not necessarily this one, but a certain one. The deal with Brother Pai was quickly ended, and Ying and Dandan went back to participate in today's depravity of human nature, while Liu returned to the cave on the upper floor of the library to be in a daze. It's not quite accurate to say that he was in a daze, but he continued to explore the cloak, soaked the particles of his eggs, and made a new template. Liu's current number of templates is 3. Template 1 is a sharp and skinny handsome man. Template 2 is a collection of various traps in the library and many bone armor parts. And template 3 is a heavy-armed man. Liu first spent the remaining 1 demon point in the Demon Illustrated book without hesitation, and opened template 4, providing it to the brain spirits, who went out to collect evil spirits after signing the contract. At present, not only the transaction with Devil's Kitchen needs to be maintained by self-healing bones, but also the exchange with Brother Pig. So malicious collection is the first priority, and must be solved first. And the heavy armored man has difficulty moving in Liu's idea. The armor worn by people who go out to collect malicious brain spirits needs to meet 2 conditions. One is that it is light and flexible, easy to dodge and move. The other is that it meets the basic requirements. It needs protection. At least it will not be easily destroyed by skeletons and low-level armors. As for the main target of collecting malice, of course, they are the skeleton soldiers in the Confusion Corridor. They shoulder the important task of guarding the Confusion Corridor. If they see inexplicable brains running around, they will definitely produce malice steadily, using the skeleton as the imaginary enemy. Liu began to build template 4, still using self-healing bones and binding wire as the base, using the lowest cost, only building 2 filters that were difficult to be pierced by swords. The remaining demon wolf fang, lava right hand, and octopus tentacle are missing because they are not needed. Liu named template 4 Little Noisy, and looked forward to their future performance in the Confusion Corridor. Liu calculated that there are about 5 teams of skeletons patrolling the Confusion Corridor every day. Each team has about 5 skeletons. If they provide about 20 malice each time, the Little Noisy will gain 500 malice every time they commit suicide. Adding the green hour, blue hour and red hour together, Brain Spirit also takes 3 shifts to collect, and the expected 5,000 malice per day is considered very conservative, especially in the later stages. Once these little noisy people are memorized by the skeletons and attract them to attack on sight, the efficiency will even be much higher. Of course, there is also a premise to ensure the maximum opening time of the abominable card. This has yet to be verified, but Li Yu is generally optimistic. Next is the application of octopus tentacles. Li Yu thought about it, and felt that it was useless to have legs. It would be a good choice to replace them with octopus tentacles. 8. In this way, like octopus demonic form Kori, he can move freely in the wasteland, and even directly absorb the earth element and spray attacks directly. As for binding and restricting the enemy's movements, they are also within the scope of application of the lower body. And if the legs are replaced, it will not affect the movements of the hands at all, such as lava, such as bone swords. After thinking about it, Li Yu discovered another problem. The self-healing bone is his own sensor. If the foot remains in bone condition, he can move quickly as long as he has an idea, but if it is replaced with an octopus tentacle, you need to use additional thoughts to control it, and the reaction speed will be slower. Li Yu wanted to have both, and after thinking for a moment, he came up with an idea in his head, and carefully cut and polished the octopus tentacles in the demon drawing to make them smaller and thinner. It was then treated as hair, and tied to the skull with binding wire. That's it. Li Yu thought in this way. The absorption capacity of the suction cup can be maximized, protecting the fragile brain body, isolating attacks on the head, and at the same time not affecting the earth element affinity, the earth escape effect. Anyway, if you want to change positions quickly, it is enough as long as the head can freely penetrate into the soil. And there won't be the problem of hair loss. Thinking about it, Li Yu pulled his hairline lower, so that it would look like thick dreadlocks on his head. Although he looks a little strange, Li Yu himself can completely accept it. Just like he never pursued suits when playing games in his previous life. No matter what kind of rags he looks like, as long as the attributes are good enough, he will wear them. Anyway, it's a monster. Another step in the design is that Li Yu sewn the teeth of the devil wolf into the gap between the suction cups of the octopus tentacles with binding thread, giving the tentacles themselves extremely destructive power as long as they are entangled. Whether it is control or killing, they will be there. Li Yu's thoughts. After cutting and controlling the opponent with a headbutt, Li Yu can use the suction cup to aggravate the opponent's bleeding effect, and even use blood as the raw material for spraying, accomplishing multiple things with one stone. After scratching his sticky head, Li Yu finally enriched Template 1. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give it a new name after adding the octopus tentacles. Template 1 is still generally a sharp and skinny handsome man, but the hairstyle changed to dreadlocks, and the whole skeleton looked much more unruly and fashionable. So uninhibited skinny hipster became the new name of Template 1 until Li Yu collected new and more powerful demonic materials. The next step is to transform the heavy armored man, combining what he learned from octopus tentacles and mythology. Li Yu has a new idea on how to transform Template 3. Chapter 149, Killing the Sea Butterfly. The basis for the transformation of the heavy man is inseparable from the application of brain-spirit-pituitary gland. After having the brain-spirit-pituitary gland, Li Yu discovered that the self-healing bone as a sensor could be further optimized. Because one morning, Lulu once hugged him and said, "Brother, you have become fat." Lulu and Feifei are the monsters that pay the most attention to Li Yu. Even the smallest changes cannot escape their eyes. When they said this, it was Li Yu who turned the brain-spirit-pituitary gland into his own. The first day of induction. At that time, Li Yu reaffirmed the difference between the skeleton on his body and the template, and suddenly discovered that the self-healing bone he had been wearing was actually growing slowly, stronger and tougher. Li Yu has no idea how the hormones in the brain-spirit-pituitary gland are transmitted to the self-healing bone, but whether it is the effect of magic power or the connection of the binding thread, this result is good news for Li Yu. It's just that at that time, Li Yu was anxious to take Bitterbird to participate in the killing cup, and temporarily gave up on overcoming this problem. Now he had time to think. And of course, he had to explore all possibilities. Under the influence of the brain-spirit-pituitary gland, the density and shape of the self-healing bone can be edited with a higher degree of freedom through the devil's drawing, with higher density bones. In addition to the stronger sturdiness of the skeleton itself, Li Yu can make some more crazy and powerful demon drawing creations without fear of them falling apart. Of course, the cost will be higher. This is why Li Yu first considered the plan to increase the density of self-healing bones after he finished making the uninhibited skinny trendy man. Design first, then reduce costs. Just like Li Yu, who does not have a brain-spirit-pituitary gland, can also make a dinosaur skeleton, but it is empty and cannot even stand. But now, as long as the density of self-healing bones is increased, it is possible to make dinosaurs run, jump and kill. Of course, Liu did not intend to use the dinosaur form to fight against the jackal family. Firstly, the cost was too high. And secondly, the structure of the dinosaur was not the optimal solution to deal with the jackals. This was just a flashy statement. Although Liu has not yet included the gnolls in the Devil's Illustrated book. According to Bitterberg's memory of the gnolls, Liu at least knows that they are a group of enemies that move quickly, are cunning, and are good at fighting in groups. So based on these obvious characteristics, the most important thing about the heavy armored man is to maintain strong defense while adapting to the ever-changing situation, so as to catch the jackal and kill the jackal. As for the demonic relics owned by the jackal family, they can be explored later. Liu decided to make the base first, and then add some additional seasonings based on the analysis of the demonic illustration. Regarding the basic characteristics of jackals, Liu felt that the fish called sea butterfly mentioned in mystery biology on the edge of the Sea of Death was of great reference value. Sea butterflies usually move in groups and are good at hunting fish and prey dozens of times larger than themselves, and their hunting methods are also very particular, and few prey can survive their encirclement. First of all, the outermost layer of the sea butterfly's shell is made of flesh, which looks soft. It usually gathers near a few rocks, embeds or swims around, attracting predators with no eyesight. Once the predator takes the bait, the sea butterflies will dancing in the sea. A gap opened in the hard shell, and thin lines hidden in the water spread out from the inside, directly turning the water into a dead zone. The thin thread can be called the hand of the sea butterfly, or it can be called the tongue. In short, it is very strong and extremely difficult to break free. When encountering smaller prey, the sea butterfly will also use its tongue to directly grab and eat it as a snack. Talking back to those predators who are unfortunately trapped by the hard thin lines, their roles will change at this time because they are about to be bitten by the wings of the sea butterflies. Under the bite of the sea butterflies, the prey turned into pieces of meat floating in the water, and then became nutrients for the sea butterflies. From launching an attack to becoming prey, and then becoming the feces of the sea butterflies, it took a total of less than a quarter of an hour. What Liu wants to learn from his Hades tactics, whether it is covering the edges of the wings with demon wolf fangs, or using binding threads to pull countless demon wolf fangs, it is enough to turn a certain area to death. Of course, Liu could omit the blinding method of the sea butterfly shell and add meat, because when he encountered the jackal family, he was already fighting in the Colosseum, so there was no need to lure the enemy. Moreover, the jackal family must have known about the heavy armored man and been prepared. One set of tactics cannot be used twice, and this time they must introduce new ones. Therefore, Liu's first step was to use higher density self-healing bones to create new LS for the brain spirits and sea butterflies to ensure their survival first. Thinking about it, Liu exchanged 1 unit of self-healing bone, deleted the heavy-armed man from the demon drawing, and then slowly compressed and fused the self-healing bone into 2 sea butterfly wings. Even the texture remains the same. After the fusion was completed, Liu took out 2 LS that were half a man's height each, and without thinking, he took the bone sword and gave it a sharp crack. Buzz! The shell shook slightly, and a small piece of bone was knocked off, while the rest of the impact seemed to be cut down by the lines on the shell, causing no further impact. Liu scratched his dreadlocks, and with a sudden thought, he took off his own skull and put it into 2 LS. Closing the shell, Liu used his thoughts to control the bone sword and stabbed with all his strength. This time, Liu, who was placed end-to-end between 2 LS, didn't even feel the impact, and felt only quiet and peaceful. Not bad. Liu couldn't hide his joy. Hades shell obviously has a strong shock-absorbing function, perhaps because of the texture on the shell. It can not only be used as the main body of the protective shell for the 4th game of the Killing Cup, but also can be used in the future. Use it as a shield? Liu got out of the shell, put it back into the devil's drawing, and continued to add money. The trendy man's head can be placed inside the shell. First, it stabilizes the position of the brain spirit body in the shell. But once the shell is breached or takes the initiative to attack, the safety of the brain spirit body can still be ensured through the octopus tentacles. Then it's time to fill in some details, such as adding 2 rows of demon wolf fangs to the edge of the shell, such as stuffing bundles of binding wire on the inside. The binding is still wrapped with demonic wolf fangs, which is also complete. The final step in the dead zone. Li Yu's basic idea is to recreate the scene of seed butterfly hunting and complete the strangulation of the jackal family in the Dance of Death. After completing the basic production of Template 3, Li Yu named it Killing Seed Butterflies and only waited for the jackal family to be included before making pre-war fine-tuning. From a cost point of view, a pair of uninhibited skinny trendy men with increased bone density needs to consume a complete unit of self-healing bone, plus components such as binding wires and tentacles. The final number of self-healing points consumed is fixed at 6666, and a pair of Killing Seed Butterflies includes 2 units of self-healing bones, plus the binding wire, the fangs of the devil wolf, and the head of the unruly skinny hipster. And its consumption is up to a staggering 7878. If there are 61 copies of Killing Seed Butterflies, it means 520,000 malicious intentions. Li Yu had previously conservatively estimated the daily malicious output of the brain spirits, which was roughly guaranteed to be above 5,000. But now it seems, it is still too little. According to this progress, it would be good to be able to collect 15 Killing Seed Butterflies before the 4th Killing Cup. The scale is only a quarter, and the dead zone is not big enough. Damn it. I need malice. Li Yu almost subconsciously opened Abominable and Attention at the same time. Chapter 150, The Most Dangerous Time. After a moment of headache, Li Yu calmed down and knew that he still had to go to the closed combat training to gain some wool from those instructors. Basically, it would be enough to make instructors of Blood River's level want to kill him 50 times. The premise is that he won't really kill. In short, Li Yu has at least temporarily solved the problem of what to wear in the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Next, he only needs to sign contracts with the brain spirits one by one, and then try his best to collect malicious. This half-month will be a tense, busy and constantly adjusting half-month. But even after making such a prediction, Li Yu still didn't expect that the next development would be so bizarre. First, Dandan and Ying had a big mouth and accidentally mentioned the news that they were about to participate in the 4th game of the Killing Cup during the closed battle training. Then Nate Meyer and Mai Mai both became interested in the Jackal family. Nate Meyer wanted to gain favor with Shadow, Dandan and Skalrik, while Mai Mai had long heard that the Jackal family had some good demonic relics, and was interested in the Killing Cup. The bet is very interested. Nate Meyer and Mai Mai expressed their intention to join the war. Of course, Diamond, who loves to watch the excitement, will not give up this opportunity, clamoring to apply to the Demon King Mentor Minto. What is even rarer is that Diamond has always had an extremely low sense of existence. Redcoat, the red-robed priest, suddenly expressed his desire to perform some kind of ritual through the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Finally, Brother Pai, who is autistic and making desserts in his bedroom, was also forced to join by Diamond Binbin. Overnight, all the Devil's children wanted to take the opportunity to go out and have fun. So the 4th game of the Killing Cup seemed to be the closing ceremony of the closed combat training. Attracting all the sons of devils, they tried to collectively apply to Minto in the next section of promotion studies and kill the students of a certain subject. Mentor as a blackmail. In this regard, Li Yu is uncertain about 3 points. The first is whether the Demon King Mentor Minto will let him go. The second is which mentor can these devil sons kill together. And the third is this a threat to Minto? Wouldn't it be great if Minto just changed the rules of closed combat training and completely prohibited harm? Everyone would be happy. As for whether Ajabuki will allow the sons of the devil to participate in the Killing Cup, Li Yu is optimistic. Not because the devil will agree, but because he will not disobey Bitterberg until the 5th game. Even if the king of the Colosseum is not willing, he can only be forced to accept it. Secondly, the signing work of the brain spirits is also in steady progress. Senti snails were already enough, and the remaining 2 items, magic bat wings and tiger gecko feces, were also delivered via the dining car. As for the missing ones, Li Yu used them to forcibly capture the first batch of Little Noisy. When they went out for activities, the capture method was very simple. As long as the first batch of Little Noisy went out to learn to use gill nets, you can catch Mephit from various window sills in the puzzling corridor, abandoned corridors and holes, and simply cut it to produce Mephit wings. As for the tiger-spotted geckos, Li Yu had already learned about their habitat in the vegetable field. On the first day, he asked the Little Noisy guys to capture 7 of them and raise them in the upper cave of the library. They were fed by the head chef. Just give the best quality meat to Brother Pig, and then arrange a pair of mini-minis to collect their feces. Although the pair of mini-minis occasionally eat tabby geckos, they can generally ensure a smooth production of feces as long as the surviving tabby geckos are fed well. It is not a problem to collapse, besides, and the Little Noisy people can continue to add. Those brain spirits that successfully signed low-level monster contracts with Liu soon began to practice the killing seed butterfly hunting method with Liu. The upper cave of the library has become a martial arts arena for the brain spirits, who meticulously rehearse the killing seed butterfly formation every day. The scale of the battle formation is divided into 3 types: large, medium and small, depending on the number of participating brain spirits. The difficulty of the exercise gradually increases until it reaches a large formation with 61 brain spirits participating together. Seeing that the progress was good, Liu was a little relieved, but also a little dazed. Are these the brain spirits that were like walking zombies at the beginning? They could also devote themselves to the construction of the library and find more ways to use it. After surviving long enough, the brain spirits also underwent some changes, gradually revealing their respective personalities. Those who are out of the box and active, put on little noise and go out, will always gain more malice and can exceed the tasks assigned by Liu. Those who are silent and rigorous will always be able to fight in the killing seed butterfly's battle formation. The steady and proactive cooperation between the two sides allowed the situation to turn around and complete automatically. Liu couldn't help but sigh that the brain spirits were delayed by Bootyborg. Although Bitterberg himself is still the so-called lord of the brain spirit, his authority has been completely stolen by Liu after a ceremony, and he only has a title canonized by a certain demon king. The candle between the thrones was also straightened again, and its status did not change at all. Liu was also now Ling, and the library was still now Ling's library. By taking control of the library, Liu actually gained several benefits. First of all, he was able to change the topography of the library more efficiently and shorten the construction period of mini and brain spirit. Moreover, Liu did not even need to leave the upper cave to read everything that happened in the library. Just like turning on a surveillance camera, unfolding the real-time picture as he wished. Perhaps this is how Bitterberg observed everything in the library. But it was a pity that there was no playback function. In addition, Liu also controlled the distribution of magic power in the library, and mercifully allowed the weak brains and minis to be nourished by magic power and achieve their own growth. Of course, it is limited to those brain spirits who have signed the soul contract. These are the future combat power of the library. Generally speaking, the development of the library is still within Liu's expectations, and there is not much deviation. However, in the recent news about the library, all the minis and the brain spirits who went out to collect malicious reports reported the same thing outside the door of the library. There was a strange and strong skeleton waiting, silently observing the entrance and exit of the dining car, and brain spirit do not provide any malicious intent. At that time, Liu was busy exploring cloaks, soaking egg pellets, and signing contracts with brain spirits during the green and blue periods, while during the red period, he was going to seal the battle training to gather the wool of the instructors. So he never found a good opportunity to ask the skeleton, what is the purpose? However, since he was only waiting silently outside the library to watch, Liu felt that there was no need to create extraneous matters for the time being as long as he did not affect Now Ling's collection of malice outside. After Liu's unremitting efforts, he also successfully discovered that among the instructors of the closed combat training, Isaac, who teaches brave science, Holana Sang, who teaches human history, and Gossip Emotion, who teaches mythology, the fluctuations are relatively large. And due to Minter's newly added dogma, he cannot harm the devil's son, making him a perfect target for picking wool. Yes, Minto used the excuse of the son of the devil suffered too many casualties to restrict the actions of the mentors so that they could not harm the son of the devil. This also fulfilled Liu's gains to a certain extent. Therefore, including the hateful blessing, Liu was able to gain tens of thousands of ill will in each of these 3 classes, and the instructors of these 3 classes now certainly hate Liu to the core. Just like the ghost ship Captain Gossip has threatened Liu more than once. When the closed battle training is over, he will put this bastard skeleton in the freezer and freeze it for 1,000 years to keep company with the mud. Liu didn't have much objection to this. At least the storage room was full of magical creatures. Whether it was used to enrich the devil's illustrated book or to inspire more inspiration for transformation of the devil's drawings, it was a good place to go. Only 1,000 years is too long. Just seize the day. The wool can be gathered as long as it can be gathered, and the more it is gathered, the more lush it will be. Of course, after Liu also distinguished which classes were problematic. He also deliberately avoided 2 classes: depravity of human nature and death ban. The reason for rejecting the former was that Liu was not willing to follow Bauer into his dream, while the latter was because the course was too monotonous, and the group of wronged souls always wanted to follow Liu without any malicious intent. In this regard, the explanation of the gathering of wronged souls is, I can see a lot of killings in you, and collect a lot of materials. Liu was grateful and insensitive. So after the death ban in the second period, he didn't go to class again. The time he saved was spent in the upper cave of the library, doing his own homework and training his subordinates. On a bright moonlit green hour, Liu leaned against the bathtub built for the minis, while directing 36 brain spirits wherein killing sea butterflies, each divided into 6 groups, to practice small-scale formations. Fa. While watching Feifei rub Lulu's back, wash away the drowsiness of the night, and return to a comfortable state. This is Liu's rare rest time, although it is short. Ah, it feels so comfortable, Lulu instructed Feifei, showing the noble status of Zwa protector. Yes. Yes. Right there. I'll give you a kiss. Lulu stretched her mouth and kissed Feifei, which made Liu feel disgusted. It's so comfortable to live like this. Thank you for saving us. Lulu hurriedly gave Liu a mouthful. Chapter 151 Practical Activities. It all started with a heated debate on promotion science. This is the third quarter of promotion learning, which is the 23rd day of close combat training. There are still 4 days before the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Minto is listening to Dai Minbin's eloquent words, while Liu is sitting firmly in the back row of the classroom. They were enjoying the performance of the demon scribe. It's not quite accurate to call it an argument. After all, Dai Min was the only one talking, and Minto and all the remaining demon sons were just foils, only listening and rarely participating. Today's promotion studies course has been completed, and it is the self-study stage. Minto took back all the clones, and the sons of the devil collectively revolted in the classroom. If it weren't for the fact that the devil's sons would collectively appeal to Minto today, Liu wouldn't even come to attend this promotion learning course ever since Liu snatched the egg from Minto's hand. The Demon King's mentor would not have had a conversation with Liu alone. It doesn't matter to Liu. He is very busy after all, although the blue and purple cloak has not made much progress. Liu is already familiar with it, and can vaguely distinguish the general pattern of the layers. It was like a maze with 9 doors. Liu walked through 3 of them, but he still didn't know how complicated the next 6 were, and whether the first 3 would be closed again. Liu himself has not left the library for many days. In addition to exploring cloaks and soaking egg particles every day, the rest is to produce self-healing bones and trade with the devil's kitchen, make killing seed butterflies, and accompany the brain spirits. Practicing formations is like a permanent coach in the library, and also like a factory. Of course, the contracts between the brain spirits have been signed. The brain spirits and the minis are getting along more harmoniously, and the entire library is peaceful. However, as the full moon got closer, the slave scholars seemed to be getting more and more anxious and ready to take action. They also collected a lot of cloth, fish skin, and other garbage in various piles, preparing for their sewer exploration. Of course, it was Liu who instructed Mini not to interfere too much in the actions of the slave scholars. So they collected these things anyway. They were all scraps generated during the renovation of the library, and Liu had nothing to lose. Seeing that the hearts of the slave scholars are becoming more and more earnest day by day, Liu also hopes that their journey into the sewers will have a good start, arrive at the devil's market smoothly, and find the life they long for. What do you think? Liu's thoughts were brought back by Dai Minbin's question. Does what I said make sense? Dai Min would have dared to ridicule the 977th son of the Demon King commander, but he would not dare to do the same to the Demon King's mentor. No. Minto still insisted on his original answer. Okabuki will not agree. End of story. But you are the Demon King's mentor, the king of the Colosseum. Why should I give you some face? Dai Min had not given up yet. As long as you give orders. How can he dare not agree? But Liu knew that Dai Min was not pious and begging for Minto. The so-called participation in the 4th game of the Killing Cup was just an excuse for him. Maybe his real intention was to go out for fun, suffocated by close combat training? Unfortunately, the success rate of the Devil Scribe's action prediction was only 7.313%. When Liu went to listen to Dai Minbin's voice, most of it was just a few words without much reference value. Treasury, Dad's city. You want me to owe him once? Minto glanced at Liu, and Liu understood what the Demon King's mentor meant. Ajibuji is not someone who can beg for mercy. Please refer to Booty back then. Bork, you have to understand what the king of the Colosseum is. Minto talked about authority, and immediately brought the topic to higher existences. Dai Minbin suddenly stopped when he saw this, so I also want to get Ajibuki's consent. He is just a bag devil. In your capacity, you can just say that this is a practical activity for close combat training. Isn't it okay? I understand him. He also wants the killing cup to look better. What could be better than the son of the devil participating in the war? Practice activity, don't worry. You will have the opportunity to practice. Minto said something meaningful. As for Ichibuji's attitude towards you. Minto pondered for a moment and suddenly asked Liu. What do you think? You have been out and met him. Do you think he will agree to the sons of demons participating in the killing cup? Seeing that Liu was sitting firmly watching the show, Mincho directly handed the ball of fire into Liu's hands. Diamond Bin then also turned to look at Liu. And Liu also took advantage of the situation and opened the abominable card and collected it. Malicious plus 1444. No. Liu said the simplest truth. The fourth scene is the library brain spirit versus the jackal family. And you? They are not the brains of the library. Malicious plus 788 plus 341. In addition to Damon Binbin, Redcoat, and Nate Meyer are very active in wanting to participate. And here Liu lied. Liu had promised Dandan and Inging, and had thought of a way to bring them in. But he would never share it with Diamond Binbin and the others. Just kidding. How can we fight against a group of lawless demon sons? Not to mention that the formations were all messed up. It would be a blessing if the killing sea butterflies were not eaten by them. But you're a brainiac? Diamond Binbin muttered in a low voice after seeing the unruly skinny hipster. The children of the devil became more and more surprised by Skalric's entry, and no longer dared to look down on him. He did. I can be. Liu's attitude became much more unruly, and he scratched his elastic hair, which swayed like seaweed. At the same time, Liu also sent a message to Dandan and Inging, who had a slight reaction on the side. You guys put on a show and get angry. Inging raised a huge question mark to express his confusion. Work harder and invest a little more. Otherwise it won't be natural. Liu guided Dandan and Inging's performances. Hack! You are so rude. You have promised us to fight together. Dandan's performance was very sincere. Because at first, he really thought Liu was going to break the contract. I'm sorry, my friend. There's nothing I can do. Liu nodded to Dandan and Inging, saying that enough was enough. And there's another reason. Even if you ask Ujibuji or even owe him once, he will never agree to your participation in the killing cup. Liu turned to Diamond Binbin and finally turned back the abominable card. Said some useful information. The killing cup must not only look good, but also be easy to make money. And the sons of the devil are too powerful to make money. Having said this, Liu said no more. A family of jackals faced off against Nao Ling. Everyone thought the family of jackals would win. But what if a family of jackals faced off against the son of the devil? It is impossible for the low-level monsters not to be able to predict the outcome. When the time comes, in order to increase the stakes for the jackal family, Ajibuki will have to bring out a more powerful opponent. Liu didn't want to make the fourth game more difficult. He only wanted to compete in this big one. And even if he made a profit, he would see the Colosseum again. Okay, seeing that neither Minto nor Liu were on his side, Diamond Bin finally gave up his unrealistic fantasy and sat back in his seat with a smile on his face. But he did not relax his gaze on Liu. Don't forget, you have to lend me your head after the battle training. Diamond Binbin pointed at Liu's head with a chain. It's really good. Your head seems to be becoming more and more valuable. Liu scratched his head and was non-committal. I still have 61 heads like this. So what if I lend you one? In the remaining half of the advanced study period, only Redcoat, Inging, and Dandan were still studying seriously. Diamond Binbin, my, and Brother Pai left the classroom and went to rest or have fun. Liu was also glad that this class was not in vain. In addition to watching the debate between Diamond Binbin and Minto, Liu also took the opportunity to look at the materials that could be dropped by the sons of demons. It doesn't mean that you have to kill them all to be happy, but if you know it in advance, there is no danger. Diamond Binbin, a demon alone, has 3 kinds of materials dropped. Chapter 152. Can you win? The first is the Fate File. Although Liu doesn't understand what this thing can do, he knows that it is extraordinary when he sees the title of Destiny, and the probability of dropping it is estimated to be very low. The second type is the Twisting Pin. Liu guessed that it is related to the ability of the demon scribe itself to distort numbers. It can probably be understood as some kind of demonic relic, which may be difficult to insert into the head and embed into the existing template. The third type sounds more ordinary, with only the word chain. Liu is somewhat expecting it to be just a simple chain after experiencing the experience of collecting 500,000 malice and creating 61 pairs of killing seed butterflies after that. Liu has developed a great respect for materials that consume a lot of money, and he knows that if life is simple, he can still save as much as possible. After seeing the drop of Damon's notebook, Liu couldn't help but guess. Bosch's drop should be more than just the lava right hand. But it's a pity that he killed it too early. And it's currently unclear whether it will drop again. Drop something else. Daimon was a treasure in his own right. And so were the other demon children. What Nate Meyer dropped was the Eye of Nightmare. Liu also took the opportunity to analyze that most of the Nightmare Demon spells are cast through her eyes. If you encounter similar enemies in the future, you should try to avoid being her. See, corresponding to Nate Meyer, the demon merchant sells the Eye of Appraisal, which presumably allows him to identify the value of the target item at a glance, thus facilitating transactions. It was also after watching the Nightmare Demon and the Demon Merchant that Liu began to think about what kind of eyes he would wear in the future: the eyes of nightmares, or the eyes of identification, or the eyes of the beholder? After all, it would be nice to have a see-through function. Wait, who said you can only have two eyes? Liu always forgets occasionally that he is a monster. How can he have so many restrictions? Among the remaining sons of the devil, the shadows dropped were more abstract. Just shadows. Liu couldn't think of what the monster needed two shadows for. The drop from Demon Chef Pai Gu is still the stomach bag. There is no change. The red robe priest Redcoat dropped a red robe, which made Liu wonder if the blue-purple cloak on the upper floor of the library had anything to do with the demon priests. Only the fall of Dandan could not be traced, and Liu deeply suspected that he would have to blow it up to know. Looking at Dandan, Liu even felt that this guy was expecting a demon to blow it up. After a complete round of inspection, Liu also roughly figured out the drop patterns. Basically, they are related to the skills of the monster itself. It may be a certain part of the body, a certain organ, or a certain prop carried. Fortunately, Liu is a monster, and most of the materials can be used directly without worrying about side effects, and the Devil's Illustrated Manual also directly eliminates many complicated conditions, and can directly cause dead monsters to precipitate materials. If there is no Demon Illustrated book, getting these from monsters requires specific magic, rituals, or props. That is almost difficult for Liu to do. The red hour is about to end, and Minchuo is about to return to chaos. Liu hurriedly begs Minchuo, Dandan, and Ying to lift the seal on Ying. The two sons of the devil have now become one, and every day if Ying leaves the body, it will delay the promotion progress. But he doesn't want to be isolated by Minto's magic. Minto didn't have any objections to Ying becoming Dandan's shadow. He was even somewhat pleased with Ying's choice and looked at it with admiration. At the same time, Minto didn't bother to ask Liu how he could help Dandan and Ying sneak into the arena with control over the library. A vast amount of knowledge, and his own blessing. It would be weird if he couldn't do it. Minto only asked Liu one thing: can you win? Of course. Liu shook his unruly tentacled hair. Destroy the dead? I have seen many demons. And you had the same expression before they died. Minto just nodded. And Liu understood in his heart that although Dandan and Ying were involved in the battle, before that, I still have to go to the Forbidden Forest. The reason why Minto was asked to lift Ying's restrictions today is also because of this. During the green hour tomorrow, Liu, Dandan, and Ying will go to the Forbidden Forest to secretly visit the Jackal family, collect their information first, and do their best. Adequate preparation. After all, it is the largest force in the Forbidden Forest besides the Demon Wolf King. Of course, Liu will not rely on it. The main reason for bringing Dandan was because Liu needed Ying in the Forbidden Forest, where the shade of trees is everywhere. There is a shadow to bless him, which is of great help in both reconnaissance and reducing interference. The three demons in this room had just received Minto's permission and turned to go out, when they suddenly saw a puff of red blocking them in front of them. It's Redcoat, the Red Robe Priest. I request to join the battle with the Jackal family in 4 days. Redcoat lowered his head slightly, and even expressed a hint of flattery to Liu Sanmo. And Liu looked at the No. 401 Red Robe Priest in front of him, and he was a little confused about what he wanted. The Red Robe Priest's action prediction success rate was 5.178%, which was higher than the demon scribe Diamond Binbin. Low. Liu has reason to suspect that such a low prediction success rate is related to the silent skills that this monster has innately mastered. Ajabuji. Liu wanted to use the gambling demon as a shield again, but was interrupted by Redcoat. I divine that all three of you will go to the Killing Cup, so please don't imagine that I am stupid. Redcoat was more difficult to figure out than Damon. That's it. Since he couldn't hide anything, Liu tried to at least confirm whether Redcoat had any malicious intentions during the communication. Tell the reason why you want to participate. My promotion requires a ceremony, A ceremony involving more than 100 souls. The red-robed priest spoke intermittently. There are 60 brain spirits in the library. There are more than this number for the Jackal family. It is one of the few opportunities in the near future to meet the conditions of the ceremony. Listening to Redcoat's simple description, Liu inexplicably thought of the red-robed priest with red blood vessels in the Blood River simulation battle, and also thought of the hilltop thrown towards the Steel City at the end of the battle. He thought to himself that this kind of group battle is indeed the perfect occasion for the red-robed priest to show his talents. It's a pity that the enemies in that battle were simulated by Blood River, and the number of souls was insufficient to meet Redcoat's promotion needs. However, Liu really didn't expect that among the sons of the devil, the one who most sincerely wanted to participate in the Killing Cup was Redcoat. He was usually the silent one and the gloomy one, which made Liu even doubt whether he could speak. I will not interfere with the battle situation, and there is no need to make any changes to your strategy, as long as hundreds of souls exist in the field for a moment. Redcoat was very considerate at this time, and Liu guessed it is unclear to what extent his divination of the battle situation has reached. I understand your needs, and I will consider them. Until now, Liu had not received any ill intentions from Redcoat, at least for the time being. He was sure that his actions were not directed at him. So he responded first. If it is confirmed that Redcoat's help is needed to annihilate the Jackal family during the trip to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow morning, Liu could also consider taking him with him. Okay. If you are willing to cooperate, you can let me know. I will directly contact the Demon King Minter to submit an application, Redcoat said firmly, and he was eager to confirm his participation in the war. Liu guessed that his method should be some kind of ritual that could communicate with the world of chaos. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt that it would be good to use Redcoat as a messenger. At least, he didn't need to passively wait for Ajibuki to communicate with him. Contact yourself to confirm the bet content. Of course, I won't accept your help in vain. Redcoat seemed very sure that Liu would win the Killing Cup. I can offer some sincerity in advance, tell you some information. For example, what will you encounter in the Forbidden Forest tomorrow morning? Redcoat lowered his head deeply, and the blood on his red robe became thicker. Chapter 153, Wolf in Human Skin. Beware, a wolf in human skin. After the red-robed priest finished speaking, he walked backwards and left, leaving Liu in his reverie. A wolf in human skin? Does this mean that on this trip to the Forbidden Forest, you will encounter monsters that look like humans? Liu wasn't too worried about not being able to see through the other party's disguise. At least the Devil's Manual had recorded human being no. 666. So with a little investigation, he could confirm whether the other party was a human. Of course, Liu will be more careful about these mysterious prophecies now that he has arrived in Demon King City. Wolf in human skin. Please pay attention. Liu has positioned Ying as the scout and combatant of this trip to the Forbidden Forest. Both man and jackal. Please pay attention. Ying expanded slightly to show his affirmation, and Liu stopped talking nonsense and took the two demons to the exit of the library. This time, it was a covert operation, and the top priority was to collect information about the Jackal family. In order to avoid being trapped in the Forbidden Forest, Liu some big shots noticed that he didn't even bring a bone sword. And Liu didn't forget that there was a strong skeleton guarding the door at the exit. I didn't have time to pay attention to him these days. Now that the red hour was approaching, it was just in time to see what he wanted. Afraid that the skeleton would recognize Skalrik, Liu took back the uninhibited skinny hipster, put on a pair of little noisy, and finally walked out of the library again with an egg with crystals on its head. The strong skeleton was sitting at the door with a giant sword, turning a blind eye to Liu. He looked at Dandan, who was following him, and he didn't seem interested. He turned his head away, paying no attention to little noisy going in and out of the library. This sturdy skeleton has become accustomed to strange things, and has even been harassed by them a few times. It's just that the strong skeleton's mentality is very stable, and the little noises have not gained any ill will over and over again. So the two have reached a strange balance. The little noises no longer pay attention to the skeleton, and the skeleton ignores the little noises. So Liu and the strong skeleton looked at each other without talking. The reason why the skeleton didn't speak was because he thought Liu was one of the little noisy. And the reason why Liu didn't speak was because he found that this strong skeleton was different from the skeletons he had encountered before. It was actually parsing 46%. Just looking at the speed of analysis, Liu can determine that the strength of the skeleton in front of him is that of a high-level monster, and it is in a different category from the skeletons he has seen before. Judging from the initial progress, Liu's previous analysis of the skeletons was not useless. So this time the progress bar jumped directly, starting at about 45%. Liu was a little confused. The skeleton prince Skorik was classified into the same category as the skeleton infantry and the skeleton captain. Why did the sturdy skeleton in front of him need additional analysis? Has it ever changed? Liu recalled the skeletons he had met one by one, and found that only the Bone Mage and Blood River had not been analyzed, but because the Bone Mage at that time was simulated by Blood River, it could not be counted. Therefore, Liu can be sure that there must be something special about the skeleton in front of him, and there is a high probability that it has mutated. This aroused great interest in Liu, and he was no longer as leisurely as before. What was a mutated skeleton doing at the door of the library? What attracted it here? And what stopped it from coming in to check it out? Moreover, this skeleton is calm and resolute. At first glance, it does not look like those idiots who can only dance and play tunes. Coupled with the scarred skeleton and the heavy giant sword, it adds a lot of tension to Liu out of thin air. Parsing, 51%. The analysis progress was similar to that of Octopus Demon Quarry, and Liu decided to spend half a quarter of an hour with the skeleton. While waiting, Dandan also rolled under the skeleton's giant sword and touched the blunt edge of the sword with the edge, as if he wanted to be hit by it. Who are you? What are you waiting for? I'll wait with you. Liu imitated the thoughts of the little noisy people. Send a message to the skeleton. The strong skeleton didn't even raise his head, thinking it was another malicious prank inspired by a little noise. Liu didn't care whether he said anything or not. The Devil's Illustrated book was still progressing anyway, so he sent a message to Dandan and Ying. Wait with me for half a quarter of an hour. I want to see what kind of skeleton this guy is. Dandan received the message from Liu. Once he heard it, he had to wait for half a quarter of an hour, and his edge, became even more itchy. Hey, your sword looks good. The fine particles of the egg turned into sound waves. Cut me? The strong skeleton finally reacted. His empty eyes looked at the egg on the ground, but he remained silent. This time Dandan seemed to have received permission, and he really got close to the giant sword, sharpened his edge, and made a sound. It seemed that the balls were crooked, so the strong skeleton's bony hand grasped the balls, but did not pick them up. Huh? It's very heavy. What kind of mysterious creature is it? The skeleton said to himself. And then he grabbed it again and finally picked up the ball. Dang dang. After knocking, listening, and measuring, the strong skeleton performed a very skillful set of actions. His eyebrows slightly dropped, and he zoomed away to look at the balls. I've never seen an egg before. I don't know what will hatch. The strong skeleton held the egg and said, Can I ride it? Liu was even more surprised when he first met Dandan. The self-healing bone was already a sensor, and with the blessing of power, he could only lift Dandan with both hands. In the end, it seemed that the skeleton didn't take much effort. Is it in your hand? What kind of power is this? And what does "can you ride it" mean? Hey, do you have a master? The strong skeleton asked calmly, as if he saw the value of the eggs. Friend, it's very impolite to ask a question without first mentioning your name. Dandan was afraid that the other party would not speak. At this time, the skeleton said it, and he wanted to introduce himself again. It makes sense. The strong skeleton nodded. I am Galaric, Skeleton Knight. How about you? Very well. I'm Dandan. Dandan was about to introduce himself. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Liu hurriedly sent a message to stop it as soon as the words "wandering garbage of the universe" came out. Everyone knew that Dandan is an alien demon. Maybe Dandan needs to change its name. As for Skeleton Knight, what is it? Is it a classification of this strong skeleton? It was also the first time for Liu to hear about this type of skeleton. Looking back on the books in the library, there seemed to be no relevant records. No, that's rude. Dandan rejected Liu, but still understood Liu's mentality. Hello. I am Dandan, the ultimate indestructible substance. Oh! Galaric squeezed his balls and made a sound. What will you hatch? I don't know. Do you want to try smashing me? Dandan jumped for joy in Galaric's palm, but Ying took the opportunity to check the giant sword and found no sacred aura. Since you asked so, let me give it a try. Galaric finally moved, shaking off the dust on the floor, as if he hadn't gotten up for a long time. As he spoke, Galaric lightly threw the egg into the air, and then swung his sword at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, even though it was just through telekinesis. Liu could only barely grasp Galaric's movements. The giant sword was like a guillotine filling the corridor, falling from top to bottom, slamming the balls into the ground with a bang, and the entire confusing corridor seemed to tremble. Parsing, 71%. Then, I heard a long moan from Dandan. Well, how is it? Liu sent a message to Dandan, wanting to compare the strength. It's still a little worse than Minto, but it's much more stimulating than a small thorn piercing the body. It's a different kind of stimulation. I like this better. Dandan understood, and responded to both Liu and Galaric. And Liu estimated that the little thorn refers to the withering thorn of the bone sword. The power of this skeleton is terrifying. Minto? So you are the son of the devil. Galaric nodded, confirmed Dandan's identity, and then asked, do you want to try again? As he spoke, Galaric held up his balls with his giant sword. The thick and mottled sword was suddenly covered with teeth and claws, and turned into an 8-sided stick that occupied half the width of the corridor. Here we come. Galaric lifted his balls into the air, aimed at the entrance of the library, and struck directly with the 8-sided stick. Chapter 154 Malice in front of the Forbidden Forest. Liu thought a lot at that moment. Are there minis, or brain spirits working in the lower corridor of the library? Will they be penetrated by a sudden flying egg? Judging from the 8-sided stick in Galaric's hand, this shot must be a home run. Right? Maybe we can go directly to the 6th library at the end and dig a big hole for the slave scholars to come out? Liu thought a lot. But before he started to stop him, he discovered something even more puzzling. There seemed to be an invisible force holding Dandan's body in the air, so that when the 8-sided stick hit Dandan, it was frozen in the air for a moment, without any change in orientation. Next, there were ripples on the edge, caused by the huge impact, as if every particle was revealing happiness, spreading to every part of Eggy's body. After Dandan screamed in pain, the force that had held it suddenly disappeared, and Dandan fell vertically back to the ground, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Huh? What's going on? Liu and Galaric asked almost at the same time. But one was sending a message, and the other was making a sound. It is my egg now. I want it to move. And then it can move. Inging wrote a line of words, and the two of them answered together while enduring the huge impact. Inging forcibly moved the shadow of the egg, sewn in place. And obviously, shadow is also stronger than Blood River, and can even withstand the huge force that is almost comparable to that of Demon King Minto, making Dandan unable to move at all. Shadow Demon? Galaric saw the situation clearly. It seems, you are really the sons of the devil. Parsing, 89%. In that case, friends, I have something to ask you. Galaric inserted the giant sword with all its bones back into the ground, and finally faced Liu's little quarrel with the two demon sons. The brain spirit of the companion is obviously not just a brain spirit. Do you recognize a skeleton? Galaric drew a simple drawing on the ground with his giant sword, highlighting the right hand that looked like a pure-blooded demon. This skeleton. Liu could tell at a glance that the drawing of Galaric was a sharp and skeletal beauty, which was himself during the 3rd game of the Killing Cup. He suddenly wanted to understand where this sturdy skeleton came from. It must be he saw me placing bets in the audience and followed him here. But I still don't know what the purpose of following you is. You have followed me here, and you haven't come in to take a look after waiting for so long? Oh, that skeleton prince. The handsome man in the skeleton, the holder of the bone sword. Before Dandan and Inging could answer, Liu took the lead to interject. What do you want to see him for? Liu was not sure whether Galaric had any malicious intentions. He was also conservative when talking about Skorik. At the same time, he felt that he was lucky to have taken precautions, and did not carry the bone sword with him at the moment. I want to know how he is doing. Galaric only said half of the words, and did not reveal his purpose. Fortunately, Liu finally completed the analysis, and included this very special skeleton in front of him. And then, he could roughly know what he was thinking. Analysis successful. Included in the Devil's Illustrated Book No. 166 Skeleton Knight. Skeleton Knight. Distribution. Everywhere. Lifespan. 20 to 400 years. Habits. A variant of the skeleton. Calm and determined. Familiar with the habits and raising methods of various mythical creatures. Loyal to his master, and looking for the perfect one all his life. Mount. Hobby. Riding all things / contacting corpses. Skills. Giving weapons different shapes due to the things they ride / taming corpses. Action prediction success rate. 77.899%. Weakness. Soul lodging. Material drop. None. Generally speaking, the difference between skeleton knights and skeletons lies in their habits. Hobbies. Skills and action prediction success rate. Habits have evolved into calm and firm on the basis of persistence and dullness. It's no wonder that you can stay at the door of the library for so many days, Hobbies correspond to habits. He is really a knight worthy of the name. And maybe he came into contact with the corpse to better understand the physical properties and find a mount? Is this the so-called skeleton knight who loves to ride all things? Liu has already seen the skill give weapons different forms just now. Taming corpses may correspond to contacting corpses. Is it possible to tame dead creatures into mounts? As for the action prediction success rate, it is a little lower than that of ordinary skeletons. But it does not affect the judgment of its intentions in general. It's a pity that the material dropped is none, which can be regarded as indirectly saving Galaric's life. Liu has already seen him swimming in the soul lodging house under his crotch. There is a shadow present. Even if there is no bone sword, Liu can also crush it easily. Why do you know his current situation? He already has a cooperative relationship with our brain spirit master, and is also under the protection of the demon king Minterminto. Liu Xian emphasized the important status of Skalric and called Galaric did not dare to act rashly. Well, it's the treatment of a devil's son. Galaric seemed to think it was too frivolous and didn't bother to say it. No wonder Bitterberg wore bones to participate in the killing cup. But how did Skalric do it? Why did he produce so many bones? The bones of the dining car, were they voluntary, or were they enslaved? Galaric has been squatting for so long, and has learned about the deal between the library and the devil's kitchen. Skalric, is your master? Why don't you just go in and find him? Liu is still more concerned about whether Skalric is a friend or an enemy, although there is still a lot of time to explore the Forbidden Forest. But total consumption is not the solution here. If you want to confirm that it is an enemy, just kill it, even if there are no materials dropped. However, in the exchange so far, Galaric has not shown any malice. Galaric was silent, but he couldn't hide his heart. None of the skeletons that went in came out. There should be strong protection measures inside. The holder of the bone sword is the master of all skeletons. If you contact them rashly, you may become a slave. I will find him. But not now. Galaric finally organized his words, raised his head and said, if you are not going to inform me or help me pass the message, I will continue to wait here. It won't be long before the fourth game of the Killing Cup. Skalric will definitely come out. I need to ask him. Galaric still did not have any malicious intent. And Liu was happy to put Galaric's problem aside for the time being. This trip was to collect the Jackal family, and he could put aside anything that was not urgent. Liu felt the cracks in Galaric's bones and the determination revealed, and thought to himself, just wait. The next time Skalric goes out, he will be followed by 61 killing sea butterflies, coupled with the varying numbers of demon sons. How can you? A skeleton knight. Ride over you. Tell him to give you a slap when you come back. Okay? Let's go. Liu left the corridor with his reluctant balls, and headed towards his destination. One stroke is not enough. I need 3 strokes. The skin of my ball started to itch very quickly. Walking through the confusion corridor, the patrolling skeleton team ran away when they saw the little noise, as if they were afraid of catching up with Liu. So Liu, Dandan, and Yinging also came to the Forbidden Forest smoothly. Moonlight Trail. The last time he set foot here, Liu was still a small thief, squatting in order to grab a ticket to the Killing Cup. This time, he had a bigger appetite and took up the idea of a family of jackals, the bullies in the Forbidden Forest. But before entering the dense forest, Liu suddenly encountered a problem. The self-healing bone can't enter the shade of the tree so close? Malicious plus 9,999. Chapter 155 Gaze. When Liu took a step forward, he felt a great malice directed at the self-healing bones. At the same time, a sudden push pushed him away, as if he had hit a rebounding wall. Why are you standing there? Aren't you leaving? At the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, a man with his balls spinning in circles asked Liu. The shadow of the egg has merged with the Forbidden Forest and is extending infinitely. This forest is hostile to him. Yinging seemed to be aware of the forest's will, turning into an arrow and pointing at Liu. Are you hostile to me or to it? Liu said, taking off the little noisy skull. And a new lonely brain floated in. As Liu expected, neither malice nor push appeared this time. But when Liu used his mind to pull the skull and got closer to the Forbidden Forest, it was still pushed out by an invisible force, and even several hideous holes were left in the skull. Malicious plus 9,999. Heh, the first warning. The second killing. Liu silently tasted the curse of the Forbidden Forest, thinking that if he had known this, why would he make Xiaonoba so busy? Wouldn't it be more efficient to get some bones to break into the Forbidden Forest? Hi! What's going on? Dandan didn't understand. Finley must have told his father something. The Forbidden Forest is now a forbidden land for skeletons, Liu said leisurely. Not long ago, I was fighting with several other demon sons. Among them was Finley, the demon wolf prince. He once said that skeletons are not allowed to appear in the Forbidden Forest. And obviously, this is the result. Finley was threatening Liu when he said this. Unexpectedly, the demon wolf prince has no body left now. But the promise he made is still there. Fortunately, Liu was wearing a little noise, and not a sharp, skinny, handsome man otherwise. Once the Forbidden Forest noticed the existence of the devil wolf's fang. There might be a more severe blow. Then what should I do? I can't leave yet. Dandan saw Liu turn around and left the Forbidden Forest, and couldn't figure out what he was going to do. Of course, it's a change of clothes. Liu had to readjust the uninhibited skinny trendy man, remove all the self-healing bones, and connect the octopus tentacles with binding threads, and simply created a set of 8 ball of thread wrapped in tentacles. In this way, he would have to re-edit it when he used unruly skinny hipster man later. But when Liu thought about finding a treasure that could stably provide malicious intent, he felt it was worth it. And with Nailing's excellent memory, re-editing doesn't take much time, and the malicious consumption in the process can be repaid by the Forbidden Forest. Not only that, Liu even thought that he could have a good time before leaving, so that he wouldn't go out and wander around in vain. But just when Liu put on the tentacles, a shadow quickly approached in the sky, bringing with it a fierce wind. Hunter? Before Liu had time to knock it down with his mind, he saw that the flying bird in the sky had completely solidified, and then turned into a large mass of blood stains in the air. And he didn't even have time to see what kind of magic bird it was. Ying did it, directly crushing the attacker into a blood ball. Hurry up. It's very exciting inside. Ying took back herself from the scattered blood shadows, and was a little anxious. But what Liu was confused about was that the bird didn't have any malice when it attacked. Is it because I have no intelligence, and is like an animal? Or was the attack just now not directed at me, but just to satisfy my hunger? Liu probably understood that the Forbidden Forest was full of skimmers, and malicious reminders could no longer accurately warn of danger. So he still had to be alert and observe his surroundings. Here we come, Liu said, re-entering the Forbidden Forest. Seeing the octopus submerged in the ground and swimming over, its balls began to roll inward again, and the fine particles formed a bowl shape, and began to receive various noises in the forest. Liu silently sensed the movement of insects on the ground and underground. Amidst the rustling sounds, he slowly moved closer to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. While walking, Liu even felt that an insect had bitten an octopus tentacle underground. Although Liu felt no pain, he still felt a little uncomfortable. However, he also used the suction cups to absorb a lot of earth elements and toxins, and accumulated more. Maybe it can spray poisonous soil bombs. Liu's knowledge of the jackal family before was limited to Butebog's memory and a few records in the book. After entering the Forbidden Forest, of course, he didn't know the location of their family's territory, so he could only rely on shadows. Completed the search for enemies. So Liu, the 3 demons, did not change their direction after entering the Forbidden Forest, and marched straight inward until the entrance became the shadow's stretching limit of the shadow. The 3 demons then moved laterally, looking for traces of the jackal family from the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. Try not to disturb the terrifying existence inside the Forbidden Forest as much as possible. Remember, the footprints are like this. The feces is like this. The body hair is like this. Liu had already shared with Ying the possible traces left by the jackal family. But at this moment, he still couldn't help but convey his memory to it one more time. Maybe he was a little nervous. In terms of habitat, usually a jackal family will choose places such as caves, valleys, and riversides, so that they can deal with enemy attacks or use digs to retreat. The moonlight was hazy, and everything could not be seen clearly. There were rustling monsters all around, and it seemed that there were always monsters snooping around, which made Liu's spirit tense all the time. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly. All monsters that approached Liu's 3 demons were tortured and killed by the shadows, and they were relatively weak on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, and could not resist the expulsion of the shadow demons. As a result, a hint of weirdness was added to the Forbidden Forest. The insects that were originally moving freely died mysteriously, as if an invisible hand cut off their heads, legs, and waists, and crushed them one after another, just for fun. If a life is suddenly shattered, please remember to look at their shadow. How is it? Finally, Ying's coverage area has been stretched to the limit, and the situation outside the Forbidden Forest has reached a peak. The next step is to scan horizontally. There is a thunder pool in this direction. It should be in the weak stage now. But it will also hinder my perception. Ying's arrow points to the 11 o'clock direction under Liyu's care. Ying made a big arrow with a shadow. On one side, small characters were placed on the edge of the egg with extremely detailed shadows to prevent anyone from peeking. Oh, that should be the habitat of the evil horned beasts. The jackal family doesn't like the plains, and they probably won't be neighbors with the evil horned beasts. Liu searched for all relevant knowledge in the Palace of Memory, ruling out all the relevant knowledge. Most likely locations to provide directional navigation. The trees in this direction are all withered, smelling like the dead, like a cemetery. Ying pointed to the 8 o'clock direction. The trees on the edge are half dead and are being eroded. The cemetery, the eroded trees, are unlikely to be related to the jackal family. Liu made a judgment based on the jackal habits outlined in his mind. At the same time, Liu also noted the direction of the cemetery and the eroded trees, thinking that if he came with a bone sword next time, the cemetery would undoubtedly be the most beneficial battlefield for him. Let's turn right. The thunder pool and the cemetery are on the left side, and the right side is relatively calm. Liu gestured to turn, and at the same time began to instill some geographical knowledge into Ying, so that the shadow demon could make terrain judgments and feedback. More solid news. Liu didn't know how big the Forbidden Forest was, but in order to cover a larger detection range, it was still necessary to expand the range of free movement of the three people as much as possible, and try to avoid unnecessary trouble in the early stage, such as the habitat of the evil horned beast. The Thunder Pond is like a cemetery where the trees have withered inexplicably. Found it. Not long after changing direction, Ying suddenly felt a surge of excitement. A very deep hole, with jackal hair at the entrance. Very good. Liyu's attitude was the same as before, but there were waves in his heart. There is a monster watching him, Liu is sure. Just now, the tree trunk suddenly twisted unnaturally, and the shadow of the tree was blocked by the leaves. So Ying didn't feel anything strange, but Liu noticed it without relaxing his awareness of his surroundings. Chapter 156 Philosophical Issues. In order to prevent Dandan and Ying from revealing their flaws, Liu pretended that nothing happened, but fixed his thoughts firmly on the strange tree. Parsing, 6%. It is a monster that has not been included in the Devil's Manual, and its strength is similar to Galaric. Liu made a judgment. Analysis interrupted. Save record. As the three demons moved, the monster on the tree suddenly disappeared. Liu didn't even understand how it moved, and only guessed that it was related to the tree itself. Soon, Liu sensed the same breath on a tall pine tree in front of him. And it appeared again, the trunk twisted again, and it poked its head out under the cover of the shadows of the leaves. Are you spying? Know the shadow demon well? Parsing, 9%. Liu suppressed the doubts in his heart, and continued to move steadily, but expanded the range of perception to every nearby tree, keeping an eye on the monitor at all times. The jackals are interrogating. After Ying determined the general direction of the target, he withdrew part of a shadow, transformed and explored the depths of the cave, thus obtaining more information. Who are you torturing? Liu intentionally or unintentionally blocked the line of sight from the tree and communicated with Ying inadvertently. Human. Ying's handwriting kept deforming and remained on the edge. Judging from the shadow, he should be a noble. Unfortunately, I don't know what they are talking about. In addition to the humans being tortured, there are also a dozen humans tied up and dressed in gorgeous clothes. They should all be nobles. Ying continued to report on the situation in the cave. The technique is still so rough. Ying commented. What method? Liu didn't realize what Ying was talking about for a while. The method of torture is to eat their organs bit by bit in front of humans, starting from the lower body. Ying seemed to think this was quite low end. I thought the no. Two-player in the Forbidden Forest could come up with something new. Tossing and turning. Just like the pure-blooded demon in the mouth of the abyss. It only knows how to eat. Friend, you are not very polite. Dandan felt that he was being insinuated. Some demons eat to torture, and some demons eat to grow, and I am still growing. Dandan also noticed the soft sound on the bark of the tree, and instead communicated through the devil's universal language written on the particles. Oh! Ying has no desire for words, and cannot empathize with Dandan. They were asking that human, where he hid the treasure and magic materials. Dandan was located by Ying, and then received the content of the conversation through his own radar. I'm also praising that human for developing a good skin. Dandan used a standard dialogue format and laid out the answers to the questions on the edge. Your thighs don't taste very good. But the skin is really chewy. Have they been soaked in some kind of magic potion? The jackal said. Oh God! Oh damn! I am a guest at the transformation ceremony. You must let me go now. Oh! Don't eat anymore, said the person being tortured. Aga aga, delicious. Delicious. How about eating the next bite from your mouth? Don't worry. You can still talk after only eating the first half. We all understand what you are saying, said the gnoll. What? Liu watched the dialogue on the edge, L for a while, becoming more and more confused as he read. Friend, I know you have good hearing, but please don't repeat everything. Just focus on the key points. The human being is a fallen noble. This time he came to the Demon King city to participate in the demon transformation ceremony. But as soon as he was ready, he was captured by the jackal family and taken to the Forbidden Forest. Dandin summarized helplessly. The jackal man, knowing the dignity of this human being, I am draining him to the bone. Or maybe, I'm playing with him. Liu also roughly understood how the jackal family lived before the Demon King city was opened. Steal people and things from the Demon King city for fun. Satisfying your lust for words and killing. Walk slowly. Tell me about the layout of the camp near the jackal family. The number of sentries. And then draw a map. Liu passed the message to Ying and became more and more comfortable with it. It's best to put the ones you think are special. Or maybe a powerful jackal will mark it. And I'll plan the route. Liu even referred to the Taz Empire border defense line in Kylie 231 and sent Ying a map template. At the same time, Liu also slowed down and did not delay analyzing the person on the tree. Parsing, 29%. Soon, Ying spread out a map. It was a simple cross-section of the cave, which recorded the number of jackals and terrain corners in detail, and marked several jackals that Ying thought were special. Liu instantly recorded this map into his mind, and based on Ying's annotations, he roughly planned a course of action. First of all, the interior of the cave is not stable. There are many skeletons inside that have been dead for a long time, but they are inexplicably in powder form, and cannot be transformed into skeletons at all. This is probably due to Finley's last wish. There are 5 special jackals, only, marked in the shape of a 6-pointed star on the map. They are located at the entrance of the cave. The first corner, the side cave where the torture room is located, the junction of the inner cave and the outer cave, and the deepest part of the cave. I want one from outside. 2. Here's another one to avoid being discovered by the secret sentry. Liu's mission this time is very simple: sneak in without anyone noticing, collect information about the jackal family, and try his best not to kill any jackals. People. The reason is of course not the fear of conflict with the jackal family, but that killing too many will affect the odds of the 4th game. The more prosperous the jackal family looks, the more money they will make. If you really want to do some tricks in advance, you should do it after collecting the whole family. It is best to make them die suddenly, as soon as they stand on the Colosseum. Just as he was thinking about it, Ying also showed an overhead view of the outside of the cave. Liu counted and found that there were less than 10 and 3 groups of jackals standing guard outside the cave, and most of the remaining jackals were entrenched in the cave. They were resting. Some were eating, and some were being tortured. Parsing, 67%. Having almost memorized the location and number of the jackal family, Liu took a leisurely step and was about to plan a sneak move when he was suddenly frightened by Dandin's movements. Wait a minute. They are going to play a game later. Dandin jumped up and blocked the writing in front of Liu's face. A hunting game. Explain it. Liu held his balls with a few tentacles, like a play between monsters. After carefully reading what Dandin heard, Liu wanted to understand the use of the dozen human nobles tied up in the cave. After the wealth and magic materials accumulated by the nobles were tortured, these injured nobles would be killed by the jackal. The person sews up the wound with a secret method, and then puts it in the open space in front of the cave to play a hunting game of chasing and escaping. The pursuers are naturally a family of jackals, and many little jackals are already eager to try. Those who escape have no way of survival. They can only become prey that brings pleasure and fresh meat to the jackals, and they will swallow the last nail. However, if the jackals focus all their attention on the nobles, this will be good news for Liu, who wants to take the opportunity to analyze them. Liu rethought his sneak route and escape method for a while, and then gave Dandin a clever tip. Huh? Friend, what does this mean? Dandin felt Liu's thoughts and asked doubtfully. Give you a chance to perform. Even though Liu has not included any jackals yet, this does not affect the insurance for this operation. No problem. Dandin silently went through the escape plan several times. and was inexplicably a little happy maybe. Finally, he could be beaten. Next. Liu, Dandan and Ying continued to walk leisurely, bathing in the green moonlight. Not in a hurry, Liu just waited for the spectators on the tree to be analyzed before deciding how to look at it under his eyes. Complete today's task below. Parsing, 79%. As if unable to discern the purpose of the three demons, the one in the tree finally couldn't restrain his curiosity, and showed up after following them for a quarter of an hour. Where are you from and where are you going? As soon as the man in the tree fell down, he asked a philosophical question. Chapter 157, The Forester. Liu watched helplessly as a monster walked out of the tree roots. After sensing it for a moment, he found that half of the monster's face was made of leaves and half of its face was human. It had fangs and looked like it was not easy to mess with. Liu didn't know yet that the man in front of him was the forest guard who had dissuaded the demon wolf King Phintius. Parsing, 97%. Ying looked at Dandan, and Dandan looked at Liu. But the two monsters had no face or eyes. So the forest guard didn't understand what these people were silent about. Liu almost replied, "I'm from the east." But after holding back, his mind froze a bit because the analysis was about to be completed. It would be best to find out the identity of this monster and then carefully choose the way of conversation. After all, it is a demon that can come in and out of trees, and its strength is comparable to Galaric. When he has not found the opponent's weakness, he will not be wrong if he says less. Seeing Liu's silence, the forest guard walked around to the three demons, looked at them carefully, and took a few more glances at Dandan. You killed countless insects on your way in here, but you didn't do it for prey or for self-protection. Why? In the Forbidden Forest, killing small monsters for fun is a routine operation, but it does not prevent the forest guards from using this to open up the world. Topic. They are approaching. The insects were killed by the shadow, and the shadow demon answered at this time. Then I'm getting closer. The forest guard opened his fangs slightly, as if he didn't agree with Ying's statement. After asking and answering questions, Liu also collected No. 116 Forest Guard as he wished. Forest Keeper, Distribution, Forbidden Forest, Lifespan, changes according to the existence of Forbidden Forest, Habits, old-fashioned and stubborn. Bearing the curse of Forbidden Forest. Able to mobilize part of the forest's will to reproduce natural disasters that the forest has encountered. Hobbies, Balance, Hunting Hunter, Skills, Forest Walking / Natural Disaster / Curse Fong, Action Prediction Success Rate, 76.451%, Weakness, Forbidden Forest, Material Drop, Disaster Fong / Disaster Wood. Liu roughly scanned the introduction of the forest guard in the Devil's Illustrated book, and knew that the person in front of him was indeed a master who could not be messed with. Of course, Liu was focused on weaknesses at first, but when he saw that the weakness column said Forbidden Forest, combined with other introductions, Liu suddenly understood. The forest guard and the Forbidden Forest have a symbiotic relationship. Fighting the forest guard is basically the same as fighting the Forbidden Forest. After Liu thought about this clearly, he felt the gradually protruding fangs of the forest guard, and hurriedly interrupted the conversation between Ying and him. We are here to visit. Visit? The forest guard turned to look at Liu, with a little doubt in his eyes among the mountains of leaves and in his eyes. What are you? Even though the forest guard was well informed, he still couldn't figure out what kind of monster a ball of thread wrapped by several tentacles was. Shadow demon, an egg, an octopus-like monster. Are they the sons of the devil? So troublesome. Trouble? Liu keenly grasped the mentality of the forest guard. The forest guard, who is keen on balance and hunting hunters, naturally kills monsters he doesn't like when he encounters them in the Forbidden Forest. But the devil's son can make if he finds it troublesome. Does it mean that he is also afraid of this identity? As long as he does not regard himself as a hunter, Liu feels that the conversation should be able to continue, and the 76.451% action prediction success rate is enough for Liu to listen to his heart and say what he likes to hear. Yes, we are the children of the devil, and this visit to the Forbidden Forest is also our subject. Of course, Liu couldn't explain what he was, so he tried his best to bring the topic back on track. The subject assigned by the Demon King's mentor Minto. Liu never hesitated to use Minto's name to deceive. While talking to the forest guard, he also sent a message to Dandan and Shadow, telling them not to talk nonsense. Minto, son of the devil, close combat training? This is the topic of close combat training. Will there be other sons of the devil coming in? The forest guard suddenly became anxious. It retreated into the nearest tree, and then appeared again after a while. No, No other demon children, only they came in. Wait a minute, Prince Finley is dead, Phineas cannot be allowed to see them. Once discovered by Phineas or the demonic wolf, the demon children will die in the Forbidden Forest. Prince Finley, are you okay? The forest guard took the opportunity to confirm the identity of the 3 demons. Liu, they are also the sons of demons participating in close combat training. There is no reason why they don't know about Finley's situation. Finley disappeared a long time ago. I don't know where he went, Liu said, as if it had nothing to do with him. The Demon Wolf Prince and the Skeleton Prince were both absent from that class. We didn't know what happened. What? Do you know where he went? Did he return to the Forbidden Forest? We miss him very much. Liu's tentacles swayed in the air, and mucus fell down one after another, like tears of sadness. Ying slowly cracked a few points, admiring Liu's superb acting skills. I don't know. The forester shook his head. They are really the sons of the devil. They cannot be allowed to meet Phineas. Of course Liu knew why the devil's son could not be allowed to meet Phineas. Phineas' son died in a closed battle training, and he was not allowed to express his anger after meeting him. You are the forest guard, right? Liu probably figured out what the forest guard was thinking and hurriedly dispelled his doubts. We are here just to observe and learn, and will not have any impact on the Forbidden Forest. There is absolutely no desire to go deeper. Indeed, they stopped going deeper when the shadow demon reached its coverage limit. The forest guard was able to grasp the logic of Liu and others' actions, and confirmed Liu's statement, and nodded slightly. How long do you need? The forest guard thought for a moment. While he recognized their identity, he was also very reluctant to see the 3 sons of devil wandering in the Forbidden Forest. Half a green hour is enough. We are just walking around casually. Do you have any recommendations? Liu seemed to be asking a tour guide. There should be no threat to your existence outside the Forbidden Forest, except for the jackal family that just returned. When the forest guard said this, his inner drama was quite subtle. Those who hunt everything, those who use killing as a sport, those who kill more than they eat, a family of jackals. Okay, let's go there and take a look. Liu patted his balls with his tentacles, looking very excited. The devil's son is difficult to restrain, just like Prince Finley. The forest guard remembered a demonic wolf that once gave him a headache, and suddenly waved his hand to the trees inside. And the demonic trees also wavered in response. Immediately afterwards, the branches of the magic trees grew, forming a vague tree wall. Don't cross the line I have drawn for you, or I will expel you. Although the forest guard gave enough to save face, it did not mean that he would indulge the 3 demon sons without any restrictions. He still retained a layer of insurance. I will watch you. After the forest guard finished speaking, he pointed at Ying. Especially you. Just be careful. Observe and learn. It doesn't mean you can destroy all the way. I will also do it in half a green hour during the time. Temporarily banish the creatures here, their hunting intentions towards you. Ying was not convinced after hearing this, because he felt that those insects were not a problem. But Liu immediately sent a message to it and gave it a pertinent suggestion. Whenever you can cover the entire Forbidden Forest, you can consider killing him. Otherwise don't move. He is very powerful? Ying saw the forest guard hiding in the trees again, and then he wrote down the words on the edge. Almost, he can mobilize the power of the Forbidden Forest. You saw it. Liu even suspected that in the Forbidden Forest, in terms of combat alone, the forest guard could reach quasi-demon level strength. Why did you keep holding me down just now? It must be very satisfying to be beaten by him. Right? Dandan had long wanted to challenge the forest guard, but Liu kept holding him down with his mind, and did not act immediately out of politeness. Of course it's enjoyable. Catastrophe and Cursed Fong sound very enjoyable. But it's not the time yet. Don't be so short-sighted. Let's go! After finishing tonight's big things, we can then consider satisfying our personal needs. Liu comforted Dandan and Ying as they drifted towards their destination. After clearing the last obstacle on the way forward, Liu, Dandan, and Ying quickly approached the cave where the jackal family was. This time, there was no need to drive away the monsters on the road, and the progress was much faster. Liu even figured out how to leave the Forbidden Forest by the way, feeling relieved, until a figure jumped down from the slope in front of the 3 demons. Chapter 158 Food Guide. The figure's body was missing half of its body. Its legs were missing their knees, but they were tied up haphazardly by the stretched thigh skin and tied in 2 miserable knots. As the figure rolled down, blood collapsed everywhere, spreading the smell of blood. But the man could no longer care that this would attract more jackals, and he wanted to flee further. and further away. Before this man crawled over, Liu had already confirmed through the shadow that he was the noble who had just been tortured by the jackals. At the same time, the jackals half chased the captured humans and released them in an orderly manner, fleeing in all directions. Apparently, the jackal family's after-dinner exercise has already begun. Is the quantity correct? Liu ignored the nobleman, who turned over in front of him and asked Ying. Yes. 3 small ones. 1 big one. 2 directions. Ying divided 3 small arrows and 1 big arrow. The small arrow pointed behind the figure, and the big arrow pointed to the 9 o'clock direction. Those were the 4 jackals chasing the noble. And they were also the first ones Liu wanted to include. Including the weak jackals would help speed up the progress. Of course, Liu would not miss this opportunity, and specially pick the direction where the little jackals were to wait. Okay, let's go, Liu said, first turning into a shadow to cover his body odor, then finding a tree nearby and climbing up. Although Liu has not included jackals in the Devil's Illustrated book, he can guess to get such a canine monster. Your sense of smell should be very sensitive. Dandan and Ying also understood. Ying completely covered the edge, to isolate the smell, and climbed up the tree at about the same speed as Liu, just avoiding the head of the noble whose legs were tied in 2 knots. Liu was already somewhat used to seeing humans in the Demon King city, to the fallen noble under the tree. Liu looked no different from a slave scholar, and even felt that he was lower class than a slave scholar. The slave scholars were kidnapped to the Demon King city after all, while the fallen nobles simply joined in on their own initiative, but were caught here by the jackals for entertainment. Liu couldn't tell whether he was more cold-blooded, or whether he had a dislike for these human beings who were glamorous on the surface but depraved secretly. Looking at the human beings below, they have completely fallen into a state of collapse. Not only do they not know where to escape, but they also do not understand the physical strength of the contract. They just want to be farther away from the place where they are eaten. Here. Here. I found it first. Come here. The 3 jackal cubs followed the smell of blood and met at the place planned by Liu and Ying. All of this fell within the range of Liu's perception, and Liu did not hesitate. First, time begins to resolve. Parsing, 32%. As Liu thought, the jackal cubs were not very strong and could be analyzed very quickly. You found it first. But I bit it first. A jackal cub with downy hair on its neck passed over the nobleman crawling on the ground at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and took away a piece of meat from his armpit. You bit it first. But I pulled it first. Another jackal cub with a yellow hair on its forehead passed by, tore off 3 of the noble's fingers, and immediately chewed them up. Uncle Hyena is right. His skin is really chewy. The sound of cracking bones resounded in the jackal's mouth, like chewing sour radish before a banquet. Then the one I killed first? The 3rd jackal cub ran over slowly. Its nails suddenly extended, and it slowly stabbed the noble's neck. No need, little guys. You don't even count the warm-up exercises now. If you kill them now, you won't have to play anymore. A mature jackal suddenly appeared next to the noble, and pulled the 3rd one away. The claws of a knoll cub. Liu was surprised by the speed of the jackal from a physical point of view. Gnolls are similar to demon wolf warriors. They are both in the shape of dogs, but they are a little thinner. The advantage of being thinner is also reflected in speed. At least the one in front of me moves faster than demon wolf findies. Quick! Will killing sea butterflies be able to trap them in time? That's a question. Moreover, the neck of the jackal is much thicker than that of the demon wolf warrior, and is not proportional to the body in Liu's perception. The demon wolf warrior is more like the werewolf in the previous film and television works, while the jackal is more like a hyena. The hyena is still standing up. The vital parts have rough skin and thick flesh, and are stronger than bites. I'm telling you, if you want to eat, you have to wait until his blood is almost gone before eating. Although the juice will be much less by then, it will be chewier. You will know when you bite it and shake it. The jackal was Uncle Hyena, as the cubs called him, and he was now imparting food tips. The noble wailed on the ground. Unable to think or speak a complete sentence, he only knew that he would be eaten, and that he would be chewed and shared. Analysis completed. Devil's Illustrated Collection No. 124 Jackal. Liu guessed that the level distribution of jackals is similar to that of pure-blood demons and demon wolves. Different levels have their own exclusive numbers, such as the demon wolf warrior Findies is No. 134. And the demon legion leader Bosch is No. 1202. The 2 demon guards are both No. 1203. Having just collected the 3 jackal cubs, Liu immediately moved his thoughts to Uncle Hyena aside, which confirmed his suspicion. Parsing, 24%. The analysis progress starts directly at about 20%. And the classification is also different from that of jackals. Obviously, the Uncle Hyena who is responsible for torture is a special kind of jackals. Liu read a little more about the jackal-related introduction in the Devil's Illustrated book, and also better understood the survival logic of the jackal family. Jackal is indeed the most basic unit of the jackal family, with their different personalities and physical characteristics. Growth will generally fall into two categories. One is the Knoll Hunter, and the other is the Knoll Trickster. The next two categories are jackal leaders. Different promotion routes lead to leaders, and their leadership styles are also differently. You guessed that Uncle Hyena is a jackal hunter. As for what type of leader they are, more information is needed, or face-to-face analysis is needed. Just like this. Come on. Follow me. After Uncle Hyena taught the little guy, he bit the noble's right arm and quickly moved his head. Ah! Amidst the feeble screams of the nobles, grass clippings were flying on the ground and dust was everywhere. It's your turn. Hyena put the noble down with only a slight tug, and signaled the three jackal cubs to try it themselves. There were 2 rows of blood holes on the noble's arms, but they were both very pale and full of blood. Was thrown to the other side of the body. The 3 little gnolls bit him before he could bleed. The biting posture was the same as Hyena's, but they were different. In the blink of an eye, they tore the noble's arm into several sections. It's delicious. I want more. Uncle. The 3 jackal cubs were always hungry, and looked at the big jackal beside them with saliva. Parsing, 49%. While analyzing Hyena, a colorful caterpillar crawled across Liu's shadow on the tree, giving Liu a tingling sensation in his scalp. Liu, who has studied mythology, knew that it is a mysterious creature called a wood moth that likes to eat trees. When it matures, it will become a moth that is close to the wood element. It is not dangerous to Liu, so he lets it crawl over. Huh? It smells wrong. It smells fishy. Iron. As if he smelled something when he lowered his head just now. Hyena looked at a tree and the direction from which the 3 demon sons came. And at this moment, the nobleman on the ground, who was so weak that he kept moaning, suddenly stood up, as if he had given up his escape, and his remaining body began to twist and squirm unnaturally. Oh! We are in luck. Hyena's eyes were bright, and her voice was trembling. Chapter 159, The Devil's Toxin. Uncle Hyena? What's wrong with him? The 3 little gnolls took a step back and stared blankly at the noble's flesh and blood. Every fingernail and inch of skin turned into an inexplicable and terrifying mass of flesh. Their knees were bent. The ground is like 2 slender fingers, holding up a huge deformed monster. Here, this is called out of control in the human world. It is the poison of demons accumulated in the body. It explodes collectively after the mind goes crazy, and finally grows into a monster. Uncle Hyena circled around the aberrant monster, giving lessons to the 3 little jackals. After reaching this state, they are no longer human, and there is no way to recover. The 3 little gnolls each took a step back for the demon. Witnessing this change with his own eyes was a bit beyond recognition. Devil's toxin. Will one day we become like this? The little jackal touched his ears and wiped the corners of his mouth where he had just eaten the finger, fearing that something in his stomach would start to squirm. Ha ha ha. Human beings will lose control, but we demons will not. Hyena laughed heartily, because we have never been under control. The 3 little jackals grinned and their eyes lit up. Liu thought to himself that Hyena must have never seen a mutated demon, neither had Liu. But Liu heard Minto say that some demons that failed to mutate would eventually retain only their original consciousness. The pile of meat was enough for them to eat. It seemed that it had become a complete deformed body. The lump of flesh and blood was wrapped in the strong wind and rushed towards Hyena, who had its back turned. Flying ash was raised on the grass. The remaining arm also swelled 3 times. With a long hook, the long nails probed the back of Hyena's neck. And I'm telling you, the taste of deformed humans will also change. Do you want to have a taste? Hyena disappeared in an instant. And then the deformed body's nails were bitten off by the jackal. And then the whole arms. Parsing, 76%. Liu had a new judgment on the fighting method of the wolf man. The speed of the wolf man in front of him was slightly slower than the demon wolf Prince Finley, but not much slower. And his bite and tearing were very skillful and accurate. And he could be used with the demon wolf warrior. Do claws strike differently? At first, Liu smashed Finley's lower abdomen in a sneak attack. Now it seems that it was quite a fluke. If he really competed head-on with the devil wolf warrior or jackal man with a sharp and skinny beauty, he would have to deal with it. It's just the limit. Obviously it can't annihilate the jackal family. If we swallow this kind of meat, as demons, we will be more susceptible to mutations. Right? Hyena picked up the thick arm and took a bite. And then his whole body twitched briefly. Is the leader also mutated like this? I want it too. Let me try it. 3 little jackals rushed forward, drooling and shouting. However, Liu noticed the information they inadvertently revealed the leader of the jackals had a mutation. What special abilities did the mutation give him? So that he could compete with the demon wolf King Phintius? Liu became more and more curious about the mutation of the jackal leader. After all, he had only seen one mutated bitterbird before. He had only mastered the ability to fuse dead corpses. And it was not beyond Liu's understanding. Parsing, 86%. In the next time, Uncle Hyena led 3 little jackals to besiege the aberrations. Soon the 3 little jackals were convulsing from eating, leaving only Hyena to enjoy the feast alone. Liu, Dandan. Although Ying concealed her body odor, Hyena still noticed the clues just now. So she took advantage of the aberration to move away slightly when the aberration went crazy, and left just waiting for the analysis to be completed. When the analysis was completed, Liu discovered that Hyena had begun to turn around intentionally or unintentionally, and he did not forget to distinguish the origin of the smell while chewing. So he did not even read the information on the Devil's Illustrated book, and first moved around with Ying in a large area. Ying puts the balls into the shadow space, temporarily became Liu's shadow. So the 2 shadows walked through the trees, and soon came to the cave where the jackal family was. It turns out that swallowing out-of-control humans helps with mutations. I will try it one day. Ying has always been obsessed with becoming stronger, and it seems that she was inspired by Uncle Hyena. That's a jackal, so it may not apply to you, Liu reminded. You can confirm with Minto first. Anyway, the close combat training is not over yet, and Minto has not returned to chaos yet. Then I can try it first. Anyway, I want to eat all kinds of things. Dandan held up a leaf with pellets and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling that it had no taste. Are we really not going to eat even a single jackal? Just observing and learning? Friend, be patient now, and you will be able to eat a whole nest in the future. Liu comforted Dandan. If we defeat them now, and there will be no jackals to participate in the 4th killing cup, then the gain outweighs the loss. Okay, just give them a few more days to breed. Dandan twisted his body, after watching it for a long time. What have you learned? The 3 little ones, and 1 big one just now. The little one has not reached maturity yet, and will probably not participate in the killing cup. The big one is just a jackal hunter. Among the jackals, he is good at fighting, and is also responsible for reconnaissance, hunting and raiding. Liu looked at the introduction of No. 122 Jackal Hunter in the Devil's Illustrated book, and imagined the scene of them falling into the killing seed butterfly formation. I believe that there will most likely be many on the killing cup. No hunters join the battle. The big ones are good. The big ones are enough to eat, Dandan said. Not necessarily. Being small also has advantages. Ying was thinking from a combat perspective, and didn't think the jackal cub was useless. Ying's words reminded Liu the jackal family is not human. Maybe the whole family is a combatant. Especially if they think they will win. They may not bring their cubs to join the battle. We can't limit our thinking now. We should wait until we have collected all kinds of jackals before making any inferences. The weaknesses of jackal hunters and jackals are the same as those of demon wolf warriors, which is the lower abdomen. Liu thinks this can be applied to more monsters that look like dogs. Tracking, killing, torture, delicious food are all the strengths of jackal hunters. They are more bloodthirsty than demon wolf warriors, so they are not very obedient soldiers, and have no place in the demon expeditionary force. Liu continued. Some of the characteristics of the jackals. As for speed and strength, as we just saw, they have their own strengths as the devil wolf warriors. As Liu spoke, he cut out part of the action images in the Devil's Illustrated book, and sent them to Ying and Dandan beside him. How about it? If you face him, is there any suspense? It might be a little difficult to break the neck, but killing him shouldn't be a problem. Ying has always been objective, and made his evaluation after watching the actions of the jackal hunter. Then let's continue and see if there are any other surprises for the jackal family. Liu was thinking about the same thing. The current abilities of the jackal hunters had not exceeded expectations, and are still within the processing range of killing seed butterflies. The outlook is optimistic. as long as the combat instructions are divided into different categories according to the characteristics of different jackals during the battle, and then transmitted to Now Ling, Ying and Dandan. The library family can make perfect cooperation. Liu couldn't help but use the name of the jackal family to compare the library, thinking that the library was no longer a force that could be underestimated in terms of species diversity and combat power. Thinking about this, Liu began to observe the situation near the entrance of the jackal family's cave, looking for the special jackal marked by the six-pointed star. But he heard Dandan write a line of words angrily. Wait a minute. Friend, you just watched it for a long time, and you saw so much? When it comes to detecting enemies, Dandan, who has a bowl-shaped radar, is not convinced. How did you do it? Talent. The talent of the brain. Liu pointed at the gutter-wrapped head with his tentacle. The powerful brain can sense your thoughts and everything about you. Then you sense my hunger. Dandan's inner world is very simple. I'm really hungry. So let's eat some Shadow. Shadow and Dandan were symbiotic, and they could sense Dandan's mood to a certain extent. So they pulled a piece of tree shadow for Dandan to eat. What is this? Drawing shadows to satisfy your hunger? Liu suddenly felt absurd. And soon, the communication between the three demons was interrupted by a commotion at the entrance of the jackal's cave. Ready, run. Chapter 160, Friend. Take care of yourself. There were about a dozen captured fallen nobles. Half of them were tied up and thrown at the entrance of the cave, and the other half were still being tortured in the cave. Those who were thrown into the cave entrance were untied by the ropes binding their hands and feet under the shout of a jackal, and they were allowed to escape into the depths of the forbidden forest, and just behind them, dozens of jackal cubs were watching eagerly, waiting to be chased out in batches. The one who had just been untied obviously did not hide the location of his magic materials, so his body was relatively intact, and he did not lose his mind like the previous one. At this moment, he knew that whether he escaped or not, he would die, so he didn't want to kill the jackal. Meaning, listen to me. I'm very familiar with the devil of pleasure. That one. That bower. We had one night. The noble stood up and explained to the jackals. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? He is very familiar with the devil of pleasure. Ha ha ha. Between pleasure. Here. Now is the time for our joy. You are our joy. The jackal hunter shouted, approaching the nobles with their heads and tails wagging. The nobleman tried to calm down, stepping on the wet ground, and wanted to say something. However, when the jackal cubs opened their huge mouths and pounced on him, the fallen nobleman was still frightened and lost his courage. He listened to the molars approaching behind him. He shouted and ran away. Amid the laughter of the jackals, the fallen noble quickly disappeared into the depths of the jungle, followed by 4 jackals. 1 large, 3 small and 4 small. Which lucky guy is the next group? The wolfman introduced the next fallen noble. And then, there were wolfman cubs who were eager to try. This is the general situation at the entrance of the cave. Liu, Ying, and Dandan mixed into a ball of shadow, attached to the tree closest to the cave entrance, and prepared to separate according to Liu's arrangement. Since the mission is not that dangerous, Liu's arrangement is also very simple. Dandan and Ying stay outside the cave to protect Liu's retreat route, while Liu himself sneaks into the cave and analyzes several special characters in the jackal family. There are many ways to infiltrate, and Liu chose the most conservative one: earth escape. With the support of the earth element affinity of the octopus tentacles, Liu can move freely among the earth and rocks without being discovered by the jackals. It is even safer than turning into a shadow and entering the cave, although there are always inexplicable insects in the soil. Under the instructions of the forest guard, Liu had at least 4 hours to minimize the disturbance of insects and pave the way for the collection work. Do you understand? Liu clarified the retreat strategy to Dandan and Ying, fearing that the 2 demon sons would suddenly have a whim and cause trouble. Friend, take care of yourself, Dandan said impatiently. As long as you come back on time, we won't have any problems. But if you go over time, we will rescue you. After participating in close combat training a lot, Dandan learned a joke from Diamond Bindon, of course. It might not be a joke. While Liu swept his mind over the jackal at the entrance of the cave, he followed the shadow of the tree to the side of the cave, preparing to penetrate through the soil. But just when he left the big tree, he suddenly found a silent jackal at the entrance of the cave, which was very special. Parsing, 67%. The jackal looked similar in build to Uncle Hyena. Liu originally thought it was a jackal hunter, but the sudden reminder still made Liu stop and temporarily huddled next to the shadow of the grass. The analysis speed is very fast, jumping directly from 60%. They are also jackal hunters. But what is different? Liu as I carefully wrapped it with his thoughts. Not missing a single detail, this jackal did not yell around the fallen nobles like his kind, but sat on the mountain ridge directly above the cave, with his knees slightly bent. Looking out, it looks like a ruthless guard. It was only when Liu was concentrating on the investigation that he discovered. There are 2 rows of feathers on the ribs of this jackal, and there seems to be something hidden under the feathers. With the experience of exploring the blue-purple cloak, Liu extended his thoughts inward along the gaps in the feathers, only to discover that there were 2 daggers hanging from the root of the jackal's ribs. The breath of the dagger was cold and sharp, and there was a chill when he touched it. Liu couldn't help but suspect that it was some kind of demonic relic with ice properties, whether it was seen from Bootyberg's memory, or from what Ajibuki heard from his mouth confirmed that the jackal family had several good demonic relics. Are the 2 daggers on the jackal's side one of them? Soon, the demon illustrated book was analyzed, and Liu also saw the information about this jackal, as he wished its number was still no. 122 Jackal Hunter. So Liu ruled out that the dagger under its ribs was due to a mutation, and produce. Like the skeleton Knight Galaric, it was due to some kind of mutation that caused him to separate from the existence of the skeleton, and he was listed as a separate species. The jackal in front of him is still no. 122. It must not be a mutation, but a demonic relic. Caused? It is roughly similar to the introduction of the jackal hunter, but Liu only found the difference in skills and weaknesses in the skill column. In addition to the regular jackal hunter skills such as tracking and bite, Liu suddenly saw flying and understood the use of the feathers. But I still don't know whether it's flying or gliding. How can I fly without seeing wings? However, Liu was willing to call it the flying jackal to make a certain difference from ordinary jackal hunters. In addition to flying, the flying jackal's skill bar also has several Arctic-related magics, which should be derived from some essence of the dagger, such as Arctic Barrier, Ice Line, etc. At the same time, unlike other similar species, the weakness of this flying jackal became its ribs. Apparently, learning to fly also forced it to change its physiological structure and hide certain weaknesses. What gives Liu a headache is that during the killing cup, if there is such a jackal hunter that can fly high in the sky, it will not only be beyond the attack range of the killing seed butterfly, but it will also be easier for it to grasp the rules of the formation, to carry out targeted attacks. And this is one of the 5 special jackals. What more troublesome abilities will the remaining 4 have? Liu was silent indeed. As the second largest force in the Forbidden Forest, the jackal family should not be underestimated. In this case, Liu was thinking that half of the fallen nobles, who had been brought to the entrance of the cave, had been let go, and the little jackal, who had not yet had time to match his prey, was drooling and looking at the jackal hunter jumping around. Let's go down below and bring up the remaining half. The little jackal called to his friends and went into the cave. Hey, don't go. It's dangerous. A big jackal took the cub back. Your Uncle Frina is still at the door. Do you want to be frozen into dried meat? Flana. Liu silently remembered the name of the flying jackal. The big jackal said. Its neck was slightly strengthened, and a thick layer of hair was draped around its neck. And it just moved towards the cave, and the flying jackal Frina on the top of the cave nodded to the big jackal and clamped down. He covered his armpits, as if he was afraid of accidental injury from the constant chill. Will it also restrict the actions of the same kind? This may be a side effect of this demonic relic, Liu observed silently, and kept this information in his heart. A flying jackal who mastered extreme cold attacks. Liu thought about the countermeasures, and at the same time walked around the soil next to the cave, removed the shadow's camouflage, and plunged into the soil. It wasn't until he touched the coldness of the ground that Liu figured out why the jackal family asked Frina to guard the door. It turned out that this was the extreme cold barrier. In the soil, one of Liu's octopus tentacles was suddenly frozen and broken, and he scratched the ball of thread sadly. Chapter 161, Beholder Jackal. At the moment, Liu's body could not stop the cold air from the ground, let alone bring out the self-healing bone demon wolf prince. Finley's last wish came true. Who knows if the self-healing bone appeared, he would be directly suppressed into a pile of dust. Liu had to wander along the edge of the cold air at the edge of the ground. He missed the entrance of the cave and went further around. Finally, he was out of the scope of the cold air when he was 100 meters away from the cave entrance. Is the radius about 100 meters? Liu silently thought about the role of the flying jackals in the Colosseum, and was shocked to find that the extreme cold barrier could cover almost half of the Colosseum. which would greatly interfere with the killing seed butterfly formation. But Liu didn't feel frustrated. Isn't this the meaning of early reconnaissance? If you didn't come and take a look, who would have known that the jackal family is actually good at magic attacks? Liu walked through the soil and entered the rock. Although the crawling speed was a little slower, he still penetrated into the inner layer of the cave. As expected, the position was slightly off. But it was not a big problem. The topographic map of the cave was printed on Liu's in your head. Just follow the pictures to find out. As soon as he entered the inner layer of the cave, Liu no longer felt the overwhelming chill, and he had temporarily passed the level of flying jackal. The next target is located at the first corner of the cave. Liu guessed that it might also be a guard. Otherwise it would not be placed in a place like the cave after all. The relationship between the jackal family and the demon wolf family is not very good. There should be a flying gnoll standing guard at all times. And there should be a guard inside. Unexpectedly, when he rounded the corner, Liu suddenly noticed a gaze falling on him. And he was immediately horrified beyond measure. At the corner, a thin gnoll, only half the height of a gnoll hunter, was lying on his side, with a beholder protruding from his shoulder. It seems that a large part of the nutrition has been absorbed by the beholder. Although this gnoll is covered with old wounds and looks like a warrior, it is still a few times smaller than an ordinary gnoll hunter. It is a mini version. The beholder stared at Liu intently, as if he could see through the fine rock formations and accurately locate Liu's location. Perspective? Liu thought of the beholder's skills, and his thoughts fell on the jackal at the same time. Parsing, 47%. The gnoll and the beholder are one, with a hole in the throat and a group of blood vessels connected to the huge eyeball on the shoulder, like some kind of aberration. What's wrong? The jackal didn't share the mind with the beholder, so he still needed to ask. The beholder's mouth is just a crack located under the eyeball. It opens and closes at this moment. There is something strange in the rock formation. Enemy? The thin jackal stood up and turned to where Liu was, his nose twitching. Oh no! It's some kind of mysterious creature, just hunting for prey. The beholder's eyes rolled around and let Liu go. It wasn't that the beholder didn't look carefully enough, but that Liu's acting skills were too superb when the beholder turned his attention. Liu gave up cruising away, and instead found some insects in the soil and stuffed them into the octopus. In the tentacles, it is absorbed by the suction cup, just like aquatic creatures are hunting. After experiencing the third game of the killing cup, Liu could already imitate the movements of the octopus demonic form so perfectly that the beholder really understood him as some kind of mysterious creature. On the other hand, the skinny little jackal's nose kept twitching, and he wanted to ask about the smell of the octopus in the soil. Mysterious creature? I've never seen it before. Is it delicious? If you like to eat water monsters, maybe you can try it. The eye demon stared at Liu's every move, but I don't recommend it. It may be very toxic. During the conversation between the jackal and the beholder, Liu used the suction cup to slowly release some of the toxins that had been stored in the soil before, wrapping the whole body as if excreting, which indeed disgusted the beholder. Well, forget it. Hyena promised me to give me a piece of noble food. This guy's cooking skills are pretty good, and I'm even more looking forward to his delicious food. The jackal clicked his tongue. Liu just picked up some small bugs in the soil and sucked them, until the devil's manual included this gnoll similar to the flying gnoll. This gnoll's number was still no. 122. It had reached a certain symbiotic relationship with the beholder, and also corresponded to the beholder with clairvoyance and petrified vision. Ability. Originally, the extreme cold barrier of the flying jackal had already given Liu a headache. Now coupled with the perspective and petrified gaze, the difficulty of the battle in the fourth game of the killing cup also skyrocketed. Perspective will see through high-density bones and find the fragile brain-spirit body, which is obviously not good news. Petrifying gaze can even petrify high-density bones, and Liu will no longer have the convenience of sensors. The nail becomes cumbersome. Based on his observations of the flying jackals and the beholder jackals, Liu couldn't help but have deep suspicions. Those 5 jackals marked by shadow with a 6-pointed star all had to be prioritized, and it was better to kill them first. After observing these 2 jackals, Liu did not think about the adjustment of his strategy, but prepared to watch 5 of them before proceeding. So he continued to act in place for a while. His tentacles swelled, and after releasing a new round of toxins, satisfied, he swam to the next location, the torture chamber. But just when Liu turned his back and was about to leave, he suddenly received malicious intent. Malicious plus 144. The beholder's gaze seemed to condense into substance. An ray of light shot through the soil layer and affected the octopus in the soil layer, but Liu only had time to block it with his tentacles to prevent the petrified gaze from hitting the binding line directly, so that his brain turned into stone. Sensing that the octopus's tentacles were becoming sluggish, Liu decisively abandoned this tentacle, and the other 7 tentacles worked together to move away from the attack range of the petrified light. Hey, that's fun. Just like swatting a fly. The beholder jackal laughed, but did not pursue it. They really have nothing to do. Liu cursed and left, swimming towards the torture room. Complete the most important task first, and the remaining icing on the cake can be done later. Arriving at the torture area, Liu couldn't find the target for a while. Hyena was originally at the torture room. There were also some other jackal hunters coming in and out at that time. But now it was quiet. The jackals didn't know where they had gone. Only 5 fallen nobles were tied to the ground, and 3 of them fainted. The remaining 2 were groaning in pain on the ground. Hey, please help me untie. A nobleman covered in blood lay on his side, and brought his hands tied behind his back to the mouth of another nobleman who was still awake, gesturing for him to bite the rope away. Damn it, what should I do, where to escape? The noble was only slightly awake and his emotions were still a little out of control. He couldn't understand how he, who was a guest at the Demon King's castle, ended up here. Damn it! Cheer up. The bloodstained noble twisted his body and leaned closer. I know the exit of this cave. Untie me quickly and let's escape together. Hurry. Or do you want to wait for the jackals to come back and eat you alive? The bloodstained noble kept urging. No. Don't. Another noble shuddered, bit the rope around his mouth, and tried his best to untie it. Liu noticed that the jackal hunters near the torture area had all moved away for some reason. Are you so confident about the nobles tied here? And when Liu used his mind to scan the group of fallen nobles in the torture area, he suddenly discovered that the one covered in blood was not as simple as it seemed. Parsing, 32%. Okay. Let's go! After a lot of effort, he untied the rope. The one with blood stains helped the one with sore teeth and stumbled to a rock path. They all ignored it in a tacit understanding. The 3 people who fainted behind them. Liu followed along while analyzing, becoming more and more doubtful as he walked, until he received a reminder from the Devil's Illustrated book. Could it be that it was the wolf in human skin that Redcord mentioned? Chapter 162, Brats. It's time to eat. Analysis successful. Included in the Devil's Illustrated book. No. 123 Jackal Trickster. After collecting the Jackal Trickster, Liu realized why the jackal not only gave people a bloodthirsty impression, but also was cunning. This kind of jackal can change its body shape to a certain extent and skillfully imitate it. The sounds of various creatures are extremely deceptive, and have also created a famous saying on the continent of Chaos, where jackals are infested. Even if you hear your lover talking to you, don't look back. Their weakness is different from that of gnolls and gnoll hunters. In addition to the lower abdomen, it also includes the throat, which is obviously related to their vocal imitation. And this jackal con man can be marked by shadow with a 6-pointed star, which is obviously different from ordinary con men in addition to voice imitation. This jackal man has mastered the skin-making skills. This ability comes from the Weird clan and has the same origin as the demonic relic on Shadow's body by putting on the skin of a human or a monster. The jackal trickster can change his appearance and better create a trick. The skin is made through secret methods such as saliva and rubbing. After being put on it, it can not only change the image, but also add many resistance effects. It is both confusing and offensive. It is even similar to Liu's demon drawings. This also became the drop material of this jackal con man, which made Liu salivate the weirdo's skin/con man's vocal cords. Unfortunately, Liu was unable to determine the probability of dropping the weirdo's skin, nor was he sure which of the 2 items he would get by killing the scammer. It was even more difficult to determine whether it was the wolf in human skin, because it was difficult for Liu to imagine what impact this liar could have on him through the thick soil. After determining its identity, Liu also determined its purpose to lead the nobles to a certain place, somewhere that was by no means an exit. Liu opened the cave map in his mind and realized that after 3 detours, the con man and the noble were about to reach the depths of the cave, and then turn to a side cave. Are you sure you can go out this way? Why do I feel deeper? The nobleman vaguely noticed something was wrong. Do you want to walk out of the cave in a big way? Walk into the wolfman's circle. The jackal liar said plausibly. We can only get out through the most hidden passage. Follow me. You are lucky enough. The nobleman had already followed here. And of course, he would not give up. He tried his best to stabilize the jackal trickster and listened to his directions. Just now, the nobleman saw with his own eyes that the trickster was beaten the worst. Although he did not eat his hands and feet, he was at least up and down. He was hit hard several times, and the cave was crumbling. He was obviously a noble with a high degree of demonology control, and was not something he could compete with. Then, the nobles and the jackal deceivers entered the side cave, and Li Yu's thoughts expanded as they walked. And then his scalp became numb. There was no firelight in that side of the cave. Only the sound of teeth grinding. A continuous grinding sound. Like many-legged insects everywhere fearing the cold. Hearing this sound, the noble subconsciously wanted to run away. But just as he left the jackal trickster behind, he was picked up by an inexplicable tail that stretched out and was thrown into a side hole. Boys, dinner is ready. The jackal trickster laughed. Li Yu's perception was released, and he saw dozens of jackal cubs in the side cave, dragging their umbilical cords, and pounced on the noble's body and licked their mouths. Ah, ah! The fallen noble could no longer shout out a complete sentence, and his voice gradually became weak and then disappeared. Wait a minute. Keep the skin for me, forget it. The gnoll trickster said something too late. The cub had already torn the noble into pieces, leaving only the blood splashing on the ground. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to grow up. The jackal liar turned around and went back to the torture area, muttering to himself on the way. Hyena's strength is still not that good, and he still didn't hit hard enough. Human saw the flaw after he was only halfway through. I'm going to tell him. Li Yu condensed into soil, accepting this thought transformation. The jackal family has no scruples in the Demon King city. They even dare to catch and eat the nobles who come to participate in the corruption ceremony. And obviously, this is not the first time they have done this kind of thing. And they will not show mercy to the brain spirits, and will only treat them as snacks. When the fourth match of the Killing Cup is decided, the brain spirit of the library and the jackal family of the Forbidden Forest, only one can survive. That would only destroy their whole family, Li Yu thought. So far, Li Yu has included 3 kinds of jackals from No. 122 to No. 124. Only the leader of No. 121 has not been included in the Devil's Illustrated Book, and 3 of the 5 special jackals marked by shadow have also been included. The progress is more than half. Only the 2 at the junction of the inner and outer caves and the deepest part of the cave are missing. Li Yu had reason to guess that one of them must be the leader of the jackals. That is, No. 121. When Li Yu rushed to the junction of the inner cave and the outer cave, he did not see the target. Instead, he saw the flying jackal Fleener pulling the jackal trickster and saying something. The gnoll trickster was still in human form, with blood on the corners of his mouth, as if he had just finished a big meal. Master, the boss said not to play anymore. In a few days, there will be the Killing Cup. Our opponents are the library and Beautybog. We have to think of how to kill them. Fleener pulled the jackal cheater and asked walk inside the cave. Lord of Brain Spirit. Brain Spirit, it's not delicious. Nor fun. The scammer master was reluctant, as if Fleener had disturbed his interest in eating. You know what the heck. It's because Beautybog has mutated and has a lot of bones growing on his body, Fleener said excitedly, and accidentally a cold air came out from his armpits, making Master tremble with the cold. Bone? Bone? Master obviously had a soft spot for flesh and skin. That seems to be enough for you. Right? Of course. The king of the Colosseum gave the boss 100 places. This time the boss is going to select 100 elites. 150 elites. Destroy the library? Fleener was impassioned and not very good at arithmetic. He looked like, if the old wolf Finchuous doesn't give us jackals a way to survive, can we live somewhere else? The library is not as fun as the Forbidden Forest. Right? The books can't be eaten? Master still couldn't be interested. Besides, I'm not good at fighting, so there's no need to ask me to go. If you go there, that bastard who is good at manipulating the mind will definitely put some thoughts of kill. Kill in your head. I don't like it. So don't count me in. Master said about a thing that Li Yu is not included yet. No. Good at manipulating the mind? Li Yu's brain twitched after hearing this. This may have some interference with the killing seed butterfly's tactic. And it doesn't seem to be an ability that the jackal itself can possess. It seems that this Manderna is the 4th marked jackal? What are you talking about? Aren't you an elite jackal? Like you. Me. Alana. And Mandina, whom you hate the most, they will definitely participate in the war. Fleener made this point very clear. Come with me. The boss has already thought about doubling the wealth of our jackal family this time. The boss of the jackal family thinks the same thing? Liu resonated with this. His plan was to accumulate wealth through the stud, and then wait for the full moon to go to the devil's market to squander it. Double? Will the supply of vegetable fields also be doubled? Master still wants human skins more. There are not enough vegetables. This time we went to steal vegetables during the ceremony, and many brothers died. What's the point? Fleener disagreed. As long as Alana is here, we can find a time when no one is around to go in and steal food during the ceremony. The library is even closer to the ceremony. Who called me? The two jackals said, and another familiar figure joined the conversation. It was the beholder jackal that Liu Kai had recently collected. That is, Alana. Let's go to the blood sacrifice. The boss has something to say. Seeing that they had finally found everything, Fleener pulled the beholder jackal Alana and the liar Masna toward the depths. Okay. Masna wiped his mouth and walked closer, not wanting to be hit by Fleener's cold air again. Wait a minute. Alana didn't take a step, looking at an empty rock wall. Why, is it you again? If you are seen once, it can be said to be a coincidence. If you are seen a second time, can you still get away with it? Liu knew that he had been seen through by the beholder again, so he hurriedly picked up the insects and ate them. Malicious plus 444. Liu knew something was wrong, so he waved his 7 tentacles and retreated quickly. Chapter 163. You are frivolous. Is there an enemy? Fleener and Masner were a little surprised. Bite my jackal, but so treacherous. You actually deceived me? The beholder jackal Alana was angry and took action. So, the first thing to catch up was Alana's petrifying gaze. A petrifying force suddenly shot into the soil, just like before, stimulating the octopus swimming in the soil. This time, Liu learned the lesson. While escaping, he directly changed the angle of his tentacles, bending them into a bowl shaped like his balls, and pointed the suction cups outward, absorbing the obscure magic power in his petrified eyes. When Liu gathered the obscure magic power on an octopus tentacle, he also discovered that he could shoot petrifying light at any time like the beholder. It's very convenient. Liu lamented the contribution of the octopus demonic form to the devil's drawings even in the soil. The tentacles moved exactly behind his back, which could easily help Liu defeat attacks from behind. However, just as I was thinking about this, the soil in front suddenly became cold. It came in from the soil? Fleener confirmed that no suspicious monsters had entered the Arctic barrier. At this moment, he looked at Alana with some contempt in his eyes. What did you do? As he spoke, Fleener spread a layer of cold air 10 meters in front of Liu. However, Masser did not chase after him for the time being. He only scratched the human skin on his back with his nails, and the neck hair suddenly sprang out. He peeled off the human skin of the fallen nobleman, as if he was taking off a piece of clothing. It would be great if Mandina was here. With this dog, I can see what is in the soil. Fleener purely relied on demonic intuition to release the extreme cold enchantment and control the position in a short time. Not very precise. And this also gave Liu a little room to adjust. Liu spread his tentacles 3 times in front and 4 back, and sucked in the cold air in front of him into the suction cup. Liu had previously thought about using this method to pass through the extreme cold barrier, but he was afraid that Fleener would notice it, so he chose a detour. Now that there was no restriction on hiding his whereabouts, he had to choose the fastest method. After 1 tentacle froze off, Liu also successfully opened a passage in the extreme cold barrier and broke out. At the same time, the 3 tentacles absorbed 3 kinds of power respectively. The combination of petrification, extreme cold, and the toxins accumulated in the soil can result in 3 rounds of soil bombs being ejected. It escaped? Fleener sensed that there was a loophole in the extreme cold barrier. He stretched out his arms and tried to fly, but he couldn't spread his invisible wings in the narrow cave passage, and was so anxious that he died. And a wolf claw next to him pressed back on Fleener's arm. It was Masner, wearing the skin of a demon wolf warrior. 2 losers. Masna was so tall that he even had to stoop to stand in the passage of the cave. And he didn't stand for long. Masna waved his wolf claws, and quickly dug holes in the direction of the petrified soil to chase after him. This was the first time Liu saw a demonic wolf warrior digging a hole during the Blood River simulation battle. Finley dug a hole under the Steel City, and his movements were probably the same as now. Calculating the speed, Liu found that Messina was not much slower than him, and hurriedly moved his 6 hands to move deeper into the soil. The tip of Massner's nose twitched. The smell was getting closer and closer, and he naturally dug harder. Liu Qi knew that he couldn't get rid of Massner, So he changed the position of his tentacles and shot an ice bullet behind him. The octopus's tentacles swam through, but there was no passage in the soil. So Liu's bullet exploded directly behind him. It did not cause any damage to Masna, but only formed a piece of frozen soil that was completely frozen. Dang! The wolf's claws touched the frozen soil and were helpless. Masner twitched his nose in the ice, grinned, and gave up the pursuit. Liu took the opportunity to distance himself, and finally escaped out of sight of the beholder jackal Alana, regaining his freedom. Returning to the cave again, Masner was hunched and dressed in rough clothes, not tired, but angry. Let's go chase. I'll ride you. Alana summoned Fleener, preparing to use their classic combination, the beholder jackal plus the flying jackal's aerial ground survey, to chase Liu to the ends of the earth. Isn't the boss asking for a blood sacrifice? You're chasing after a piece of shit. Masner felt embarrassed and scolded Fleener and Alana. No one is allowed to tell the boss what happened just now. Do you understand? Fleener's extreme cold barrier was useless, and Alana only confirmed the identity of the intruder for the second time. Of course, he did not dare to argue at this moment, and acquiesced to Masner's arrangement after all. No one wanted to be boss. One bite will break your neck. What, is Fintius new helper? Alana muttered. Their demon wolf clan is going to start a war with our Knoll family again? When was there no war? Fleener scratched his armpit. It was a little itchy with nowhere to fly. I think it's better to tell the boss. After all, this monster, we haven't seen it before. Maybe it's a new enemy? Alana still retains a sense of crisis as a guard. Then tell me more carefully. Anyway, only you will see it. Masner replied angrily. Say it. Alana figured it out. Whoever speaks first will be the first to bear the boss's wrath. You're welcome. Just tell me. The three gnolls holding the devil's relics were pushing and shoving towards the gnoll altar deep in the cave to participate in the blood sacrifice. What time has it been? How long has it been? On the tree, an egg spread its fine particles onto its own shadow. It's only half over, and there's still half left. Shadow also started to talk. You've asked me 10 times. Can you ask less? This will make you look very frivolous. Frivolous? I'm overweight. Okay. You're the one who's frivolous. Dandin twisted his body and wanted to hit the tree to make some noise, but was firmly fixed by Inging. Don't make trouble. You will do bad things. Inging said righteously. Do you still want to play the killing cup? I want to fight, but my skin is itchy. Please twist it for me. Dandin made her request, and Inging had no choice but to twist it, causing her balls to deform slightly. Wait a minute. He's back. Inging was the first to sense the movement of the shadow under the tree, and it happened that the small black shadow floated back to the tree. And it was Liu. How is it? Can you do it? Inging asked Dandin in different ways, but they asked about the same thing. Not yet. We have to wait, Liu said. I still need a little more time, so I will come up and tell you. Friend, it's rude to not keep your promise. Dandin was unhappy when he heard this. What's more precious than a promise? What's going on? Is it not going well? Inging rubbed Liu and comforted him. The progress is pretty good. 3/5 of the way has been completed. But I was discovered, Liu reported truthfully. It's just that there is another jackal that is more special. I still need to take a look. So maybe you need to wait a little longer. A while. Liu was talking about Mandina, the jackal who could control the mind. The jackal family constantly refreshed Liu's knowledge. When he met this guy, who was probably the most threatening to the brain, Liu felt that it's best to finish collecting it. Otherwise there won't be time to adjust tactics when you get to the Colosseum. On the way back, Liu was debating whether to dive into the depths of the cave again after much deliberation. If he wanted to get to know the jackal family, there would be no better opportunity than this blood sacrifice. Moreover, the jackals must have never imagined that the octopus thread that had just been driven away would come back with a different identity. Need help? Inging wrote a line of words. Wait a minute. This matter hasn't been confirmed yet? Dandin was still unwilling to wait in the tree for a while. It's not decided yet. This is a discussion. Liu answered Dandin first, then turned to its shadow. And I want your help. 2 things. The first thing you have to do is make sure that Uncle Hyena doesn't come back to this cave. Liu was about to transform into Hyena and enter the cave. Find a corner and shrink down. Make sure? Can I kill him? Dandin was not satisfied at first, but as soon as he heard that he had something to do outside, he immediately changed his attitude. It's okay if you only kill Hyena. Liu relaxed his request. It's best to do it silently. Can you do it? Okay. Kill it now? It's at 7 o'clock. 3 miles away. Ying knew the whereabouts of the nearby jackals very well. Not now. If it wants to go back to the cave. Kill it. Liu touched Ying. And Ying trembled. The second thing is, you are here. Can you detect the innermost part of the cave? Liu confirmed to Ying. Okay. Ying expanded slightly. Then you follow my shadow and wait for my signal. Once I send the signal, execute the retreat strategy. What's the password? Like this. Liu transformed into hyena. Stretched out his right hand straightly. And then Kongwu scratched his head 3 times. Okay. Ying confirmed, firmly introducing the shape changes of Liu's shadow into his consciousness. Remember, the retreat strategy remains unchanged. As soon as the signal comes, you will execute it, Liu warned. He will figure it out. So be polite. After Liu finished speaking, he quietly practiced the sound of a jackal, and then jumped down from the tree with a smile. As soon as Liu fell under the tree, the howling of a jackal suddenly came from the cave, like some kind of call. Chapter 164 Blood Sacrifice. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's time for a blood sacrifice. Seeing hyena running into the cave, the young jackal at the entrance of the cave urged him, and cast an envious look. Boss hyena, if there is any benefit, remember to think about it. We are. Hyena nodded with a smile, and quickly ran into the cave. Liu had already visited once, and now knew the passages inside the cave well. He quickly ran into the large cave inside. In the middle of the cave, there was an altar made of jackal and wolf heads. In the middle of the altar lay the remaining few fallen noble, surrounded by hundreds of jackals, almost filling the entire cave. At this moment, almost all the gnolls' eyes were focused on the altar, and they did not notice that there was a silent gnoll hunter beside the entrance of the big cave. Only Vrana and Masna were sitting on the high platform of the big cave, eyes scanning the same kind back and forth, still showing a vigilant attitude. Under the high platform is the throne of the jackals. At this moment, a jackal taller than the magic wolf warrior is sitting, holding a huge stick covered with wolf fangs in both hands, dozing slightly. Of course, he is the leader of the jackals. Liu slightly diffused his perception, and naturally realized that the huge stick was embedded with devil wolf teeth. He guessed that the leader must have killed many important members of the demon wolf clan to build such a huge stick. Beside the throne, Masna, who had changed into the skin of a fallen noble, stood on the left, and on the right was a stooped old gnoll, leaning on a crutch. The crutch was not as inlaid with demons as the gnoll leader, wolf fangs, but miniature wolf skulls, obviously being able to be used as a weapon by the right-hand man of the gnoll leader. The owner of the wolf skull must have had a prominent status during his lifetime. The jackal family likes to use the relics of the demon wolf clan as equipment. No wonder the demon wolf clan wants to beat them and kill them every day, Liu slandered. But Liu also felt strange. Finley's last wish was not allow skeletons to enter the forbidden forest. So why were the bone weapons of the jackal family not ground into bone powder? Are they all demonic relics? Parsing, 33%. With slight doubts, Liu focused his mind on the old jackal next to the throne and started to collect it. Then he suddenly discovered the old jackal's back was covered with human skin. Okay, is it really wearing human skin? Is this the one Redcoat predicted? Liu restrained his movements, trying not to attract the old jackal's attention to any extent, and silently thought about the purpose of these piles of human skins. Are they all slaves of the old jackal like the slave owner Bodkali? At the same time, Liu couldn't help but send out a thought to explore the altar in the middle of the cave. He didn't feel any magic power from it, so he knew that it was different from the soul altar in the library. Maybe it was just a decoration. Analysis in progress. 45%. After waiting for a while, about 200 jackals gathered in the big cave. Standing in rows high and low, the leader on the throne finally stood up and raised the giant stick in his hand. The blood sacrifice begins. As the leader raised his giant stick, the old jackal also raised his bone staff and shouted. And then the jackal hunters and young men around him raised their right hands. Of course, Liu was no exception. His whole body was tense, and his right paw was upward. Bang! The old jackal's bone staff pointed downwards, and all the fallen nobles on the altar were smashed to pieces, splashing out a ferocious pattern. The pattern continued to unfold and expand, and all the jackals focused their attention on the center of the altar. When the blood map stopped, the old jackal's bone staff rippled with magic power, and then raised the ferocious pattern. I saw the future of the Gnoll clan. The old Gnoll seemed to be a priest-like character, analyzing the meaning of the pattern. In the future, the Gnoll clan will devour knowledge, outlined by the old jackal's bone staff. The bloodstains pieced together the shape of a jackal's head, with its bloody mouth open, and its target was a square book. Liu seriously suspected that the old jackal had forced it on. At the same time, a sudden sense of killing invaded Liu's mind. Liu was startled, but he couldn't help but raise his hands high like other jackals and howl in the sky. In an instant, the jackal looked around. As if looking for the enemy, Liu also looked around, almost calling out the binding thread to tie himself up to resist the murderous intention from his heart. As soon as Liu thought about it, the brain-spirit pituitary gland gave off a coolness, which dispelled Liu's inner fire. Malicious plus 444 plus 244 plus 144. The malice gradually diminished, and Liu barely controlled himself, and understood what it means to be careful of wolves in human skins if he couldn't help but take action here. All his previous efforts would be wasted, and he would probably end up here again. Liu secretly called him lucky, but he was afraid that trouble would come one after another. Then, the blood map turned into a rain of blood, which was sprinkled on the head of every jackal. Liu Dun felt that the intention to kill continued to expand, but he could already see the fanaticism of the jackal family in the cave from the perspective of a bystander. Is this manipulating the mind? Liu became more interested in the old jackal. He secretly realized for a moment that the brains in the library might not be able to resist this kind of mind invasion, including Bitterberg. No wonder, be careful. Analysis in progress. 61%. The jackal family will have a new territory. The jackal leader shouted, "We are about to participate in the Killing Cup." Liu didn't expect to catch up with the official announcement of the jackal family's participation in the war. He thought that he had gained a lot this time, and he could even hear directly how the jackal leader arranged the battle. After we win, we will have a place in the library, and we no longer need to compete with the wolves for food. The leader of the jackals seemed to have never thought about the possibility of defeat, as if he had turned the pre-war mobilization into an honorary ceremony. From now on, the wolf cubs eat bugs, and we eat people. Ouch, the jackals became even more enthusiastic. I will first select 100 strongest warriors to welcome this glory with me. The leader of the jackals finally got to the point and began to select the jackals to participate in the war. When Liu heard glory, he even suspected that he had gone to the wrong set and came to the territory of pure-blood demons while analyzing the old jackal. Liu also observed the warrior whose name was called by the jackal leader. Them. Of course, Fleener, Masna and Alana were on the list and stood beside the leader early. The identity of the old Gnoll also coincided with the Manderna mentioned by several elite Gnolls before, and they were included in the list together, becoming one of the core combat groups. The approximate composition of the 100 jackal team was also observed by Liu when the leader announced the list. Jackal hunters accounted for about 90%, and the remaining 10% were jackal cheaters, which was almost as expected. As for how many troops the jackal family will bring to participate in the Killing Cup, Liu is not sure yet. It was also when the list was announced that Liu completed the analysis of the old jackal Mandina, and knew where his ability to control the mind came from. This was a jackal with a birth intention, and a lifespan far longer than that of a jackal. A human's 200 years has reached the level of 1,000 years. Looking at Mandina's old appearance at this moment, Liu even suspected that he was the real boss of the jackals, and the huge leader on the throne was just its muscles, purely responsible for fighting. Mandina was a Gnoll trickster, and his psychic abilities came from the demonic relic, the Rod of Deception, in his hand. He also used the ability of the Rod of Deception to complete the binding of the demonic relic to himself. Thinking more deeply, Liu felt that the demonic relics of Fleener, Alana and Masna may have been deceived by Mandina, so that they became new existences transcending the jackals themselves, gained abnormal power. I just don't know if these demonic relics that have been bound by the Staff of Deception can be snatched away. With the Staff of Deception, Mandina can use different psychic abilities to target different target groups, just like the desire for killing just now, and precisely because the magic was used against Gnolls, Liu was given the opportunity to resist. He was not directly provoked to take action. As for the human skin on Mandina's back, Liu was still not sure whether it was some kind of demonic relic or just for decoration. But this does not affect Liu's judgment. This old jackal must be killed first. After studying the demon manual for a moment, Liu made a decision. Maybe now, maybe in the Colosseum, he must kill first. Next, Hyena. Amidst the chirping sounds of the jackals, the head of the jackals on the throne called Hyena's name. Of course, Liu was well prepared, replicating Hyena's wild steps toward the high platform and walking through the path that the jackals gave way to. Oh, we are in for a treat. Standing in the queue to join the battle, Hyena, played by Liu, grin, revealing infinite desire. Chapter 165. Me. Overtake. Good. Eat. The jackals who walked into the queue were all in high spirits, waiting for the leader of the jackals to announce the next one after saying a word. So there was no room for Liu to act. He could just say one line of dialogue and just stand. And Liu imitated it perfectly and used Hyena's original dialogue, so he did not arouse any suspicion. He huddled on the edge and analyzed the leader of the jackals as long as this giant jackal was included. Today, even if the mission is successfully completed, you can retreat. But just when Liu wrapped his mind around the jackal leader, he was shocked to find that there was no reaction. Just like analyzing a wild flower or a dead tree. No prompt message pops up in the Devil's Manual. Liu didn't know why. At first, he thought there was something wrong with the Devil's Illustrated book, so he couldn't help but take 2 steps toward the inner circle. As soon as Liu moved, Alana quickly noticed and glanced over. Hyena, want to get close to the boss. The jackal's action prediction success rate fluctuated around 80%. Liu immediately did not dare to move and picked at the gap between his teeth. He was worthy of being an investigator of the jackal family. And this little move was noticed by it. Seeing Hyena's natural movements, Alana also averted his eyes, watching all the changes in the field at all times. But Liu still did not receive the analyzing prompt. And he did not know why. And a terrible feeling rose in his heart. Idea? Could it be that the leader of the jackals isn't a living creature? After all, the Devil's Illustrated book is something that even the current city lord and the Demon King's mentor can analyze. But now it's impossible to include the leader of the jackal family? Liu felt the strong body and muscles of the giant jackal, and could not figure out why there was such a strange development. After thinking for a long time, Liu refocused his thoughts on the spiritual jackal Mandina. Unsure. Is it the stick of deception that caused the current situation? Just when Liu was confused, the first batch of warriors had already been selected. Hyena was the 83rd jackal called to the high platform. Then the leader announced another 10 or so, and the blood sacrifice was about to begin. A process. Of course, those jackals who were not called were a little resentful, especially those who were only a few spots short of being selected. They were scratching their heads below and staring at those on the stage. Liu even received ill intentions from a few jackal hunters. In whispers, those gnolls knew that the king of the Colosseum might open a back door for the gnoll family. The number of participating warriors was not absolute, and they still had a chance. So they relaxed their mentality again. Next, my warriors, you will receive the blessing from the gnolls. The gnoll leader lengthened his voice, and the atmosphere was heightened. The gnolls next to the throne and on the high platform roared in anger. Wait a minute. Blessing? Liu didn't expect that the jackal family would be interested in this. Seeing Mandina raising the stick of deception again, he thought about it and knew it was almost time to leave, even though he still hadn't figured out why the jackal leader was not included. But at least I understand the secret of the spiritual jackal, and I can prioritize it. As for the jackal leader, how can everything go as I wish? Just accept it as soon as you see fit, and be firm when leaving. Thinking about it, Liu took advantage of the jackal family to raise their arms and shout. Raised his right arm straight to the side, and then scratched his jackal head 3 times. The shadows on the ground connected together and seemed to fade away for a moment. And Liu knew that the shadow had received it. After the blood rain stopped, a large amount of magic power began to emerge from the staff of deception. Liu also followed the example of other jackals, raising his hands to embrace the magic power. But in his heart, he was calling Dandan and Inging to act quickly. Then, there was a roar that shook the earth. It was as if a hole had been drilled into the mountain. All the jackals in the cave felt a shock. And then the earth and rocks in the cave fell rustlingly, blocking their perception. Ouch! The jackals were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and then roared to the sky to confirm the enemy attack. The gnoll leader glared angrily, but made no further reaction. It was not until Mandina, the spiritual gnoll, leaned his staff on the ground, and the gnoll family became excited, that the gnoll leader let out an angry howl and led his cubs to rumble out of the cave. Dare to disturb the blood sacrifice. Kill, eat. Eat. Liu also hurriedly joined the torrent of gnolls. At the same time, he also noticed that the flying gnoll Fleener, the liar Masna, and the beholder gnoll Alana looked at each other for a moment, and the thoughts of the people who had just wandered in the soil appeared in their minds. The octopus in And if Liu could see the situation outside the cave, he could see an egg at the entrance of the cave, which was condensing fine particles into the shape of a trumpet. It shouted, "Me! Super! Good! Eat! Are you here?" Dandan divided some particles and placed words on his own shadow. "Here we come." Ying has been monitoring the movements of the jackal family, and while the two demons were talking to each other, there were already some outside jackals running towards the tree. Just now, Ying tightened her balls and smashed into the cave with an egg hammer, making a big hole directly above the entrance. The original entrance to the hole was sealed, and the jackals inside could only pour out from the big hole above. To the two devil sons, it's like popping a huge hornet's nest. As for Uncle Hyena, at this time, he was just a pile of wolf fur under the tree. Even the flesh on his belt had been sucked clean by his balls, and no bones remained. "Where are our friends?" Dandan asked about Liu. "Can't find it. It's gone underground." Ying has also been paying attention to Liu's shadow at a corner somewhere. Liu, who fell behind Alana, suddenly disappeared and merged into the soil on the ground. "Then it's our turn? I hope the jackal family is strong enough." Dandan twisted and began to roll towards the edge of the forbidden forest. "Please help me keep an eye on the direction. Our meeting point. The meeting point is at the Moonlight Trail." Ying knew Liu's plan clearly. "Just follow me." Liu's retreat plan was very simple, which was to let Dandan and Ying make some big noise, stabilize the hatred of the jackal family, and then escape separately. This was also a plan that came up after Eggy's strong request after all. Eggy didn't get beaten much this time, and his I was already itchy. Dandan and Ying ran away leisurely, and were caught up by the gnolls outside after a while, but Dandan and Shadow did not stop, crushing the arms and legs of several gnolls, walking through the forbidden forest, extremely comfortable. But soon, the elite members of the gnoll family began to rush out of the cave, and a gnoll flew up from the sky. It was Flaner. Flaner carried Alana and put the beholder gnoll on his back. Superior. The beholder on Alana's shoulder firmly locked onto the escape direction of Dandan and Shadow, pointing out the target for Flaner. "It's coming! It's coming!" Dandan and Ying couldn't hide their excitement when they realized that the jackal family was depleted. But just when Dandan and Ying were waiting for a powerful opponent, the tree on the side suddenly lifted its roots and stumbled on Dandan's path, causing it to spin around as if falling off. "I told you, I will watch you." The forest guard walked out of the tree, menacingly. Oh, so comfortable." Dandan quietly wrote to Ying. "Why, you said you were observing and learning. Why would you attack the jackal family?" The forest guard looked at the jackal family approaching from behind and asked Dandan and Ying. "It's none of your business." "Come again," Dandan shouted, turned into a spinning top, and rushed towards the forest guard, just wanting him to whip him again. "We are learning to race." Ying also said something at the same time to help Dandan speed up. The forest guard did not expect that the Devil's Sons would be so lawless and dare to attack when they saw that they were blocking the road. He hurriedly summoned more tree roots to form a large net in an attempt to block the incoming eggs. For the forest guard, maintaining the balance of the forbidden forest is very important. If there is any ethnic dispute, it is also his responsibility to resolve it as soon as possible. If he only smashed a hole and killed a gnoll hunter, the forest guard felt that he could calm down this small commotion with his own dignity. But when the net of tree roots was cut off by the shadow, and Dandan rushed past the forest guard shouting, "Come and kill me," the forest guard felt that the Devil's Sons were enough of a headache. Then a large group of jackals rushed past the forest guards, bringing with them a strong smell of blood and endless killing intent. There was also a thick petrified gaze in the air, shooting at the rotating egg. The forest guard picked up the tree root that was stabbed by the shadow on the ground and stroked the crack in the root system. Suddenly he no longer wanted to stop the Devil's Son. If they escaped like this, maybe there would be less commotion. Chapter 166. Harmony between demons. How about it? Was I polite enough just now? Eggs rotated, sprinkling particles on the shadow. Our friend said, the forest guard will definitely be provoked, and asked us to be more polite. The particles floated as the eggs rolled, forming a trail. The jackals could easily grasp the escape route of the two Devil's Sons without using their sense of smell. That should be enough. I think our friend before spoke more arrogantly. Ying inexplicably remembered Liu's tone when he pronounced the death sentence on Bosch, and felt that he was very polite when talking to the forest guard just now. During the conversation between Dandan and Ying, the petrifying light came from the sky and hit the egg that was spinning like a top suddenly. Dandan paused and turned into a stone egg. with the surrounding ground being petrified. But in the blink of an eye, cracks appeared in the stone egg, and the egg broke out of the stone and jumped high, jumping and running away. Is this petrification? It's not very fun. Dandan commented on Alana's petrification gaze. It can't even break through my SHL. So it might as well be like that whip just now, Dandanswin said as he ran away, and took the opportunity to scan with the particle tail, but could not find any trace of the forest guard. Where is the forest guard? Why don't you chase after him? We are too polite. Dandan felt a little nostalgic, taking advantage of the moment when Dandan was petrified. A jackal hunter chased closer and bit the leaping Dandan. Crack! The teeth broke, and the balls fell heavily, knocking off the jackal hunter's jaw. Giggle. Dandan felt it was funny and wanted to run away slower, but was grabbed by Inging to speed up, to play in the killing cup. We have to look as weak as possible. Inging had just pierced the forest guard's root net, so it was not appropriate to say this at this moment. Dandan had no time to pay attention to Shadow, because the flying jackal was currently attacking with the beholder jackal, and the 2 points of cold light on his hand were as dazzling as starlight. And the cold air hit Egg. Inging naturally sensed that there were 2 jackals marked by him in the sky, and suddenly asked Dandan, "These 2 above are powerful. Do you want to smash them?" Shadow wanted to take the opportunity to judge the strength of the elite jackals. Of course, Eggy was extremely welcoming, so the egg bouncing on the ground suddenly jumped high and flew towards the 2 points of cold light in the air, as if they didn't expect that the 2 things on the ground would suddenly counterattack. Fleener and Alana were stunned for a moment. Then one picked up 2 daggers and accelerated, while the other changed his golden pupils and shot out a dim yellow light. Ding! The impact and coldness of the dagger created ripples on the egg, and the dim yellow light also hit the egg completely, causing it to bounce back. Hearing the egg groan in their ears, and seeing it being knocked to the ground again, Fleener and Alana had the same question: what kind of monster's egg is this? Why is it so hard? Not bad. Not bad. Dandan groaned and rolled again, wanting to beg Inging to do it again. Friend, you are going in the wrong direction. Inging walked backwards holding her balls. Huh? Wrong side? How could it be? Dandan realized that he had just gone in the opposite direction. It should be the effect of the dim yellow light that makes you reverse the direction. Inging has relatively rich knowledge and combat experience, and quickly made a guess. Fortunately, I am there. TSK. TSK. But it's still not as powerful as those 2 whips, Dandan said to the forest guard with endless aftertaste. Where did this guy go? Inging is also curious. Is it really like what he said? He will ignore us when he gets angry. Have you figured it out? Inging sighed. How did that guy guess it? When can I do the same? At this time, although the 2 demon sons were still unsure, the forest guards had given up chasing them. I even want to help them escape from the forbidden forest quickly. It is very difficult to stop them. Not only will it hurt many trees, but it will also easily damage the harmony with the sons of devils. Besides, why are you stopping them? Do you think the forbidden forest is not chaotic enough, and there are not enough troubles? If it is blocked for a long time, the situation will become more complicated if Phintius is provoked deep in the forest, as long as they are indeed leaving. Thank God the forest guard stood on the tree, silently cheering for Dandan and Inging. So Dandan and Inging fled for another halfway, approaching the edge of the forbidden forest on the way. 14 jackal hunters paid the price of their teeth or claws, but none of them left any scars on Dandan's body. Fleener and Alana even attacked downward from the air in different ways, using all their strength. Fleener sometimes combined his 2 daggers to attack. Sometimes he laid down numerous arctic barriers, but none of them had any interfering effect, and various colors of light shot out from the eyes of the beholder, except for hitting the grass in the forbidden forest. In addition to flying, it also made Alana look withered, and there was nothing more. Fleener's extreme cold was a daily routine for Dandan, so he didn't feel much change at all. Instead, Alana's chaotic, weak and explosive light gave it a boost of energy, but Alana's magic power was seen to have dried up. The whole escape process still gradually became boring, but when a huge jackal figure finally appeared in front of him, Dandan finally became interested again. Hey, did you see that guy with the mace? Dandan shook his head and pointed at the jackal leader and his mace at the edge of the forest. I brought you here. Inging thinks about Dandan very much, because every time he suffers a heavy blow, Inging can enjoy Dandan's happiness and share the overflowing magic power. Crash it over? The balls began to spin. Be careful. That jackal next to him is very strange. Inging pointed at Mandina next to the jackal leader with an arrow. Stranger than me? Dandan already knew his place in the world and learned to joke. You don't deserve a beating. Inging stretched and contracted, like a spring, and shot his balls in front of the jackal leader. The jackal leader was also ready to swing his stick early, but the jackal hunters chasing behind him did not dodge. I don't know whether it was because they were not afraid of death at all, or because they were sure that the leader would not swing the stick and blast their balls towards him. However, at the moment when the mace was about to hit Dandan and Inging clearly heard the old jackal beside the leader say something. Our blood sacrifice just lacks one important sacrifice. Inging couldn't figure out how the old jackal said so many words at this moment, but he heard it clearly. Time moved again, and the mace hit the balls at the same time. The staff in the old jackal's hand was filled with magic power, covering the air with a layer of animal skin. The animal skin was like a curtain, pulling open behind Dandan after the air was cut. Another space appeared. The blood-stained altar of the Knoll family. The altar is appearing behind Dandan. Lee, you must have never imagined that Redcoat's words, beware of wolves in human skins, would come true for Inging and Dandan. No! The forest guard's voice sounded in the forest, but to no avail. Boom! The mace hit the egg, making the egg dent. It seemed that the next second, it would be knocked down to the altar. Don't move. Inging also noticed the abnormal development of the situation and used sowing shadow. The ground cracked and spread towards the curtain behind Eggy. The altar in the curtain sank one level, waiting for Eggy to sit down. Chapter 167, Deception and Substitution. Even though Inging pulled with all his strength, Dandan still slid towards the curtain involuntarily. The space seemed to be deceived and overlapped with the altar behind the shadow. The scene turned into a contest between Shadow and the jackal leader, but under the influence of the deception staff. The leader's arms suddenly expanded, seemingly with infinite power. When there was a slight stalemate, he struck again with a wolf strike. The two stick fell on Dandan. The balls were so happy that they moaned, and Inging struggled and squirmed non-stop. Then, the shadow began to collapse, and its speed far exceeded the collapsed speed of the curtain, and the earth the pale shadow pulled between the forbidden forest and the jackal cave was unable to bear the huge force, and it exceeded its stretching range, and the balls fell. Going to the altar seems to be unstoppable. Seeing that the situation was not good, the forest guard's countless vines stretched out from under the tree and pulled towards the egg in the air. Mandina snorted and released part of his magic power, using magic to confuse the forest guard's perception. The vines were deceived and trembled, and they could no longer find their direction. This sacrifice belongs to the Knoll family, the Knoll leader said coldly. They are the sons of the devil. The forest guard shouted as a reminder, hoping that the jackal family would understand his good intentions. It just so happens that we haven't sacrificed the son of the devil yet, the jackal leader howled. It's a pity that it's not the son of Finchuus. The jackal leader's third blow was about to arrive, and would undoubtedly knock his balls into the altar. At this moment, Inging, who had been silent for a long time, finally spread out a line of words on the ground. Idiot. Sacrifice your own jackal ass. Immediately afterwards, Dandan's position was instantly replaced by a group of weirdos, and a flower seemed to bloom in front of the curtain, a human flower. The headless weirdo, the dog weirdo, the Ami weirdo, all swelled together and hugged the mace of the Knoll leader. The egg was directly moved behind the Knoll leader and Mandina by the shadow, and the forbidden forest was replaced. Huh? The old jackal looked puzzled. When he couldn't take back the mace, he stamped it hard. Huh? Ha! The forest guard was ecstatic because he sensed that there was a demon son missing in the forest, the one who would have been sacrificed by the jackal family. It turns out that when she was fighting against the jackal leader just now, in order to ensure a smooth escape, Inging used her shadow to explore the forbidden forest and took out her demon relics from the shadow space as the weird puzzle piece that was collected after the Blood River simulation. Inging had already become proficient in playing it. After learning the promotion science, he directly developed the transposition gameplay. On weekdays, Inging used 8 weirdos to spread out in all directions, constantly changing positions to stretch and exercise his body. This time he escaped to the edge of the forbidden forest and saw the eager Knoll leader and Manderna. They were both specially marked Knolls. Of course, Inging was not at ease, so he kept a secret in advance, which came in handy now. Weird Jigsaw was beaten to the altar with a mace, and Shadow and Dandan escaped instantly. And that's not all. When Shadow took back the shadow that controlled the weird puzzle pieces, he also gave them a bit of momentum and accelerated in reverse. So the altar in the curtain was smashed to pieces by 8 weirdos. The weirdos also had bloody heads and started dancing around in the cave. The cracked curtain still existed, and the jackal family could see every move of the weirdos. The dog-headed monster seemed to smell something. Maybe the smell of the jackal cubs. So he quickly ran to the side cave with the remaining 7. Not good. Mandina howled at Fleener and Alana in the air, and the 2 Gnoll hunters led the Gnoll hunters back quickly. Seeing that Dandan and Inging had escaped from the forbidden forest, Mandina's jackal seemed to have no intention of chasing them. So he and the jackal leader turned to a big tree next to them. They are the sons of the devil? What do you know? The leader of the jackals leaned on the ground with his mace and asked the forest guard. The sons of the devil, why are they here? Isn't it a closed battle training? The forest guard looked at the old gnoll next to the gnoll leader, thought for a moment, and then answered, I don't know. I only know that the son of the demon wolf king also participated in the closed combat training. The forest guard stopped, just wanting to calm down the commotion as soon as possible. Hearing this, Mandina thought a lot. The jackal leader looked into the depths of the forbidden forest, with a fire in his eyes, but said nothing. He silently went back to the howling of the wolf with the old jackal. Gradually intense cave. The forest guard finally relieved himself of the lingering tension, and suddenly looked forward to the 4th game of the Killing Cup. The timing of the Devil's Son's observation and learning was too coincidental. Maybe everything that just happened was related to that Uji. Bucky related? The king of the Colosseum covets the power of the Forbidden Forest and the library? It's a pity that due to his responsibilities, he can't go to the scene to see it in person. The forest guard thought silently. In the hazy moonlight, an egg is rolling towards the moonlight path, turning back 3 times at a time. You dropped something. Why don't you go back and look for it? Dandan hadn't had enough fun yet. Don't be in a hurry. Take it slow. This kind of patience was something that Inging learned from Liu in the River of Blood. We will meet again at the Killing Cup anyway, and I want them all to spit out when the time comes. Okay, hee. Constantly recalling the impact of the mace, Dandan was very satisfied with the second half of the trip. Not long after, Dandan and Inging came to the moonlight path and were startled by the octopus head that suddenly appeared from the soil. It was Liu. Is everything going well? Dandan and Inging took longer than expected. Liu also noticed that Inging was a little mottled, so he asked with concern. Inging didn't say anything. Dandan shouted comfortable, and then told the story of the chase when the 2 demons escaped in the end. Dandan highlighted the mace of the jackal leader to express his gratitude. Be sure to try it again during the 4th game of Killing Cup. Which one is more comfortable? The leader's club or Galric's club? Liu didn't expect that the whole family of jackals would go out, taking this opportunity to compare the strength of the jackal leader. Almost the same. But I think the jackal leader has greater potential. One stick is more comfortable than the other, Dandan said honestly. However, Liu suspected that Dandan's perception might not be accurate. He might have been deceived by Mandina or blocked by the forest guards, so he didn't fully believe it. Tell me all the details. On the way back to the library, Liu completed the scenes he missed from beginning to end, learned the complete fighting methods of Fleener and Alana, and also learned about Mandina had a rough understanding of the methods and the strength of the jackal leader. Overall, the most troublesome thing is Mandurna's staff of deception. Without this variable, Liu even felt that the original plan was almost enough to kill the jackal family. But now, of course, he needs to adjust his tactics. It is also necessary to carry out some targeted optimization for killing seed butterflies. At this moment, recalling Minto's question before, Liu felt that it was a bit arrogant to say destroy the dead after all. He was the 2nd largest force in the Forbidden Forest, so he should cut off the bones first and then the last. Starting from the spiritual Gnoll Mandina, one by one the backbone of the Gnoll family will be removed. In this way, even if there are nearly 100 Gnoll hunters and swindlers in the end, to the killing seed butterfly, it will be just chopped meat. After thinking about it all the way, Liu, Dandan and Inging returned to the library and hurriedly said hello to Galaric, who was guarding the door. After letting Galaric smash Dandan 3 times, he got into the library, the upper cave of the library. Then, Liu saw a letter. The signature on the envelope is a fly. Chapter 168 John Shinua. Liu thought that it was just right he went to the Forbidden Forest and knew the Killing Cup well. It was just the right time to talk to Ujibuji about how to fight this game. Master, you are back. Of course, the letter was delivered directly to Beautybug, so there were also the former master of the brain spirit floating next to the altar, plus the left and right guardians of the library. Lulu and Feifei. The two minis each held a headless fly, and ran over sweating profusely to claim credit. Brother, according to what you said, no stray monsters are allowed in. But these two flies were still sneaky after delivering the letter. And we were killed. Mini, who could stretch her arms, could catch flies just as well as the tiger-spotted gecko. Liu was very pleased, looking at the fly whose head was cut off just right. Liu suspected that Lulu and Feifei's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Achievements. Open the letter. Liu crushed the two flies and their heads like beans, and motioned to Bitterberg to read the letter. Opening the letter, another series of magic flies exploded, leaving a message from Okabuki. In the third round, hand over the battlefield to the Jackal family, and you can kill them only in the third round. Burn after reading. Just like last time, the letter turned into an invitation. Dirty. Liu, on the other hand, had a lot of fun. Ujibuji really never got tired of playing the routine of getting beaten first and then reversing. He must have wanted to absorb a lot of bets in the first two rounds and end up with a bulging pocket. But this time, Liu did not intend to follow Ujibuji's rhythm. During tonight's observation and study, Liu fully discovered that the Jackal family should not be underestimated. Especially man, who holds the stick of deception. Dana. It is easy to add a lot of variables to this killing cup, if they are given enough time and opportunities. Once the library side falls into a disadvantage, it may never be able to reverse the situation. Come on. Protectors write a letter for me. Liu called to Lulu. Lulu's eyes lit up, and she came over happily. As she approached, she stretched out her hand in the distance. Lulu pulled a quill and tattered letter paper from the pile of debris in the cave, sat down beside the bath, spread them out, and started writing. Zhan Xinhua, Li Yuanian. Lulu wrote, in the fourth game, we will kill all the Jackal family in the first round. Li Yuexin was only halfway through writing. Both Yingying and Dandan were a little touched, and each had some reactions. Sure enough, this crazy guy will kill the whole family in the first round. Yingying swelled slightly and became even more excited. Really? The first round? Can't you go slower? Dandan was afraid that the end of the round would be unsatisfactory. Remember, this is the first round. The rest is up to you. Liu's letter was very short, and he wrote it in just a few sentences. From the beginning to the end, no one cared about how the master of the brain spirit wanted to respond. Lulu carefully folded the letter, but suddenly it got stuck. She didn't know how to deliver it, and then threw it into Feifei's mouth. Send it. Wait a minute. Liu also realized this problem, and took the letter from Feifei's mouth. Ujibuji obviously relied on flies to deliver the letter, and there should be some kind of magic attached to it. He didn't know how to do this. I'll send him off. Dandan understood Liu's hesitation and volunteered. He had long wanted to go to the Colosseum and get beaten. Does my friend Shadow know where the Colosseum is? Take me there. It is indeed prestigious to ask the Devil's Son to deliver a message. But we just went to the Forbidden Forest tonight to make a big fuss. If we ask the same Egg and Shadow to deliver a message again, everyone knows that the Devil's Son has colluded with the Lord of the Brain and Spirit. Wouldn't that be nice? Beauty affects business. It can't be you. Liu is going to gamble with all the materials in the storage room. So before the war started, the true strength of the library should not be exposed. Redcoat? Yingying thought of the deal proposed by the red-robed priest. This priest must have a way to be like Okabuki. Throw the letter directly into the Colosseum. Liu also thought of the same channel. But he has not yet decided whether to help Redcoat. Yes, do Redcoat a favor. He seems to be very obsessed with holding a ceremony in the Colosseum. As for delivering the letter, there's nothing wrong with sending it with your brain spirit with Okabuki's fly corpse protecting you. From the puzzle corridor to the moonlight path to the Colosseum, there shouldn't be any monsters without eyes who dare to stop it. What's more, the skeletons in the confused corridor have been trained by the little noisy to run away when they see the brain spirit. Or, you go and deliver it? Liu stuffed the fly corpse and the letter into Butebog's brain groove, scaring the brain spirit master into convulsing on the spot. Wait a minute. I know there is a brain spirit that can do it. It's perfect. Lulu suddenly slapped her forehead and jumped up high. Who? Liu was focused on creating the template for killing sea butterflies and preparing the killing cup. It had been a long time since he paid attention to the situation of the brain spirits. Men! Lulu shouted, her voice amplified several times by the cave, and it fell straight to the middle level of the library. Liu also used the authority of the library to locate the door. He was shocked to find that this guy was repeatedly opening the door on the middle and lower floors of the library, sometimes going into the toilet in the 6th library, and sometimes floating out, carrying a god. Unpredictable. After hearing Guardians was call, Min Min first looked for a doorknob and rubbed his head. After confirming it, he opened the door, then got out of the door of the 12th library and came to the upper cave. Are you done? Liu sent a message to each door, asking about the progress of his soaking. Liu did not expect that there would be a brain spirit, and he completed the soaking of the sensor in more than half a month. It may have something to do with the magic power of power distribution, which accelerated the progress of the door after completing the ritual and snatching the power of the library from Beautybug. Liu allocated half of the magic power of the library to Now Ling and Mini Mini. Now they are growing stronger and stronger visibly. Even so, from the outside, Min Min is still a thin brain spirit. Before being assigned the soaking task by Liu, he liked to crawl in and out of the cracks of several broken doors in the library to exercise. Brain. It's done. Min Min's head trembled. Although he was thin, in terms of momentum, he was much more majestic than Buddy Bird. Liu also learned about its progress from the thoughts coming from Min Min. The door has become the sensor of Min Min. As long as he moves his thoughts, he can complete the transfer between doors. Doors without magic seals can be used at present. When Min Min introduced his abilities, he also revealed his stability in his thoughts. But only doors can do it. Walls can't do it. And it can't go beyond 100 meters. What? Do you want to deliver a letter? Min Min looked at Lulu, pointing at the letter and winking, guessing what Liu was thinking. I can run a few more times. Aren't you afraid of death? Liu had never understood Min Min's inner world, and he didn't expect it to be much more powerful than Buddy Bogage. I'm not afraid. As a curious baby who travels through the cracks and doors all year round, Min Min is very different from Bitterberg. And I want to try, after I die. Will the door still be my senses? Liu looked at Min Min with admiration. General Min? Okay, I'll leave this task to you. You can jump through a few more doors, but the letter must be delivered before tonight, and then come back. Liu said a few words to each door. Don't die. If you die, you have to start again. Soak. Liu made an inference based on Bitterberg's current state. The Lord of the Brain Spirit must have soaked a lot of things before his death, but it is still clean and shiny now. So the answer is obviously no. Okay. Min Min nodded. Everything is as the Lord wishes. Liu didn't know which book the word Min came from, so he waved his tentacle and let it go. All the exchanges between the two brain spirits were completed through teleportation. Inging. Dandan and the left and right guardians only saw one brain coming and going suddenly, with an indomitable attitude from behind. They admired Liu's leadership skills. Okay, let me think about it. Liu shrank underground and combined with today's picture book update, immersed thinking about how to fight the fourth game. Inging, I have something to tell you. Not long after he shrank down, Liu climbed up. Chapter 169. General Min. After thinking about it, Liu still felt that Mandina, the spiritual jackal, wanted to kill him first, and this was inseparable from Inging's help. I'm listening. Inging surrounded Liu, trembling slightly. Killing Cup. We need to kill Mandina first. That old jackal. Liu sent a message to Inging. It is the biggest variable on our battlefield, and we must solve it in advance. In his daily interactions with Dandan, Inging and Mini Mini, Liu rarely used the Devil's Manual to analyze their states and hearts. First, he had gained trust, and second, he needed to be distracted when reading minds. Very tired. Oh, this matter, okay. Inging still looked a little disappointed. Just leave it to me. Seeing that Inging was so confident, Liu didn't know whether he should ask the next question for a while. But thinking of the weird stick of deception and the state of the jackal leader, he finally asked, what are you going to do? Why are you asking so many questions? Inging was not happy and contradicted Liu. You are so controlling? But do you understand its demonic relics? Liu passed the staff to Inging. The skull of the jackal was quiet, but inexplicably scary. Okay, I'll tell you. Inging easily listened to the suggestion and started talking about his own ideas. When the war starts, I will sow everything in the field. After their obstruction today, I can be sure of one thing. That is, I can nail them in about 3 breaths. Inging said very confidently after using his shadow to explore the cave. He learned about the jackals. After a family's strength and marking 5 special nulls, they should be so confident. With these 3 breaths, I can concentrate my strength and twist Mandina into a hemp rope. Shadow was silent for a moment, and then added, "If you want me to kill the jackal leader, it may be difficult. But it shouldn't be a problem if you screw that old jackal. No, it's not safe enough." Liu thought to himself that it was lucky that he asked one more question. He remained motionless, quietly waiting for Liu to explain. "What if everything in the field is pinned? How long can it be pinned?" Liu asked again. "It takes more energy, one breath at a time." Ying was puzzled. "Why do you do this? Can't you just sew it and its helpers?" "Because that demonic relic is the staff of deception. We can't be sure which ones on the battlefield are real." Liu paid full attention to the enemy and tactics after seeing the scene at the curtain of the Mandina exhibition. He found that it was not even connected after being able to deceive space. Liu always felt that the old jackal was not so easy to deal with, no matter whether the jackal family knows that the devil's son has entered the game or not, and no matter what happens on the battlefield. As long as we can confirm Mandina's location for a moment, we can kill it with all our strength. Liu can only fully trust the Devil's Illustrated book now, and prepare use the Devil's Manual to tear apart all assumptions and locate Mandina's true location. When the time comes, you sew them all up. In these few seconds of silence, we will kill Mandina together. Liu was ready to directly use the Withering Thorn when the time came, leaving Mandina no room for counterattack. You no longer need to fight alone. Remember, we are a team and can cooperate more. Liu comforted Ying, who had been silent. "Oh, what team? You don't even want me to be your shadow." Ying was still thinking about this, but he understood Liu's tactical arrangements, affirming the expansion while expressing dissatisfaction with the acceleration. Letting you be Danden's shadow is also for your own good. Don't you feel it yourself? Liu Kai didn't believe that Danden had eaten so much these days, and that Ying didn't get any benefits. Well, without it, I wouldn't be able to drag myself from the altar of the jackal family to the edge of the forest. Ying couldn't deny it, and suddenly trembled. "But I still want to be your shadow. Will there be another chance in the future?" "Of course." Liu only hopes that both Ying and Danden can grow as quickly as possible. They are his powerful helpers in this world. They are also comrades who fight side by side. Hee. Maybe it's coming soon. I seem to have found a way to switch hosts, although the number of times is limited. Ying left a line of big words. Later, Liu and Ying determined the 9 killing methods for Mandina in those silent seconds in order to make him die to the end, and the rest of the sweep of the jackals, and the handling of the leader became a matter of course. To solve the minor problems, just make a few changes to kill the sea butterflies, and you can crush it. The flying jackal and the beholder jackal are somewhat special, and were placed in the second echelon of the death list by Liu. As for the jackal cheater Masna, Liu will target it to a certain extent based on the skin it wears at that time. Attack. Having finally solved the top priority at the moment, Liu was in a good mood and asked Danden to take a bath. At the same time, he inspected the materials accumulated in the warehouse, and felt that he should find a brain spirit to go to the auditorium to place bets on his behalf. Before the Forbidden Forest and his party, Liu was very optimistic. He originally planned to place bets on the sidelines and watch the development of this battle. But now, in order to ensure Mandina's death, Liu needs to personally enter the battle and make the diagnosis immediately. And then he also needs to find a helper outside the field. Minmin is good, he can come and go freely. He is not easily caught, and his personality is relatively stable, so he is not prone to making mistakes. At the same time, Liu also decided to lend the unruly skinny hipster to Minmin before the war started to ensure its survival and give it a certain fighting ability. Minmin lived up to Liu's trust and quickly delivered the letter and returned to the cave on the upper floor of the library. Did it go well? Liu muttered. The gate of the Colosseum is sealed and cannot be entered. But a fly took the letter. A big fly. Minmin was not only brave, but also had a very clear description. Liu knew it was the fly demon as soon as he heard it. The big fly took the letter upstairs. There was a terrible voice upstairs. He was very angry and scolded Butebog. So I ran away. Minmin was also very alert in his response and retreated in a timely manner. Very good. Don't worry about it. You did a good job. Liu guessed that Ujibuji must be dissatisfied with his changes to his arrangements. As long as the letter is delivered, the result is in his own hands anyway. Colosseum, the king can't change it either. Next, I will give you something. You must learn to use it flexibly and place bets for us, Liu said, calling out the uninhibited skinny hipster and teaching Minmin how to operate it. Danden and Ying were having fun in the bath. But when they saw Liu throwing a skeleton, they immediately ran over, along with the guardians from the library. Can we wear it? Everyone has just one question. Only Ying can do it. But you can't. Liu asked Min Min to barely control the skeleton with his mind. Min Min was not very interested and didn't seem to want to learn. I don't believe it. The ball spread out and penetrated into the bones of the uninhibited skinny hipster and held them up forcefully. Lulu and Feifei also stretched out their hands to hold their shoulder blades, as if like manipulating a puppet, playing with the skeleton. Only Bitterberg stayed away, fearing that his name would be called again. The cave on the upper floor of the library was filled with laughter and laughter. But at the same time, there was a completely different atmosphere in the VIP room of the Colosseum where Ajibuki was located. What trump card does Bitterberg have that can annihilate the Jackal family in the first round? A group of fly demons did not dare to buzz around Ujibuji. The gambling demon also rubbed the dice on his hands. He wondered whether he should follow Bitterberg's arrangement and send out inside information to the VIPs outside. After hesitating for a moment, Ujibuji chose to accept it. But he kept mumbling, if this is really the case, it seems that in the fifth game, Thintius can only be called off in person? Or his favorite wolf son? Hee. Even if Bitterberg mutates and becomes invincible, one of them will die in the Killing Cup final. Right? By then, the authority of the library and the Forbidden Forest, maybe one of them will fall. And my chance will come. Okabuki patted the table and rolled the dice. Chapter 170 Good Texture and Good Taste. Since Min Min has only recovered his magic power for half a month, his mental ability is still not comparable to that of Liu, who absorbed the ultimate magic stone. He can only barely control the uninhibited skinny hipster to move and perform simple actions. Seeing that they were almost done playing, Liu took back the uninhibited skinny hipster, took it apart from the bone armor of Lulu and Feifei, and pieced together the original appearance of Skalrik, which he put on the door. Of course, we also need to add some skeletons to the left and right guardians to prevent them from feeling unbalanced. You should go as you are. Be normal. Of course, Liu knew that it was risky to send Min Min to place bets alone. But now there are not many manpower available in the library. So asking Min Min to go is a relatively safe approach. No matter how bad it is, Min Min can still open the door and escape. But at most it will just leave behind a pair of self-healing bones. These things have now been shipped to the Devil's Kitchen in tons. And Liu has no intention of being able to escape. Hidden living. Anyway, the texture is good and the taste is good. Liu even hopes that self-healing bones can become the hard currency of materials circulating in Demon King City. As for the many remaining side dishes in the warehouse, Liu has already considered the issue of carrying them when placing bets. He may need to inform Brother Pai in advance and ask him to borrow the chef's stomach bag. Brother Pai is now obsessed with the taste of self-healing bones and has a high degree of cooperation. But he is still under Liu's observation period. Liu is considering, after the closed war training is over, hiring Brother Pai as the chef of the library will not only replenish the health of Nao Ling and Mini Minis, but also develop some chaos cuisine to help the little ones grow up quickly. It is known that the demon chef can use self-healing bones to make pig's feet with self-healing effects. If the materials are rich enough, Pigeon should be able to develop more dishes, although it currently only likes to make dessert. The kind that makes your nose runny. After finishing the preliminary arrangements, such as tactics and betting, Liu was about to reinvest his thoughts into the perception of the blue-purple cloak and particles to carry out his daily homework. But he saw that Min Min suddenly took off the skeleton of Skalrik. Since the master has assigned me such an important task, I think during this period of time, I should not leave the library at will. Min Min's thinking was very clear. The master had already said that if he died, the progress of immersion would be invalidated. So before successfully getting the chips back, he obviously should not go out to take risks again. Originally, Min Min planned to go in and out of the library and soak the doors in the Demon King City. Min Min was not in the little noisy queue, so his daily routine was very simple. Just looking for doors. Then, in the next time, I will go to the door of the 13th library to sense the bone door. You can find me there. Min Min used his mind to carry the skeleton and retreat, with a very organized look. Only then did Liu understand that Min Min was reporting on his work, and agreed with his idea. There had been no movement in the 13th library, and until now Liu could not open the bone door, let alone pass the authority of the library. Looking inside has become one of the unsolved mysteries of the library. Go ahead. I'll leave that door to you. Liu read the invitation letter to the Colosseum. When I borrow the stomach bag and grab the tickets, I will summon you again. Min Min retreated. Li Yu also checked the progress of Huahua and Yaya. And there was no change. The slave scholars compared the books in a certain library to make simple air bags and other tools. And also stored a lot of food. Li Yu knew that they were preparing for Man Yu's escape. So they didn't bother him if they could escape. They would be less troublesome. And if they couldn't, they could take advantage. Next to the warehouse, a few guards were having a sword fight. Their sword skills were so godlike that Li Yu was dazzled. The Chaos Gate was calm and peaceful. But Li Yu knew that after last night's discussion, those demon sons, who wanted to participate in the Killing Cup, would definitely not accept their fate like this. What's the class tonight? Li Yu had too many things in his mind, and was too lazy to think. So he asked Ying and Dandan directly. Yesterday was promotion study. Isn't today just brave study? Dandan memorized the class schedule proficiently. Especially the 2 periods before and after promotion study. Brave learning. Li Yu missed the first section, the origin of the brave, and attended 2 sections. One was about the top 10 brave men in the past 12 years. And the other was about the genocide plan for several major brave families. The class was taught by the Devil's Sons, played to their heart's content. On paper. As for the materials of the course content, except for part of the books from the library, the rest comes from the personal experience of the brave mentor Isaac. Every 12 years, Isaac will travel to the continent of Chaos, hunt the braves to understand the changes in their combat power. As the final course of this year's Brave School, the 4th section of Brave School will introduce Demon King City's prediction of the evolution of brave men in the next 12 years, and prepare a surprise. Isaac didn't talk much about the surprise. He only asked the Devil's Sons to try their best to adjust their condition to the best. The Devil's Sons who performed well enough would also receive a trophy collected by Isaac. Although he didn't know what the trophy was. At least it wasn't an intangible blessing. Li Yu was looking forward to it, to get the Sword of the Brave, or something. Wouldn't it be very majestic? What if he could help? It will be even more cost-effective when it comes to the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Li Yu thought for a moment, and decided to participate in tonight's brave study. By the way, Mindo also said that he took away the last biology class. So you can't attend it. Dandan knew Li Yu's course preferences. He promised to give me some nutrition at the end. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. Even the Demon King mentor couldn't escape the practice of occupying classes. He was really familiar with it. However, as promotion studies are a key subject for demons, it seems like it's not a big deal to take a biology class. Fortunately, Li Yu has absorbed most of the mythical creatures in his mind. This section is not missing. In fact, it is heartbreaking to miss the wool collected from Gossip Mr. Ghost Ship. Gossip can provide a lot of malice. I think you'd better go to class these days. Otherwise Damon Binbin and Redcoat will definitely come out to find you. Dandan is already somewhat familiar with the methods of the Demon Scribe and the Red Robe Priest, and is even a little bit familiar with them. Looking forward to it. Shadow told me you were in the library and killed a total of 5 demon children? Do you want to kill more? His balls were itchy. It depends on whether they know each other or not. Li Yu trembled in his mind, put on the uninhibited skinny trendy man, and walked towards the door of chaos in the middle level. Now that he is sure of the Killing Cup, Li Yu has 3 goals for this trip: borrow money, negotiate terms, and attract investment. The Red Robe Priest wants to take the opportunity to complete the ritual. Diamond originally wanted to go out and play. The devilish businessman, with a lot of money in his pocket, wants to raise a bet. No problem. Just pay. Not only do you have to pay money, but you also have to pump water. Li Yu thought like this, preparing to give the Devil's Sons a hard blow. Chapter 171: Tampering. There was still a lot of time before the Brave Learning course. Li Yu entered the Gate of Chaos and went straight to the entertainment room, but did not see Diamond Binbin. Most of the time, this guy would pull up the huge velvet curtain in the entertainment room and open a private room to hang out with Nate Meyer. Why did he change his temper today? In front of the curtain, Li Yu and Nate Meyer looked at each other. The nightmare succubus immediately started posing, which made Li Yu feel strange and uncomfortable. I haven't asked yet. Why did you change your hairstyle? Nate Meyer flew over and directly moved her hand to stroke Li Yu's tentacled hair. Looks like I'll give it a try, Li Yu felt a certain electric current passing through his brain. Could it be that with the brain spirit pituitary gland? He had more ideas? If there weren't too many things to do, Li Yu wouldn't mind playing with the nightmare succubus. But after barely attending half of the depravity of human nature class, Li Yu learned from Bauer's teaching that once he falls into a dream with the nightmare demon, a lot of information may be revealed unknowingly. So that class has not yet begun. Li Yu ran away when he entered the practical stage and has never been to the second quarter so far. You can't be too presumptuous with Nate Meyer at the moment. Don't make trouble. Something's wrong. Liu held off Nate Mayer's arm. Where's Diamond Binbin? Master Demon's secretary? He's in the study. With Minto's restriction, Nate Meyer couldn't force Liu to sleep. She bit her lip and said, Smelly bones. Do you really not understand people's hearts? Liu was helpless and made a joke to her. Want to be happy? Why not sign a soul contract first and become my slave? Did anyone say no? Nate Meyer opened her arms. Come on. Slave me. Lord Skorik. Liu was stunned for a moment. Looking at the 33.456% action prediction success rate in the Devil's Manual, he really couldn't figure out whether the Nightmare Succubus was a fake or a fake. Or, do you have a hobby in this area? But whether it is true or not, Liu has only mastered the method of signing low-level monster contracts, and has not yet delved into the upper-level contract production. Just those scary-sounding materials are enough to deter Liu. A low-level monster contract probably only requires some basic magic materials. When it reaches the demon level, the difficulty of making it increases exponentially. Even the materials themselves come from the demon level and above. Contracts with different contents also have different ritual requirements. Liu has all these conditions still not satisfied. I'm going to find Diamond Binbin. Goodbye. Liu calmed down, bypassed Nate Meyer, and walked towards the study. The path was very familiar. Liu had been there many times in order to collect knowledge from the library. Alas! Nate Meyer sighed quietly and turned to Dandan and Ying who were following Liu. What about you? Do you want to play? Playing? With you. What's so fun? Dandan has always been very innocent. Of course. Nate Meyer flicked her tail and caught the egg. Then the ball stopped moving. Aw! It's interesting. Dandan stayed with the minis for a long time and learned their catchphrase. Come again? You are not qualified to raise conditions. It all depends on my mood. Nate Meyer's attitude suddenly became stern. Her face became serious. And she was completely different from before. Liu was a little dull again. He didn't expect Nate Meyer to have such a wide range of ways to play. Get in here. Nate Meyer turned around and flew back to the curtain, pulling open a corner of the curtain to let out a little dim candlelight, gesturing for Dandan to come in. Dandan changed his route, and Ying followed him into the curtain. They were not very interested in the conversation between Liu and Dai Min. Liu let them go, thinking that it would be better not to let the Nightmare Succubus bother him. So he turned around and pushed open the side door of the entertainment room. Went into the study. Are you studying? It's quite rare. Liu greeted Diamond Binbin. He had never seen Diamond Binbin in the study before. I don't know why, but he seemed different today. Do you want to have a supply of magic power while reading a book? I've been learning tampering recently. Damon was not surprised to see Skalric coming in. He glanced at the octopus tentacles on his head. Do you understand? I don't understand. What are you tampering with? Liu didn't know much about the practice of Demon Scribe. He only knew that it would distort numbers. You should pay extra attention to this when communicating with him. It's really interesting. It's hard to imagine that just a little change can have an impact on the present. Diamond Binbin seemed to be a little confused. Liu knew that he had not finished speaking and did not interrupt. For example, this is the book collection statistics sheet shipped here by the library. Diamond picked up a booklet with a chain. It says, the third full moon of the 299th year of Kylie. 172 books are in storage. The book opened automatically and turned to the last record before the closed battle training. Liu sensed the past and vaguely recognized that it was Mini's handwriting. There is only one copy of this statistical sheet. Which means, if the records here are tampered with by me, then the reality will also change. Diamond Binbin said, picked up the quill, and touched the statistics booklet. When the pen tip touched the paper, the magic stone on Diamond Binbin's head instantly cracked and withered, and Diamond Binbin's fingers suddenly shrank and lost their vitality. With the slow sliding of the pen tip, Damon's notebook changed 172 into 142. The number of books in the study seemed to have remained unchanged. But Liu only felt that at this moment. The knowledge stored in his mind seemed to be lost. A certain part of the imaginary continent has become much blurry. Liu was horrified these 30 books had been tampered with by Dai Min to the point of deletion? Is this an extension of the demon scribes, distorted numbers? But this is deletion. What if it is added? What changes will occur? If there are 30 more books, then where does the knowledge of these 30 books come from? The more Liu thought about it, the more shocked he became. You don't have to be afraid. This ability is not that convenient to use. Diamond Binbin curled his withered fingers and looked at Liu thoughtfully. Is the record unique? the number and levels of reality involved, whether it is necessary to pray from chaos, whether it is possible to accept unknown backlash. Liu listened to the demon scribe's heart, carefully read the limitations of this ability, and thought about how to avoid being affected. After thinking for a moment, Liu felt powerless. No wonder the city lord asked Diamond Binden's father to station himself in the treasury with tampering. Couldn't the wealth of Demon King City be increased at will? As long as the demon scribe is willing to pay the price and bear the risk. Thinking about it, Liu sensed Diamond Bin throwing 3 magic stones from his cloak. Next, there is a question, Diamond Bin said with a smile. If I, as the devil's secretary, record a log of this close combat training, will it be the only record? Then, I will write the next line, during the battle training. With Minto's permission, 3 devil sons participated in the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Diamond Bin laughed heartily. This is a fact. Is it right? Liu's brain groove began to twitch. Then, I will tamper with the number 3 and add me. What do you think the reality will look like? Having said this, Diamond Bin slowed down a bit to make sure Liu could keep up. Own ideas. Oh damn. Why don't I add a few more, and let everyone hang out together? Diamond Bin patted his head with a chain. What do you think? The demon scribe asked the skeleton. Chapter 172 I Want Money. The premise is that, your tampering must be able to erase the reality created by Minto. Liu's answer did not match his inner panic if Diamond Bin was really given unlimited power. This guy can directly tamper with the number of devil children participating in the closed battle training. And even create another city lord? The demon scribe is really extremely insidious. No wonder Bosch hated Diamond Bin so much at the beginning. Who knows what the demon behind him will write? Oh! Yes. You caught the essence. Diamond didn't think that Liu would compromise directly. Everything in front of him only proved that he had the ability to change reality, thereby increasing his bargaining chip. In order to get out, I can pay a corresponding price. It depends on whether you are willing to cooperate with me and save this price. Diamond Bin's chain trembled. Or, you hate me as much as you hate Bosch. Want to kill me too? What do you think? Liu asked back, not yet deciding whether to take risks for the sake of Diamond Bin's materials. I don't think so. Diamond Bin laughed again. Your killing is all a kind of counterattack. And I didn't intend to hurt you. Right? Okay. Let's talk about it. What are you going to do? Liu agreed that Diamond Bin had this ability and agreed to negotiate. But he also wanted to ensure that the actions of the demon scribe would not affect the Killing Cup. You guess? Like Redcoat, who is also your promotion student. Want to participate in the Killing Cup? Liu said his guest Diamond was so anxious that he wanted to exchange for a pass for a closed training at any cost. Must have something to do with what's about to happen before the full moon. There are only 2 major events that Liu knows about. One is the Killing Cup, and the other is the Devil's Market. No, don't forget. I have participated in the closed combat training once. I have learned almost everything I need to learn for promotion. Diamond Bin laughed. But it can't be said that it is completely irrelevant. I want money. A lot of money. Diamond shook the chain. But the sound of gold coins colliding was heard. I want money. A lot of money. You must have some connection with Booty Berg. Right? That's why you pay attention to the Killing Cup. Diamond had no intention of concealing his motives. So his inner voice was consistent with what he said. According to Ujibaki's approach will definitely give Butibog some clues before the battle. So, if I guess correctly, Butibog will win in the first 4 games. And the Master of the Brain will die suddenly in the last one. Liu had to say that the demon scribe knew the king of the Colosseum very well. In the 5th game, Butibog will definitely be prepared. So in the 4th game, I want to place a bet. Diamond Bin directly emphasized his demands. I want money, a lot of money. Oh, after calculating for a long time, it turns out that Diamond originally wanted to run out and place a bet, but his magic cocoon has the ability to tamper. Isn't it really convenient to change the gambling tickets? If I don't accept it, are you going to write? Liu looked at the quill in Diamond Bin's hand. Of course, as long as the cost does not exceed my benefits. I will do it. Diamond Bin put forward the conditions. Don't worry. You help me. I don't need your head. Diamond Bin pointed at Liu's head. Although it seems that there are a lot more things now. Did Bitterberg give it to you? With the dreadlocks of the octopus tentacles, Liu didn't want to lend his head to Diamond Bin. But he thought it was just right. What a coincidence. I came to you this time just to ask you if you want to place a bet. Liu also reported the purpose of his visit. If you have money, Let's make money together. Beautibog knows that a Jibji has given I can find out the exact information, and it's a sure profit deal. No. Do not modify my transactions without authorization. Diamond smiled half-heartedly. I only need to get permission from Minto to leave the library. I don't need your help for the rest. The gambling ticket. I must get it with my own hands. Liu suddenly realized firstly, Diamond originally did not trust Liu. And secondly, he did not intend to bring all the sons of the devil to make a fortune together. And if everyone's gambling tickets are modified, it will definitely consume more magic power, and may even lead to death. It would have been impossible for Diamond to pay such a big price. Oh! But, do you know in which round Bitterberg will win? Liu felt a little pity if Diamond Binbin had helped tamper. He would have gambled all his possessions, and got 10. It is not impossible to double the income. Without Diamond Binbin, losing 1 to 2 would be considered an optimistic prediction. Well, it can be another deal. There's nothing wrong with me going to talk to Beautyberg in person. Of course Damon didn't think that Skalrik and Beautyberg would be one. And he was confident in his words. Man. Perhaps because of his own identity. Beautyberg would be easier to deal with than Liu. Liu listened happily. What's the difference between talking to it and me? I'll make another deal then. It's just that the negotiation venue needs to be properly arranged, so that Damon Binbin doesn't find out that Bitterberg has become nothing more than an empty frame. Okay. I can intercede with Minto, and ask him to let you go out to place bets that day. Liu talked about the conditions. What benefits can you give me? Don't. Liu wanted to say don't talk about the first thing, because he really didn't care. But under the influence of complete, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. Isn't it enough to not want your head? Well, Diamond Binbin strangled his neck with a chain, as if he wanted to choke out some inspiration. Yes. How about I help you get first place in Brave Learning tonight? Diamond paid close attention to Skorik's preferences. I think you like to get first place. First. Isaac's trophies. Even I feel a little moved when I think about it. Diamond originally swung his cloak. If it's not a relic of a top warrior, he wouldn't care to preserve it. Change it. Don't take first place, but get the grand prize prepared by Isaac. Liu kept in mind that he was trading with Diamond Binbin, and he must be careful to avoid anything related to numbers. That thing from the top brave man, the spoils of war. Are you smart enough to learn TSK? TSK. It's a deal. Diamond Binbin thought to himself. I want money. While agreeing to Liu's conditions, I can help you get the loot first. But if Minto doesn't let you go, you will be miserable. Already? As he said that, a magic stone pulled on Diamond Binbin's chain broke, and a magical power condensed between Liu and Diamond Binbin. And Liu certainly didn't intend to owe the demon scribe. Even Ujibuji didn't dare to do so at the beginning. Although Liu is now the owner of the library, compared to the king of the Colosseum, the gold content is still a bit lacking. Okay. You study slowly. Liu nodded and left, bidding farewell to Diamond Binbin, and thinking about how to use Beautybog to gain more wool from the demon scribe. Just after leaving the study, Liu bumped into Dandan and Yingying. Did we talk? Where to go next? Dandan looked relaxed, and his shadow was a little shaky, like a drunk, always holding on to the wall. Are you asleep? Liu was a little worried that Dandan would reveal some information. Of course not. You want me to sleep? Only food can do it. Dandan was quite proud, but immediately lowered his voice. But there are so many tricks in your world. It's comfortable and comfortable. Liu looked at Yingying thoughtfully. Where to go next? Dandan asked again. Go to the old guy in red, and ask him to help deliver the letter, and help you invest. Liu hugged his balls, thinking that he would have to leave all the good things to say about delivering the letter. Chapter 173, Threatening Minto. Welcome. Redcott was resting in his bedroom, playing with a crystal ball, and knew it was Liu without even looking back. In the closed battle training, each devil's son can ask Minnie to decorate a bedroom, and it is arranged on the first day, although there will be no more Minnie and Brain Spirit attendants in the future. The basic needs of the devil's sons will still be there. It has been satisfied, so no son of the devil has made any demands to Beautybog. For example, Nate Meyer lived in the entertainment room and hunted the devil's children everywhere. Piggy Skin found a random room to experiment with desserts, and when he was full, he slept there directly without any desire. Demon scribes Diamond Binbin and Mai Mai are relatively mysterious. Even Yingying has not visited their bedroom. Liu speculates that there should be a lot of good things hidden in it. Liu has never lived in the Gate of Chaos, so his bedroom is similar to a prison cell. But Redcoat's is completely different. The ritual instruments accumulated in the Gate of Chaos are strictly in accordance with his requirements. It was placed in the bedroom, forming a full single room that could barely accommodate a skeleton to move around. Redcoat is very thin and skinny, covering an area similar to that of a skeleton. But his red robe is very full, so it will not affect his movement. I foresee that this will be good news. Right? Redcoat turned around, his red robe barely touching the utensils. When Liu saw this, he didn't dare to go inside. He stared at his face in the crystal ball, as if looking in a mirror. Did you foresee it? Yes. You are quite awesome. Then do you know what my conditions are? Did the crystal ball tell you? Liu got straight to the point, and didn't want to play a guessing game with Redcoat. The success rate of the Red Robe Priest's action prediction was only 5.178%. And Liu went straight to the point. Choose to give up. No prophecy is that accurate. I just know you will come and bring me good news. Redcoat was in a good mood after successfully predicting your actions. But when I was predicting your actions, an inexplicable force blurred the prophecy. What was it? Your father? Liu murmured that he could have a devil father because of his virtue. It was probably because the authority of the library had some interference. Yes. I can take you to the 4th game of the Killing Cup and help you complete the ceremony. Liu did not show politeness to Redcoat. But I have a few conditions. Please. Redcoat listened attentively. First of all, I need to know the specific content of your ritual to ensure that it will not interfere with my battle. Liu first mentioned the most important condition: if the ritual will interfere with the battlefield, then obviously we cannot take this risk. Redcoat was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning Liu, Dandan and Ying carefully. He seemed a little embarrassed. Liu didn't want the ritual to interfere with the battle, but Redcoat was not afraid that his ritual would be disrupted by the battle. What about breaking? Then I need to know your fighting process. It seems that Redcoat will not compromise on this point. It can be discussed. In Liu's view, although his trust in Redcoat is not that high, as long as the communication lasts long enough, and he is sure that he has no malice, he can cooperate. But essentially, I won't get any benefits from you performing the ceremony on my battlefield. Liu laid the groundwork. I understand. But I believe that your conditions will be beneficial to both of us. Redcoat pointed to the crystal ball on the table. I foresee it. Yes. I need you to make an investment. Liu stated his conditions. A win-win investment. Investment? Humankind? As a Red Robe Priest, Redcoat has a relatively good understanding of human society, and has never missed a human history course. More or less. You pay. I'll bet for you. And I'll take a commission if you win. Liu pointed to the utensils and bottles in Redcoat's bedroom. It's not limited to money. Materials, devil's relics, are all fine. But I want a lot. As much as you want. Liu has decided to go shopping at the Devil's Market when the full moon comes. Books, treasures, even mythical creatures are targets. Are you sure you can win? Redcoat understood what Liu meant and was surprised by his courage. You want me to bet all my wealth with you? Sure. Liu felt that what he said was a bit full. But investment, there are still some risks. Otherwise it wouldn't be called investment. But I would ask you for a loan. Well, you are not a demon merchant. You are a broker now. Redcoat nodded, thought for a moment and said, how much do you want to draw? I can guarantee you 50% of the income, and the rest will be mine. Liu has already thought about this number. It can make Redcoat feel profitable, and it will not be in vain. It's very conscientious. Then why don't I place the bet myself? Redcoat asked a key question. Oh, because if I don't promise you, you won't let me out, and you won't tell me how to make this bet. Redcoat asked and answered himself, his eyes flickering on the crystal ball. One lap. Although divination can also be used to obtain certain revelations, Redcoat still cannot leave the library on his own. So he can only agree. Okay. Redcoat nodded. Okay. Let's sign the contract. Liu was also prepared to take out insurance to ensure nothing went wrong. That's okay. 2. Redcoat stretched out his palm and showed the trust in the universal gesture for demons, waiting for Liu to cast the spell. You come and sign. Liu imitated the gesture. Anyway, you have so many materials. You don't use them in vain. Redcoat was a little speechless and stared at Liu for a moment, really not knowing what to say. Of course, Liu is not afraid of the Red Robe Priest's tricks. The signing of this one-time equal contract requires the complete agreement of both parties' minds to achieve it. Although Liu doesn't know how to make contracts, he can tell the truth from falsehoods after getting the books in Bitterberg's collection. So Redcoat began to cast the spell. And like Diamond Binbin, The magic power began to condense between the two palms of Liu and Redcoat. During the process, Liu also kept repeating his understanding of the contract. Redcoat's ritual does not interfere with his own tactics, and there is an investment clause attached. The two devil sons place bets together, and more than 50% of Redcoat's income will be given to him. If I do this, I will propose to the Demon King Master and ask him to impose restrictions on the entry and exit of specific demon children. The contract is reached. For a skeleton, your thinking is very clear. Redcoat also sensed Liu's thoughts when signing the contract and commented, but there is a little ambiguity. Who are the specific sons of the devil? You three. And me? This was a clause that Redcoat was forced to compromise when signing the contract. You don't need to know. It won't affect your or my actions. Liu also felt quite lucky, fortunately. Now that he had control over the library, he could block the divination of the red-robed priest to a certain extent. Otherwise his true thoughts might be exposed. Okay. Without further ado, let's deliver the letter. Liu changed the subject, took out a pen and paper from his ribs, and instructed Redcoat to deliver the letter. We don't know how to send a letter to the Chaos Realm, and we can't find the doorman. Do you want me to deliver the letter? Redcoat's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with confusion. He didn't know whether the skeleton had no ability in this area or was simply stingy. After all, this matter was not that difficult for Redcoat. So he rolled up his sleeves, captured a scene of Minto's class in the crystal ball, and put it on the table. Liu secretly sighed at the ingenuity of the red-robed priest's magic and turned his head to motion for his balls. Did you negotiate? Dandin was very polite and did not interrupt the negotiation between Liu and Redcoat. He did not speak until the deal was reached. Well, Liu wanted Eggy to write a letter, but he didn't expect that it didn't hear it at all. Friend, will this thing of yours explode? Dandin lifted up a large pile of particles and pointed at a cylinder-like jar among Redcoat's utensils. No. Redcoat shook his head indifferently and turned to Liu. Where is the letter? A letter needs to be written to be useful. Liu knew very clearly about himself and put the pen into the balls of his balls. You write the letter and ask your teacher to let everyone out. Okay. How to write it? Dandin had never written before, so it felt very fresh and his attention was attracted. Of course, it's a threat to him. Liu was prepared and read out what he had in mind. Threatening the Demon King Minter. Minto? Redcoat was dumbfounded. Chapter 174. Okay. Jean Xinhua. Liu's design for Dandin was still very polite at the beginning, but the more he wrote later, the less so. Generally speaking, this letter is a threat. It is Dandin threatening Minto that, if the isolation between Diamond Binbin and Redcoat is not lifted, he will go on a hunger strike. Of course, this letter was also worded harshly at Dandin's suggestion. Liu even suspected that Dandin really wanted to take the opportunity to anger Minto, so that he could be hit in the head. After experiencing the baptism of the mace from Galaric and the Jackal leader, Dandin was still not satisfied, and instead became more and more addicted. The letter was written, folded in half, and Liu handed it to Redcoat. The red-robed priest threw the doorstep fragment he had just picked up onto the envelope and seemed to have completed filling in the address. The table in the bedroom suddenly briefly distorted around the envelope. When Liu came to his senses, the letter was gone. Sent it? Liu was also a little nervous. Minto was currently responsive to Dandin's requests, but obviously, he could see that the letter was written under his own instructions, and he didn't know what his reaction would be. Liu felt that Minto had no good way to deal with him. As long as he walked on the path of the Demon King, the Demon King Minter would not hinder him too much. However, picking up the Demon King Minter's will sounded like what the Demon King would do. Things. Well, next we can share your tactics and my ritual. Right? Compared to the possible benefits, Redcoat is of course more concerned about whether the ritual can go smoothly. Now that the contract has been signed, Liu did not hesitate to share tactics with Redcoat. By the way, he could also learn about the ritual content that the red-robed priest did not hesitate to cooperate with the Devil's Son to achieve. Redcoat's ritual process is actually easy to understand, but it is difficult for Liu to understand its principle. Redcoat only needs to collect 100 souls within the scope of the ritual. In other words, when 100 monsters died in the Colosseum that night, Redcoat's ritual was completed, and there were no restrictions on the types of dead souls. When Liu asked if it was possible to distinguish between brain spirits and jackal souls, Redcoat pondered for a moment. Yes, but a small amount of changes need to be made to the ritual. But are there so many enemy souls? In Redcoat's understanding, the Colosseum must be a bloody storm. How could one side be safe and sound enough, including the leader? They definitely exceed this number. This is also an important reason why Liu agreed to take Redcoat enough of the jackals. You are trying to destroy the whole family. Although Redcoat doesn't know how many members of the Knoll family there are. The number 100 is only considered large if it is placed in the mouth of the abyss. It is already considered in the Forbidden Forest. A big force. Redcoat's eyes changed when he looked at Liu. This skeleton killed the 977th son and guards of the Demon King. Killed the Demon Wolf Prince Finley. And now targeted the Knoll family. What a huge appetite. Okay. I will adjust my ritual. Redcoat lowered his head, regretting that he didn't pay much attention to the skeleton infantry during the Blood River simulation battle. Who is this skeleton? Okay. Happy cooperation. Liu nodded to the Red Robe Priest, thinking that this was a good start for cooperation. It had been a long time since he had met a normal guy, and Redcoat's cooperation was commendable. Is it really not going to explode? The transaction between Liu and Redcoat was coming to an end, and it was difficult to wait for Minto's reply. So Dandan asked again. But this time, there was no need for Redcoat to answer. A sudden sound in his ears diverted Eggy's attention. Okay. Minter's voice. Liu was stunned for a moment, not sure if it was his imagination. Did you hear that? Liu confirmed to Redcoat. Redcoat nodded, and then suddenly heard cheers coming from the entertainment room and the data room. The joy of Damon and Nate Meyer. Two flying devil children rushed in like a gust of wind. One was eager to try, and the other was very surprised, as if he had received an unexpected gift. You did it, Damon then said. You can go out now. Do you want to take you to play with my sisters? Nate Meyer winked at all the devil children in the bedroom. Minter allows all the devil's children to freely enter and exit the library. If you do enough, you will really get yourself into trouble. Liu became more and more familiar with Mintua's style. If you want 3 kinds of blessings, I will give you 6. If you want to release 2 devil sons, I will release them all. What to do? Do you want to turn this killing cup into a carnival for all the devil's children? Liu originally wanted to let only Diamond Binbin and Redcoat go out, and the remaining demon sons would place bets with him. But after Minto did this, all he had left was control of the battlefield. It's enough to persuade other demon sons to cooperate with him. Liu silently calculated. Mai and Brother Pai were silent. They had no intention of participating in the killing cup. Suddenly they heard Minto's voice say okay. At this moment, they may not even realize that they can freely enter and exit the library. Well, Minto agreed. And you don't have to thank me. I didn't intend to take you with me. Liu was a little afraid that Nate Meyer would misunderstand. It's such a pity. Don't you want to go out on a date with me? I still have many sisters. You can choose whatever you like. Nate Meyer was in a good mood. Not interested. Liu was too busy with the things at hand. But Diamond Bin wrapped a chain around Nate Meyer's neck, intending to ride her out for a lap first. You have abided by the contract, and I will abide by it. Diamond Bin shook the chain to Liu, talking about tonight's Brave School. Liu was not worried about the deal on Brave Learning, but now he was more worried about the situation of the library with so many demon children coming in and out at will. If Now Ling and Mini were accidentally injured, it would be a bad thing. Fortunately, the interests of Diamond Binbin and Redcoat have been tied to the killing cup. Liu decisively conveyed to them, if you want the 4th game of the killing cup to go smoothly, you must not mess with booty these days. Borg is dissatisfied. Liu did not dare to directly ask the demon scribe and the Red Robe Priest not to harm Now Ling and Mini, for fear of being caught by them and hurting their feet. So he changed his explanation. At the same time, Liu also sent a message to the shadow, asking it to remind Mini and the brain spirits outside. They all hid in the upper cave of the library and temporarily stopped moving. Of course not. Wait until I go to the happy room and come back to talk to Bitterberg. Diamond still looked like everything didn't matter, and the chain was tightly wrapped around Nate Meyer. Can you help me arrange it? Liu took it for granted that he had to arrange it. Many things that were inconvenient for him to say could be left to Bitterberg to say. It's just that the location is very particular with Bitterberg's character. It is impossible to agree without fear, and it must be chosen in a location where both parties will feel safe. By the way, don't arrange it on the upper floor of the library. That's his lair, and I won't go there. Diamond Binbin actually took the initiative to solve Liu's troubles. I can do it anywhere else, even if I am happy. Do you want to talk to the Lord of Brain Spirit? Nate Meyer's eyes were starry. Meyer wants to come too. Okay. Let's meet the person in charge of the library. Bitterberg. The Lord of Brain Spirits. Diamond originally pinched Nate Meyer's cheek. Well, I will ask him, Liu said softly. deciding to go back to the library to make arrangements quickly. Okay, I'll wait for your good news in class tonight. After Diamond finished speaking, he led the Nightmare Banshee out of the Gate of Chaos. Liu left Redcoat's bedroom and hurriedly went to find the remaining 2 demon sons, while cursing Minto in his heart. But just like Diamond Bindon, Mai and Brother Pai also came to the door, just a little late, and brought a piece of good news to Liu. Chapter 175. You should be stronger. I can provide you with an appraisal, the demon merchant said, stroking the rings on his fingers. In this case, both the odds and the value of the bet will be guaranteed. Liu didn't expect that Mai's appraisal skill could be used in this way, similar to a kind of value justice. At that time, even if Ujibuji wanted to, he wouldn't be able to do so. Of course, Liu didn't trust Ujibuji, and he also doubted the possibility of making too much and being defaulted. But after all, there was still one most important final in the Killing Cup, and the king of the Colosseum still needed Buddy Board to accompany him. If you continue to fight, the probability of tampering with the gambling tickets is not high. But if there is an appraisal of selling, doesn't it mean that even the fragmentary income that the fly demons deducted doesn't have to be paid? I can also go to the merchant's VIP rooms and get the best odds. Mai also provides an excellent betting channel. It's 1-for-1 in the audience, but obviously not at the upper level. Mai's demand is also very simple. I want to take 10% of all profits. Wait a minute. Let me do the math. Liu gave up the idea as soon as he came up with it. Firstly, Liu didn't know what kind of odds he could get by selling. And secondly, he had no intention of competing with the devil merchant. I don't care. I don't care about your part. You can share 10% of the profits from Redcoat and I. Liu directly gave a more secure transaction content. Want to get more commission? Please help us get better odds. Moreover, it was a bit risky to send general men to place bets. If there is a demon merchant, this part of the risk can be eliminated. Okay. Skarik's caution was also unexpected, and he did not dare to provoke the son of the devil who killed Bosch too much. He nodded and stretched out his hand. Buy, sell. As for the true intention of Mai, the devil merchant's action prediction success rate was 1.234%. Liu gave up listening and dealt with it more decisively. Okay. No need to say anything else. Let's sign the soul contract. Liu chuckled, taking advantage of the presence of the red-robed priest. The additional condition is that you are not allowed to use loan on me. The loan ability of the devil merchant can forcibly extract interest from traders, and even control the behavior of traders. Liu not only saw this in the Devil's Illustrated book, but also saw it demonstrated by Mai in person when Abominable took effect. Mai joined Bosch's group's attack and controlled Minnie to hit Liu. This forced Liu to be extremely embarrassed. If the deal is concluded, Liu doesn't want anything to be taken away by the demon merchant for no reason. Liu guessed Mai's intention and was a little embarrassed. I rolled my eyes, but found that in terms of cost, the deal with Skorik was the most cost-effective. Even if I couldn't use loan, the control of the 4th game of the Killing Cup rested with Booty Berg. When I got inside information from other demons, it was equally difficult to tell whether it was true or false. If the brains had suddenly changed their tactics, the results might have been completely different. The deal was concluded, and the soul contract was signed. Redcoat, the red-robed priest, remained expressionless this time, and was a little numb when signing. The demon merchant left, leaving a 6-handed piglet in front of the bedroom door. And the purpose of his visit was quite surprising to Liu. Can you tell Bitterberg that during the 4th Killing Cup, let me take the minis out for dessert? Pigo said while drooling. Among the desserts provided in the Killing Cup, there is one. The limited edition ice cream is delicious. It's ice crystals donated by Big Ice Crack and paired with ghost bananas. I want to take them to try it. After a deal with the Devil's Kitchen, Minnie, who was escorting the dining car, kept trying Pai G's chaos desserts, and also reached a deep friendship with the Devil Chef. Now that the library is open to the Devil's Son, Paiku wants to take his friends with him. Let's go eat something delicious together. Taste the real deal. Then you have to ensure the safety of the minis. Liu thought it was harmless, provided that the minis would not become a meal for other demons. Moreover, the minis cannot stay in the library forever. Sooner or later they will have to face the Demon King's castle. So this time, they can take advantage of the protection of the people from the Demon Kitchen to slightly expand the scope of their activities. Oh, I can ask Dad to arrange some bodyguards. Brother Pai really started to think about security issues, and pulled out a kitchen knife from under his skin and sharpened it on his trotters. So, friend, would you like to place a bet? Liu didn't know how much property Brother Pai had, and whether he was willing to join this bet. No, I'm not interested in fighting or killing. Brother Pi sharpened the knife and stabbed it back under his skin. Okay. Then, Li Yu's deal with the Devil's Sons. Of course. Requires a lot of insurance. Let's sign the contract. Redcoat finished speaking for Li Yu and directly used his magic power to complete the soul contract. Li Yu nodded appreciatively to Redcoat and suddenly realized that it was really convenient to have a priest by his side. But he didn't know if he would be charged if he asked him to sign a contract as an agent in the future. By the way, where's your dad's stomach bag? Lend it to me. We'll use it. Just as Brother Pi was in front of him, Li Yu thought of the materials in that warehouse and couldn't find a better carrying tool for a while. So he asked him to borrow the stomach bag. Okay. Brother Pi had no desire other than eating. He felt happy when he thought about being able to eat the limited edition ice cream from the Killing Cup. And he was extremely cooperative. At this point, Li Yu was finally basically ready to bet on the fourth game of the Killing Cup, with only one negotiation left to negotiate with Diamond Binbin. During this period, Dandan and Ying watched Li Yu's performance, enjoying it with gusto, and feeling inexplicably excited. The atmosphere was heightened to this point. When the fourth game really started, they would not have wiped out the Jackal family in the first round. It really doesn't make sense. See you at the Brave Academy tonight? Before leaving, Li Yu asked Redcoat casually after what he had just done. Li Yu was inexplicably pleased with the Red Robe Priest ability. Of course. Tonight, my ceremony will officially begin. Maybe I can sacrifice the soul of a brave man first. Redcoat was no longer so silent. The rest will be left to you. Don't you want to let us down? Only then did Li Yu understand that it turned out that from the graduation course of the Brave School to the Killing Cup, it turned out to be a complete set of rituals. Redcoat's murderous intent was raging. In addition to feeling the murderous intent, Li Yu also felt that there seemed to be a strong competitor in tonight's Brave Learning class. Li Yu couldn't help but look forward to saying goodbye to Redcoat. Before leaving, of course, Li Yu also used the authority of the library to observe the behavior of Diamond Binbin and Nate Meyer when they left. The two Devil's Sons did not stay too long in the library, flying through the empty bloody corridor and heading straight to the confusion corridor without causing any trouble. Returning to the upper cave, Li Yu summoned Bitterberg again. Today or tomorrow, you will have a negotiation with Diamond Binbin. Li Yu sent a message to Bitterberg. As the Lord of Brain Spirit, how will you arrange it? Damon Binbin, Demon Scribe? Bitterberg's body was blurred for a moment, and he immediately ran away, and was later captured by Li Yu under the control of Li Yu. Wrong. You shouldn't have this reaction. Li Yu paced in front of Bitterberg for a moment. You have a good relationship with the Skeleton Clan and obtained an incredible mutation. You should be more powerful some. As Li Yu spoke, he transmitted Diamond Binbin's words and deeds just now to Bitterberg's mind. What? There's also a nightmare succubus? Bitterberg's consciousness was on the verge of collapse. The Brain Spirit is most afraid of the nightmare succubus. Li Yu was startled, thinking that he was right not to fall into a dream with Nate Meyer. But he was still a little angry when he saw Bitterberg's reaction, and patted his forehead. It's promising. This time we have the advantage. It's a good time to change the demon's understanding of the brain. Li Yu wanted to make plans for the future of the library. From now on, we must show the intimidating power of the library. Let the library also become one of the forbidden areas of the Demon King City. Chapter 176 Bone Room Reception Room. After a series of detailed and irritable discussions, Li Yu made the decision and finally decided to open a bone room next to the first library closest to the entrance of the library. This bone room will also serve as the reception room of the library. From now on, it will be responsible for receiving some guests. The reception room of Booty Bog, the master of the Brain Spirit. Although with the authority of the library, Li Yu can freely change the terrain. After all, the self-healing bone is a sensing object, and being in it can make Li Yu feel safe the most. And he can use his own ideas to create some additional arrangements, create great pressure on visitors. The bone room reception room will be transformed into a bone door, and the 6 walls will be covered with bone spurs filled with demonic wolf fangs, giving the most ferocious reaction to Bitterberg's mood fluctuations. In terms of layout, although there are not as many brave men, magicians, Ajabuki, and fish as in the upper space imagined by Bitterberg, but the bone spurs controlled in real time, and the mind-reading effect of the Devil's Manual can allow the reading matches Bitterberg's mood and presents the best performance effect. And these performance effects will turn into real attacks at any time, causing maximum damage to the enemy. Li Yu himself will use the earth element affinity of the octopus tentacles to hide in the wall when receiving guests in Beautybog. Real-time guidance. There was still some time before today's popular time. So Liu didn't delay and started making the living room of the bone room directly, and was quickly immersed in the joy of construction. The minis passed by and saw the lively scene next to the first library, and they all gathered at the door to watch and give pointers. Lulu and Feifei also took the opportunity to educate their compatriots, saying that the renovation project should be so smooth. Only then did he deserve to be commended. And then he ran over to wipe Liu's sweat. Of course, what was flowing on Liu's head was not sweat, but mucus from his tentacles. The bone room and living room were quickly completed, and the minis applauded together. Dandan kept jumping with the help of Ying, stepping on the bone spurs to break and heal, as if stepping on an acupressure board. As for Bitterberg, he was wearing a pair of killing sea butterflies blankly, sitting on the bone throne that Liu had built for himself, like a precious fish sleeping in the middle of the bone room. Giving up on the psychological construction of Bitterberg, Liu decided to directly manipulate Bitterberg to negotiate with Damon Binban, just like he did with Octopus Demonic Corey, so as not to restrict the future demon secretary, the actions of the officials in the library, as well as the terrifying propaganda of the Lord of Brains and Spirits to the outside world. You guys go back to the upper level first. Don't come out tonight until I let you out. Liu drove away Mini, who was watching the fun. The middle and lower levels of the library quickly returned to calm, leaving only the three devil sons and Booty Borg back in the uninhibited skinny trendy man. Liu embedded the bone door as if it were locked, and then leaned against the door to sleep for a while to ensure energy for tonight's brave study. Dandan and Ying were fine. What you can do is go to the Gate of Chaos first, and wait for the brave to learn the final lesson in the evening. When the red hour was about to come, Nate Meyer walked into the library carrying Damon's notebooks. Damon's notebooks looked exhausted, and even the chains were limply hanging on the ground, stained with rust. Huh? A room was opened so quickly, although his whole body was exhausted. Diamond Binban had not lost consciousness. The Lord of Brain Spirit is really thoughtful. He is worthy of being the authority holder of the library. We have an appointment. Bitterberg will meet you here at Green Time tomorrow to talk to you about how he will win, Liu said lightly. Oh. Diamond Binban responded and walked towards the Gate of Chaos with Liu. It went very smoothly. Then, what do you think? What conditions will he put forward? I'm also curious. Of course, Liu couldn't reveal that Bitterberg was his subordinate, but he didn't allow me to be present. And there was no need to offend him. Of course Liu cannot be present, because he has to hide in the wall and control the stage design. He can also foreshadow the difficulty of the Brain Spirit Lord to Diamond Binban. How about it? Do you want me to invite you? Anyway, I will take Nate Meyer with me. Diamond Binban finally spoke more smoothly. That's right, Nate Meyer. Bitterberg was very interested. I refuse. I don't intend to stay in Bitterberg's mind for too long, especially in this library. Liu looked at the empty corridor indifferently. He is the king here, Lord of the Brain Spirit. Diamond originally had a full understanding of authority, and of course he knew how powerful the owner of the library was here. But Diamond never imagined that in such a place, the master of the Brain Spirit would be patched up by another Brain Spirit and become a slave. Actually, I'm curious. How did you get in touch with Bitterberg? Damon had already looked at Skalric in a different light, so he asked in passing. How did you do it? No, you don't want to know. Liu raised his head slightly and looked at the end of the bloody corridor, as if he remembered the bloody storm deep in his memory. The Lord of the Brain Spirit, Bosch's death. Diamond was imagining things, but Liu vaguely read a hint of the demon scribe's thoughts and felt that the exaggeration was enough, and it was time to get down to business. You look like this. Can you still help me in tonight's brave learning? The meeting has been arranged. Liu came up with Isaac's idea and told Nate Meyer by the way. Of course, I have no desire now, so I can help you with all my strength. Damon's logic was very strange. This can be regarded as the sage mode of the demon scribe? Liu thought. This conversation fell into Nate Meyer's ears, and she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Even Damon was impressed by this skeleton. Want to help him? What should I do? I really want to have him. Do you still have this item in your deal? Nate Meyer spoke too much and vented her anger at Liu. Then if Meyer also helps, will you satisfy Meyer? I don't need your help. Liu refused decisively. Bitterberg had just said that the nightmare demon was the natural enemy of the Brain Spirit, so Liu naturally had no luck in accepting it. Nate Meyer looked at Liu's crystal bones and swaying tentacles, and became more and more greedy. Humph! Then I will go against you. I want to get the hero's trophies. Liu didn't expect that it would arouse Nate Meyer's fighting spirit. He spread his hands and said, "Whatever. It's really annoying. It makes people feel so ticklish. I hate your bones." The success rate of the Nightmare Demon's action prediction is about 1/3. And Liu can hear a lot. But Nate Meyer wanted to think about it. But she didn't contribute a single bit of malice. Which made Liu very confused. Was it hate or itching? As the red hour approaches, Liu, Diamond Binbin, and Nate Meyer step into the gate of chaos. They instantly feel the enthusiasm of the Devil's Sons, and discover that tonight's course may not be as simple as expected. Redcoat was covered in several magic circles on his arms, and even on his whole body. The magic power and phantom light flowed together, and he looked like he was ready to fight hand to hand. The demon merchant Maimai was covered in jewels. Not only was he covered in jewelry, he even had a huge shield hanging around his neck, which was definitely something special. Brother Pai was sharpening his knife while stuffing his mouth with desserts, including chaos dishes made from Liu's self-healing bone. It was obviously not as it said. Fight. Kill or kill. What interest? What's even more exaggerated is that Ying and Dandan, the two demon sons, who have merged into one, use the shadow as a line to constantly throw Dandan in the air into the shape of a six-pointed star, which is both warming up and play with Yo-Yo. Friends, let's fight it out openly and honestly. Dandan pointed at Liu's nose with a particle and shouted, "The Sons of Devil, are they treating this brave academy as a competition?" Liu became energetic. Chapter 177, Completion of the Brave School. Of course, there is a reason why the Devil's Sons are so excited. Isaac has asked for Minto's help, and is transforming the classroom, to some extent. So all the Devil's children were rushed to the recreation room, watching quietly as the door leading to the classroom continued to squirm and project a flowing phantom light. In the illusion, shadows of various brave men emerged. They were sitting or lying, fighting or praying. But without exception, they were all filled with powerful magic power surging outward from their souls, which stirred up the Devil's Sons in the entertainment room. The Devil's blood boiled, and he was ready to show off his special skills. At this time, Liu looked at Dandan again and understood its excitement with so many swords and swords flashing in the illusion. It would be strange if this genius who loves to be beaten is not ready to make a move. On the other hand, Dandan and Ying were indeed strong competitors, and Liu couldn't help but raise his fighting spirit. Diamond Bin shook the chain. Looking weak, Nate Meyer's legs trembled, and her eyes were coated with a layer of fanaticism. Liu glanced at the Sons of Devil, who were making preparations. He thought that if the closed battle training was all about this kind of positive competition, why do they have to shout at each other to kill each other and complete the Minter's task together? Is the equipment not good? However, it may also be that Liu killed all the fighting madmen to make the opening of the Brave Learning graduation class so harmonious. Just as he was sighing, Liu finally felt that the door of the classroom had stopped squirming and opened slowly, inviting all the Devil's children to come in. As soon as he stepped in, Liu saw Isaac, the mentor of the brave scholar, and found that he had lost a lot of weight. Isaac is a zombie made by the first-generation city lord using the brave men of the first-generation Lamont family. On weekdays, Isaac is full of flesh and blood, just like Bitterberg, with the corpses of the brave men he killed integrated into his body. Oh no! A certain part of the corpse. Unlike Bitterberg, Isaac will not only absorb flesh and blood, but will even extract the souls of the braves and feed them into his own body, so that he can restore the heroes themselves to the greatest extent. Those who were killed by him, those who are sucked dry, are his tools and slaves. And it is precisely because of this that Isaac became the mentor of brave science. What devil would know the brave better than the brave himself? So when Isaac released the corpses of the brave men in his body, he naturally lost a lot of weight, and on the podium behind him, dozens of light balls were displayed, and each light ball contained a twisted space that looked like a dream. Naturally, it's Minto's handiwork. Liu sensed the past from a distance, and his thoughts seemed to be real. There are scenes in each space, such as the Demon King's castle, mountains, quiet lakes, and cemeteries. There are many kinds of scenes. The same thing is that there are brave men in each scene. Each scene is small, but the brave in the center of the picture seem to be real, with their own thoughts and emotions. The emotions of killing demons. Well, these are all famous heroes throughout the ages. Diamond Binbin leaned close to Liu's ear and said, taking advantage of his reading of various materials to give Liu some sweet treats first. They are also their own souls. Isaac probably asked Minto for help and restored a certain scene from a certain time. It seems that the content of the course is to fight the brave head-on. Diamond Binda lifted the chain and pointed at the Demon King's castle. The brave man holding a whip in the scene said, "This is Isaac's grandson. Isaac killed him in the city. You don't have to choose." It is said that this grandson almost tore off his grandfather's head. Liu nodded and looked at Isaac's dull face, waiting for him to announce the specific content of the graduation class. Should he overcome the difficulties? Or should he avoid the relatively powerful brave man and win, rather than fighting against brave men from different eras? What Liu wanted to obtain more was Isaac's trophies. "Okay. That's it for today's graduation class." Isaac spoke steadily. He is a relatively upright guy. The task is that you choose your opponents. Use your best to defeat them. And kill them. If you can do it. Isaac picked at his thin body, poked into the rotten meat. It didn't look very comfortable. "That's it? You didn't even say what the loot was? Where is the trophy? What is it? How to determine the ranking?" Liu is very familiar with Isaac's communication, and is used to picking out his wool. "Is it because too much meat has been lost, and I can't understand what I'm saying?" Malicious plus 2,444. It's getting weaker. Liu sighed silently, and hurriedly took the opportunity to analyze Isaac on the premise that there were already analysis records. Parsing, 41%. After Liu analyzed the Sons of Demons, he naturally wanted to expand the analysis target to his mentors. Also, when analyzing the mentors, Liu fully realized the gap in his current abilities, so he replaced a batch of demons in the analysis records. The 0.1% of the Demon King has long been given up by Liu. I don't know what year or month the next time I see the Demon King, and adding 0.1% is useless. It is better to find opportunities to try after improving my strength, and the efficiency will be higher. But Liu retained 7.1% of the record of Demon King Mintermento. Firstly, because this is the only Demon King level demon that Liu can come into contact with, and it is not hostile to him, and can coexist peacefully. Secondly, even with 4 classes, time is not enough. But as long as Dandan is around, there is still a chance to meet Mindo. As time goes by, hope can still be seen. There are 3 storage slots for analysis records. Liu kept the door, and the remaining 2 were chosen from 3 big wool merchants. Isaac, the mentor of brave learning, of course, occupied one, and the last one was Ghost Ship Gossip, because after trying each other, Ghost Ship is considered a relatively weak one among the instructors, and the analysis progress is relatively fast. At this moment, the record is already 24%. Moreover, Liu already knew that Gossip was the guard of the fresh storage in Demon King City, so he at least knew where to find it. Liu expected that when this red hour was over, he would be able to include a demon mentor and make room for the analysis records. Being provoked by Liu, Isaac still didn't take it for granted. While expressing his malice, he shouted back angrily, and even accidentally sprayed out his own eyeballs. "You're the bone boy who lost your magic cocoon. You have a body like yours when I saw it. One person dies. Teacher, please be angry. If you want to hit me, just hit me." Dandan stood in front of Liu. "If you don't want to fight, please continue to talk about the rules." "The rules of loot," Ying added, writing on the ground. "What a bunch of bastards." Isaac cursed. "I will give you the spoils of war. There are only a few conditions for judging. The first is whether your choice can reflect the wisdom enough to fight against the brave," Isaac said. And Liu also took the time to use his mind to explore the various spaces on the podium, giving full play to the advantages of his brain and spirit. A devil's son, like Nate Mayer, can only see with his eyes. But his brain is different. He can analyze it with his mind first. The second is whether your performance can reflect the power of the demons. The second point, Isaac said, is not surprising. In the end, you still have to rely on hard power. "And the trophy is my holy whip from back then," Isaac said, taking out a whip from his stomach. The holy whip is composed of 16 sections. The material is unknown, but the aura it emits makes you think. Smoke. Although I have cleaned up all the blood stains on it, it is still tainted with the aura of some powerful beings. It is a sacred object of the Lamont family, the brainchild of several generations, but I will no longer need it in the future. Isaac, he is a kind of spirit, without a whip in his hand, but a whip in his heart. Inexplicably, Liu thought of Daguchiobai. Liu looked at the holy whip and suddenly exclaimed in his heart, "Damn it! I have a crest?" The other sons of the devil all looked fanatical. Mai thought it could be traded. Brother Pai thought it could be eaten. Dandan thought it could be used to whip himself. To some extent, this is consistent with Nate Meyer's thoughts. Redcoat felt that he could use this holy whip to perform higher-level rituals, to pollute some more sacred places. Even Diamond Benben's expression changed a little, regretting that he signed the contract with Liu a little hastily. In other words, all the devil's children want it. There are only so many rules. You take your pick. Isaac seemed a little tired. He put away the holy whip and spread it on the chair. If Minto hadn't said that there might be several demon kings among the children of the devil, Isaac would not dedicate himself to this level. Of course, the time you have to choose is limited, Isaac added. How long? Liu saw that the demon merchant Mai had taken out a telescope from his arms. There were dozens of pairs of beholder eyes embedded in it. It should be some kind of demon relic with detection function. There are 10. Isaac yawned. 9. 8. Chapter 178, The Eastern Brave. Isaac couldn't count quickly, but it really put pressure on the sons of devils in the field. Liu stopped talking nonsense with Isaac and tried hard to sense the 10 light balls in front of him. There are 7 light balls in the Demon King city. Apparently at that time, most of the heroes that Isaac killed were still confined to the Demon King city, and they did not have the habit of going out to hunt heroes. There are 3 light balls outside the city. One is the mountains, one is the quiet lake, and the last one is in a certain cemetery, the human cemetery. Most of the other brave men were alone, and this one in the cemetery was not very conspicuous. Liu did not notice it immediately as he walked among the crowds of worshippers. The number of light balls exceeds the total number of devil sons, which is obviously not a one-to-one correspondence. And within a limited time, how can one embody wisdom enough to fight against the brave? Is it purely related to strength? Or is there a mystery to the choice of scene? Liu brought in the thoughts of the demons in Demon King City and silently analyzed the 10 light balls. If he could know the purpose of each of the brave men in these 10 light balls, would it be some kind of hint? For example, this grandson of Lamont with a whip in the Demon King's castle. Where is he going? Is it near the throne room? Liu combined the introduction to Demon King City tour and quickly identified Lamont's location. And then also made a guess about his purpose. Was he going to kill the Demon King directly? So if we stop and defeat him, will we be able to resolve the decapitation operation against the city lord? But Lamont came here and also proved his strength fighting all the way to the throne. What kind of player is this? So Liu began to suspect that there was something wrong with his idea. Only the stupidest devil would fight even though he knew he couldn't beat him. Right? Such as Bosch. The wisdom of confronting the brave. Doesn't that include knowing when to back down? Liu admitted that he thought a little too much and was a little impatient by Isaac's urging according to the initial guess. Could it be just a judgment of strength? Choose the strongest one, and the one who can fight wins. In order to confirm this conjecture, Liu recalled that in the 3rd class of Brave Science, Isaac once said personally that the brave must die. So if this idea is followed, 6. 5. Isaac's voice was drawn out, and it was extremely satisfying to see the devil's sons scratching their heads and ears anxiously. The demon merchant Mamai looked left and right with the beholder telescope, sweat dripping from his fat forehead. Redcoat, the red-robed priest, gave up observing the light ball and concentrated on a divination ritual. With his red robe twisted into a knot, each pointer and true point will point to the ball of light in turn. Nate Meyer's Eye of Nightmare was of no use in the classroom, so she had no choice but to observe the body structures of different heroes in an attempt to find the most suitable opponent, while Brother Pig ran around in front of the podium. Go. It seems that the brave man in the mountains is most interested, because there are fresh flowers and plants there. The shadows stretched out 10 shadows, each touching the light ball sensing scene, but they were trembling slightly, as if they were unable to detect the subtle conditions inside. On the other hand, Dandin was unhurried, neither looking at the ball of light nor observing the reactions of the other sons of devils. He pulled shadow and sat down in front of Isaac. Hello, teacher. We are one. Can we only kill one hero? Dandin's tone was a bit provocative, and he said it deliberately for Liu to hear. Hitting one will definitely give a higher rating than hitting 2. The balls are very domineering. It's up to you. I only care about performance. Isaac was impatient and continued to count down. 4. How's it going? Do you want me to give you some advice? Only Diamond was not in a hurry after all. He signed the contract and lost his competitiveness, so he could only help Liu. Demon King City. The grandson of Isaac Lamont, who is good at whip skills, has a difficult time getting to the throne room. Diamond Bin clicked with his fingertips and pulled a piece of paper directly from his sleeve to Liu, which was filled with the information about the brave man he had mastered. Liu cast his mind and could grasp a general situation in an instant, and about this person Sun Tzu Brave's introduction was also the same as Liu expected. The main entrance to the courtyard of the Demon King City. He was good at swordsmanship. He was hammered to death at the hands of Isaac. The difficulty was low. The format of each piece of information includes the location, expertise, cause of death, and the difficulty marked in Damon's book. Library, good at holy light magic, was beaten in the head by Isaac. Medium difficulty. There was even a battle that took place in the library. Even if Damon didn't know it, it was Liu's home field. 3. Time was getting tighter. After Liu read the note, it was almost time to make a decision. Just waiting for the last confirmation with his mind, Liu quickly swept the light balls with his mind, leaving only the last 2 balls. So there should be enough time. The other demon sons also made their choices at this time. Inging. Let's go! Dandan rolled in the sky for a moment, then smashed his head towards the brave man in front of the throne, taking Inging to challenge the highest level of difficulty. It just so happened that Isaac's grandson was a whip user, so his balls were whipped, which was very reasonable. The demon merchant Mama chose the quiet lake scene. Perhaps because he looks like a toad and is good at fighting in the water, Nate Meyer did not make a choice based on the scene. After looking at the figures of all the brave men, he chose the strongest one, and escaped into the ball of light with a smile. The red-robed priest Redcoat followed the guidance of divination, and walked into a ball of light in the Demon King city. After eating a portion of chaos cuisine, Brother Pig also plunged into the mountains with a self-healing effect. Only Liu and Diamond Binbin were left in the field. I give up. Diamond Binbin smiled and showed his sincerity to Liu. There was a contract and Bitterberg's negotiation was imminent. So Diamond Binbin was still very polite to Liu. 2. Isaac opened his mouth lazily without comment, looking at Liu's concentration. He was also a little curious about which light ball this hateful guy would choose. As his mind swept across the final cemetery, Liu sensed the crowd holding a funeral and the brave man walking leisurely, and then compared it with Diamond Binbin's fingers. He suddenly had inspiration and an answer. Cemetery, good at magic, was killed by Isaac's counterattack. Very difficult. This is the introduction on the note. And in the ball of light, the brave man, with a long sword on his back and an oriental face. There is really no way not to attract Liu's attention. Liu, who has read all the books, has not found any information about chaos. There were only a few words from the eastern mainland. But I didn't expect that Isaac actually killed one with his own hands. Since he is good at magic, Liu feels that he has a chance of winning, and the cemetery is more suitable for Liu to use it. He can transform into a human being for sneak attacks. And he can also use the virtual power of the bone sword to make the wronged souls in the cemetery work for him. Moreover, this is the soul that Isaac absorbed. And it can also be used by Liu to deepen his understanding of the world. Where did this Easterner come from? Is he also classified as a brave man? With this mood in mind, Liu jumped deep into the ball of light in the cemetery before Isaac shouted one. Seeing Liu disappear, Diamond Bin was surprised at first, and then couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? Isaac was very satisfied with Liu's choice. With corpse fluid dripping from his brow, he asked Diamond Binbin. This guy didn't attend the graduation class of Death Band. He didn't know that in the class, the gathering of wronged souls only taught one thing. Diamond laughed so hard. What? How did you get the final course? For Isaac, although Death Band is an average course, it can also be helpful in killing the brave. The aggregation of wronged souls said don't go to the east. Damon's chains trembled. There is a mysterious power in the east. Don't provoke them. Humph, it makes sense. Isaac lifted his skull, smoothed the straight wound and the cut brain, and then covered the sword wound with slight scorch marks on his head with flesh and blood. 1. The sons of devils who participated in the graduation class all escaped into the ball of light. Diamond was stunned for a moment and had no idea what Isaac was shouting. Immediately afterwards, Isaac kicked Damon Binbin into a free ball of light, forcing the demon clerk to compete. Chapter 179, Unjust. Master. No one was making any noise in the cemetery. Liu stepped on the soft clouds and landed on the ground. He looked at the sky and the ground and around him. Everything was lifelike, and there was no trace of a fake world in sight. Liu, who had long since given up guessing Minter's methods, retracted his distracting thoughts, transformed into a blonde scholar Tom, took a bouquet of flowers from the tombstone next to him, silently walked into the cemetery aisle, and approached the target. Liu, of course. You don't want to transform into Diamond Binbin, but you are already familiar with the blessing, so you can use complete to have a little reminder effect. Since completing it did not prevent Liu from transforming, Liu guessed that Diamond Bin had also entered a certain light ball and was playing tricks on him behind his back. Of course, what Liu didn't know was, in fact, Diamond was forcibly kicked into the ball of light by Isaac. Judging from the time on the tombstone, people's clothing, and the style of the church building. Liu glanced at the world of accumulated knowledge in his mind, and guessed that the scene set by Minto should exist around the year 210 of the Kylie calendar. As for the brave man with an oriental face, his appearance alone is incompatible with the people in the cemetery. So he frequently attracts the attention of passers-by, who are not sure why this person is here. Liu began to use his mind to explore the brave man from a distance, observing from a distance first, and then deciding on a plan to take action. He was carrying a long sword and was wearing a black shirt, but the cuffs were quite large, and the patterns were exaggerated. He didn't look like the swordsman in Liu's memory, but rather looked like a dancer. However, the colors of the clothes didn't match well, and the overall appearance was revealed. A strange feeling. Diamond wrote in the note that this brave man was good at magic. Liu was also very curious about the difference between his magic and that of magicians and demons. He scratched the octopus tentacles under the transformed skin and tried to cover it with bangs to the face, absorbing the hero's magic at any time. When Liu completely wrapped him up with his mind, the analysis prompt popped up as expected. But the progress coincided with Isaac, the mentor of brave learning, obviously like Blood River. Analyzing this brave man is equal to analyzing the mentor. It's not impossible, it can just speed up the progress. Thinking about it, Liu slowly approached and walked behind the brave man, but the brave man had not noticed Liu's existence yet, but was checking the tombstones one by one, as if he was looking for something. However, during the inspection, the magic power of the brave man's cuffs was pulsing, and he kept sweeping back and forth over the tombstone. There was a funeral not far away, and the coffin was being buried. The surrounding relatives and friends each shoveled a handful of earth, and there were faint sobs and sounds of comfort. The priest looked at everything with compassion, with his eyes and majestic figure, giving comfort to the sad people. Liu held onto the bone sword hidden in his trousers, held a bouquet of flowers in his arms, and approached the brave man as if nothing had happened. If he wanted it to go smoothly, then he would just stab the brave man in the back and paralyze the brave man's ability to move before talking about anything else. Based on the combat experience he learned in the Blood River, Liu knew that ordinary brave men were rough-skinned and thick flesh, and it would be difficult to kill him with a single sword blow. When the time came, he would have the opportunity to ask him 3 philosophical questions. Sensing Liu's approach, the brave man squatting in front of the tombstone turned his head slightly and looked at the blond young man dressed as a scholar next to him. Liu lost the chance to backstab, drew a triangle on his chest, and pretended to read. After saying a few words, they placed the bouquet in front of a tombstone named Jessica. Seeing the scholar stop, the brave man became slightly alert. Come to pay homage? The brave man spoke in standard Tasmanian language. Well, Liu lovingly stroked the word Jessica on the tombstone. She is my grandma. Originally, Liu wanted to say that he was his lover, but with the help of compliment, he abruptly changed his words to match the time of Jessica's death. May she die peacefully and live to a ripe old age. The brave man turned back and continued to explore the tomb in front of him. This distance, taking into account the physical fitness of the warriors, Liu was not sure that one blow would paralyze his counterattack ability. He thought that he had a ready-made topic and asked casually, "You also come to worship? Where are you from? Are there any relatives buried here?" "Huh? Why do you ask this?" The brave man's side face was stern. "Oh no. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm a scholar." The blonde Tom looked weak, and Liu also imitated his submissive look. "You don't seem to be of the same race as us, so I'm a little curious." "Ha ha. I'm just a lost person." The brave man's voice was longer, as if he was thinking of something long ago. Liu's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Lost person. Where did he get lost? It was obvious that he came from a country that had not been racially integrated by the Taz Empire. It seems that in the Chaos Continent in Liu's mind, there are still unknown civilizations in those unlit areas, and perhaps some civilizations are very close to the past life that he is familiar with. Maybe it's the same world? At this time, Liu complained that there were too few books in the library. Not even a few words about Eastern civilization were mentioned. What kind of library is this? The priest over there said that this cemetery is haunted, so he came to see me. The brave man didn't know that Liu still had so many inner dramas, and continued. There seemed to be no problem. Liu secretly imagined a story about a cemetery in a certain village that was haunted, and the priest sought the help of nearby brave men to exorcise the demons in the cemetery. But maybe the priest didn't expect that the brave man who responded recently would be an Oriental. "Right. You are the brave man?" The lost brave man? Then where did you come from? Li Yu knew it was time to use his scholar's curiosity and ask for more information. So he stared at the brave man with bright eyes. The expectation in Li Yu's eyes was real. Seeing that the brave man was silent, Li Yu pretended to be rude and waved his hand. Oh, I'm sorry. I chose an inappropriate time to ask. It's just that this is a novel discovery. I have never read any relevant records. If it's not very convenient for you, Lord Brave, maybe we can have a cup of coffee together? Li Yu showed everything he had learned in the library, pretending to be a scholar who was infinitely curious about knowledge. Are you a scholar? The brave man was deceived by Li Yu's acting skills. Then, do you know the Ju Mountain on the east side? Of course I know. According to the records, there are demons and giant dragons living there. Li Yu was of course talking about the records in the library. When he replied, he suddenly thought, could it be that the mountain demons in the records in the library were, including Orientals? The knowledge inheritance of the demons is not complete, and all unknowns can be replaced by demon and chaos. So, maybe it is not that they have not discovered this civilization, but that they have not made a distinction? And there are no notes from any explorers that record this. The mountains and the Sea of Death are currently inaccessible places for humans. And only guys like Gossip can return from a circle around the Sea of Death and turn into that ghostly look. Well, when I woke up, I was at the foot of the Ju Mountain. The brave man's eyes were deep, and he thought of the long ago things again. I don't remember how I came here. What happened before I came here? I don't even remember it. Li Yu asked, implementing the character of a scholar. We can talk about this later, when it's more convenient for us. The brave man pointed to the tombstone in front of him. Are you from nearby? Do you know that in the past 2 months, many people's tombs have exploded inexplicably? I heard that 2 night watchmen have died, and a group of nearby militiamen have also disappeared. The brave man seemed to finally be sure that there was nothing wrong with the tombstone in front of him. He stood up and looked at the tombs in the garden, trying to find out where the sword was pointing. When Li Yu heard this, he took it into consideration. He clicked on the bone sword with his mind, and used the power of the Skeleton King to summon the ghosts of this place to meet him from across the sky. You're wrong, Master. The ghost of injustice came straight to Li Yu's head from the ground. It wasn't us who did it. The brave man frowned, as if he sensed something unusual. Chapter 180 Twitching. Li Yu seriously suspected that Minto had used some kind of ability to intercept a fragment of a certain cemetery directly from time, and then asked Isaac to put the soul of the brave man in otherwise. How could everything in the scene be so lifelike? Everyone has their own ideas. Isaac is not a river of blood, and can only drain the souls of brave men. How could he master such a special ability? However, this is not important. Li Yu communicates with the ghosts without any barriers, and he quickly understands what is happening here. The cemetery is indeed haunted, but they are all small innocent ghosts. The real evil is still human beings themselves. The priest in the cemetery is practicing necromancy. After having enough of the corpses, he starts experiments on living people and kills 2 guardians one after another, grave man, and a band of militiamen. Under that divine robe, there was a dirty soul hidden. Even the little girl being buried today was cursed to death by the priest. However, Li Yu did not come here to solve the case. The purpose was just to kill the brave men. It was an unexpected surprise to find out that there was indeed another mysterious civilization on the east side of Ju Mountain. Going further, it was time to take action. The appearance of the innocent soul aroused the brave man's vigilance. A sneak attack became a luxury, and Li Yu immediately changed his strategy. It doesn't matter. Just think it's you who did it. Li Yu noticed the change in the brave man and immediately ordered the innocent souls. You are attached to me now. We are going to kill the brave man. Li Yu's thoughts passed through, and the innocent souls here instantly gathered on Li Yu's body. Then the brave man and the people in the cemetery suddenly saw that the blonde scholar Tom was twitching and floating into the air, with his arms spread out, as if he was struck by some evil force. Got it under control. Regarding the convulsive performance, Li Yu had already practiced very skillfully while pretending to be an old magician on the upper floor of the library. He even twisted the octopus tentacles on his head to make some foam come out. Save me. Li Yu added the lines. Foam bubbled out from the eyes, nostrils, mouth and ears of the blonde scholar Tom, which was very scary, and the transformed bone hand had already drawn the bone sword from the side of his thigh, and was ready to take the brave man's life while he was stunned. People in the cemetery started screaming and running away. However, to Li Yu's surprise, the brave man had no psychological barriers to killing humans possessed by wrong souls. In an instant, He held the long sword in his hand, pinched the sword secret in his hand, and cut off the blonde scholar's head with one strike. Killed like this? A scholar possessed by a demon was killed by a hero like this? Li Yu was speechless. Li Yu was completely unable to stop the sharpness of the sword, and the binding line and self-healing bone around his neck were completely cut off, as if blown open by the wind. Li Yu's transformation also faded away at this moment, and the skull and skeleton fell downwards. Then, the bone sword held in the bone hand struck the brave man's head, preparing to cut him in two. Damn it. If you tell me to cut it horizontally, I'll tell you to cut it vertically. As soon as the battle started, it was already beyond the understanding of the people in the cemetery whether it was the brave man or the skeleton. The movements could be described as super fast. People didn't even have time to take a step. Li Yu and the brave man had already exchanged two moves. The brave man did not expect that the devil's counterattack would come so quickly. The wind around him made him pull away. Of course, Li Yu did not dare to be too big. He finally got so close. What kind of sneak attack is this? At the same time that the bone sword fell, Li Yu also used the chant of the dead. So the innocent souls in the cemetery instantly appeared around the brave man, forcefully pulling him to the point of being unable to move. And countless complex resentments invaded his mind. Boo! The vengeful spirit pressing on the brave man's head was knocked away by the brave man with a shake of his head. Li Yu's bone sword did not hit his Tianling cap, but fell from his shoulder and cut off half of his body. But because both sides moved too fast, Li Yu's withering thorn had no time to take shape. Before the death energy could be released, the bone sword was blocked by the brave man's sword. At this time, Li Yu's skull was still falling in the air. The hero was paralyzed with half of his arms, holding the sword technique with one hand and pushing the bone sword away from his body, spilling a large amount of blood. Of course, Li Yu couldn't give him a chance to breathe. The octopus tentacles above his head moved, blocking his face, and at the same time, they turned the cold air and toxins collected in the forbidden forest into countless earthen bullets and shot them at the brave man in front of him. Puff puff puff. After an explosion, the earth bomb hit the brave man and burst out blood. However, Li Yu observed from his perception that the brave man's block of this part of the attack was not as difficult as it appeared, and he immediately screamed something bad. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind wrapped around the brave man's body, tearing apart countless wronged souls around him, while breaking Li Yu's aria of the dead. It also blew apart countless earth bombs. The sword chi was flying in all directions, and the brave man's flying sword was erratic. Fortunately, Li Yu's bone sword also turned with his thoughts, and could barely keep up with the speed of the flying sword. As for the sword chi shooting out in all directions, it instantly shattered Li Yu's skeleton, completely disintegrated and even beaten into bone powder. So domineering. I want to run away. While Li Yu was retreating, he did not dare to relax his control of the bone sword at all. While parrying the flying sword of the brave, he escaped to the ground. The separation of the body and head also had the benefits of separation. The skull was restored to freedom. It is completely possible to hide the real body in the soil and deal with the brave. Oh! Earth escape? The brave man was keenly aware of Li Yu's intention as soon as Li Yu's tentacles touched the ground, and he also distinguished Li Yu's true body. Immediately, blazing flames emerged from his sleeves and wrapped around his body, driving away the ice. The cold and poisonous gas simultaneously rolled back against the swaying skull with its tentacles. Damn, is this what is called being good at magic? Li Yu had no time to get into the soil and hurriedly covered his face with his hands. He also knew that the battle had reached a critical point, although the brave man had seen through his true form and attacks were about to follow. The guy's injuries were not light either. Half of his body exploded. His blood was still bruised by poisonous gas and extreme cold, and his mobility was rapidly declining, making it difficult to fight for a long time. The most important thing is that his flying sword is entangled with the bone sword and will not be struck again for a while. The winner is about to be decided, although Li Yu looks embarrassed. His body is not damaged at all. As long as he survives the fire, he can survive. Blazing flames flashed across his face, and Li Yu used all the suction cups to suck hard, thinking that it was time to test the ability of the octopus demonic form, but most of the dozen or so tentacles quickly withered, and the heat that went straight to Li Yu's Tianling guy did not diminish at all. The brave man's true fire burned away Li Yu's hair, leaving only a solitary hair. Although Li Yu didn't know what H.L. Karma fire was, he fully believed that the flames spewed from the brave man's sleeves must not be much worse than that. Fortunately, Li Yu had experience in handling the heart of purgatory, After his tentacles exploded and his head was burned, he instantly added a set of killing sea butterflies as a shield to block the incoming flames. The resistance of the high-density self-healing bone was different from before. Half of the piece was burned by a real fire, but half of it was still intact, and Liu also took advantage of this moment to drill into the soil and release 6 more sets of killing the sea butterflies. With the brave as the center, they danced a dance of death. Although the brave man's flying sword could split Isaac's skull, it could not break the skeleton clan's sacred bone sword. So he could only flawlessly cut through the countless binding threads ejected from the bone SHL. After being cut to a bleeding state by the demon wolf's fangs on the first binding line, the brave man had to give up using flames, otherwise he would be like Bosch, who would burn himself dry first without Liu taking action. There were wind and thunder in the sleeves of the brave man, and they fell with crackling crackles on the field, causing the ground to be scorched black. Keep away ghosts and ghosts, but Liu had long been hiding in the soil in the distance, and had a new hair of octopus tentacles wrapped around his head, desperately absorbing it, catching the lightning that came over. After absorbing the hero's flame and creating a red dreadlock, Liu continued to absorb lightning, and soon he dyed 2 sticky dreadlocks blue-purple, which was even more unconventional. The 6.5 killing sea butterflies left by Liu on the battlefield were quickly dismantled. Liu replaced them with 6 more and pounced on them, preparing to consume and entangle the brave man alive. That's enough. At this moment, Isaac's voice sounded from the brave man's mouth. Come back. TSK, it can obviously be dyed blue. Liu hadn't stayed long enough, but he was still pulled away from the cemetery in an instant and returned to the podium. Then he saw that his killing sea butterfly and bone sword were also spat out by the ball of light. What? Can't stand it anymore? Liu teased Isaac, thinking that his killing sea butterfly tactic was still very successful. Of course Isaac would not really ask the son of the devil to kill the hero. Those were the souls he had finally collected. Malicious plus 2,444. Hey, am I the first? Liu looked at the empty classroom and felt satisfied. Then, your holy whip belongs to me? Liu pointed at Isaac's belly. Chapter 181. Stealing the head of the grandson. Not even close. Although Isaac refused to admit defeat, he was still shocked in his heart. How could this skeleton be so powerful? Originally, according to Isaac's prediction, Skorik would be chopped into several pieces by the brave at the first moment, and then burned with real fire. Unexpectedly, he was beaten and dragged back and forth, entering a war of attrition, constantly expanding the slight advantage, and finally being trapped with 2 sets of SHLs. By the way, what is that? A bit like a sea butterfly, but a bit different. Isaac was still wondering on this side, while Liu on the other side said leisurely, any advice? If it weren't for your skeleton clan's sacred object, you would have been cut to pieces long ago. Isaac's Tianling cap was a little itchy again when he failed to block the flying sword of the brave man. A section of his skull was cut off. As a result, this time, the hero's most threatening flying sword was almost completely blocked by the bone sword, and did not exert its maximum power. This was the moment when the balance of the battle began to tilt, and it was also the beginning of Liu's victory. Although it is a sacred object, it must be wielded properly to be useful. Liu was still frightened when he thought of the flying sword of the brave man. If the bone sword was not his own induction object, it would be too late to block the various attacks of the flying sword, and the body would be even more vulnerable. If you don't have time to escape, you will be torn into pieces, and killing sea butterfly may not be able to stop it for long. How about it? When will you give me Lamont's sacred object? Liu asked Isaac for a whip again. Although your performance is good, you are still a little short of taking the first place, Isaac said sternly. Among these brave men, the most powerful is my grandson. If you are like this, I will give you the holy whip to defeat you. My grandson, son of the devil. But there are 2 sons of devils fighting with your grandson. How will we tell the difference then? Liu said, taking the opportunity to walk to the podium and observe the performance of the sons of devils. Just give them 2. Divide them however you want. Isaac doesn't worry about these details. Shadow is using his balls as a weapon, trying to break through Whip Dance's defense. Whip Dance's range seems to be expanding, but it is not violent under the restrictions of Sowing Shadow and cannot yet spread to the entire corridor. Although Seam Shadow cannot completely block Lamont's movements, it can slow it down and buy time for him to break through his defenses. You know what a devil. He still has at least 3 bottles of holy water. We have to consume them before we can kill him. Ying finally survived the baptism of holy light from several bottles of holy water. and finally pushed the battle situation to a delicate balance. There is currently no spare energy to strengthen the offensive for Dandan. The battle situation here was clear to Liu. And Liu also took the opportunity to see the performance of other demon children. Being included in the Devil's Illustrated book is two different things from seeing it with his own eyes. Especially the Devil's sons. At this time, they all have great enthusiasm for the sacred objects of the Lamont family. It's a good opportunity to observe what they look like when they attack with all their strength. There is no such shop after passing this village. As expected, Liu saw Diamond Binban in the ball of light, who was fighting fiercely with the brave man. This demon scribe was similar to Octopus demonic form Corey when he walked around, with chains swaying around the brave man. Turning around, the quill in his hand kept moving. In this battle with the demon scribe, the brave man used one foot to leap into the air. Diamond wrote in his notebook. The brave man who originally used both feet to slash upwards suddenly lost half of his strength, and one of his feet seemed to be paralyzed and he couldn't move. So he fell down in front of Diamond Binban. The body was unbalanced, and the brave man had to turn his head to look for traces of the demon scribe. Diamond Binban described and recorded based on the brave man's actions. Then make a numerical distortion. The brave man turns his head 300 times. When he wrote 300, Diamond Binban's palm withered and his pen stopped. He turned his head 180 degrees and finally found the trace of the demon scribe. But when he rolled his eyes, almost lost consciousness. In Diamond Binban's writing, the brave man turned his head 180 degrees and immediately became unconscious. But he was not dead yet. There was no way to kill the brave man at once. So Diamond Binban had to constantly weaken the brave man in the battle and add fuel and jealousy to it. Distort the numbers in the details and accumulate advantages. This Kylie 16. 17. TSK. When was he born? Diamond was avoiding this. And when he found time, he would test the brave man's birth date on the parchment and make corrections based on the consumption of magic power. It looks like he wants to write the brave man into old age or into a baby. Liu was surprised by the fighting method of the demon scribe, and increasingly felt that this ability was abnormal enough to deal with the demon scribe. It seemed that the only way to deal with the demon scribe was to continuously promote, so that he would not be able to make tampering. Of course, the best way is not to provoke this guy, so that he has no reason to worry about you. After reading Damon's book, Liu then looked at several other children of the devil. Mai almost armed himself into a jeweled submarine, with scorching or death-like light constantly shining at the underwater brave. And even more, an invisible sharp net was drawn under the water, which would soon drive him to his death. Pig's battle is relatively primitive. He has 6 arms and 6 kitchen knives. He also relies on the self-healing effect to engage in close combat with the brave every time the pig shadow and the human shadow are entangled. He can always take advantage of the brave man's body, cut off some flesh and blood, and then swallow some flowers, grass or shale from the mountains and fields, and mix them into chaos dishes, eating them while beating them. There are salt-baked fingernails, stir-fried nose hair, mud braised steak. Liu looked a little disgusted, and turned to the last ball of light. Redcoat's battle was very lively. There were countless magic circles on the ground, forcibly enhancing an old man in red robes into a giant. Or maybe a giant. The brave man shrank into an ant. There are several tall, short, fat and thin redcoats in the magic circle. No matter the size, position or movement, they exceed the limitations of the space upright, sideways, heavenly cover, soles of the feet, magic attacks from the heaven and earth of the brave. The will-o'-the-wisps that burned from time to time were more like razors from another space, shaving off the eyes, ears, mouth and nose of the brave at every turn, which made the brave almost unable to support himself. This is what the sons of devil look like fighting with all their strength. Liu firmly remembered everything in the light ball. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether this was because the sons of devil had grown up after participating in the close combat training, or if they had always been like this. Abilities, if each of them exerts himself in the Blood River simulation battle. Is it possible to win? Of course. The enemies are also different, so direct horizontal comparisons cannot be made. Okay. After seeing the performance of the Devil's Sons, Liu turned back to Isaac. What for? Isaac read a lot of greed from Liu's reaction. You just said that the Holy Whip will be given to the son of the devil who defeats my grandson? Right? Liu repeated Isaac's words. Then don't move around. I'm going to kill another one. Liu decided to help Ying and Dandan get rid of Isaac's grandson anyway. The Thorn of Withering was still there, so there was no need to regret it. Head snatching, last-ditch kills, double kills, are all Liu's specialties. I made a lot of money by picking up a sacred object belonging to the Lamont clan for nothing. Chapter 182, Between the Thrones. Liu was dressed neatly and plunged into the ball of light in front of the throne. The corridor in front of the throne room was dilapidated and almost like a ruin. However, the brave man and the two demon sons who were fighting inside immediately sensed the new uninvited guests. Busy? Liu greeted his two companions and was not in a hurry to join the battle. Lamont's whip dance was still airtight. Holy Light, Liu had also experienced it before and knew how to deal with undead types such as skeletons. The monster has great lethality. You can use Dandan and Shadow to consume it. You're here? Hurry! Help me teach him a lesson. Dandan was still angry and shouted when he saw Liu's arrival. Completely forgetting the lofty ambitions he had released before the graduation class. What about the agreed-upon decisive battle? Have you solved your problem? Ying was a little irritated. Not as fast as this brain. TSK. If Lamont hadn't brought so much holy water, I would have screwed his head off long ago. I'm angry. It's quite simple. Liu had practiced the killing seed butterflies tactic silently for half a month. This victory was due to his thorough preparation. So he didn't even plan to go up to touch Lamont blindfolded and observe first. Bite my devil's butt. If I hit him once, I'm sure his head will hit his. But Dandan was so anxious that he added a rotation effect by himself. He was a little angry, a little dizzy, and couldn't care less. Enjoy the pleasure of the whip. Actually, we have already won. The shadow couldn't break through the whip shadow, but it could already sense that Lamont's power was declining through the shadow. The propagation momentum of the whip shadow was also completely suppressed. And now it turned into contraction. Not necessarily. If you had one, Isaac would have stopped the fight long ago. Liu talked about his experience. Lamont should have some trump cards. Don't be careless. Liu was telling the truth. Isaac couldn't have been beaten and injured by the Devil Sons for no reason, just for a graduation class. There must be variables in the battle. Aren't you going to help? Ying's knowledge is very accurate. It doesn't matter who gets the holy whip. Anyway, even if Brain Spirit takes it, he will lend it to me to play with. Don't worry. Let's take a look. Liu originally planned to observe for a while, and then join the battle group. But when he saw the hole in the wall that was shattered, he suddenly had other thoughts. The scene was restored by Minto using space magic. So wouldn't this be a good opportunity to inspect the room between the thrones? In the real Demon King's city, Liu could never imagine the possibility of getting close to the throne room. Although the light ball is a scene from a different era, it should still have great reference significance. So Liu held up the half-burned killing seed butterfly as a shield, bypassed the whip shadow and the battle circle, and pushed away the half-broken wall. Behind the wall is the room between the thrones. Of course, the city lord is not there. It is empty. There is only a lonely throne and a red carpet leading to the throne. There are 8 candlesticks on both sides of the red carpet. The candles are swaying and burning upright. Without exception, all the arrangements between the thrones were blurry. Liu guessed that Minto did not spend a lot of magic to restore the throne room, retaining only the most basic facilities, even the light effects of the moonlight. None added. Bad review. Liu endured the banging sounds outside and walked inside. He walked across the red carpet and arrived at the throne. He could not detect any abnormal magic fluctuations. The throne was too blurry, and Liu couldn't see the material clearly, but he just felt it was too huge according to the main model of the city scene in the Colosseum. If you sit in the middle, it will only take up 1/5 of the seat. It's almost enough to sit on it by yourself. Maybe the size of a certain city lord was huge, and the throne matched it. Liu didn't find anything particularly noteworthy on the throne or the red carpet. Then he walked towards the 8 candlesticks. The candlesticks were tall, but much shorter than the throne, leading straight to the ceiling between the thrones, like pillars. Extending his thoughts upward along the candlesticks, Liu sensed that each of the 8 candlesticks was slightly different, and the differences were all concentrated in one location. There was a small emblem at the intersection of the candlestick and the candlelight. There were 8 candlesticks and 8 emblems. Among them, Liu could barely distinguish 3 of them: bones, double swords, and a cocoon. Also, because it was too vague, Liu was not sure whether it was a cocoon or a potato. When Liu identified the crossed swords, Liu suddenly felt a chill on his head. The emblem of these 2 swords seems to have been seen somewhere. Searching for memories, Liu found the origin of the 2 swords, the door in the Colosseum that tested the souls of gladiators. It was covered with various inscriptions, and above the inscriptions was the symbol of the 2 swords. What does it mean? Could it be that these 8 candlesticks represent the 8 forces that the Demon King's city relies on most under the throne? The 8 regions? Otherwise, why would the emblem of the Colosseum appear between the thrones? Or on the candlestick in the basic display? Thinking along this line of thinking, could the bones refer to the Tomb of Light? The cocoon is the blood cocoon, representing the mouth of the abyss? The more Liu thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He thought that it was not in vain, and felt a little disappointed there was also an emblem on the sole altar in the library, which looked like a simple outline of a book. Obviously, there was no arrangement at all in the Demon King's city at that time. There is no number, and there is not even an independent candlestick. Liu didn't know that in this era. There was a short candlestick between the thrones, engraved with the emblem of the library, and the candlelight even shifted for a while. After seeing the candlestick, Liu tried his best to use his mind to perceive the appearance of the remaining 5 emblems, but it was too blurry. Liu barely remembered it, but it was difficult to distinguish. He thought that maybe he could only understand it after seeing the real thing. Number. No more. 3 bottles. Liu was patrolling between the thrones, when suddenly a shadowy handwriting came over from the broken wall. We've run out of holy water. Come and kill. Liu also almost remembered the outline of the emblem. And then he remembered that he still had something to do. He lowered his head and was about to dig into the soil, but was stopped by Make-up. Have you finished fighting the other demon sons? Regarding the other children of devil, Liu has been carefully keeping his trump card. And of course, he will not expose it at this time. He thought that the thorn of withering is almost enough. If you don't want to escape from the earth, you can't escape from the earth. So he turned around and ran to the battlefield. Outside the broken wall, the holy light on Lamont's body has been infinitely close to nothing, and the holy water he sprinkled on the ground has been almost consumed. The shadow is stabbing Lamont from countless directions, and his balls are in the sky and on the ground. S attack. The brave Lamont also knew that the situation was critical, but under the all-pervasive attack of shadow, he had to maintain his movements and break through the surging egg, and it seemed that he was unable to take care of Liu. The moment Liu rushed out, he suddenly remembered that Isaac hadn't stopped yet, and he still had some precautions. His body did not move, and the flying sword and sea of bones rushed towards Lamont, who was surrounded by heavy whipped shadows. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lamont was waiting for now, chanting a spell, and then the holy light suddenly overflowed and turned into a holy mist that filled the space between the thrones. The extremely corrosive holy light instantly filled the space, and the shadow trembled slightly, turning the balls into cannonballs, and smashed them hard. Dirty devil. Be purified under the holy light. Taking advantage of the moment when the shadow became weaker, Lamont's movements became faster, and he turned around and rushed towards Dandin, with the holy light surging on his whip. Entangled with infinite holy power, Liu suddenly realized that the tentacles on his head could not absorb the holy light, and fire and thunder seemed to have difficulty in having a good effect in the holy mist. The distance of a whip was like a chasm in the sky. Shadow space. Liu sent a message to the shadow, while the tip of the bone sword was filled with deathly energy. Under the erosion of the holy mist, Ying understood it in her heart. Chapter 183, Within 10 steps. I will kill him. Within 10 steps. I will kill him. Liu regards the shadow space as a must-have product for killing people, stealing goods, and shortening the distance. In the shadow space, the death energy has been wrapped around the bone sword. The withering thorn is also ready in time, just waiting for Ying to approach the hero. As for the specific posture in which the shadow will invade Lamont's approach, Liu doesn't care, but believes that it can do it, just like the shadow does not matter how Liu kills the brave within 10 steps, but believes that he can do it. Liu in the shadow space only carefully controlled the scope of the death energy to avoid accidentally hurting the shadow. Outside, Ying was engaged in a desperate fight with the mist that shone with holy light. The sudden disappearance of the skeleton did not make Lamont stunned for too long. As a brave man, he had rich fighting experience with demons, and knew that no matter what the demons were, no matter how you disguise it, the ultimate goal is to destroy your body or spirit. As a result, the holy mist surged into cyclones, greatly disrupting Ying's path, and at this moment, Ying rode on the egg, asking Eggy to cooperate. In the disordered space on the upper level of the library, Dandin has already demonstrated the effect of the sea-fixing needle, and the holy mist has little impact on Dandin. Dandin only needs one cyclone after another to pass through to dissolve it, and for shadows clear the way. The only obstacle is the whip that keeps attacking Dandin. The tip of the whip leaves one holy mark after another on the edge, L. After ripples are made on the edge, L. It is absorbed into Danden's body. The balls are comfortable, but the shadow is painful. However, this time, Ying and Danden cooperated very steadily, no longer pursuing speed, but invading step by step. Ying closed the distance while sowing Danden's shadow, walking through the cyclone of the holy mist. The maces of Galaric and the Knoll leader failed to make Iggy retreat, and Lamont's whip alone had no chance of success. So, just before the shadow faded to the point where it was almost invisible, the shadow and Danden finally broke through the whip dance and opened a gap. 10 steps. The shadow stopped, and its balls were knocked away by Lamont's whip. Out of the range of the whip dance, the skeleton appears. Liu gave up the idea of luring the enemy, confusing the enemy, and using earth escape. The bones were the main body. The sword was the bone sword, and the withered thorn summoned him without hesitation. The brave man felt the death aura coming towards his face, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. In a split second, he shook his whip into several spirals, sealing Liu's actions and the death aura layer by layer. Ankles, knees, crotch. Liu's skeleton was torn off layer by layer by the force of the whip, and soon only his upper body and arms were left to push forward. Lamont's whole body was also filled with holy light, driving away all evil spirits, and gradually Liu's skull was illumination is transparent. If this continues, Liu will be purified first without waiting for the thorn of withering to touch the brave. And just when the whip force broke the sternum, the tentacles on Liu's head opened slightly. His blue hair swayed wildly, and wind and thunder appeared. The electrified hair allows the brave men of 2 eras to collide across time. This is Liu's carefully prepared gift for Lamont. When the purple lightning passed by, Lamont's movements paused slightly, and the tip of the bone sword wrapped in death energy was finally handed to his chest. Lamont had no way to avoid it, and at the moment he was about to be stabbed, the ball of light collapsed, and both the brave man and the devil's son were bounced back to the closed combat training classroom. It was almost as expected by Liu. The son of the devil could not be killed in the graduation class, and Isaac was even more reluctant to die with his own heroic soul. As long as he could reach the scene where he could see the outcome, the battle would inevitably be terminated. Give up? All the sons of the devil were in the classroom. Liu put his torn body together again before standing up and standing with Danden and Ying. Hearing this question, the sons of the devil suddenly changed their expressions. They had to come back first and then later, and they did not fully see the battle situation in front of the throne room. I'm not sure who can get the holy whip. Of course, the children of the devil were not completely victorious in this graduation class. Isaac left a trump card on every brave man, except for the swordsman from the east, who was suppressed until the end. The other brave men launched a counterattack, and a few successfully completed the comeback. In the end, there are 6 winners among the sons of demons: Diamond Binbin, Redcoat, Nate Meyer, Ying, Danden and Liu. The holder of the holy whip will be born among the 6 sons of demons. Well, you won. Twice, Isaac admitted generously. As a son of the devil, you are the most qualified to accept my holy whip. Isaac did not rigorously announce the performance of each son of the devil like Minto did during the Blood River simulation battle. All evaluations were based on the souls of the returning warriors. In other words, Liu's fighting performance just now completely crushed the other demon sons. There may be many factors for this, but every detail of Liu's selection of heroes and combat was approved by Isaac, the mentor who hated Skalric the most, and gave a positive evaluation. Diamond clapped after killing the brave man. The demon scribe returned to the classroom. He saw Liu fighting 2 brave men for the first time, and he was also impressed by Skalric at this moment. This skeleton actually succeeded without his own help. It seems that we really need to have a good relationship in the future. Do you 2 have any objections? Of course, Isaac knew that Minto looked at Danden, and that Liu could not defeat Lamont on his own. So he asked extra? It doesn't matter. We are all a family. Danden answered for Ying. Ying had become so weak that it would take at least a day to recover. Danden's answer fell into the ears of the sons of devil, and each of them had a new feeling. This skeleton conquered Danden and Ying? How strong is his backstage? Or is it really that powerful? Even Minto's disciples are impressed by him. Obviously, Skeleton King Ledric is still sleeping in dreamland, although the 3 of them usually hang out together. The demon children never thought that these 3 guys would be so close a family? A family of library? After killing the pure blood demon and the wolf prince, Liu, who dominated the brave learning graduation class, finally had a solid position among the sons of the devil. Okay. Isaac pulled out the holy whip from his belly and threw it at Liu. Liu took it, but almost lost his grip and dropped it to the ground. After shaking it, he found that it was about the same weight as a shadowless egg. It would be a bit difficult to use it directly. Thank you. Liu wrapped Lamont's holy whip around his neck, shoulders and arms several times, but found it was not very convenient. So he finally decided to wrap it around his waist, which immediately turned into a bucket waist. Even though they were aware of Liu's power, the Devil's Son still showed their heartbeat for a moment, the heartbeat of the strong man's aura that had been tainted with this holy whip. After receiving the holy whip, Dandan secretly said to Liu, "This whip is at least half the credit of both of us. So 8 sections belong to us. If you dare not let us play with it, we will divide it." Remove the holy whip? Liu didn't think it was impossible. So he told Dandan to go to the library's warehouse to absorb the wave and help Ying recover. Okay. This year's brave study is officially over. Isaac's flesh and blood squirmed, trying hard to heal the injuries of the heroes fighting the Devil's Son with his own strength. Isaac's condition was not very stable. I hope that for the rest of your lives, you can take it as your mission to annihilate the brave and completely erase their existence, Isaac said coldly, as he caught a piece of fallen flesh and blood and glued it to his chest again. The sons of the devil each responded. And Redcoat, my, Brother Pi and Diamond Binbin left the classroom, leaving only Nate Meyer winking at Liu. You? Come with me. Let's play. Dandan decided to take Nate Meyer to heal together to speed up Ying's recovery and her own comfort. After Isaac said his farewell words, he was about to leave the classroom. Liu and other Nate Meyer left with Dandan and Ying, and suddenly stopped the instructor of brave learning. I have something to ask you. After the 2 battles, Liu also completed collecting Isaac, and it was time to have a good talk with him. Analysis completed. Devil's Manual No. 047 Isaac. Among the demons that Liu has analyzed so far, Isaac's number is the highest. And of course, it is also golden. During the communication process, Liu is shocked and understood the ultimate purpose of this final course. Chapter 184 Fighting with Holy Objects. Isaac, distribution, none, lifespan, 1000 habits, good at fighting. And his obsession with destroying demons in the past is dedicated to destroying brave men. Other than that, he does not do anything else. Hobbies, fighting / destroying brave men. Skills, absorb the soul of the brave / feed the soul / form flesh and blood. Action prediction success rate, 91.344%. Weakness, the multifaceted brave will. Birth anniversary, zombies made by the first-generation Demon King using the brave men of the first-generation Lamont family. Because the Demon King thought it was interesting to let the head of the Lamont family slaughter his own descendants. Material drop, brave soul. The amount of information was not large. And because of the 91.344% action prediction success rate, Liu decided to chat with him more and listen to the voice of the first-generation hero combined with Isaac's identity as the first-generation hero to pry from him. The information coming will undoubtedly be a huge treasure. It turns out that the first generation of heroes was a big mouth. Liu didn't fully understand the weaknesses column. He guessed that there were too many brave souls stored in Isaac's body. If he really wanted to be an enemy, he should start from the perspective of splitting souls. There might be a possibility of victory. The dropped materials are also brave souls. Redcoat must be in great need of this material. And for Liu, if Isaac can really drop some souls one day, he doesn't know if the bone sword can. Direct manipulation? After analyzing this, Liu was a little suspicious that the order of numbers within 100 in the demon manual was related to the birth time of these high-level demons after all. Isaac was the demon created by the first-generation Demon King, so it was normal to rank it within 50. After reading the birth journal, Liu felt that the taste of the first generation of Demon Kings was very scary. Firstly, Liu could not imagine how his grandchildren felt when they saw their grandfather killing them with his own hands. Secondly, he could not imagine how Isaac felt when he killed his own children and grandchildren. Where did that brave man come from? Liu Xian asked the swordsman in order to better understand the overall pattern of the world. He was killed in the cemetery. He was an enemy of the devil, and was called a brave man. Isaac's answer was consistent with what he thought. The logic was also very simple. He had never delved into the origin of the swordsman. By the way, Isaac also made up for Liu the sentence "don't go to the east" mentioned in Damon's books. Only then did Liu learn that the mysterious power from the east was so amazing that it was actually the final course of the death ban. But no matter how much Isaac didn't know, Liu decided to go back and ask Ying and Dandan they should be present in that class. Why did you contribute the sacred relics of the Isaac clan? This is what Liu has never understood no matter what kind of devil it is. There is no reason to dedicate it to a group of half-grown devil sons. Especially since the first generation of devil kings. How could there be any brave man out there who would do such a seemingly meaningless thing? It's as confusing as putting a gun in a naughty kid. Isaac curled his lips, still concerned about the lost treasure. But his inner voice was clearly heard by Liu. Minto said, the devil's son in this closed training session has the potential of being a demon king. Liu thought to himself that there was indeed a shadow of Minto, since there was the influence of the demon king's mentor. It was definitely not a trivial matter. Is it related to the future trends of Demon King City? Liu asked again, apart from the growth of the sons of the devil, the change of authority, and the erosion of chaos, isn't this the only thing that Minto can interfere with? Liu still remembered that at the end of the closed battle training, the Demon King's mentor would submit a report to the current city lord, which might decide whether the Demon King City should be opened. If the city is opened, not only will a new demon expeditionary force be dispatched, but it will also bring more intersections between Demon King City and human society, all of which will affect the future of the library, which is what Liu cares about. Minto feels the sons of the devil still need more growth to deal with possible situations in Demon King City. Isaac's voice also confirmed Liu's conjecture. What is the possible situation in the Demon King's castle? Does this mean that the Demon King's castle will be opened? Otherwise, you wouldn't force the children of devil to speed up. Right? The future of Demon King City has nothing to do with me. And it has nothing to do with you. From Isaac's own perspective, whether Demon King City is open or not has little impact on him anyway. Except for the time of close combat training. This first generation the brave man can freely enter and leave the Demon King City. And he has been active in hunting down the brave men all over the continent. And has exclusive privileges for him. So, Minchuo will tell the city lord to open the city. Liu patted his holy whip belt and only asked the questions he cared about. I told you. It has nothing to do with you, Isaac said. But he couldn't hide his true thoughts at all. No, Minto's suggestion will be, the Demon King City will continue to drift between chaos and reality just. Liu almost asked, what is it? But after finishing the blessing attack, he swallowed it back and changed the question. If Minto Jinyan maintains the status quo, what will the city lord do? The city lord is recovering, but no one knows his true thoughts. Minto speculates. Even if Jinyan maintains the status quo, he will still send a new round of demon expeditionary force. Isaac's inner voice aroused Liu's strong sense of crisis, although Liu has not yet figured it out, why the city lord is clearly weak but still launches an expedition. But this does not prevent Liu from speculating on the most chaotic direction of the situation. In other words, in the near future, the Demon King's castle is likely to start a war with humans again? What will happen to the library then? Fortunately, Liu has been feeling uneasy since he arrived at the Demon King City. And he has already strengthened the overall defense strength of the library, although it is not as weird as before Bitterbird died. It is worse than using every ounce of power. During this period, you need to pay more attention to the atmosphere in the Demon King City. Maybe a fusion is coming. What to do is the city lord's business. You Skeleton Clan just need to obey orders, Isaac reminded him. But he didn't know that Liu had nothing to do with the Skeleton Clan. Then City Lord. Liu hadn't yet pried out enough of the information Isaac had, but suddenly heard a hint of doubt in his heart. This skeleton can see through my thoughts? After all, Isaac is also a brave man who has fought countless demons. The problems that Liu always targeted also aroused his suspicion. He looked closely at Liu. Does this annoying guy always have so many problems? The city lord. I wish the old man a speedy recovery. Liu accepted the offer and immediately changed his tune. Anyway, I also got an important piece of information. The city lord may send an expeditionary force, and the Demon King's castle may return to reality. While concentrating on cultivating the 3-acre land of the library, Liu did not forget to pay attention to the situation, even though he still couldn't tell whether this was good news or bad news. Anyway, there is no seat for Brain Spirit in the demonic expeditionary army. If there is a fight, Blood Cocoon and Forbidden Forest will be very busy. Right? Will there be no time to investigate the deaths of Bosch and Finley? Liu thought about it casually, and was about to ask Isaac a few more innocuous questions to show Skorik's innocence. But Isaac had lost his patience, and only said a word of concern before leaving. This is a sacred object of the Lamont family. It is destined that it should end the bloodline of the Lamont family. What does this mean? Can you please tell me something? Liu Kai didn't believe those nagging words, and thought that using it to deal with the Jackal family would be the serious thing. Whipping the demons would be the best use of it. Such a long whip is perfect for Ying. As for when he can exert its power, he may have to wait until he turns it into a sensing object. Isaac disappeared after stepping out of the door. Liu was thinking about it when he suddenly felt the holy whip whipping the bone sword. And then the whip and sword started fighting around him. Chapter 185, Kill. Liu had just left the classroom at that time. And the moment he stepped outside the door, his waist was broken by the holy whip. Fortunately, it was not tied to his head. Otherwise he might have died inexplicably under Lamont's holy object. The holy whip broke Liu's waist, and he hit the hilt of the bone sword hard. Dang! Liu felt that the bone sword was almost broken. What's going on? There's a grudge? Could it be that the holy scourge of Lamont is alive? Liu hurriedly hid away, and used his mind to control the sword to parry. After the training of the Eastern Brave, Liu's sword control skills have made great progress, and the holy whip was unmanned. And Liu took the bone in 2 or 3 strokes. The sword fight was unable to turn around smoothly, and he was retreating steadily, as if he felt that fighting a sword with a whip was not enough. He folded the 16-section holy whip with a click, and in the blink of an eye, he folded himself into the shape of a big sword, and clashed with the bone sword. Yo? You can still transform? It looks more and more like a holy object. Liu thought to himself, there is still Isaac's aura in the classroom. He doesn't dare to make a mistake. But he can't help it when he comes out? Liu wrapped the holy object with his mind, and tried to see if he could analyze it with the Devil's Illustrated book. Cannot. The holy object seems to only retain the fighting instinct against the bone sword, and does not really have a soul. Liu thought that this was indeed the case if this thing could also jump out of analyzing. Wouldn't it mean that the Demon Illustrated manual could even analyze demon relics? Of course. Liu didn't think it would be impossible in the future. The last unlocked function was to check the drop of the target. Although the function of the Devil's manual seems to be complete now, there is no telling what surprises there will be. As long as it is included, there are enough demons in the world. And the Demon Illustrated book is constantly evolving. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We can't win. Liu sat behind the bone sword and watched the 2 swords fight for a long time, trying to send messages to the holy object. He felt a little funny with a whip sword talking. We may really be possessed by demons. Cut off the evil. Cut off this evil aura. There was a chill on the sword. But Liu imagined the will of the holy object. He didn't expect that it could really give some feedback. No. Don't kill it. I will take you to kill the real evil in the future. Liu thought to himself that if he kills demons in the future, wouldn't it also be considered as cutting off evil? He will first stabilize the sacred object. No. I want to kill. The holy object only has a vague will, and it is not based on Liu's thoughts. It seems that this holy object is really not suitable for me. At the moment, the heel bone sword is in conflict with each other. I guess I can only control it freely if it becomes a sensing object in the future. Right? Give it to Ying or Dandan first. Ying is not afraid of being chopped by it, and Dandan is a demon from another world, so it should not arouse the hostility of the holy object. Okay. You go ahead and cut it. Just treat it as sword practice. Liu used his bone sword to guide the holy object as if fishing, and while cracking it, he returned to the entertainment room. In the entertainment room, in the curtain, eggs, shadows, and neat mire are still healing. Liu can only wait. Ping pong. As if hearing the movement outside, the shadow jumped out from the curtain first, and the color was almost better. What are you doing? Ying wrote, and the arrow pointed at the holy object and bone sword that were being beaten into a ball not far away. I'm sharpening my sword. Are you okay? Of course Liu would not admit that he couldn't control the Lamont relic. Sharpening your sword. You are actually training yourself at this time. The shadow was also a little shaky, and Liu didn't know whether it was because he had not fully recovered or because of something else. If it's done, it's time to leave. Negotiation? Diamond Binbin? Liu switched to teleportation, pointed outside the gate of chaos, and then pointed at the hourglass with red sand running out, reminding Ying that the time was almost up. Now Liu can take care of his own business while hunting for holy objects. Later, when he negotiates with Diamond Binbin, there will be no such condition. We must quickly let Ying and Dandan take away the holy objects. Okay. Ying turned around and left. There was a crack of whip in the curtain. Then silence, and the curtain was lifted a corner. In a happy moment, Dandan and Ying sprang out together. Is it enough? There is still a little time. Liu looked at Dandan, who was still a little unfinished. Enough? I can't keep her in good condition? The balls of her balls came out from the curtain one after another, and they were defeated. Liu chuckled. Maybe it was Nate Meyer who made you think so? Nate Meyer looked out from the curtain, then pursed her thick lips, and kissed Liu from the air. Liu even vaguely saw the illusion of pink thick lips floating towards him. Okay. Let's go. Dandin noticed that Lamont's holy whip had changed its form, and the particles were moving around. And he seemed very excited. This holy object can change its form. At present, it seems that it is more suitable for you. Liu pointed to Ying. Would you put it away first? Ying touched the holy object, then touched the bone-touching sword. After a while of doubt, he surrounded Liu. You can't control it. I can't control it at the moment. Liu had something important to do, so he didn't want to show off, and smiled sheepishly. The facial expression of the skeleton had been practiced more and more skillfully by Liu. Very good. I'll accept this weapon just this time. Thank you. Ying was about to put the holy object into the shadow space, but was stopped by Liu. You put it outside. I need to sense it. Even though the particles of the egg have not been completely soaked, Liu still came up with the idea of Lamont's holy object. The progress of the particles was too slow, and Liu had already spent a lot of time. There was nothing gained during the time, and I just happened to have a holy object, which could be used to distract my attention and relieve some frustration. Of course, the more difficult it is for a substance to be completely soaked, the more exaggerated its effect will be when it becomes a sensor. The income is directly proportional to the effort. Liu is not in a hurry. From what is known, the biggest characteristic of the particles of the egg is hard, and nothing else has been found yet. On the contrary, the Lamont sacred object itself is equivalent to a weapon rack, and if it is controlled properly, it can be turned into a pistol. Isn't it impossible? As for bullets, Liu can think of another way. Earthen bullets of various attributes, from the octopus tentacles, even broken bones and wolf fangs. Can they be used? Liu inexplicably became energetic if it weren't for the lack of time to complete the induction. Liu even considered using the Lamont relic to bet on the killing cup. It's a pity that I have to miss it this time. Oh, you want to use it to practice. Ying has been in the library for so long, and has already roughly understood the promotion methods of brain spirits. And guess what Liu was thinking? Like Min? Well, Liu didn't hide anything. After walking out of the Gate of Chaos with Dandin and Ying, Liu also said hello to Min, who was in front of the bone gate of the 13th library, concentrating on turning the bone gate into a sensor. The green hour is coming, and the library is about to wake up before Liu completes the negotiation with Diamond Binbin, and has not yet ordered that the monsters other than Min can move freely. They are all feeling a little depressed. Under Ying's control, the holy object sometimes changed into a knife shape, sometimes into an axe shape, and could even complete the transformation during the attack. While Liu was impressed by his miraculous skills, he also learned Ying's control methods. After becoming a sensor, you can do this yourself. Basic operations. I'll discuss the terms with Diamond Binbin later. Don't show up. Just stay up there. Liu first brought Ying and Dandin to the upper floor and prepared a lava bath. Really? I was not idle just now. Do you know what Nate Meyer said? Dandin was bouncing by the bathtub. Ah? Liu didn't expect Dandin to have the ability to spy on the enemy, and he was also curious about what the nightmare demon was thinking of. In Diamond Binbin's understanding, Bitterberg controlled the situation in the 4th game of the Killing Cup. If you want to win steadily, you must negotiate a condition with the Lord of the Brain Spirit, and it will be mutually beneficial to both parties. That's it. Will there be any surprises? She said she wanted to play with the Lord of the Brain Spirit. Just for fun. Why? The nightmare demon's weaknesses are her brain and heart. As long as she doesn't lead her into a dream. Liu doesn't think Nate Meyer has any qualifications to play with him. Chapter 186 Dance Beauty. Before the green hour arrived, Liu pressed Bitterberg, who was wearing the killing seed butterfly, on the throne in the living room of the bone room in advance, and he put on the octopus head, which blended into the soil of the wall of the bone room. Far away command. Anyway, killing the seed butterfly should have been Bitterberg's preparation for the 4th game of the Killing Cup. And it doesn't matter if it is shown in front of Damon at this time. With Dandin's reminder, Liu is of course worried about Booty Berg's one-man show. Not to mention that the former master of the brain only wanted to escape. So Liu had no choice but to directly take over his consciousness, just like it was like that when facing the octopus demon Cory. So, this negotiation has completely turned into a negotiation between Liu and Diamond Binbin. And the location is also Liu's home court. Diamond Binbin and Nate Meyer arrived on time and floated into the living room hand in hand, looking at the bone spurs and demonic wolf fangs on the walls above and below. They couldn't find any place to stop, and could only continue to float. seeing Bitterberg wearing the killing sea butterfly. Diamond Bindon was a little unsure whether he had found the right devil. And Nate Meyer was also a little dumbfounded. Liu used Butebog to send a message to the two devil sons. You are very punctual. Oh! My distinguished Lord Bitterberg. It's an honor to finally meet you. Diamond Bindon felt the thoughts of the brain and hurriedly said H, low to the SH. L on the throne. But Nate Meyer could not find it. The target of the ogle could only stare directly at the killing sea butterfly. Liu responded with a bone spur in the room. And a clang landed on the heads of Diamond Bindon and Nate Meyer. Yet Nate Meyer screamed and hugged Diamond Bindon. But Diamond Bindon couldn't bear to move. The bone spurs just avoided harming them, and outlined two extremely delicate three-dimensional shapes in the room. Vault, Dad, he dare not. Diamond Bindon also tried to keep calm, and called his father in his heart. Liu stood up, and declared his absolute dominance in this room. You are indeed stronger. Have you gained new strength? Diamond Bindon pointed at the bone spurs around the room. How many are there? 66. 96. Diamond Bindon's tone was relaxed, as if he was just chatting casually. But he started counting by himself, thinking of the distorted and tampered numbers of the demon scribe. Liu immediately opened dozens of bone spurs. And in an instant, the densely packed ceiling fell again. The bone spurs were about to pierce the door book and stopped again. Liu did not intend to actually kill the two demon sons. As long as he ensured that they would not be disadvantageous to him, he could allow a certain degree of temptation. After all, Bosch's gang and Finley have been killed. And if Diamond Bindon is also killed, the library may become a target. Oh! I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Diamond gave up counting and looked seriously at Bitterberg in killing the sea butterflies. You seem to have acquired some kind of ability from the skeleton clan. Will that guy cooperate? Diamond Bindon was afraid that he would arouse Bitterberg's hostility. So he hurriedly made up for it. I am also a son of the devil scribe, who controls the treasury. Maybe we can talk about some more in-depth cooperation? That's why you are here. Liu controlled Butebog and sent messages to Diamond Bindon and Nate Meyer. At the same time, the 6 bone spurs moved in unison, showing his uncontrollable appetite. After testing each other, the two sides got down to business. I want to know how you will win in the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Diamond wrapped the chain around his body, still looking cynical. Make a price. You can also leave the library? You guys? Liu rigorously played the role of a brain spirit with unequal information. Liu knew that Minto had opened the restriction, but Bitterberg didn't know yet. However, even though he didn't know, it didn't affect the brain spirit master from guessing Diamond Bindon's purpose. You also want to place a bet on the 4th game of the Killing Cup. So come to me in advance and ask for inside information? After asking, can you decide how to place your bet? Along with Bitterberg's message, Diamond Bindon's chains trembled more and more violently. His cocoons, reading minds, reading memories? Diamond was originally frightened. He didn't tell Bitterberg anything. But he knew everything? No. Scarrick told him? That makes sense. Diamond Bindon raised his head again. I really didn't expect that the Lord of the Brain Spirit would have such a good relationship with the skeleton clan. Asked the skeleton. Liu guessed that Diamond was going to ask him about it later, but this did not affect the deal at hand. Maybe. Bitterberg did not explain whether the skeleton told him, but talked about the next step of the transaction. If you can leave the library, why don't you ask Ajabuki? I think that guy must be happy to make a deal with you. To this day, Liu doesn't know that the debt owed by the gambling demon to the treasury has not been repaid. But it is obvious that the two parties have exchanged information to a certain extent. Asking this question can just show the omniscience and omnipotence of the Lord of the Brain and Spirit. You are the one who dominates that battle. And I choose to make a deal with you. Diamond was convinced, and was jealous of Scorrick in his heart. This skeleton not only had a relationship with Dandon and Shadow, they became a family, and even had a close relationship with the Lord of the Brain and Soul. No wonder they dared to kill Bosch and Finley. Name your price, and see if I can afford it. My price is... I hope to have a good trading relationship with the treasury. Liu reported the price he had thought about for a long time. In the transaction with Devil's Kitchen, Liu accumulated a large amount of redundant materials, and those that could not be used needed to be exchanged for some common currencies such as gold coins and magic stones. In this way, both in the future and in the demon market that will be opened in the near future, there will be less restrictions on transaction types. After getting the reward for the 4th game of the Killing Cup, you can shop with confidence. Liu did hesitate at the beginning, whether to bet with the demon merchant or the demon scribe, But when he thought that the contract with Mai had been reached, the profit ratio could be tampered with this group. The numbers guys were much more stable. So there was no unnecessary fuss. But you know, the owner of the authority of the vault is my father Damon Kirk. Damon Ben had not dared to promise Butebog a blank check basically. Damon Ben had concluded that the library had something to do with it. The Tomb of Light of the Skeleton Clan has reached a cooperation, which can be seen just by looking at the bone room. Having participated in close combat training, you still haven't opened your eyes? Liu asked. In the future, the owner of the Treasury's authority won't be you? And now, you should also have jurisdiction over part of the Treasury. Bar? Yes. Okay. Diamond had nothing to say, but suddenly felt that having a library as a transaction object could effectively increase his proportion of wealth in the Treasury. A real win-win situation. As for why the Brain Spirit Master, who had rarely communicated with the outside world before, had such a change, it was no longer a matter of concern to Diamond. Then, let's sign a contract to ensure fair transactions between the library and the Treasury at market prices. Liu used his mind to control Butebog's brain and used this agent to the extreme. The market price has a huge impact, and Diamond cannot distort it. And there is no possibility of cheating. Oh, by the way, I also want to make sure you promise to restrain your behavior during the close combat training and not cause any chaos in the library. Liu added an extra insurance. There were only a few days left before the next full moon, and Diamond had no intention of participating in the next close battle training. So he agreed and completed the signing of the soul contract. The fourth game of the Killing Cup is between the library and the Jackal family. In the first round, I will win. Liu felt relieved and finally announced the situation of the fourth game of the Killing Cup. Like a prophecy, Diamond was stunned. This is the Lord of the Brain Spirit. He is facing a family of jackals and wants to destroy them in one round? In the near future, a sum will be credited to the library. Please be prepared. Liu needs to cash in all the bits and pieces he has won in the vault before the Devil's Market begins. Okay. Diamond was still imagining how the Jackal family would perish. Okay. Take her with you and get out. Butebog gave the eviction order, and Damon Ben's chain swung blankly before leaving with Nate Meyer. From beginning to end, Nate Meyer didn't dare to say a word. Chapter 187, Being Cunning. Liu counted the materials in the warehouse, then summoned the demon merchant Mai Jiao to the warehouse, and stuffed the materials one by one into the stomach bag borrowed from Brother Pai. Mai never expected that as a leader among demon merchants, he would one day identify tabby gecko feces. But no matter what, the contract was fulfilled. When the fourth Killing Cup started, Mai was about to take the materials and change in the stomach bag and go to the Colosseum to place bets for Liu. Remember, the stomach bag is not a bet. The contents inside are, Liu reminded Mai. But all these things and you put together are not as valuable as this stomach bag. Mai muttered. I know. But it's not mine. If you want to take this to custody, ask Brother Pai. Liu still needs to purchase goods from the Devil's Kitchen. Of course, he can't offend Brother Pai or the head chef, at least not in the name of stealing from the stomach. Note this way. Mai shrugged insignificantly. But this is not a big deal. You can go find Redcoat later, and he will place bets with me. Liu did not say the details of the transaction, and Mai did not dare to comment. According to the odds of the demon merchant's bet in the Colosseum, Liu made a rough estimate. If he killed the Jackal family in the first round, he would only earn 100,000 less gold coins in the treasury. Unfortunately, he still didn't find the location of Skorik's treasure. Otherwise, with the Skeleton Prince's net worth, the chips in this round will not be so thin. The remaining income depends on how much treasure Redcoat, the Red Robe Priest, can contribute. This is also the reason why Liu worked so hard to get Redcoat on board. As for how many bets Redcoat would follow, Liu did not impose any requirements and only depended on his sincerity. In the graduation class of Brave Learning, Liu consolidated his #1 position. It was a good time to take the opportunity to win over other Devil's children. However, Liu did not choose to force him. He only wanted to see who had the foresight to invest in this way. Of course, no matter how much Redcoat can contribute, Liu can save a minimum of 100,000 gold coins, and only pays a stack of renewable self-healing bones. This business is already very profitable. Although Liu doesn't know what kind of treasures he can buy at the demon market with 100,000 gold coins. At least if he has money, his mentality will be much different when the full moon demon market opens. He will buy as much as he can. And if he can't afford it, he will buy it. Just steal again. Liu thought so, and watched my leave. The premise of everything is to win. Tomorrow night is the 4th game of the Killing Cup. And the night after tomorrow is the final. Time is already running out. Fortunately, the preparations were almost done. Liu floated back to the upper cave from the warehouse, and went through several rounds of his preliminary arrangements in his mind, and found that the variables caused by the open and closed battle training of Minto had been eliminated, and he even found provide better betting channels and better financial support. This old guy who is causing trouble for himself shouldn't have thought of that, right? Or is this another problem deliberately created for myself? Liu was thoughtful, thinking about it, and suddenly this old guy might really do it on purpose. What are you doing today? Returning to the upper level of the cave, Dandan, who was taking a bath, popped up and asked, interrupting Liu's thoughts. Ying was folding Lamont's sacred objects beside the bathtub, as if he was playing with a Rubik's Cube. He was already extremely proficient, switching between swords, guns, swords, halberds and whips freely. The 2 devil sons played with Liu for several nights. They were no longer used to peace and always wanted to have more adventures. One night, they went to the forbidden forest to poke a jackal's nest. And the other night, they participated in the Brave Learning graduation class. The taste is tricky. Isn't there a class today? What class is coming? Liu went to Ying again to ask about the class schedule. Human history. Before Liu asked the question, Ying had already written the answer. The content of the graduation course is the distribution of power in the contemporary Holy See. Ah, Haranasan. Liu still remembered that the teacher of human history was a rigid guy, and he probably wouldn't prepare anything fancy in the graduation class. At least not like Isaac. Haranasan, like Isaac, was once a human being, and even a bishop, occupying an overthrown position in the history of the evolution of faith on the continent of Chaos. When the old and new religions alternated, the collision of faith and faith caused the continent to bleed like a river. As the leader of the losers, Haranasan was labeled a heretic by the contemporary Vatican, and he angrily threw himself into the embrace of the devil. Therefore, humans and the demons in the Demon King City call him the Fallen Bishop, and he preaches in the Demon King City all day long. If the demons want to sleep, they will listen to him preaching the doctrine, like listening to a lullaby. Joke. As a propagandist of the old doctrine, the human history taught by Ora Nisong taught a lot of the history of the old era. Liu read all the teaching materials without waiting for him to finish speaking. He only felt that that era was unreasonable and unreasonable. The old religion represented by Nissan established order to a certain extent, but was quickly abandoned by the times. Liu had also read the distribution of powers in the contemporary Holy See long ago and memorized it in his mind, waiting for the day when he could use it. How's it going? Do you want to go out and play? Neither Dandan nor Ying wanted to take human history, knowing that Liu had already previewed all the courses. They applied to go out and play. If you want to be smarter, prepare some fun programs. Tomorrow night is the 4th game of the Killing Cup. We should wait for 2 days. Liu comforted the 2 demon sons. Reduce unnecessary outings. Hide our trump cards. And then give the Jackal family a surprise. If the Devil's Son goes out too much and is associated with the Brain Spirit and the Killing Cup, the Jackal family may be on guard in the battle and make it more difficult. There is no room for error in this battle, including before the war, during the war, and after the war. Then we have to go to class? Dandan and Ying felt bored. It's time to go to class. It's not necessary. Just ask Now Ling to go to class and let us know later. Liu has long since developed the function of Now Ling to take the class on his behalf. Now Ling listens to Holanasang's murmur. When he comes back from class, he only needs to send a thought, and Liu will know what was said in class, which saves time. There are still 2 days left. I think we might be able to recruit another helper. Liu patted his balls. Still looking for help. Why are we helping? Aren't we enough? Dandan and Ying were unconvinced, especially Ying, who had newly obtained Lamont's sacred object, and had long wanted to fight with the Jackal leader again. Got off. Previously, he used Dandan as a meteor hammer, which cost Ying a lot of shadow, and he had to help Dandan change his position. Ying always felt that he did not show his true strength in that battle. Enough is enough. But it may not be safe. Liu also thought of the Jackal leader, who had no response in the past under the Devil's Manual. If everything goes well, and he kills the spiritual Jackal Mandina as he wishes, it would be best to arrange another one. The guy fights head-on with the Null leader to avoid being disrupted by the only remaining variable. And Ying also has to help control the field among the remaining players in the library, except for himself. It seems that it is difficult to compete with the big mace head-on. So Li Yu has a brand new candidate in mind, the doorkeeper of the library. Isn't he just a skeleton? That big sword can transform Galaric. And the 8-sided club is just right for the mace. Anyway, Li Yu has the fictitious authority of the Skeleton King. If he is summoned, who dares not to obey? I ignored him before because there were still too many uncertainties in the library. Now that the chaos is over, it's time to settle down, Li Yu thought, picked up the bone sword and walked towards the door of the library. At this moment, Lulu and Fei trotted all the way up to the upper cave. Brother! Brother! Someone is coming in. Person? What person? Li Yu used the authority of the library and looked towards the bloody corridor on the first floor. Feeling happy. It's a jackal. Chapter 188. Hit you once when I see you. The jackal family also came to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. Li Yu invoked the authority of the library and immediately saw a man in a cloak sneaking around in the bloody corridor. Looking around, the hood stretched long on the ground. A bit like a slave scholar, a bit like a priest, and a bit like a corpse collector, but Li Yu knew that it was a jackal trickster, a monster that could imitate other people's voices. As for the head, face, hands and feet of this con man, they are all made of simple stitching of human skin, which is incomparable with master's craftsmanship. It may also be that he deliberately created this dissimilar effect to numb the brain. Perception? Playing disguise in front of the Devil's Illustrated book? Li Yu was happy. Great. Dandan and Ying heard that it was a jackal, and jumped up together. Dan took Ying, and Ying swung egg, and ran towards the first bloody corridor. Brother, are you going to get on the fatal trap? Lulu and Fei also jumped high. The bloody corridor has not been put into actual combat since it was built, and the minis have long wanted to overwhelm the city with something. Wait! Don't move! Li Yu signaled Dandan and Ying to stop, while stopping Lulu Fei from using the bloody corridor. Fortunately, Minnie and the brain spirits were not allowed to move freely, and no more information was given to the jackal deceiver for the time being. Why don't you kill him? The guardians on the left and right of the library, and the two sons of devils didn't understand very well if an enemy comes to their home lair. Shouldn't they suppress it with blood? Killing is easy. But what good will killing him do to us? Li Yu distorted the original meaning of Skalric's action, twirling his fingers near his temples twice, indicating to the little guys to think for themselves. He is not just an intruder, but our messenger. Li Yu chuckled. Then what should we do? Several monsters looked at each other, not quite understanding what Li Yu was talking about. Of course, it was his demon cocoon that showed weakness to the enemy, and made the jackal family let down their guard. Li Yu had an idea and sent thoughts to Dandan Ying and Lulu Fei at the same time, imagining a big drama. In the play, Li Yu will play Bitterberg, and the other two devil sons will play their true roles. Lulu and Fei are still the guardians of the library. After telling the script, each of the four monsters had their own reactions. That's it? Okay. Although Lulu didn't quite understand what Li Yu meant, she would still follow her brother's prompts. It's fun. Dandan was very satisfied with his role this time. Ying remained silent and went through the process, silently learning from Li Yu what it means to never tire of deceit. Don't hurt her. Fei was not sure about the details of the performance. He stopped opposite Dandan and Ying and pointed at his little mini. You all know how to act? Then let's set off? Li Yu's idea is very simple, which is to let the jackal liar see some scenes he wants him to see, and then report it back to the spiritual jackal Manderna and the leader, completely relaxing the Knoll family's vigilance against the brain spirits. Let's go! Let's go! Dandan said impatiently, seeing that his friend's scripts were all memorized. Li Yu hurriedly put together several layers of self-healing bones on his body, and then transformed into Beelzebub, the lord of the brain spirit, and took Lulu and Fei downstairs. At this moment, the jackal trickster was walking alone on the first floor of the silent bloody corridor. He had just arrived at the guest room of the bone room, took note of this terrible room, and quietly exited. Bitterberg maybe has acquired a necromantic mutation. No wonder he has a skeleton. The jackal trickster also did his homework and found out about the changes that happened to Bitterberg during the first 3 games of the Killing Cup. So he made this assumption. The scammer was about to go deeper when he suddenly saw the wall and bone spurs squirming together, and the whole space twisted into waves. Then he saw Li Yu, who appeared in front of him in the image of Booty Berg's serious injury. Li Yu didn't have to make an appearance for himself. Add these special effects. But the first impression is very important. You need to ensure that the scammer believes that you are the master of the brain. Lulu and Fei, who were following them, were also dressed up. They were wearing skeletons, and they were quite majestic in addition to being a little shorter. The Lord of the Brain Spirit and his followers. The jackal liar was startled, frightened by the squirming wall, and forced himself to steady his body. Then he looked at Mini next to the Lord of Brains. He felt strange for no reason. These two. What kind of strange things are they? XE in the library. The loss of the Brain Spirit is huge. The Master of the Brain Spirit has activated a new follower. Is it powerful? While observing, the scammer was about to tell the fabricated reason, but was rudely interrupted by Liu. You are a jackal. Are you looking for death? Liu danced the corpses of Bokolai and Paladin, getting closer to the jackal liar in front of him. This is also a part of Liu's efforts to enhance the swindler's awareness. The rough disguise of the jackal is completely incomparable with the Devil's Illustrated book. With the power of the Brain Spirit Master, he should be able to see through it in an instant. Tell me, how do you want to die? Both Bokolai and Paladin opened their mouths, as if they wanted to eat the liar on the spot. Dirt began to fall on the walls of the bloody corridor, and a stick of bone spur and a demonic wolf tooth poked out. Lulu and Feifei also came with swords in hand. Their management careers these days have given them the authority to wield swords. The Lord of Brain Spirit is very powerful. Can he escape? Can he escape? The jackal trickster was so horrified that his legs were weak, and he almost lost the consciousness to resist. Fortunately, the sudden chaos behind him saved his life. At the end of the bloody corridor, an egg crashed, breaking Butebog's brain and breaking Liu's illusion. Under Bitterberg's body, there were the bones and the Trinity Man's head that Liu had pieced together at random. At this moment, the bones and dregs were smashed by the eggs and shadows, and fell in front of the scammer's eyes. The Lord of Brain Spirit is being son of the devil? These are the two sons of the devil. The scammer had just encountered Dandan and Ying in the Forbidden Forest the night before, and he still remembered the pursuit that night. Bitterberg, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Dandan yelled out his lines, followed by a series of attacks. Lulu and Feifei, who were beside Liu, also blocked the attack with their swords, but they were both thrown into the guest room of the Bone Room, and their combat power was extremely low. The followers of the Lord of Brain Spirit are vulnerable. The scammer finally regained some consciousness and retreated quickly while Bitterberg and the son of the devil were fighting. The bone spurs falling from the creeping wall could not cause any harm to the eggs and shadows. The bloody corridor was quickly destroyed by the son of the devil. They fought until the ground was in ruins. There was even sticky liquid slapping on the face and back of the scammer. With a fishy smell, it was the mucus dropped by the octopus's tentacles. Bitterberg was beaten by the son of the devil in the library until his brains flowed out. He needs to go back and report to the boss. The liar rabbit fled towards the entrance of the library, just in time to hear Dandan curse the last sentence. Bitterberg, if you dare to come out again, we will beat you every time we see you. Although our family was beaten, the Master of the Brain Spirit was beaten even worse. The jackal liar fled from the library without looking back, just thinking about reporting this to the boss as soon as possible. When the dust settled, Dandan and Ying stopped and rubbed their bones. It's fun, brother. Let's control us to fly again. Lulu and Feifei ran out of the Bone Room's reception room, trying to get Liu to lift him up again. Liu held up the left and right guardians and started playing in the sky. How did I perform? The ball was hammered to perfection, but it didn't hit the Trinity Man's skull at all. Ying ensured that Liu's body was not shaken by any shock. It's okay. The lines are a bit exaggerated, Liu commented lightly. It's a pity that the jackal ran too fast. Otherwise he could have performed for a while longer. Dandan was indeed not satisfied yet. Just in time. You're all here. Let's go out and have a look. And find a helper by the way. Liu assured that the performance was achieved, and he was in a good mood. So he happened to pay a visit to Galric on the way. As everyone knows, the skeleton knight saw the little noise coming and going, and this time there was a knoll. But he still showed no urgency, as if he had calculated that Squoric would come to him. You are finally here. Galric bowed his head directly under the bone sword. Like a real knight. 2 days earlier than I expected. Chapter 189. The Great Lord Squoric. Liu still remembered that the last time he met Galric, the skeleton knight did not dare to rashly contact Squoric. The answer analyzed by the Devil's Illustrated book is this: the holder of the bone sword belongs to all skeletons. Master, if you contact them rashly, you may become a slave. I didn't dare to contact you at that time, so why do I dare to do so now? Are you waiting for me? Liu asked in return, but his mind went to the corridor of confusion. and found that there was no trace of the jackal trickster, who had fled quickly enough. "I've been waiting for half a full moon." Galaric lowered his head and replied. "The wielder of the bone sword, the great Lord Skorek." Of course, Liu was also listening to Galaric's voice. Hearing Galaric praise him so much, he instantly felt confident this guy's attitude seemed to have changed. "What's going on? Now you've waited." Liu was not sure whether Skorek and Galaric were familiar with each other, and he left some room for words. The gnolls were driven away. Bones were sent to the Devil's Kitchen in an endless stream. "I thought Lord Skorek was enslaved by the Lord of Brains. Now it seems not. He can even break the seal restrictions on combat training. Free entry and exit." Galaric thought a lot in an instant, and Liu became more and more confident the more he listened. It turned out that this skeleton knight did not dare to enter the library before, because he was afraid that his master would be enslaved by the master of the brain and spirit, and he would also become a slave. At this moment, Liu was wearing an uninhibited skinny trendy man, and with Dandan and Inging beside him. It was not difficult for Galaric to see that the demon son of the skeleton clan was already in the library, and even in the closed battle. In training, they all have a certain status. Then, Liu suddenly realized that he had been a little too cautious before. Fearing that his identity would be revealed, the bone sword clearly carries the virtual power of the skeleton clan, and facing it is equivalent to facing the skeleton king. Why does the skeleton king have to explain anything? Aren't you allowed to do whatever you want within the scope of the ethnic group? Besides skeleton king Lidric, who dares to ask me for an explanation? Thinking of this, Liu finally let go of the situation and sat on the egg carelessly, which deepened the admiration in Galaric's heart. But the skeleton knight dared to ask Liu for an explanation. "I observed that you participated in the third game of the Killing Cup, and your bones were all sent to the Devil's Kitchen." Galaric also said half of what he said, but his inner thoughts were clearly visible to Liu. "How did you do it? Are you dealing with the Devil's Kitchen? Are you also dealing with the Lord of the Brain?" Galaric's knowledge was limited, and he had many questions in his heart, and he was not very happy to ask them. With the bone sword in hand, Liu was in a good mood and boldly made it up, not really making it up. "I have a cooperative relationship with the Master of Brain Spirit, and the bones sent to the Devil's Kitchen are transactions with the chef." Liu explained the abnormal changes in the library in one sentence, and also explained the whereabouts of the self-healing bones. Liu did not hide the relationship between the library and skeletons. The Killing Cup was covered with bones on Bitterberg. Little Noisy was causing trouble in the corridor of confusion, and the library was constantly being transported to the Devil's Kitchen with self-healing bones. Even a fool can guess that the skeleton clan and the library are cooperating, and it is almost open to the public. The only thing that needs to be kept secret is the authority of the library. It is not yet certain that Galaric is completely trustworthy, and Liu also wants to use Bitterberg as a shield, and Skorek as a second-level identity. In this way, Liu can control everything behind his back with confidence, and has a huge buffer. Thinking about it, Liu also complained he didn't expect that Skorek, who was originally used to participate in closed combat training, this identity would survive for so long. Maybe he really has the potential to become the next skeleton king? Then what? Liu continued to ask Galaric. "I find it quite convenient. Just ask this question repeatedly, and the skeleton knight will automatically answer it in his mind. Your cooperation with the Lord of the Brain Spirit went very smoothly, and you cooperated with the Devil's Kitchen. What are you going to do in the library next?" Galaric's unexpected words caught Liu off guard and made Liu's brain buzz. "I want to ask your excellency, the day when the 13th library was opened, has it finally arrived?" Galaric asked a bombshell question. Liu suddenly understood and connected the two skeletons' movements in an instant. When he first met Skorek, wasn't this guy playing the Song of Withering at the door of the 13th library? At that time, Liu thought it was the promotion ceremony of the skeleton clan. Now it seems that it is not that simple. Maybe it has something to do with opening the 13th library. As a skeleton knight, Galaric volunteered to serve the skeleton clan, so he saw Skorek in the third Killing Cup and chased him here. After chasing him, he saw the abnormality in the library. He was not sure whether the skeleton prince still retained his independent consciousness, and he believed that he was no match for the Lord of Brains. So he did not venture into the library to find out. He was waiting for the fourth game of the Killing Cup. Eric showed up on his own initiative and asked again. After restoring the behavior of Skorek and Galaric, Liu did not expect that the question of the 13th library that he had put aside for a long time might find the answer here. "Then tell me what you know. The 13th library." Liu spread his hands and scratched his head. "My head has been filled with too much chaos recently." Sure enough, Lord Scorik, his bones, his hair, has he advanced? Or has he mutated? Galaric figured out the reason for Li Yu's forgetfulness. He was not sure which one it was. So Li Yu didn't need to say more. I only know that, among the skeleton clan, there is a very special being. Only with his approval can one be qualified to become the skeleton king. Galaric's answer was consistent with what he thought. And release with him. The skeleton clan will rise again. Reshape the new order of Demon King City. And even become the skeleton king who is crowned the city lord. It's in Library 13. Li Yu could feel the fanatical emotion in Galaric's heart if he hadn't learned from Nate Meyer that Ledric was sleeping in Dreamland. Li Yu would have even doubted the man in the 13th library. It's the skeleton king himself. Library 13. Li Yu understood what Galaric meant. And thought to himself that fortunately he never played the Song of Withering again. And quietly put aside the Library 13, the question, what does the rise of the skeleton clan have to do with me? If there were some treasures inside that could be exchanged for money, Li Yu thought it was worthwhile to try opening them. Now, of course, they are still shelved to avoid releasing anything extraordinary. Things have their own priorities. And I have my own sense of proportion. Li Yu said perfunctorily. When I have my hands free, I will make a plan. Concerning closed battle training, the killing cup, the deal in the devil's kitchen, the mutation, there are too many things that Mr. Scorik needs to worry about. Wait a minute. Could it be that Lord Scorik is stealing the authority of the library? Galaric thought like this, and then stood in awe. He only had the fictitious power of the skeleton clan. And he had already made up the idea of a library. Yes, Bitterberg is injured. It's a good time to use her power. Is there anything I can do for you? Galaric was completely impressed by Li Yu, and was ready to dedicate his service. Yes. Li Yu knew that Galaric would take the initiative to ask. At this time, he finally had the opportunity to straighten his sword. In the 4th game of the Killing Cup, we are about to fight side by side with Brain Spirit. You can play for me. Li Yu hadn't even mentioned the specific needs. But Galaric had already begun to fight. The whole family of gnolls must be killed. Gnolls are not suitable as mounts. Chapter 190. It might be different when riding. In terms of killing the whole family, Li Yu did not expect that Galaric and himself had quite a common language. Wait a minute. May I ask, will there be Bitterberg on the battlefield? After all, he is a skeleton knight. Galaric thought about the battle situation, and quickly found the biggest problem. Who will command this battle? Don't let the filthy thoughts in your brain tarnish my will. Theoretically speaking, as a gladiator on the side of the library, he must obey the command of the master of the brain and spirit. Galaric has some opinions on this. Of course there will be. But don't worry. The brain spirits will all obey my command. Li Yu said lightly. The same goes for the sons of devil. Son of the devil? Galaric looked at Dandon in shadow, feeling horrified in his heart. The protagonist of this battle seems to be brain spirit. But it's actually us. Li Yu continued to refresh Galaric's knowledge. You, brain spirit, son of the devil, Borg, will all accept my rule. I am willing to die for you. Galaric was completely convinced. I will cut down all the thorns in front of you, train a powerful skeleton army, and dye the world red. Li Yu mentioned the knightly etiquette mentioned in the scholar's collection, and tapped Galaric's shoulder with the tip of his sword. Suddenly he felt that it was really convenient to have authority with the authority of the library. He could control the mind. The virtual power of the skeleton clan can make high-level demons work for them. If this is the case, wouldn't his subordinates be as powerful as a cloud in the future? If Galaric is really so loyal, and can be used in a big way, maybe some new uses can be developed. In tomorrow night's battle, your position is like this. Li Yuxian explained the tactics to Galaric, focusing mainly on the situation after the death of the spiritual jackal, and asked Galaric to hit the jackal with his attack. As for the leader, killing him is the best option. Can you do it? Li Yu asked Galaric. I will try my best. Galaric's expression was normal, and he did not react too much. He just secretly shook the big sword in his hand. Of course, he knew that the jackal family was the second largest family in the Forbidden Forest, so he would not easily smash by himself. The leader of the gnolls may ride differently. Humility is the virtue of the skeleton knight, and riding is the destination of the skeleton knight. Besides fighting and riding, do you have experience in leading an army? Li Yu heard Galaric's voice just now, and suddenly remembered that there was a group of swordsmen many in the library. If they could train with the skeleton knights, maybe you won't spend all your time doing nothing but hacking away at it? Although the minis have high swordsmanship, they still need to improve their tactical skills. In addition, there is also an introduction to the habits of the skeleton knight. And Liu is very interested. He is familiar with the habits and raising methods of various mythical creatures, is loyal to his master, and has been looking for the perfect mount all his life. Liu felt that these potential abilities would be of great benefit to the future development of the library. As long as you give me enough corpses, I can build a powerful cavalry army for you. Galaric bowed his head and said, I have also participated in the Demon Expeditionary Army, and I have some understanding of various military formations and tactics. Let's not talk about raising mythical creatures. Lord Squoric may not like it. Okay, I get it. Liu sighed talent, thinking that if Galaric is taken under his command in the future, he will have less to worry about in terms of building an army. Of course, these are all things after Galaric passed the first test. If the task was not completed in the Colosseum, Liu would not give him a chance to continue to shine. No need to be nervous. I am very optimistic about you. After some exchanges, Liu became much closer to Galaric. He also relaxed a little while talking. Seeing Liu relax, Galaric finally stood up and asked a question he had been waiting for a long time. Your hairstyle. Oh, close combat training will change a devil. Liu scratched the octopus's tentacles, pretending to be profound, and at the same time paving the way for the future if he wants to retain Scaric's identity. Use close combat training to explain his personality changes is the best choice. Mutation, promotion, whatever you want to explain. The most handsome man in the skeleton clan actually has tentacle hair. It turns out that this is the real devil. Not obsessed with appearance. Maybe when I look for a mount in the future, I shouldn't judge based on appearance. Liu also just learned that the skeleton clan regarded baldness as a beauty, and thought that they might not have much choice. At the same time, he admired Galaric's well-behavedness. Very good. Lord Squoric, if the jackal comes to investigate again, will I help you deal with it? Galaric has surrendered and really wants to help Liu. No need. Liu waved his hand and stood up to leave. Before the battle begins, hide your fangs to paralyze the enemy. A very correct decision. Galaric expressed his approval of Liu's tactics. Okay. See you tomorrow night. Liu did not invite Galaric into the library. The next step was to adjust and prepare to win the 4th game of the Killing Cup. And there was no time to entertain him. Besides, Galaric has yet to prove his worth. Tomorrow night is my test. The test of whether I can serve the future Skeleton King. Galaric has the self-awareness of a Skeleton Knight, which Liu appreciates even more. Hey, friend. I've been waiting for a long time. When Liu was communicating with Galaric, Dandan and Ying were watching. Seeing that Liu was about to leave, they finally couldn't help it anymore. Hit me, Dandan said to Galaric. Yeah. Liu nodded to Galaric. Now that he has accomplished the purpose of showing off the 2 devil sons, it would be a good idea to find something for Dandan to do. So in front of the library door, the skeleton knight waved his 8-sided stick, hammering his balls with a clanging sound, and also scared away several gnolls who came to check the situation of the library. They even suspected that Butibog had been beaten to death by 2 demon sons, and these 2 evil guys were already preparing to fight outside the library. After telling Dandan and Ying not to run around, Liu returned to the library and silently calculated the current situation, the inventory in the warehouse. Redcoat's follow-up, the chef's stomach, the appraisal of my the jackal information about the family. Everything is ready. Just waiting for harvest tomorrow night. At the same time, in the moonlit Demon King's castle, the laboratory and the Forbidden Forest each received a letter. The signature of the letter was still a fly, indicating that it was from Okabuki, the king of the Colosseum. Ha! The gambling devil agreed. In the research room, behind the wooden door engraved with Wangxiangua, a red-haired female magician opened the letter and jumped up and down. He will give Wangxiangua a box. We can go and see it. It's the Killing Cup. Winnie, I told you. This is an opportunity to learn. It's not as simple as you think. In the air behind the red-haired Winnie, an image of an old magician with a wrinkled face was projected. If Liu were present, he would be scared to death. Because Liu, the old magician, had seen it before and even played it before it was Bitterberg's imagination. The twitching old magician. Sharfaz. I know. Let's learn how to fight after the fusion of brain, spirit, and skeleton, and see if there is any possibility of further experiments. Winnie was excited. If our experimental needs can be met, we will start a war with the library. Zalphus floated behind Winnie leisurely. Or we can cooperate. You have the final say. Wei and I covered her empty heart, suddenly feeling filled with happiness. As for the letter in the Forbidden Forest, only Demon Wolf King Phintius has the right to unseal it. Scene 4. You go and have a look. After reading the letter, a huge wolf claw stretched out from the shadows of the forest and clicked on a lazy wolf basking in the moon. Ouch. Little Wolf flicked his ears. By the way, I'm negotiating with Bitterberg, asking that the full moon's Killing Cup final be played by the demon wolf. Blood veins burst out from the wolf's claws. Ouch, the little wolf finally got a little interested and looked up at the moon, when the moon was missing only a small corner. On the eve of the fourth full moon in the year 299 of the Kylie calendar, the fourth game of the Killing Cup was held as scheduled. The Brain Spirit family from the library versus the Jackal family from the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 191. Don't be so wimpy. The Red Hour is coming. And the Brain Spirit parades. The monsters in the library were divided into 3 groups by Liu. The first group was of course the Brain Spirit Brigade, with Ujibuji's invitation. No blind demon dared to embarrass the Brain Spirit in front of the Killing Cup. So even Liu restored his Brain Spirit appearance, floating on the moonlight path, basking in the moonlight, determined the battle situation. The second group is Dandan, Shadow, Redcoat and Galaric. The 4 demons move together and go to the Soul Gate of the Colosseum, waiting to enter with Brain Spirit. Before the actual battle started, Liu did not intend to give the Jackal family any chance to understand his own lineup. Even the 4 monsters in the second group had to get into the Shadow space after arriving, and Liu would pick up Dandan and Shadow. Shadow goes in. As for the third group, it is the fun group. It is led by Brother Pi, accompanied by the Guardians on the left and right. They sneak into the Colosseum in a low-key manner to look for desserts. And then Brother Pi brings them back with his own stomach bag as Minnie staying in the library. Takeaway for Minnie's. The Demon Chef has a high status in the Demon King's city, so there will be no mistakes. Those who have the leisure to tease the Minis are low-level demons. And they don't even need Brother Pi. With the sword skills of the Guardians, Lulu and Fei Fei can totally do it himself. Of course, Liu didn't let Lulu and Fei Fei bring self-healing bones to show off, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. So the swords on the 2 little guys were snatched from the skeletons in the confusion corridor. Finally, Liu did not forget to look after the house in the 4th game of the Killing Cup. Diamond Binbin, Mai, Nate Meyer and others also came to the Colosseum. There were no powerful demons in the library, and Liu not wanting to rely solely on the Minis' gillnets and traps to defend themselves against the enemy, they simply used the authority of the library to close the bloody corridors on the lower and middle floors. If there is an intruder, he will only see thick soil and bone spurs, as well as countless demon wolf fangs in the soil when he enters the door, while the Minis are all staying in the bathtub to take a bath, waiting for the Colosseum's limited edition ice cream to be delivered. This is Liu's arrangement tonight. All just to wipe out the Jackal family and win enough wealth to squander it in the Devil's Market. Don't be so sluggish. You are the master of Brain Spirit. Be more confident. Liu encouraged the trembling Bitterberg Min. Hua. Yeah. Even Brain Spirit with low qualifications, they were all in high spirits. Except Butibog, who always stopped and wanted to go back to the library. Liu also understood, except for Bitterberg. Most of the Brain Spirits had taken turns as Little Noisy, and already had some understanding of the world in the Demon King city. So they were not afraid. Think about the last time we walked this road. This time you even have many companions. Of course, Liu cannot use the soul contract to distract Buddy Borg forever. You have to learn to be independent. But, I'm so cold. Bitterberg was shivering in the wind of the Moonlight Trail. Whenever he thought of killing seed butterflies, he felt less secure than the heavy armored man last time. It doesn't matter. Just wait until you put on the SHL. Don't be afraid. Seeing that Butibog always wanted to escape, Liu had no choice but to order Hua and Yaya to carry the master of the brain and soul away. It looked like he was serving. These 2 brain spirits have not yet completed soaking in their respective sensors, but they have good tactical skills. They are already at the level of Formation Eyes in the Killing Seed Butterfly formation. They each drive a small formation and faithfully execute Liu's actions. Layout. Feeling the fighting spirit in the thoughts of the brain spirits, Liu had no doubt that they could make a stunning appearance in the Killing Cup when they first traveled through time. 15 brain spirits were almost killed by a demon ranked 300 years away. The past where the wolf warriors were wiped out no longer exists. This is a battle to turn the library around. We must let the demons in the Demon King city know that the brain spirits are not easy to mess with. A group of brains are floating like this, amidst the rustling sound of the moonlight path, under the gaze of countless eyes in the darkness. Go to the Colosseum. Our friends, why are they here so slowly? In the rubbish pile, at the corner next to the Soul Gate, behind a dilapidated box. Dandin, Shadow, Redcoat, and Galaric were waiting. You are friends? Redcoat has heard this word from Dandin more than once, and is not sure what it means. These three sons of demons hang out together every day, just because they are friends? The Red-Robe Priests only form groups in certain specific battles, such as the Siege Beast battle formation in the Blood River. On weekdays, the Red-Robe Priests walk alone, and it is difficult to understand the meaning of friends. I've wanted to ask for a long time. We are friends after fighting side by side, Inging explained. After this fight, we may become friends. This is my honor. Galaric bowed his head deeply, but what he was thinking in his heart was, I have never had the chance to fight side by side with Lord Skorek. I am very grateful to him for giving me the opportunity. Then you and I are already friends? Redcoat pointed at the shadow on the ground. We once fought side by side in the River of Blood. That doesn't count. Inging shook his head, demonstrating his status as the first friend. We have to help each other and be recognized by each other before we can be considered friends. We were competitors in Blood River, and I helped after we came out. Skeleton also helped me. So I am. But you are not. Oh, I know there are many rituals that can only be completed by sacrificing friends. Do you want to teach you? Redcoat had no choice but to use his special skills. Then why don't you try to sacrifice me? Dandin became more energetic after hearing this. I can be friends with you. Anyway, Dandin is friends with everyone. Next time. Redcoat was under contract and could not interfere with Liyu's established tactics. And of course, he would not sacrifice an egg before the battle. While they were messing around, the Brain Spirit team also marched over among the Beholder and other onlookers, bringing a lot of booze and curses. Today all your bones will be eaten by jackals. Suffer death. Brain Spirit. Which one is the master of Brain Spirit? They all look weak. Is it bad to be weak? Sure. Go and place your bet. The little shrimps will never learn in their minds. Booty Borg will still put on a heavily armored man in this scene. And then, he will not be able to escape the fate of being eaten up by the jackals. Dandin and Inging knew what was going on, and they naturally had no reaction when they saw the weak Beautyberg. The remaining reactions of Redcoat and Galaric were different. Of course, the Skeleton Knight believed that this was also a part of paralyzing the enemy, and secretly admired the acting skills of the Lord of the Brains, but also wondered where Lord Skorek was. Redcoat did not even know which one was the Lord of the Brains. Lord, I didn't get any results from my divination, so there were question marks all over my head. Liu sent a message to the Brain Spirits not to care, and continued to implement his policy of showing weakness to the enemy. Going around the corner to pick up Dandin and the others, Shadow put Redcoat and Galaric into the shadow space, and joined the library family's action array. Under Liu's control, the Brain Spirits formed an S-shape and a B-shape, taking turns to cover the egg, and arrived at the door of the soul. The armor is still the same armor, and there is still the two swords emblem of the Colosseum on the door. But this time Liu seems to have a completely different feeling. The emblem represents authority, and he doesn't know when there will be fighting beasts in the library. This kind of status maybe start today. Liu had reported to Ijibuji a long time ago, and the armor did not stop him. The group of demons entered the Soul Gate as they wished and became participants in the Killing Cup tonight. After passing through the door, under the guidance of Beautyberg, the Zangshuku family floated towards the players' lounge, passing by the body collector and the backup gladiators raised in the Colosseum. The Zangshuku family came to a fork in the road. On one side is the lounge of the Brain Spirits, and on the other side is the lounge of the Jackal family. At the fork in the road, there is an armor, watching the team of Brain Spirits. Malicious plus 444. Chapter 192. Kill his whole family. Liu thought for a moment, and discovered that the armor was none other than Messina, the Jackal Swindler. Can you even make armor skin? Liu wants to get the weird skin dropped by Massa even more. Liu didn't try too hard to listen to the voice of the Jackal Liar. The success rate of the Wolf Hunter's action prediction is 80%, which is lower than that of the Magic Wolf Warrior. The Liar's is even more difficult, only around 40%. Basically only words like kill and eat were heard. Library family, please pass this way. Master also imitated the sound of the armor's urn, but his voice was lower, as if he was afraid that other armors would hear it. Crippled before the war, Liu was surprised. He didn't expect that the Jackal family had such an arrangement. Apparently, the lounge that Master pointed out was the Jackal's lounge. Did he want to start a fight in the lounge? No. That would not be a way to demonstrate the power of the library. Of course Liu wanted to refuse. So he stepped out of the queue with Booty Bog in his arms, and sent a message to all the armors in the corridor. I am changing the rest room before the opening. The master of my mind does not accept this arrangement. The armors on the corridor moved together, and looked at the fork in the road. As the Lord of the Brain Spirit wishes. The liar's disguised armor did not persist, and turned his arms, as if nothing had happened. Only Liu understood Master's general intention from his intermittent voice. He was just testing the Mind Master Beautybug, to see if it had the ability to see through the disguise of weird skin. On the battlefield, this liar thought he could appear in any form. But little did he know that Liu and Ying had already locked onto him, and even arranged who would kill him. After a short interlude, the brain spirits lined up sentences such as the jackal will kill the whole family, and the brain spirit will win in the devil's common language. While guarding the eggs, they all rushed to the lounge belonging to the library. Master contributed malice, and an unstoppable sneer in his heart. Very good. If you think so. Liu fell at the end of the team. Seeing that the armor had closed the door tightly, he felt relieved and pierced the skull of an uninhibited skinny hipster. First the preliminary preparation was enough. And then came the real sword. A real gun. One shot to kill. Seeing the iron fence of the thorn flower again, the feeling of revisiting the old place filled Liu's mind. He thought it was a dream the last time he came here. But this time it was a dream. Shadow released Redcoat and Galaric, while Liu threw out 62 pairs of killing seed butterflies armed brain spirits, and also firmly locked the balls inside. Okay. Let's get ready. And remember what you have to do, especially you two. Liu opened a crack and pointed at Redcoat and Galaric. It turns out that Master Skorik's soul is lodged in the skull. Only the most powerful skeleton dares to lodge his soul in the skull. I want to learn from him. After searching for a long time, Galaric finally found Liu's location, and his inner admiration was beyond words. Redcoat just nodded without saying much, and began to take out the materials one by one from his sleeves to prepare for the ceremony. I know. When is the fight going to start? Quick! Let me hammer them to death. The particles of the balls hit the wings of Killing Seed Butterfly from the inside. Especially the one with the mace. Dandan couldn't tell whether he wanted to be beaten or beaten. He just felt that the time in the Forbidden Forest was restrained and not satisfying. Can I use Lamont's sacred object? Ying poked his head out and made a whip shape. Yes. Yes. I can fight you as hard as you want. As long as you kill the old jackal. You can fight freely. All of Liu's plans revolve around the extension of the Stick of Deception. For the follow-up, there are not many restrictions on the battle situation. In this battle, we must bring out the spirit of our library. In the first round, kill the whole family of Knowles. Kill his whole family. In the stands, in the VIP area, a little wolf chose a place where the moonlight was the brightest. Killed all the noisy demons and fly demons around him. Licked the blood and mucus on the wolf's fur, and quietly basked in the moonlight. Not far away, the armors of the Colosseum had to run to maintain order, building walls with their bodies, and enclosing a square area for the little wolf to watch the battle. What's annoying is that the little wolf will change positions as the moonlight changes. And the armors are like pigeons leaving a small moving room in the stands to chase the moonlight. Wolf cub, you are so cute. If you like to be alone so much, why don't you learn from us and ask for a private room from the gambling devil? The private room in the VIP area was hung with the emblem of everything flower. And Winnie used magic to barrier. Looking at the little wolf in the stands leisurely, said quietly to Zalphus beside him. That's different. Ajabuki's inside information said that the library will win. If they really kill the jackal family, then as the #1 family in the Forbidden Forest, the demon wolf needs to show its power. Sharfasi completely understood Xiaolong's intention. Otherwise it might arouse the covetousness of other demons. Who is it? We don't want to open a research laboratory in the forest. Do we? Winnie covered her empty heart. For example, the Maw of the Abyss. It's not been 100 or 200 years since they wanted to take over the Forbidden Forest. Sharfaz sighed. Hey, it's not that troublesome. Aren't we going to propose to the city lord tomorrow to open the city? Winnie looked disdainful. When the war breaks out with the Tarth Empire, how will the Abyss Mouth care about who owns the Forbidden Forest? The entire demon expeditionary force belongs to their abyss. The matter of opening the city, it's still uncertain. With so many lords of authority, who knows how they will give their words? Zaerfas was obviously worried. He rubbed his face, and accidentally rubbed off a piece of bloody skin. And I doubt that the new city lord will listen to any opinions. He has his own ideas. New city lord? Aren't there already many powerful lords who are ready to take action? Are you just waiting to see what the City Lord's recovery will look like tomorrow? Winnie chuckled, as if she was watching a show. Isn't Ajibuji just won? I heard that he is planning to let Finchwas play in the finals tomorrow. It's not that simple. The Killing Cup, which involves the life and death of the Lord of Authority, needs the approval of the City Lord before it can be carried out. I guess there is a high probability that the decisive battle tomorrow night will be fought by wolf cubs. Zyrfus looked at it. Little wolf in the stands. And we may be able to get a glimpse of the City Lord's attitude from tomorrow's arrangements. You think so much that you age so quickly. Winnie turned around and pressed Sharfus's face. What does this have to do with our laboratory? We only need to look at the brain spirits. Wouldn't it be better to decide whether to go to war or cooperate based on your performance? It can't be said so absolutely. Zalfas is a rigorous old magician. If the City Lord decides to return the Demon King City to reality, we won't need to start a war with the library. I know, when we return to reality, we can go to humans to obtain experimental materials on our own. Right. Winnie actually found the library interesting. Well, relying solely on the rations from the treasury is totally not enough. Sharfa's eyes followed Ajibuki's jump and turned to the center of the Colosseum. It's starting. The results will be available in the next 2 days. I hope can meet our needs. Amid Okabuki's shouts, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the library family and the jackal family appeared on stage. Is this the brain spirit of his cocoon? Is this the family of jackals from his cocoon? The audience cheered in a group and shouted for refund as usual. Chapter 193, Deceiving Ajibuji. Fortunately for Now Ling, although he was dressed in killing sea butterflies, at least it looked like bones. It was the same as the previous heavy armored man, except that there were 2 more demons in the library array. What happened? Thing? One is a red-robed priest, and the other is a skeleton. The library is looking for help. Where did you borrow this red-robed priest from? Some well-informed people could not help but think of the closed battle training in the library, and screamed son of the devil. Liu even suspected that they were too far apart and mistakenly thought Galaric was the skeleton prince. Liu's lineup of 62 bone sh. LS paired with red-robed priests and skeleton knights caused dissatisfaction. The situation with the jackal family was even more strange. There were only 3 or 5 jackals standing on the stage, which seemed to belong to hunters. It seems that the rest include minotaurs, humans, wild boars, and even geckos. They are all standing densely on the opposite side. They don't look like they are here to participate in a competition, but like they have moved a zoo here. In terms of number, the jackal family was not the original number of 101. Liu roughly perceived that there were at least 200 living bodies. As expected, the jackal family also found additional helpers to join the battle, and also found quite a few. However, after sensing it, Liu discovered that no matter how many different types of monsters he faced, in reality, most of them were still jackal hunters and jackal tricksters, but they were just covered in various skins. Liu even analyzed a No. 154 Tauren warrior, which made him want to laugh. The pattern is not big enough. They were also looking for helpers. What Liu found were all sons of devils. At worst, they were mutated skeleton knights, who could also breed. What about the jackal family? We could only find some loose monsters in the Forbidden Forest that usually don't match up well with the demonic wolf clan. The good news is that Redcott's ritual is not afraid of not being enough. Liu was not sure whether the change in the number of the jackal family was due to Ajibuji's permission or the effect of the Staff of Deception. Before the battle started, Liu looked for the brightest star among the jackals, looking for Mandina, the spiritual knoll who holds the Staff of Deception. The Devil's Manual quickly located Mandina. But when Liu used his mind to perceive the enemy, he discovered subtle differences. The 200 enemies on the opposite side, in addition to being changed by various skins, their appearance and apart from his body shape, his own aura seems to be covered up by walking to a certain extent. It is so foggy that it is difficult to judge the strength through the fluctuation of magic power. Arrangements for the perception of the brain and spirit? Liu thought about the key point for a while. The jackal family laid a layer of fog around the body based on the way the brain perceives things. This must not be the magic that the jackal lyre can cast. Liu also guessed that it was Mandina's arrangement. Fortunately, he had the Devil's Illustrated Book. The jackal had no way to escape under the Devil's Illustrated Book. Liu turned to the brain spirit and the son of the devil. They and Galaric sent messages. Each locked their targets, and only waited for Okabuki to declare war. The monsters in the audience booed, but Ajibuki stood in the field with a smile. A large amount of bets have been pocketed. and the reveal of the real battle lineups of both sides will not have much impact on the income. And no more bets will be placed on the library to win. Guests of the Coliseum friends. Ajibuki began to heat up the atmosphere again, and the audience's attention was really focused on the two sides on the battlefield, thinking about who would win and who would lose. On the surface, it seems that the library family is in a menacing manner, and the Jackal family has no idea what kind of monster they have sent out. But Winnie, Sharfaz and Little Wolf can all roughly tell something beyond comprehension is happening inside the venue. That's Redcoat? Winnie and Shalfaz noticed the red-robed priest together. Then one laughed and the other fell silent. Ha 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 ha, Biddeborg. He actually asked the son of the devil for help. Winnie laughed so hard that she moved her eyes to the skeleton directly in front of the bone SHL. Thoughtfully. This is not the same as that one. But a subordinate? Teacher. Now your expectations can be met. We can see the battle of the devil's sons this time. Winnie soon discovered that the bone SHLs had the same origin as Skorik, who had destroyed the heart of purgatory. Maybe the bone was hidden inside the SHL? I'm not as optimistic as you. The real Sharfaz has never seen Skorik, and has only seen the appearance of the red-robed priest. So he is not very sure. The red-robed priest has a ritual that requires the sacrifice of a large number of souls. So maybe he won't really join the battle this time. It's just a deal between the Lord of the Brain and the Son of the Devil. Then I have a question. Winnie raised her hand. If the library is cooperating with the Son of the Devil, do we, the Vientiane Flower, still have to go to war with him? Of course not. Sharfaz glanced at Winnie meaningfully. Disciple, do you know something? Didn't you tell me? Hee. That's the secret in my disciple's heart. Winnie couldn't help but stare at the bones, looking forward to seeing that majestic skeleton and learning the whereabouts of her heart. And just when Winnie was communicating with Shalfaz, different boos suddenly sounded from the stands. Hey cheating. Why did the fight start? Are you blind? Ajibuki. The Jackal family is taking action. Shh, don't tell him. Ajibuki was still introducing the players and exaggerating the atmosphere. But a sudden change occurred and the Colosseum trees grew on the wasteland, and the forest was filled with insects. It was as if the Knoll family had moved the forbidden forest into the arena. Fool. Liu only had time to read this. And the situation on the field was turned upside down. The various animals also moved on their own, hiding in the woods and shrubs, testing the formation of the brain spirit side. They actually made moves before Okabuji started to fight. But Okabuji turned a blind eye and teased the audience, as if he couldn't see the changes in the field. Liu was also surprised the Jackal family are creating a battlefield more suitable for jackals. Although in Liu's first show at the Colosseum, the demon wolf Findies also made a move before the war started. But Ajibuki also responded decisively and left the field at that time. Why did he seem to be completely invisible this time? Deception. Mandina is deceiving Okabuki? It was enough to hide it from Ajibuki. Like Liu, the audience in the stands could see the changes in the field and suddenly fell into a boil kill. Kill now Ling. This time Booty Borg is dead. Ajibuki heard the audience's reaction, but still ignored the Jackal family and interacted enthusiastically with the audience. It's a demonic relic. Ying also noticed something was wrong and wrote in front of Liu. Do you want to do it? Of course. Liu would not let the Jackal family get away, and immediately urged the killing sea butterflies to form a formation, preparing to destroy the forest together. But as soon as the library side made a move, Ajibuki suddenly stopped. Hey, I haven't started yet. That's not fair. Right? Ajibuki looked over the dense leaves, and the flies gathered densely. At the same time, 2 rays of ice struck the killing sea butterfly where Biddeberg was. Dozens of jackal hunters suddenly appeared from the forest and bit into the bone SHLs that protected Biddeberg. Wait, is that just the real Buddy Borg? Or is it the Buddy Borg that Mandina wants you to believe? Kill! Liu ignored Ajibuki's obstruction and made a decisive decision. Chapter 194. Stop fighting. Biddeborg is so fierce. Ajibuki announced the official start of the 4th game of the Killing Cup while bouncing into the air. Let's see, how far can the Brain Spirit family go? Ha ha. But with such a short delay, Mandina relied on the Staff of Deception to help the Jackal family get the upper hand. 2 points of ice were about to be imprinted on the wings of the killing sea butterfly, and dozens of jackals had already bitten him. Went to that sea butterfly. The venue was suddenly filled with fog, but after further perception, Liu discovered that it should be some kind of spores, coming from the mysterious fungi in the Forbidden Forest. As expected, The jackal family has made sufficient preparations. Even if they only bring some monsters in bulk, it will be enough to give them an immediate advantage if the only people participating in the fourth game of the Killing Cup are really brain spirits. They will lose it, the ability to sense the battle situation, and will become the prey of jackal hunters. The forest landscape seems to have greatly strengthened the jackal family. Their speed is faster than in the Forbidden Forest. Their arms are more powerful, and their bites are more vicious. But facing this kind of battle, Li Yu's reaction was to ignore it. For the jackals, they are still establishing their advantage in battle. But for Li Yu, the victory has come to be announced. Li Yu fully believes in the defensive capabilities of Killing Seed Butterfly, and is prepared to directly lose it. In preparation for Bitterberg, he must kill Mandina and eliminate the instability caused by the Staff of Deception. Ignoring the spores that fill the field and the attack on Butibog's bone SHL, Li Yu locked on the Devil's Illustrated book and reported that it was Mandurna's wild boar. He drove 3 groups of small formations to kill seed butterflies and flapped their wings to avoid the forest. Flying close quickly. Huh? Ujibuji returned to his seat. And it was only at this time that he discovered some problems. Why did there be such a big change on the battlefield in an instant? Where did the forest come from? Am I being deceived by something? Or am I still? Okabuki is not sure. But this does not affect his continued performance of the Killing Cup. Ha ha ha. The jackal family has moved to the Forbidden Forest. I will present the next battle to everyone. The flies in Ajibuki's body scattered, and countless compound eyes instantly covered every corner of the battlefield. The scene is projected into the air, allowing viewers to see every detail. They saw seed butterflies dancing around, vaguely chasing something. And they could also see dozens of jackal hunters appearing, led by an owl, all attacking a certain bone SHL. Is that Bitterberg? When the killing seed butterflies invaded the corner of the forest where Mandina was, and under the influence of magic power, Li Yu suddenly sensed that the bone SHL that was the target of public criticism was not the location of Bitterberg. Sure enough, it was the deception effect of Mandina. Mandina made all the brain spirits mistakenly believe that the master of the brain spirits was being attacked. What was his purpose? Is it a test? Or is it a compression of the brain spirit's formation? Li Yu was thinking about it when 2 bits of coldness penetrated the high-density self-healing bones, followed by the bites of dozens of jackal hunters. The bone SHLs were quickly broken and coated with a layer of cold ice, rattling with the sound of gnawing. Withstand it. Li Yu tested the bone SHL's defensive ability and activated 3 groups of killing seed butterflies to speed up. The first step to sealing the victory was to get close enough to Mandina. If it weren't for the Staff of Deception taking the lead, Li Yu would have cooperated with Ying to kill him. But now, Li Yu could only ask Ying to help kill Haidai faster. Of course, there would be a loss of brain and spirit, which Li Yu had already considered, but before Li Yu could relax, he suddenly discovered in his perception that the killing seed butterfly where the real Bitterberg was, in the blink of an eye, was changed to the position of the gnawed and broken bone SHL. This is a spiritual trap. Fool. Always after action. Only then could Li Yu read his thoughts from Mandurna. The mental jackal was really difficult to deal with. This level of concealment was the effect of the Staff of Deception? Li Yu gave up reading minds and focused on walking through the forest, hunted Mandina, and still paid no attention to the life and death of Bitterberg. At this moment, Li Yu also understood Mandina's true intention to find a random seed butterfly first, and then use the sensing direction of the brains in the field to locate the real Booty-Borg? He succeeded. A maze suddenly fell from the forest and hit Butibog. It was the one owned by the leader of the jackals. At the same time, on the tree in the forest, a beholder's pupils glowed, and it was about to emit petrified light. The beholder Nola Lana appears. First petrify, then smash? Not a bad tactic. As the only jackal that could not be locked in the Devil's Illustrated book, the jackal leader appeared at the perfect time. Li Yu also knew that this was his last chance. Mandina, like himself, hoped to behead the opponent's leader at once and then clean up the mess. But he didn't expect Bitaborg was not the real commander. This is also Li Yu's only advantage currently. Right now, Li Yu called out to Ying as agreed long ago. And at the same time, the death aura of the bone sword lingered in the killing seed butterfly and was ready to go. Don't fight anymore. The shadow that had been silent since the war suddenly opened up, covering every corner of the battlefield. At this moment, Ying's perception of the battle situation completely surpassed that of Li Yu, and he unfolded a map directly in front of Li Yu, leading to Mandina's map. Li Yu opened the SHL and searched according to the picture. A skull full of tentacles carried a bone sword. bypassing the traps made by the jackal hunters marked by the shadow, and went straight to Mandina. The battle situation was still for a moment, and the picture in the sky was also interrupted for a moment. When it turned on again, the audience found that the jackal family and the mood forest were both still. Shadow, so Shadow. Shadow demon. Son of the devil. This is cheating. The audience howled. But it seemed that it was too weak. After a moment of stillness, the jackal leader's mace continued to fall. Liu knew that this was happening, and had already previewed the corresponding countermeasures with Ying. Ying seemed shadows had various limitations such as strength and quantity. So Liu simply set a priority for seemed shadows with it. Class. Mandina was naturally the top priority, followed by the flying gnolls and beholder gnolls, who had the possibility of ranged attacks. As for the gnoll leader, it was likely to take up a lot of Ying's magic power. So Liu found Gala. Rick helps, stabilizing the situation while Shadow takes control of Mandurna and the gnoll family. The mace fell, but before it reached the outside of the bone SHL, it was blocked by an 8-sided stick. Glory. Galaric has developed the habit of shouting from the Demon Expeditionary Army. Boom! A loud noise exploded. The bones of Galaric's shoulder shattered under one blow, and cracks appeared on the 8-sided stick. Blocked. The petrifying light passed through the gap between Galaric's 8-sided stick and the mace. The sea butterfly's bone I was petrified. The gnoll leader raised the mace again. He believed that the next blow did not even need to be struck. Only a few tremors are needed to shatter Bitterberg's SHL. And at the same second, Liu saw the wild boar. Mandina. The wild boar's fangs trembled slightly, as if it was resisting the restraint of the shadow. The magic power was slowly released from its mane, constructing Mandina's next deception magic. In the second, the gnoll leader's mace fell again, and Galaric came forward with his stick. The powerless shadow once again relaxed its control on its Tauren, and then dozens of gnoll hunters. The hunters were preparing to surround Booty Bog, but the skin and mane of the wild boar were squirming in layers, with the potential to explode. The seam shadow was about to collapse under the huge force. Then Chant of the Dead was released in time by Liu. Countless ghosts pressed down on the wild boar's body, barely completing the restraint for the second, and the bone sword also stabbed the wild boar's nose as expected. Was he deceived? Liu wasn't sure and didn't hesitate. Hit! The bone sword burst out with death energy, and at the same time, Liu's tentacles also released wind thunder and real fire. The place where the wild boar was seemed to be hit by a huge magic cannonball, and a bright light burst out, becoming the only bright light at the moment. Roast a wild boar. Roast a dead wild boar. The aroma is permeating. Real pig aroma. Chapter 195. Even though it's late. At this moment, Liu vaguely noticed that the space of the Colosseum seemed to be shaking, and this vibration was very similar to the shattering of the upper level when he first saw the altar. Fool. Mandina indeed launched a deception, but Liu still noticed it late. In a blink of an eye, Liu saw the scene near the jackal camp, and was shocked to find that the entrance to the cave was filled with wasteland. The wasteland of the Colosseum. The real fire poured into the wasteland and cooked a real wild boar, exuding a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of Mandina's transposition deception. Liu couldn't help but guess that Mandina directly folded part of the Forbidden Forest into the Colosseum? Misunderstanding. The pattern is not small. Liu brought the Devil's Son to participate in the war, while Mandina directly moved his home court. Next, the wasteland at the entrance of the cave slightly overlapped with the forest between the fields, and the wild boar appeared. It was the spiritual gnoll Mandurna. His mane also turned into a staff of deception, and was held by the old gnoll in his hand. The old gnoll was about to break free from the shackles of the shadow. You only need to take a step back to retreat to the entrance of the jackal camp. The only good news is that the death energy of the bone sword wrapped around Mandina's thigh and was still spreading. It just suddenly stopped when Mandina took a step back to the entrance of the cave, and gradually showed signs of fading. Escape? Obviously. If Mandina withdraws from this step, the effect of the withering thorn is about to end. Next, Mandina can choose to return to the Colosseum to participate in the battle, or hide deep in the cave and not give Liu another chance. A chance to kill him. What a powerful demonic relic. Throw the eggs. Liu only had time to convey this idea to Ying. The same space was shattered, and Liu chose the same way to deal with it, just to see if Dandan could understand it. And Mandina can exchange spaces, and Ying can also send the egg to the old jackal in an instant, like the Forbidden Forest. Liu thought to himself. This is also a late arrival. Don't even think about leaving. Dandan had already experienced this once before. The Dinghai Shenzhen appeared next to Mandina, and while enduring the baptism of wind, thunder and real fire, he firmly suppressed the fragmentation of the space. Finally. Once, Liu received Mandina's thoughts immediately. Is he panicking? They are together with Bitterberg, the devil's son. Malicious plus 7,444. On the other side, the Jackal Leader's mace and Galaric's 8-sided stick intersected again. When they made an explosion, they also shattered Butibog's killing seed butterfly. The dark brown brain spirit fell out of the stone SHL, and the brain grooves twitched and fled everywhere. But the strange thing is that none of the killing seed butterflies came to the rescue. As if it was the most ordinary brain spirit. Butibog, is that Butibog? Could it be this one? Mandurna could not understand the actions of the brain spirits. Obviously all the brain spirits recognized that it was Buddy Borg. But there was no rescue. This only shows that Buddy Borg is no longer the owner of the library. And when Mandina turned his gaze to the unruly skull in front of him, he vaguely understood who was leading the battle. These were just the thoughts of the jackal in the heart between the lightning and flint. At this moment, knowing that he had chosen the wrong opponent, he could no longer do what he wanted except to save his life. I have no choice but to deceive the god of death. Even if he moved a corner of the forbidden forest to the Colosseum, Mandina could not find any helper. He could only face the sweeping death energy alone. And burst out his final power. The staff of deception flashed again. And Mandina Dana shed the jackal's skin. And his skeleton appeared in an instant, as if he had changed into a different species. But Liu's bone sword is in his hand. He immediately used his virtual authority to suppress this change, even though Liu couldn't tell who the god of death was. Bone sword knew. You chose the wrong person to deceive. Liu conveyed his message, wrapping the octopus tentacles all over his face to prevent Mandina from breaking through. At the same time, he strengthened his hand, and the bone sword penetrated the thigh of the spiritual jackal. Skeleton. Authority. Skoric. Has the brain spirit become the slave of the skeleton? Malicious plus 5,444. This was Mandina's last thought, and immediately after, the death energy spread throughout the body of the spiritual jackal, devouring and decomposing him step by step. There's no way to deceive the god of death. Huh? Liu chuckled and accepted this malice. Plus the malice of the jackal family. Kill high-level demons. According to the instructions in the Devil's Illustrated book, Mandina fully withered and gradually produced precipitates. Liu changed the angle of the tentacles on his head to expand the coverage of wind, thunder, and real fire, trying not to disturb other jackals. Dandan also took a happy bath in it, knowing that he would kill him casually next. These were just the changes that took place in the Colosseum in a short period of time. The audience only saw an egg suddenly appear in the shadow. The wild boar turned into a hunched old jackal, and then in a blaze of thunder and fire died in. After the old knoll died, the trees in the field turned into wasteland again, and a fragrant roasted wild boar was brought with him. The magic effect of the staff of deception dissipated. Liu seized the time and bited Mandina with the bone SHL. While killing him, he also wanted to pocket the staff of deception and the materials he dropped. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The human skin that Mandurna had been wearing behind him suddenly escaped from the scope of the wind and thunder, and floated towards an inconspicuous human being in the wasteland. Ying fell into silence after taking control and transferring his balls for a moment. Unable to help Liu freeze the human skin, Liu knew that it was the jackal swindler Masna. The one with the weirdo's skin dropped off. The human skin was his? What happened? At the same time, the battle finally entered a fierce and frontal stage. Galaric and the jackal leader were fighting ping pong 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 bang with bone with each other. The jackal family still believed that the dark brown brain spirit was the master of the brain spirit. There were 200 beauty bugs, and they started hunting together. The red-robed priest Redcoat had just prepared for the ceremony. At this moment, he was muttering words and walking around the field counterclockwise. The Tauren, who was released by Shadow in second place, seemed to have finally been found at this moment. The target pounced on Galaric, who was fighting fiercely with the jackal leader. The battle was in full swing, and Liu also completed the positioning of Flana, Alana and Masner. He just wanted to quickly get the human skin behind Mandina back. And by the way, he also got Masner's weird skin. Although Liu didn't understand what was going on, he was sure that these two pairs of skins were good things. For Liu, the remaining battle is not too difficult. He has been practicing the formation to kill the sea butterflies for half a month. He can achieve the maximum effect with just a few tips. On the contrary, collecting the spoils is the most important thing. Of the demonic relics and dropped materials of the jackal family must be collected. When Liu killed Mandina and started to be busy in the field, everyone in the audience finally did not need Ajibuki's live broadcast, and finally saw a blood-flowing battle as they wished the skin of the scammers was constantly being torn apart. The jackal was torn into pieces, and some bone SHLs were crumbling under the bite of the jackal, embedded in the wasteland like death. Overall, it seems that the jackals are at a disadvantage, like a group of insects lying on the wasteland, leading line after line of accusations with blood. Only one brain spirit is being chased by 20 jackals, repeatedly chasing the jackals. Humans introduce a killing zone composed of 6 bone SHLs. That was Buddy Borg. Buddy Borg focused on escape. Only a few special jackals and a Tauren fought well. One of the jackals could fly, constantly freezing the bloodlines that seemed invisible, slowing down the movement of the bone SHLs. There was also a jackal. The person and the beholder on the shoulder seem to be one body, and can emit various kinds of light. It's a pity that every path is blocked by an egg, which makes the egg scream with joy. Huh? Buddy Borg? Changed the gameplay? The Jibuji was not sure that the one running around in the field was the master of the brain spirit, and he couldn't understand the Killing Cup battle more and more. And Liu himself chased Masner vigorously. Mandina's human skin had been covered behind him by Masner, killing 1 and getting 2. He must win. Strangely, the human skin seemed to have merged with Messina's skin to some extent. The surge of magic power made Liu increasingly anxious. Could it be a mutation? On the other side, a change is already happening. Chapter 196, Budibog's Mutation. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, and being chased by dozens of jackal hunters, Budibog mutated. Maybe it was because he had a lot of experience in escape in his previous life. Or maybe he had experienced too many escape scenarios in this life. Under this kind of pressure, Budibog suddenly disappeared into the jackal hunter, within the field of vision. Escape, to a place where no one can see me. Budibog became invisible. But maybe because the smell was still there. The pursuing jackal hunters were only slightly delayed for a short time, and immediately followed the smell to catch up. A place where no one can smell me. Immediately afterwards, Budibog disappeared from the scent of the Knoll hunters, causing a chaos in their formation soon. They began to attack regardless of everything, and even gnawed on the wasteland. A place where no one can find me. At this time, only Liu could sense the existence of Budibog through the dual positioning of the contract and the devil's illustration, and found that this guy was running around all over the place, and had gradually lost his mind. If it fails, it will probably become a deformed body that only retains its instincts, as Mento mentioned. But what is Budibog's instinct? Will he still run away? Of course, the mutation did not end so quickly. Or, it did not come to a result so easily. Budibog switched between invisibility and appearance intermittently, just like appearing in the Colosseum. Ghost. Liu sensed all this and felt inexplicably envious. He never thought that escaping could cause changes. It's a pity that Liu can't get this kind of mutation for a brain spirit who killed 5 people not long after he came to the library. Escape is not engraved in his soul. Help him. Liu was stunned for a moment, and immediately sent a message to Yinging. Yinging had given him a helping hand when he was promoted. Maybe Budibog's mutation. Yinging could also help. Then what should you do? Yinging recovered a little from her weakness. Seeing that Liu was chasing Messina with great energy, she knew that he really wanted the leather. I'll do it myself. Liu has already regarded killing seed butterfly as a vehicle, and he is becoming more and more proficient in chasing. He also uses Wahua and Yaya's 2 small killing seed butterfly formations to cooperate, and he will soon be able to complete the attack on Mars. Na's encirclement and suppression. The only uncertainty is whether we can catch Masna before the human skin fuses with him, or, in other words, whether, judging from the turbulent fluctuations of magic power, the fusion of the 2 skins will definitely produce a more powerful demon. Relics. But at the same time, it also adds some uncertainty to the battle situation. In serious cases, it may be overturned. Until now, although it has not been 5 minutes on the field, at least 50 jackal hunters have died, judging from the corpses on the ground. It is difficult to count. What Liu was observing was the red-robed priest Red Ko, the soul swimming in special sleeves. The brain spirit has not been damaged in the battle. This is partly due to the strength of killing seed butterfly and the restriction of Alana by the egg. It is also partly due to the fact that Galaric entangled the most threatening Knoll leader, and that Minotaur. The skeleton knight understood Liu's tactics, and quickly gave up the confrontation with the jackal leader. Instead, He rode the dead bodies of 3 jackal hunters and started fighting with the 2 big guys. Therefore, the only ones that can have an impact on the battle situation are Messina and Human Skin. Okay, come on your own. I'll help Buddy Borg. Shadow moved to Buddy Borg's side. Summon Lamont's sacred objects to form a shield. And press the Lord of the Brain Spirit with a bang. Under the shield, one is to resist the scattered offensive of the jackal hunters. And the other is to facilitate the shadow to sneak into Butibog's shadow to solve the catastrophe of the Brain Spirit Master's body explosion. So that's it, Ajabuki shouted in the stands. The monsters around me all looked sideways, looking towards the king of the Colosseum. Bitiborg from his cocoon actually took advantage of my killing cup to stimulate himself to become stronger, Ajabuki yelled, fully giving confidence to the big gamblers around him while observing Butibog. The more I think about the changes, the more I think it is like this: the Master of Brain Spirit is trying to mutate the stealth type of ability? Want to escape the killing cup final? He knows we all want him dead tomorrow night. This bastard is so smart. My contract with him is only until he participates in the finals. So he will do this trick with me. Ajabuki couldn't take his eyes away from Bitiborg and thought carefully about the countermeasures. Some demons are observing Butibog's changes, while other demons are focusing on Human Skin such as Winnie. Chase! Hurry up and catch up! Wei and I had determined that the skeleton that killed the pure blood demon was hidden in the bone SHL that was chasing the scammer. At this moment, she couldn't help but cheer Liu up. Did you see what happened just now? Zaire Foss's eyes darted in the air. He pieced together everything on the battlefield in a short time and turned to Winnie. You see? The skeleton killed the jackal and took the staff of deception. Now let's go grab the remaining demon relics. Winnie was very excited as a member of the Wangxiangua who is familiar with demon relics. The jackal family, there are several demonic relics that have long been under their gaze. You have to observe the overall situation. Sharfaz sighed and rubbed his face for him. The battle was decided. Then what can you tell me about this? Wei and I said, her eyes never leaving Liu for a moment. Both sides were beheading. But the library family succeeded. Sharfaz said quietly. The leader of the Knolls is just a muscle. The brains of the Knoll family have been killed by the Brain Spirit. And even the staff of deception has been lost. In the hands of the library. Redcoat did not contribute much. He only collected dead souls on the periphery for rituals. The jackal family's battle losses are increasing rapidly. And the library, so far, has only been broken by a sea butterfly. Sea butterfly? Can't you see? The carapace of the Brain Spirits is based on a mysterious creature called the sea butterfly. And the tactics are also. Sharfaz frowned. The library finally began to arm the mind with knowledge. They should have done this a long time ago. Wei and I held her chin up and watched Liu pursue Messina. She glanced at the battlefield and noticed the egg that was constantly bathed in Alana's various lights. Teacher, what is that? Oh? Have you seen it? No. So it's very scary. Xia Urfasi frowned. A species that has never been seen before has joined the library. It is neither a brain spirit nor a skeleton. It can only be the son of the devil. I've never seen such a demon. Could it be that Bitiborg laid the eggs himself? Ha ha. Winnie guessed casually, making herself laugh. And Bitiborg is different from what I remember. Sharfaz read a lot of information from this battle. He would never have cooperated with such a high-risk battle. After all, Zalphas had met Bitiborg before. Otherwise, he would not have had a place in the imagination of the Lord of Brains. You mean, the cooperation between Brain Spirit and Skeleton is dominated by Skeleton? Winnie's eyes lit up. I didn't expect. We were still too slow and were beaten one step ahead by the Skeleton. Even with all his wisdom, Sharfaz could not have imagined that the one who controls the library is still the Brain Spirit. But it is just covered with a layer of skeleton skin. That's all. So, we won't start a war with the library. Winnie slightly understood the implication of Zairfa's words. I haven't decided yet. Zalphas shook his head. At least we have to wait until the library wins. Next, let's just see what happens to those demonic relics. Zairfas raised his chin slightly and looked at Liu, who was chasing Messina, and at the man who was constantly chasing Messina, wriggling Human Skin. Yes, Liu decided to wait for the mutation of the demonic relics to be completed, and at the same time brought 2 more groups for encirclement and suppression. The number of killing sea butterflies chasing Messina with Liu had increased to 4 groups. The wriggling of the Human Skin ended, and suddenly, Masna, who was being forced into the dead end of the formation by Liu, split into 8 different shapes. 8 weirdos. Every monster is covered with magic marks, exuding a terrifying aura that exceeds the limits of the Jackal clan. My devil's relic. Weird puzzle. Help me get it back. Inging sent the handwriting to Liu. Okay. Liu floated out the bone SHL, picked up 2 things from his hair, and threw them at Masna. Chapter 197, The Mutated Relic. Abominable and Rebellious were all thrown at Masner, and the 8 weirdos were undoubtedly in some confusion. This was originally a record used by Liu to deal with Mandina. There are a large number of jackals in the family. If these 2 cards are attached to Mandina, it will inevitably affect their tactics, and even cause the whole family to attack each other. But just now, because of time constraints, Liu was not sure that he could hit Mandina with the card. And secondly, the various spatial deception effects of the Staff of Deception made Liu afraid to take action at will. After Mandina died, Liu was naturally not polite when he walked Messina. At this moment, all the monsters in the field only felt that one of the 8 weirdos, a long-eared weirdo, was very abominable. The formation shifted to this battlefield for an instant, and the 8 weirdos also started attacking each other. The long-eared weirdo is good at collecting sounds with his ears, and creating sonic booms with his mouth. However, under the influence of rebellion, his ears leak and his mouth trembles back and forth, which is like a distortion after a failed mutation. And Liu knew that he had succeeded. And quite successfully, the human skin behind Mandina merged with the human skin made by the weirdo Jigsaw and the frauds from Masner, and became a new demonic relic, although the exact effect is not known yet. Just looking at the increase in the speed of the monster's movements and its constantly changing form, you know that this demonic relic has undergone a qualitative change. After that, came the petrifying light of the beholder Jackal Alana, due to the abominable effect. But before the light hit, 8 weirdos had been beaten to death, including Masna. The long-eared weirdo, there was the most miserable, and his big head was about to be torn off by the other 7 weirdos. How could it be? My trump card. The long-eared weirdo was about to die. His muscles and skin were squirming violently, and many torture instruments burst out of his body. Liu felt familiar, and knew that he had seen these things in the torture room of the Jackal family. The Iron Virgin, the skinning machine, the limb extractor. Did Masner hide all these things under his skin? Pretty good at pretending. If Liu had been a little careless and killed himself without relying on formations, he might have been imprisoned by torture instruments that suddenly popped up under his skin, and he would have been besieged by weirdos. But at this moment, the Iron Maiden broke the long-eared monster's ribs and opened them halfway. The steel thorns were firmly embedded between the ribs, scraping off a thick layer of flesh and blood, obviously hurting the massa inside. The limb-squeezing machine was stuffed with a large piece of bone, and Liu couldn't even tell for a moment whether it was Masner's arm bone or leg bone. In other words, under the influence of rebellion, Massa under the long-eared weirdo's skin is undergoing several kinds of torture, and he will be dead without even Liu taking action. Liu is even more looking forward to this demonic relic. Isn't this the skin he has dreamed of? With it, as long as you wear it, no matter what appearance you put on, you can hide a lot of good things under the skin. You no longer have to worry about monsters seeing the contents in the skeleton's chest. So Liu cleared the field and made sure to take down this weird demonic relic to see its specific effects for small formations for killing sea butterflies unfolded. Liu also released the Bone River and took back the abominable card through the air to lessen the damage to this demonic relic. The jackal hunters, who suddenly regained consciousness, had no idea what was going on, but they also knew that Master was dead. So they turned around and rushed towards killing Seed Butterfly to make their final resistance. But Liu didn't look at them at all. The remaining 6 killing Seed Butterfly formations rotated and strangled the jackal hunters, who invaded the formation. The ones that had not invaded the formation were isolated, allowing Liu to concentrate on cleaning up the mess. Seed Butterflies danced in the Colosseum, dividing the battlefield into 3 areas, one where Liu drove 4 small formations to trap and kill Massa, and the other where 6 formations gradually spread the strangulation circle, gradually surrounding Alana and Fleener. Inside, he also took advantage of the opportunity to protect Butebog, who was undergoing a mutation. The remaining piece was used for Galaric to fight freely with the Jackal leader and the Tauren. Everyone stayed far away and did not disturb him. Halfway through the battle, Redcoat, who was circling the field, had collected enough souls and began to click around on the wasteland, sketching a magic circle around him. During this period, some taboo forest monsters without eyes approached the Red Robe Priest. But Redcoat smashed the Tianling cap with his fist like an egg, and then tore open the body and pulled out the soul. Liu thought of the brave man Redcoat's performance in the graduation class. I thought it was true. This red-robed priest likes hand-to-hand combat. The magic circle was formed, and the blood on the ground began to be attracted by it, flowing there through the wasteland, like a heart beating in the Colosseum, calling for all the blood to flow back. Taken together, the general direction of the war situation is developing as Liu imagined. Only the situation on the battlefield at Galaric is not going well. The Skeleton Knight's life is in danger at any time, but this is Liu versus Galaric. As long as the Skeleton Knight can survive the Gauntlet's test until Liu gets hold of Messina's demonic relics, the crisis can be resolved. Victory is already in the bag. It depends on whether they can accept the demonic relics of the Jackal family, and whether Butebog can complete the mutation. Disperse. When the monsters were bound into cocoons by the binding threads of the 4 small formations, and their blood drained, Liu signaled the remaining 6 formations to expand the battle circle. The main body continued to cruise until it was confirmed that Massa was dead, and the last 1444 malicious elements popped up and contributed 1 demon point. Liu Eshin made a killing sea butterfly with a piece of bone and SHL, and like collecting clothes, he took the 8 human skins that were hunting in the wasteland. Liu had seen the movements of weird people doing puzzles, and did not dare to directly put them into the puzzle. They were stored close to the main body, using the killing sea butterfly as a safe, containing human skins, and tied them tightly with layers of binding threads, and fastened them tightly. The human skin is not very peaceful, and is still beating in the bone SHL, as if it is looking for new flesh and blood. But Liu has no time to study its characteristics. The battle is still going on, and the goal is to destroy the whole family of jackals in the first round, with less than 5 minutes to go to win. Without even checking the effect of the Staff of Deception, Liu suppressed his curiosity and joined the hunt for Flena and Alana. These 2 gnolls have fallen into a state of confusion and fanaticism. They saw the deaths of Mandina and Massa with their own eyes, and were unable to get any help from the gnoll leader. They knew that they were going to die, but the only way out was killed by Liu, and they had no way out. They could only use the subsequent magic and blood to fight to the death with the hateful library family. So they died too. Fleener was caught in the flight path by Liu. The killing sea butterfly spit out the binding thread and pulled Fleener off the ground like a dragonfly. Then Liu used his tentacles to suck out the extreme cold in the air, opened a path and floated in front of the jackal, and cut off his wings with the bone sword. I have seen you. Malicious plus 944. Fleener died, and the 2 ribs under his arm turned into 2 daggers. Flying daggers. Liu stuffed the flying dagger into the sea butterfly where the human skin was. The human skin immediately became quiet, and the bone I was also cold. Alana's death was not as smooth as Fleener's. Liu used his octopus tentacles to squeeze out the last trace of the beholder's magic power before sending Alana to death. In the end, except for 1 tentacle, Liu's hair was ice blue, and the rest of the tentacles were filled with petrified light and turned into stone gray. The beholder on Alana's shoulder only had blood flowing out. Shooting. Nothing happens. It was only then that Liu raised his balls and smashed Alana's head and eyeballs. It's all Massa's fault. I should have reported it to the leader at that time. Malicious plus 944. The beholder on Alana's shoulder fell off and shriveled, and Liu also put it away. Looking at the battlefield again, only the gnoll leader and the Towering were still attacking Galaric. The other gnolls resisted sporadically, and were torn into pieces by the sea butterfly. All their blood was donated to Redcoat, staining him. The robe is even redder, seeing that only 1 spot on the battlefield was moving. Seeing Liu dissecting the jackals like a butcher. Seeing more sea butterflies surrounding the jackal leader and starting to dance. There was silence in the audience, and they had a new understanding of the library family. Chapter 198, Complete Victory. It's over. Sharfaz leaned back in his chair. There is no suspense in this killing cup. Bitterberg seems to be able to successfully complete the mutation, no matter who is in the finals tomorrow night. It's hard to kill him again. Wei and I didn't answer, but her eyes looked a little lonely. The library showed its power, and she knew that all things flower would not start a war with the library. It seems that if you want to find the skeleton in the library, you can only do it secretly. The little wolf stood up at some point, ignoring the shouts and curses behind him, focusing on the bone SHLs that were healing themselves, swallowing saliva with a gurgling throat. How is it? Liu sent a message to Shadow while using the killing sea butterfly to restrict the movements of the jackal leader and Tauren. Inging did not answer. The shield composed of Lamont's holy objects was still buckled on the ground, but occasionally vague shadows would come out of it. symbolizing that Butebog was still undergoing mutations. Liu knew from Ying's reaction that it couldn't be separated. He silently calculated that the time for the first round was approaching, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait until Ying gave up the knife. So he took his balls and smashed them at the location of the jackal leader. It's time to end. At the same time, Redcoat's ceremony had obviously reached a critical stage. The blood in the audience gathered on his red robe through the magic circle, like red clouds rising suddenly. Promoted to Red Robe Bishop, Redcoat got what he wanted. And so did Liu with the addition of Liu, who had balls. Most of the attacks from the jackal leader and the Tauren were blocked, and Galaric drove the stick like a dragon. And soon the rapid knocking made their center of gravity unstable, and their movements slow. And then they were each tied to the ground. Very good, leave it to you for execution. Liu conveyed his appreciation to Galaric. It's my honor. Galaric chuckled. The two huge evil beasts were restrained layer by binding threads filled with the fangs of the demonic wolf. Galaric held up his broken body, walked up to the Tauren with an 8-sided stick, and smashed his skull with a hammer, like an executioner. This stick also hit the hearts of the audience, reminding those monsters who place bets on the jackal family, the money is gone. However, when the Gnoll leader was executed, a little episode happened. Galaric struck him with a stick, and the Gnoll leader's head and mace were shattered by the blow. But he was still struggling on the ground. Dead body? Liu seemed to feel that he could finally understand the anomaly of the Devil's Illustrated book. If it was a pile of rotten meat, it would be normal for there to be no analyzing prompt. It's time to eat. Liu was about to order all the sea butterflies to eat the body of the jackal leader, but suddenly received a request from Galaric. Lord Skoric, can you leave it to me? Galaric walked to the back of the Gnoll leader. The leader had no head or blood, but was still struggling. Hurry up. Liu didn't know what Galaric was going to do, but the first round was almost over, and Redcoat had also been promoted successfully. Just as Shirang came over, the shadow at Butebog also woke up. Signs. Then, Liu saw Galaric riding up. The moment he rode up, chunks of meat spurted out from the crack in the neck of the Gnoll leader, and a wisp of magic energy spilled out, heading outside the Colosseum. At the same time as the magic power dissipated, the jackal leader seemed to have lost his life all of a sudden. He stopped making any movements and was obediently being ridden by Galaric. Huh? The leader of the Gnolls is not a corpse, but a puppet. After sensing the direction, Liu found that the magic power suddenly dissipated when he arrived near the stands. He suddenly felt that the jackal family was not that simple. The jackal leader was not controlled by Mandina, but someone else? Who could it be? In the audience? Is there a tacit understanding with Mandina? Or is it even hidden by Mandina? Liu thinks the former is more likely. But I don't really care about the truth no matter what method the guy who controls the Gnoll leader uses. It won't be a conspiracy against the library. It is probably related to the situation in the Forbidden Forest itself. Unfortunately, the plan was foiled by the library family. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Rarely. Redcoat was in a very good mood. He walked to Liu, rolled up his sleeves, and lowered his head. On the other side, the sturdy corpse of the Gnoll leader has become Galaric's mount, transformed into the shape of a mace, except that it is not embedded with wolf fangs, but Gnoll teeth. You're done fighting. Shadow also floated over, leaving resentful writing on the ground. No way. In a hurry, Liu conveyed his message, and at the same time used the Devil's Illustrated book to look for traces of Butebog. This guy was completely out of sight, and had already fled to the exit channel at this moment. Dandin was completely satisfied. Not only did he eat so much delicious petrified light, but he was also beaten with a mace and a Tauren until his muscles and bones felt comfortable. This trip was complete. When the dust settled on the field, Liu called Butebog back to the battlefield and asked him to float to the highest point of the battlefield, with the slaughter sea butterfly swaying lightly under him. Ujibuji also danced and finally did it. The verdict was issued. The fourth game of the Killing Cup, the library won. Congratulations to Butebog, Ajibuki clapped. And the giant whale gamblers were all happy and squeezed the gambling tickets in their hands. And of course, those spectators who witnessed the demise of the jackal family started rioting again. The son of the devil. The library invited the son of the devil. This is cheating. This is a conspiracy. Malice swept over Liu, and Liu felt very comfortable. The jackal family had been emptied of their wealth by him, and the library also showed a new look to the Demon King city, and he could even make a lot of money in the Colosseum. What's more important is, not one brain spirit is dead. A complete victory. Even Butebog, the only one whose life was in danger, was a blessing in disguise, mutating into abilities like invisibility. Liu was very satisfied. Just like he was when he killed the Lord of Brain Spirit. As for the malice in the audience, they will become the cornerstone of continuing to build the library and create a new forbidden land. Seeing that the Brain Spirits were in high spirits, and the commotion continued in the auditorium, Ajibuji was not surprised and asked the fly demons to disperse to maintain order. He suddenly left his seat and ran to the Soul Gate to block Butibug. We can't let him run away like this, Ajibuki muttered. The relics of the Jackal family. During the commotion, the Vientiane flower left the scene and reconsidered its relationship with the library. The little wolf pinched the magic power that had just dissipated, and slightly bared its teeth at the bones in the scene. A bit resentful. In anger, the little wolf cracked the armor that protected him and ran out of the auditorium angrily. He finally reached an agreement with the Jackal family to carve up the Forbidden Forest. But now it was all null and void, and everything had to start over again. Liu summoned Butibug in the sky, and led a group of sea butterflies to exit one after another. With scars all over their bodies, it was the medal of the Battle of the Brain Spirits. And it was also the medal of the victory of the library managed by Liu. When walking out of the player tunnel, Liu finally took the time to check what the Jackal family had dropped: the Staff of Deception, the Flying Dagger, the Weirdo Skin fused with the Weirdo Puzzle, plus 3 demon points. These 3 demonic relics are fighting in the Sea Butterfly. The Staff of Deception seems to have become a holy sword, and the other 2 do not dare to get close at all. In the battle between the Flying Dagger and the Weird Skin, the Skin has the upper hand, and they are entangled fiercely. He flew towards the dagger, as if he wanted to suffocate the dagger. Just as Liu was waiting to check the effects of the 3 demonic relics, the moonlight in the passage was suddenly obscured by a row of thick shadows. Can you lend me that stick? Ajibuji led a group of armors to guard the door of the soul, extending his hand to the sea butterflies with a smile on his face. Look at your devil's ass. Get out of here. Liu used Booty Board to send a message to the king of the Colosseum. Chapter 199. Asking for a stick. Oh! Ajibuji had no intention of getting out of the way. He looked up and down at Killing Sea Butterfly, not sure which one Butibug was at. Although Liu could not predict Ajibuji's actions through the Devil's Illustrated book, but just by the way his cloth bag was shaking, he knew that the gambling demon had the idea of deceiving the staff. Of course, Liu did not intend to rob him. He gave up the demonic relics that came and said it without any mercy. Anyway, Ajibuki still needs Booty Board to compete tomorrow night, so there should be no disagreement at this time. Are you really different? Dare you talk to me like this? Ajibuji searched for a long time and couldn't find Butibug. The cloth holes filled with mosquitoes and flies began to look at the Killing Sea Butterflies one by one, as if they wanted to find the one filled with loot. Pay attention to protection. Liu sent a message to his demon, and the shadow on the ground also started to fan. Ha! Son of the devil. Huh? Of course Ajibuki recognized several foreign aides in the library, and pointed at Galaric. What benefits did Butibug give you? Ying and Redcoat ignored them. Dandan wanted to fight, but Liu stopped him and told him not to cause trouble. Oh! There is a tacit understanding? It's all Skorik's doing? Ajibuji spread out flies and observed the reactions of the sea butterflies from countless angles, seeming to be looking for Liu's whereabouts. The sea butterflies were motionless. The library is different too, isn't it? They're all very obedient, Ajibuki mocked. Ajibuji blocked the way, mainly because he wanted to grab the Staff of Deception. And secondly, he also wanted to explore the changes in Butibug. The library was beyond expectations in terms of combat power and performance. Ajibuji was eager to knowing if it would affect his plans for tomorrow night. Tell me what's different. Liu saw that Ajibuji didn't dare to fall out, so he firmly held the loot and prepared to resolve it through negotiation. I found a lot of helpers, robbed the demonic relics of the Wolfman family, and pursued mutations in the Killing Cup. What do you want to do? Rebellion? After watching today's Killing Cup, Ajibuki asked the library upgrade a little vigilance aroused. And this is exactly what Liu wants when there is vigilance. There is fear, no matter what the result of tomorrow's finals is. Liu needs to make all the forces in the Demon King City fear the library, and not dare to make light mistakes. None of your business? In front of the king of the Colosseum, Liu resolutely defended the face of the Lord of the Brain Spirit. In fact, Butibug was already invisible in the Killing Sea Butterflies at this time. If Liu hadn't been controlled by the contract, he would have abandoned his companions and ran away. If you have something to say, just say it and let it go. Butibug, don't have time to spend time here with you. Since Ajibuki didn't take action, Liu felt that this farce could be ended quickly. Give me that staff. Ajibuji stretched out his bag hand again. He was really eager for the staff of deception. Mosquitoes and flies began to dance around, just like the turbulent emotions of the king of the Colosseum. Now Liu was more curious about the effect of the staff of deception. Could this thing be of great help to Ajibuji? Otherwise, why would he ask for it so clumsily? No. Come and get it yourself if you have the ability. Liu also didn't expect that one day his communication with a high-ranking demon would be like a child robbing something. Or, you want to fight with me? Here? The Ajibuji mosquitoes and flies were swaying around, which obviously meant something like this. Although Galaric didn't know what Bitterberg said. Seeing Okabuki's reaction, he subconsciously raised his weapon without any fear. Redcoat, on the other hand, seemed to always be the silent one. Even if he was promoted, the Red-Robe Bishop showed no intention of taking the lead. Seeing Galaric's reaction, Liu was quite surprised this knight can handle it. And he can really ride anything. At this moment, Galaric was riding the headless corpse of the Null leader, and the wide passage for players was a bit cramped for him. The mace in his hand was a little hard to swing. You want to start a fight? Are you afraid of any surprises in the Killing Cup tomorrow night? Liu continued to use Booty Borg language. Will the City Lord come tomorrow night? How will you explain it then? After thinking about it, Liu still tried hard to bring back Ajibuji's reason. City Lord. Killing Cup. Tomorrow night. Expeditionary Force. Stick of Deception. Deception. Attack. Ajibuji's thoughts were in chaos, and it was difficult for Liu to figure out the logic. Let's go! Ajibuji seemed to have thought clearly. He smiled and opened his bloated bag body. The armors also moved out of the way. Liu was doubtful, and Redcoat took the lead. Liu also hurriedly pulled the killing sea butterflies to follow. And while leaving, they formed a farewell formation in the common language of devils. Seemingly unable to restrain his inner anger, Okabuki exploded into a swarm of flies when he passed by Galaric, blowing up the headless corpse of the Null leader and scattering Galaric's bones. Fortunately, Liu was well prepared and controlled the sea butterflies to get out of the way when the malicious attack came. And there were no casualties. As for Galaric, Liu had no time to help. But Inging made up for it in time and pulled the skeleton knight out of the sea of flies before being chewed up. Damn skeleton. Hee. I'm sorry for my shaking hands. Ajibuki grinned, but the bag clenched his hands tightly, as if he was not satisfied that Galaric could survive from his own hands. His cocoons, my jackal mount. Sooner or later I will ride on this bag demon. Sooner or later I will ride on the fly. Galaric was full of fighting spirit, but his bones and mount were shattered on the ground, and he was unable to make any counterattack. Liu is also more optimistic about this skeleton knight want to ride the king of the Colosseum? This fight is so determined and promising. Liu thought for a moment, and did not respond to Ajibuji's provocation, venting meant incompetence. Moreover, petrifying light, bone swords, cards, no matter which method he uses to counterattack, it will increase the presence of Skalric, and it is not the reaction that Skalric should have. So Liu decided to ignore it. Since there were no casualties, it was only proper to go home and count the loot. Because after tomorrow night, the library may not be as peaceful as it has been these days. Seeing that Butibog didn't respond, Ajibuji managed to regain some familiar feeling. But at the same time his doubts became deeper. He was just like this back then. And he became the master of the brain spirit. Without any question. Why do you suddenly feel so gloomy now, and can't see through him? There won't be any surprises tomorrow night. Right? Ajibuji couldn't imagine what kind of surprise Liu and Bootyberg had prepared for the Killing Cup final. In fact, Liu didn't think about it. Especially after Butibog's mutation. Maybe, Butibog can escape on his own? But these are not what Liu cares about most now. The Staff of Deception, the Flying Dagger, the skin of the weirdo. How can these three demonic relics be used to make the library impregnable? There were no surprises when he walked out of the soul door. Liu led a monster all the way through the city, walked through the moonlight path, walked through the corridor of confusion, and returned to the tightly sealed library. After driving Redcoat back to the Gate of Chaos, Liu couldn't wait to inspect the loot. The Red-Robe Bishop could analyze it later. The demon merchant's profit from the sale could be settled later. But the demon relics couldn't wait a moment longer. Spreading out the bone SHLs wrapped in the loot, Liu touched it with his thoughts and instantly unfolded a new blueprint for the library in his mind. Chapter 200 Counting. Among the three demonic relics, the function of the Flying Dagger is the simplest and clearest. and Liu immediately found its location on the door beam of the library. Just like Fleener showed in the Forbidden Forest and the Colosseum, monsters that master the dagger can gain the ability to fly, release extremely cold air, and create an extremely cold barrier. As for the negative effects of this demonic relic, it only releases icicles occasionally. It is not bad at the height of the door beam. It cannot hurt the minis, and the brain spirits can avoid it in time. If placed on the door beam, it will not only be convenient for the monsters in the library to access at any time, but also have a direct blocking effect on some mysterious creatures, including flies or bugs. After all, there are already a lot of meters. Nim and I complained that there were too many moths in the library. They not only ate books, but also often went to the warehouse to grab food. Moreover, the current defenses of the library are mainly based on physical damage, such as demonic wolf's fang, bone spurs, and thick earth. Adding some magical damage such as cold will make it more balanced. Liu also found a temporary job for Galaric, who had defected to him guarding the gate. So this flying dagger basically belonged to Galaric, while Brain Spirit and Mini were on demand. Take. As for the bone shattered by Ajibuki, Liu is trying to find a way to make up for it with self-healing bones. On the one hand, he will give Galaric a new skeleton, and on the other hand, he will also indirectly control the skeleton knight. With just one thought, Liu wanted to ask Galaric to dance, but he couldn't ride a horse. Of course, the self-healing bone itself is also built on Galaric's remaining body, with additional bones eaten away by flies, so Galaric can still move freely, being able to replenish the bone mass of Skalric. Galaric only feels extremely honored. The only thing he is still a little sad about now is the problem of the mount. Liu didn't have time to think about what he wanted to ride. Anyway, with the flying dagger, Galaric would be able to fly, and the mount could be left for later resolution. After finding the home of the flying dagger, Liu studied the skin of the weirdo after the mutation, and called Ying to join him. After all, the weirdo puzzle is a reward for the Shadow Demon simulated battle, and Liu even has the Lamont sacred object. If you are willing to give it to Ying, you will naturally not swallow it. They are all their own monsters anyway. What's the difference? Liu sent a message to Ying while watching Ying carefully perceive the changes in the weird puzzle, hoping that the demonic relic in front of him could meet his requirements. Without finding a suitable skin, Liu could only appear as Skalric most of the time. Now that uninhibited skinny hipster has appeared in the Colosseum, he is not suitable for hiding. Identity. If the weirdo's skin can really hide things under the skin and change its shape as Massner showed, it will undoubtedly solve the two major problems of concealing identity and hiding things, and can become a cross between transformation and Devil's Drawing creation. The second layer of cushioning creates more surprises. Moreover, Liu also discovered during the battle that this skin has good resistance to petrification, electric shock, and other effects if you wear this skin outside. It can even enhance the protection of your own brain spirit. These thoughts of Liu flooded into Ying's consciousness like waves, making Ying suddenly feel that his existence was sacred. The master of the library was praying. This is the obsession of powerful demons, to become stronger. While waiting anxiously, Ying gave the answer, just as you thought. It can wriggle into the skin you want, and store the things you want inside. Ying talked about the changes in this demonic relic, which were similar to what Liu perceived. It is worth mentioning that human skin can be split into up to 8 parts, and its own strength will be weakened depending on the number of splits. Acting in a play alone, Liu has already imagined 8 skeletons with 8 skins. 8 people acted out the role of Snow White. But soon, Shadow then mentioned the negative effects of this demonic relic, which was also related to splitting. The human skin worn by Mandina added more alive characteristics to the weird puzzle, splitting into numbers. The more times it is used, the greater the influence of the weird puzzle pieces on this demonic relic will become, and eventually it will turn into 8 weird individuals, which can no longer be worn. Of course, Liu couldn't allow this situation to happen. He thought that just one piece would be enough. At least the intensity could be maximized. Even if he became Isaac's grandson, no demon would see through it. Right? Anyway, that guy is very durable. Then, this demon relic. Liu stammered and transmitted his thoughts to Ying. It's yours. Ying was very open-minded, and took out Lamont's sacred object from the shadow space, and played with it. Liu was not polite. Stuffed the ball of human skin into his chest, and then put the staff of deception in front of him. The treasure of the Jackal family, the demonic relic that Ijibujitu wanted to own, was about to be light, and he'd bloomed in the library. Friend, hit me with it. Dandan asked Galaric to hammer himself, but the skeleton knight ignored it. With a touch of thought, Li Dudu understood the function of the staff of deception. It's very simple. It's deception. Deceiving perception. Deceiving reality. It can even hide one's own thoughts to a certain extent. Just like Manderna's slow half-beat. It is extremely widely used. But as soon as Liu felt it, he knew that he could not reach the limit of this staff for the time being. When he thought of casting a spell, Liu felt that all his magic power was sucked away, leaving no trace left. If it weren't for the magical supply provided by the authority of the library, Liu was almost sucked into his brain stem. And the magic power consumption of deception is also directly proportional to its effect, such as making a corner of the Forbidden Forest change places with the Colosseum, such as deceiving Ajibuki and making him believe that the Jackal family has no action. All of this required a huge amount of magic power. And it also prevented Mandina from completing it quickly when he finally deceived death. He was pulled back by Liu by borrowing the Skeleton King's virtual power, and died under the Thorn of Withering. I can't use it. Although Ying has strong magic power. When he saw the Staff of Deception, he could only admit that he was not good at it. Even more so with Dandan, its main function now is to get beaten. And I haven't quite figured out how to use the magic power yet. It doesn't matter. As long as you find the right way to use it, it can still play a big role. Liu can use all the magic power of the library. And naturally he can also use the Staff of Deception to a certain extent. It's just that the content of the deception needs to be carefully considered. Although it cannot be taken outside the library for use, it is enough for use inside for the time being. Liu decided to deceive different intruders to varying degrees. For example, create some illusions, such as making intruders lose their way, such as using the Staff of Deception to lure enemies to the Bone Room reception room. Hell, if he had Manderna's level of control, Liu could even deceive the space and use this staff to go where he wanted to go? To the vault? To the throne room? Liu also admitted that he was thinking too much. How could Mandina not think of it? Obviously, he was too weak to go to these high-end places. However, with the magical support of the library, the Staff of Deception can be used in many ways. As long as you master the mentality of the intruder, you can use it in any way you want. When the time comes, deceive gives yourself a layer of skin, a layer of illusion, a layer of weird puzzle skin, and a layer of skeleton skin. Who else in the cocoon will know that the one who holds the power of the library is a bird from the fifth the brain in the library? Liu was delighted. Although these deceptions could not be normalized, they were ever-changing and greatly enriched the possibilities of the library. The wind and rain after tomorrow night can be used to verify that the library is already a very scary area. Liu brought the Staff of Deception back to the upper level of the library. And while training the weirdo puzzle to make new skins, he waited for Mai Mai to return with his profits. But Liu didn't wait for Mai Mai. He first waited for Brother Pai and Lulu Feifei, who were going to the Colosseum to eat limited edition ice cream. The guardians of the library brought a pig and pushed a small cart full of ice cream. Seeing Galaric guarding the door, the two little guys snatched 2 of its ribs and dipped them in the ice cream, shouting that it was delicious. Brother Pig also became interested when he heard this. And with 6 hands, he rushed towards the skeleton knight. Liu had an idea and deceived Galaric into Squoric to play with the little guys.